dinner.
It is down to the second day of the North American TI regional qualifiers here at North America. Welcome once again. My name is T-Panda, joined by, of course, my young man Fear by my side as we head over to see what happened on the first day and what is to be expected on this second day. I mean, everything that basically we saw yesterday was a differential from the previous regional qualifiers. I think Trent and Lyrical brought it up nicely. There's a lot more potential 3-game BO3s going on instead of the 2-0 straight-up stomps.
Oh yeah, definitely. We see a lot of teams that are quite competitive in this region right now, and we have the teams that we would imagine to be more on the top. We have like the nouns, the Wildcard. We had the Wildcard bait series yesterday. We probably had no idea which way that was going to go, but it did go Wildcard's way, and they took 3 games. DogChamp versus Lucky Bird, and we expected DogChamp to go all the distance that one. Then Felt, some household names as well, versus Ravens, and Felt taking that one as well. So all the teams that we expected to win yesterday mainly did, with the exception of, you know, the bait fans out there. I know you're a bait fan. Unfortunately, they did take a fall into the lower bracket, but they put up a fight.
They put up a fight, and so did Sankin Gomez versus Nouns. If we take a look at the bracket itself, Sankin Gomez was able to get 1 map off of Nouns, which was a bit of a surprise too as well, because a lot of people were saying, it's an easy 2-0 for Nouns, shouldn't be too much of a challenge. But game 2, that wasn't really the Nouns that we were expecting them to show, especially in a TI regional qualifier. But Sankin Gomez, unfortunately, wasn't enough in game number 3, dropped to the lower brackets. And that is pretty much what is up today. But before that, Nouns, Wildcard, DogChamp, and Felt made their way through to the second round. And they have basically secured top 6. But as there's only 1 slot available, it's the only goal teams have in mind. But to take a look at today's schedule, a lot more Dota coming your way. And we're going to start off with full BO3. So we only had that 1 best of 1 yesterday in the deathmatch. But now it's just straight up honest best of 3 series, kicking things off with Sankin Gomez and CDUB, followed by Bait and TiltedBoys, and of course at the 2 last series, Fear, Lucky Bird versus American Goons. The Goons playing their first series, and the Cut also getting a chance versus the Ravens team.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting games going on here. Big ones for me are going to be, I think, Sankin Gomez versus CDUB. That's a big one. We're going to see CDUB for the first time in this qualifier. Bait versus TiltedBoys. We're expecting Bait to win that one, right? And as far as the other ones go, they're going to be some interesting matches, and I think they could be. I mean, Lucky versus AG is going to be one that I'm not entirely sure what to expect from it, but we have a lot of household names from the American Goons here, just reforming, making their funny names. Little Nick on that team.
And MTD.
Giant Boris. Yeah. And MTD, of course. Like, that's one guy I didn't mention that I know very well, but you know very well yourself.
Oh, I definitely do. Well, some of our Finnish representation at the North American qualifiers, of course, there has to be that. And looking at the schedule in general, spicy matchups coming up today. 4 elimination games. So 4 of these teams are going to say goodbye to their road to TI, and 4 of them will get to play, well, matchups from the first and the second go up against each other's, and the third and the fourth victors will also be playing against each other's in another knockout round. So there's going to be a lot of scouting involved. All of these teams are going to be watching the games that are going to be played out today, because they know that potentially those might be their opponents in the next round. But let's start talking about our first series. Sankin Gomez, we kind of brought it up already that they took a map off of Nouns. I think that was I could say, very honorable performance yesterday. They really punished Nouns in game number 2. Their weakness started to show. The team still being, well, 4 ex-players, but 1 their ex-carry put into pause 5. You've got this star player of Hector coming in, but the play styles are different. The preparation was probably a lot harder as well, because the patch is 1 week old, basically, and a fresh B patch also a couple days after that. So Nouns, they have a lot to learn, but Sankin Gomez, I think they have a good vibe. If they can take a map off Nouns, I feel like they can beat anybody.
Yeah, I think definitely winning a game off Nouns, taking into game 3. I mean, game 1 was not competitive. Game 2, it wasn't very competitive either. Sanking GÓMEZ had the majority of the game in their favor. And then game number 3, they were winning the early game against Nouns. Things are looking good, but one big difference I see between teams that are like in tier 1 or potentially tier 2, the big gap is decision making. And unfortunately for Sanking GÓMEZ, their decision making wasn't as good as Nouns in that third game there, and Nouns was able to crawl back into that game even after being at a disadvantage. And that's something Sanking GÓMEZ is going to have to work on, being able to take that lead and being able to turn it into a mid game that has not many mistakes within it, and they can just like transition into the late game and be able to just close games out smoothly.
And despite CDUB Esports missing out on Division 1 in the third tour, couldn't get their spot right into the upper division, they had their chances in the second tour as well, still stayed in Division 2. I think that they have a small advantage because Sanking GÓMEZ would only have to look at what CDUB's players have been playing in the pubs lately, but CDUB, they've already seen 3 full drafts that Sanking GÓMEZ. How do they execute? How do they play it out? What happens in the laning stage? So maybe they have a small elements of surprise coming into this series.
Yeah, a little bit. They're going to have more information, but they're going to have less experience, right? And it's hard to say which one is more invaluable.
Yeah.
But if you do look at the CDUB roster, I remember watching these guys throughout the year. We have players like Double King and Mark, Ela. Those are like players that I found to be very interesting. But Ela, I remember being one of the core players of the team. He really shined on the Zoo heroes. But the meta has shifted away from that. We'll see how he transitions into that. And Mark has always been the type of player, he's the feast or famine type of mid laner. Will he have a great mid lane? Will he destroy the game? Or will he have a rough one and never recover? There's kind of the issues that this team has been running into and what has been stopping them from reaching that next level of like being able to compete against the tier 1 teams as well. So this matchup I feel like should be incredibly even. I could definitely see it going 3 games.
And of course, some of the experience coming into that team, I think it rides off of the Brazilian Pulse 5 player Duster, basically been competitively playing since like 2015, 2016, something like that. Really broke through with Pain Gaming, brought SA really on the map after we had SG Esports and the likes of that showing up at the majors of the past, basically like, hey, SA is actually a region that is notable and is rising. So he's brought up so much experience throughout these past few years, even played in Bates at one point as well. Bates is also in the lower bracket currently, but with a little bit of a different roster. I mean, I'm just excited to see what happens in the draft, right? Because we have a draft ready for you guys. CDUB versus Sanking GÓMEZ kicking off. And do we see a repetition of different types of bans this time? I think maybe this time we might actually even see the Invoker come out because the hero was kind of bugged or something like that, so it was out, but he's back in the pool. So we'll see if teams are approaching that hero or not.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by it as well, so I'll also see as well. So as I expected, whether he is not supposed to be picked or is pickable, he probably will not get picked because he's just that strong. And there's so many bans in Dota now. You have like your first 7 bans?
7 bans, yeah.
8? Yeah, 7 bans? Okay, 7 bans before any hero's picked. So you just get to remove 7 heroes from the game, 4 for first pick, I believe, and 3 for second pick. And so now all of a sudden you're in a situation where some of the best heroes in the game, the OP heroes as you will call them, there's going to be a lot of repetition bans once teams start to understand what is really the annoying or the strong heroes of this patch.
And of course,
or you can just straight up ban for comfort too.
You could do that too as well, yeah. I think one of the good strats that Sanking GÓMEZ was able to execute, maybe it started off a bit slow, but it was kind of given to them by Nouns with the Soulbind double duels that they were able to accumulate, because there was LC going into Blade Mail first instead of going straight for the Blink. I know they had like a lot of nukes with the Skywrath as their other support. That's the easy way to look for dual damage, but they somehow always were able to close in the gaps really fast. Good slows on their team, good mobility heroes. I guess that was also the reason they didn't need those blink daggers right away. It's just pump it up with that extra blade mail. I think it was Dutcho who was massing up crazy amounts of dual damage on that LC. So understandably, CDUB, no Grimstroke for you today.
Yeah, of course. I think whenever Sanking GÓMEZ plays, it's very likely Grimstroke will be banned. Heroes like Batrider, Invoker, and Earth Spirit seem to just be permabans because they're strong, but Grimstroke is more of a specialty ban. The hero is strong right now, especially with the new changes to the ink swell, and when you can get the shard, and you can just like. Grimstroke just becomes a save now, a reliable save. Before, you'd use the ink swell, and then you'd have to wait for it to pop at the right time if you had the shard to get that strong dispel.
Yep.
Now you can just put it on, and Primal Roar comes off, boom, instant cancel whenever the Grimstroke is there, as long as the Grimstroke is not disabled. Pretty easy to execute, but it won't be in the pool, and they're going to go for the Keeper of the Light instead.
We've also seen Venges, we've seen Undyings come out here in this first phase. Kind of supports that don't necessarily tell you too much. Venge has been buffed a lot. Hero seems pretty solid in almost any draft in a way, because the scaling has now been improved on the hero. He's already much better in the laning phase. He's much better later on. But a Dawnbreaker to kick things off, okay. A little bit different. But I've seen CDUB actually like this Dawnbreaker a lot. I believe even maybe Mark has even played it in mid once or twice, but it is looking more like a Sanctified / Isla type of hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker is fine to pick here because you have that potential to flex it. In the past, we've seen a lot of Dawnbreaker being played as a 4, 5. I mean, we've seen it in every role, actually. It can be a support, it can be a mid, it can be an offlaner. And you know who plays Dawnbreaker carry? Your boy,
A lot of
Double
East
King.
Europeans. Double King, yeah.
Yeah, he plays. He's Grandmaster on this hero, or Master, whatever. As a carry, he loves this hero. So just picking it up and knowing that worst case scenario, you got a carry player who loves to play it. This hero's strong in lane. You're good. You just need a couple other players. Maybe the offlaner and supports can play it, and all of a sudden you got yourself a good support flex pick here.
Yeah. How do you actually counter this Dawnbreaker? If you're looking at a potential core Dawnbreaker, what are the hero types, or maybe even direct heroes that you're looking for to maybe demote this hero into support?
Well, the reason why this hero is strong, it has a play option, either being a physical damage dealer or kind of like that backline type of like healing support with the Aghanims. So there's a couple ways you can deal with that, and none of them are like you don't usually want to commit for. Like you can pick an Ancient Apparition, for example, to deal with the healing aspect. Because playing against Dawnbreaker usually means it's hard to commit on one hero. But if you have an AA, that's not really an issue anymore. But if the Dawn ends up playing as an offlane position in a DPS, now you have like some AA that doesn't really care, or doesn't really have a purpose, because you're not playing that healing. You're playing for more of a carry type of route. And then in that situation, you want a hero that can just right click and deal with a Dawnbreaker, which would kind of be like some Lone Druid, Lifestealer, these type of heroes, Terrorblades that will just stand there and man up against the Dawnbreaker and can just fight him head to head. So you kind of have to deal with both aspects. And because you can do both aspects, it kind of is annoying to play against because you don't know which one the Dawn's going to be. Is it going to be that carry type of hero, or is it going to be the support healing type that buys Horus?
5 seconds remaining.
And there we see the Legion Commander we were talking about, Sanking GÓMEZ running yesterday. It's going to go for CDUB, and now the double pick time. So you already have this Coddle, you've got some mischance to throw into the mix, maybe a bit of distancing, but not too much. That does actually hurt this Legion Commander. You're probably looking for something to either try to interrupt these duels, potentially even, there's even room for a save. Shadow Demon that has been pretty strong. That also provides you with a strong dispel, with that shard, getting that healing purge, whatever the name for that spell was. I can't remember
Demonic
off the
Cleanse.
bat. Demonic Cleanse. That's the one. It's like Demonic Heal. But we go for the Tusk. We've got Snowball.
That's really good. That's actually quite nice to have in situations where you are playing versus Legion Commander, so I do like that. That is the save you talked about. You can either pick a save in the form of like a Tusk, or you can just pick a carry that has a built-in type of mechanic to deal with it. And that's, you're kind of talking about heroes like Troll Warlord or Lifestealer that can just get these magic immunities off right in time. So even if you do get dueled, it's not a big issue. Ursa also comes from that equation.
Yeah, Ursa's nice. It's also something that Slawi could potentially even play if they wanted to bring up the
Wraith King too, right?
Or his Wraith
saw
King,
that
yeah.
yesterday. I mean, you don't mind getting dueled, but that's a more aggressive route there. Of course you... So this hero, if you duel him, can die, but there's some merits to having a Razor versus Legion Commander, because if you catch Razor just randomly farming, he won't have that extra static leak damage, right? So he's not going to be returning that much damage to himself, because he doesn't do much damage until he steals your damage. So that's kind of nice to have, and on top of it, it's an incredibly strong laner against the Legion Commander, because you can just chase them down with a static link in the laning stage. So this choice does make a lot of sense. I can see it working. And I think with a Dawnbreaker with the Legion pick, we're no longer going to see a Dawn offlane. Most likely this will be a support or Double King playing it, because it is, you have to keep in mind, Double King is in the game. It is his signature hero. He loves playing as a carry. They'll probably leave it open all the way till the end to decide.
Team pick.
And Dark Willow, it's one of the pair-ups you do look for with this Legion Commander, potentially as your offlane duo, but could still be something to put into the safe lane as well if you want to put a 5 Willow. However, I think I enjoy more seeing Willow as a 4, but do you have any indicator looking at these lanes? Like Razor, does he look more like a 3 or a 1 to you, where the Dark Willow might be wanting to go?
I think right now the Razor most likely will be a carry, because you showed your Legion already. And I believe that Willow will be a 4, and he's fitting that. Best example I can put is like that Skywrath role. If you look at the changes to Dark Willow, Bedlam is now castable on allies. So you just cast it on your Legion, he jumps in and duels. You kind of have like that Mystic Flare type of ability, that magic damage to follow up, whereas before it wasn't that reliable. So now you have a strong lane in the Legion plus Willow, and then you have that ganking partner, you can say, that can just run around the Legion Commander, apply that damage. And of course with the Terrorize, if you ever hit it on the Razor, all of a sudden his static link is going to get broken and he's going to run in the opposite direction, kind of forcing him into a BKB. And I'll tell you right now, as a carry player in this patch, you don't want to buy BKB. The perfect game for you is a game where you just do not have to buy BKB. The item has been nerfed so much to the point where it's just not really an item that's really high on your priority list. So picking heroes like Dark Willow against Razor that forces you into these situations where you feel like you need it is always annoying.
We're going to see the Snapfire being brought up as well on the side of CDUB, but starting to look at Dawnbreaker and Snap now. Obviously, Snap could still be flexed as a support, but knowing CDUB, I feel like Dawn and Snapfire could be potentially looking like our cores here.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think Snapfire, I think it did receive some nerfs, but overall, it's still good in the mid lane. It's a universal hero. It scales really well, and why not put it there? And it's just extra damage for the duel, right? So you're going to have a lot of extra damage for this duel now. And yeah, I think this is what I talked about, where they're going to save this Dawnbreaker to potentially be a carry all the way into the end.
Could be, yeah. Like CDUB, they have the final pick of the draft, so they don't have to lock in the Snapfire, LC, Dawn as their tri-core at this moment. They can still flex it around, see what Senkin GÓMEZ want to pick as their final pick, which is most likely an offlane missing. What does Dutcho want to bring up this time?
I need to see what they changed about Snap. Oh, okay, so they changed the talent order. So, like, the 20 talent is multi-shot now, and the 25 talent uses your attack damage.
Right,
so
yeah. The 20
that's
talent
pretty much the big thing that changed.
It was very deadly already once you got the extra attack damage. So, splitting up the little shredder around, still not the worst thing, but once you start to amplify that right-click damage, that really was where Snapfire started to shine. You got this pseudo-core coming out from support into core.
Yeah, so he's basically just a lot slower at hitting his timings now in Snapfire, which is a big deal. It is kind of a big nerf, but when you do get to that 25, you are still going to be an incredibly strong. It's the same hero at 25, but you kind of need to get 25 now. Whereas 20, you kind of already had like the Daedalus ready, and you're already one-shotting heroes for your little shredder. Not going to be the case anymore. So still a strong hero, just going to play more for those early mid-game timings. We'll have to see where that goes. And then we see the Puck as well. The Puck picked into Legion as a little bit of, not going to say risky, but Puck definitely doesn't like playing versus Legion, but the rest of the heroes, you have to look at them. The Willow, not the greatest at disabling Puck, but not bad. But of course, the Dawnbreaker and the Snap do not do much to a Puck in general.
And Mars and Darkseer banned out by CDUB, so Senkin GÓMEZ, they can still take away potentially another mid. They could also get rid of a support that could be super nasty against them, but right now, there's only a few of those that would come into mind. And they're actually banning out the carry terribly, so taking another option away from Double King. So it's either Dawnbreaker or something else that he might be looking for. But the Death Prophet, very much looking like this is our offlane DP. are going to be paired up
Yeah.
with either the Caudal or the Tusk, and then Razor paired up with each one of either of those supports. Puck, we already know, is going into mid seed up. They see all their matchups, basically.
I mean, if it were me
5
personally, I would
seconds
just
remaining.
take Drow Ranger here. Call it a day.
Good old Drow versus DP, yeah?
Well, we'll have a Drow, but then for Lycan, that's pretty good too, actually. It's either way. Oh, okay. So this is something that's gonna be. It's gonna be a Snapfire support. So they're gonna change it up, and this is a Legion
Mid
mid.
Legion.
Okay. So I talked about earlier. Ela, he likes playing his Zoo type heroes, right? Beast Band on the first phase, gets the last pick Lycan. Double King still going to play this Dawnbreaker, even into an unfavorable matchup. That's just what happens when you have a specialist, right? Like, you know your matchups, you're probably asking him, like, yo, what do you want to play this game? He's like, I'll be fine, just give me my hero. I know how to play this no matter what the matchup is, and we'll see if that's truly the case here, but we know Ela is incredibly comfortable on this Lycan. The real question is going to be, is he going to be going for the universal build, or is he going to be going the standard aura build? I think it's a really good game to do the aura build here, personally. Kind of enable your teammates. You can't really deal with this big Helm of the Dominator creep very well with the heroes that you currently have for Sand King GÓMEZ. So it's a very scary Lycan pick. It's incredibly good this game. Big question mark for me is going to be Legion mid. Is that strong? Is it going to be what they need in this particular game? And is he going to have damage follow-up with these supports needing their levels? I'm going to be looking at the 7-minute wisdom runes a lot here to make sure they get their levels to get those ultimates.
That is true. Like, I think there's a lot of questions to be raised about this Legion Commander. Can it work out? Is it going to be working in the exact planned ideas and the mythology and the ideology of CDUB? But definitely, it's a best of 3, right? So experimentation time.
Right.
Like, this is definitely what this entire tournament starts going to be about: building the meta, building confidence in your own drafts, and seeing what ideas are going to be working out. But they're playing around with a lot of comfort. Like the Lycan, for example, they've played a lot in the past. The Dawnbreaker, something they're more than familiar with. I don't know what to say.
Apparently Mark is really comfortable in Legion Commanders. He's also master tier on this hero. So I think that's what it's all about. You train the whole year long, or you train for some of these players multiple years to play in any type of TI situation. You just pick what you think you're good at, right? And that sometimes is good enough.
Now looking at the smoke ups here. Heading over to the side of Sand King GÓMEZ, CDUB marching on the high ground. They're going to find this Tusk first and go and just straight up on 9 and get that first blood for themselves, but it's going to come at a cost. This Double King, maybe even Mark's going to be the next one to drop. Yes, sir. John still chased around by this Lycan. I left Duster also around. They're getting a lot of nuke damage in, and Sand King GÓMEZ, that's 3 kills going their way. Maybe Chan will drop to the Wolves. They want to pull Sanctified back in, but he doesn't quite get the connection there. And Caudal will make his way out. 3 kills for Sand King GÓMEZ right at the bat of this game.
Yeah, but I believe CDUB did manage to get the first blood, but really comes in favor of Sand King GÓMEZ. There's still 1,000 gold advantage here. We'll see if the small things like the Caudal, he did not die there, but he has to limp back to base there with no HP, which means he will not be available for the first wave. And Ducho is going to get cut out here just a little bit here. And this is not the start you're looking for if you're Death Prophet on the bot lane, getting completely zoned out from the first wave.
Yeah, that DP already.
And they had to use a salve
early
from
salve,
9.
yeah.
Ooh, that's half efficiency there too. So even though that really went well for Sand King GÓMEZ kill to kill wise, they definitely did not get advantage in the laning stage from it. And sometimes that's more important than getting a couple of kills early on in the game.
Well, let's see what this laning stage is going to be bringing us up, because already 4 kills on the board, which is more than a rapid start than any of the other games that we've seen so far. You're going to love the aggression coming out from both teams as well, welcoming that skirmish, that we are ready to fight. We're not going to give any inches to either side.
And I really liked how fast CDUB was on that reaction there. Because if they would have walked that high ground and Sand King GÓMEZ was theirs 5 with the Tusk, that could have been a different story. But CDUB just on the same page there really quickly to get there. Because if you look at the new changes to Tusk, the tag team, it has an aura now that reduces attack speed by 20. So he should be like the king at these early game kind of rotations, but Sand Gomez was just not ready for that whatsoever.
Already giving a bit of a battle here. Duster versus 9. Duster, he's going to have to force out the teleport back home. 9, with the help of 2 melee creeps, it's a much harder battle. Duster doesn't go all the way back home, but instead teleports straight back to the lane. So even with a salve already traded off of Dutcho, Duster and Double King both kind of low on regen. Just the full stack of tangos left on the Snapfire.
Yeah, that definitely hurt him quite a lot there. Really good by 9 to just get that damage in there where he can, really abusing the fact that Tusk this patch is much stronger. And I think the fact that he has to save this game too, we could potentially see a lot of impact coming out from 9 and his Tusk in this game.
Slawi yesterday didn't have too much luck in his series versus Nouns. A couple very difficult matchups for him to play up against, and in that game too, he was given a lot of security from his team. He was not the only one that had to carry his team to victory, but instead he had all the cores and the supports around him required to get success. But now playing on this Razor, kind of a hero that it needs to work out, right? Like, in not a lot of carries, you always say, like, yeah, this hero is kind of like, it's going to carry us in the end, right? Razor, he's got scaling towards the later parts of the games, sure. But I feel like he's always sat into that category. If his early game doesn't go well, he's just so far behind, right?
Generally speaking, yes, but this new Razor is a little bit of a question mark for me at the current point in time, because they changed how Storm Surge works. So the old Shard is pretty much, well, in bottom lane here. I guess we'll just cook you out and be fine. But Double King, he's looking pretty strong here.
Now really battling it out for sure. Yeah, maybe the new Razor changes potentially have changed it a little bit more. Like, a lot of these heroes have been changed from worse to better. Maybe Razor is amongst one of those.
He's just different now, and I have a lot of theory crafts that I want to try with him, but there's so much battling on this bot lane, I don't even know if I can talk about it.
Well,
this Ducho, he might be going down here.
Almost getting that third Starbreaker connection. That would have been required to kill the DP, and so Duster's going to be the one to drop first. If only that last hammer would have connected on DP, they would have gotten a kill and would have maybe gotten away with the Snapfire, but instead Double King, oh, he's actually trying to go in deep there with that Celestial Hammer, but he is being pummeled, and he's gonna die for sure. Dutcho gonna take this one too, and Sand Gomez dominating this bottom lane with those 2 kills.
And you might look at this and be like, maybe that decision to just put Dawn against this lane that is very difficult may have been a little bit of overconfidence here, or potentially just that play was just not necessary. Trying to make that happen there. We saw 9 using that snowball to cancel out the Starbreaker there. Absolutely crucial for them to get that kill. And that snowball, no pun intended, into another kill, making Double King even more confident to try and go in for that kill, and just couldn't get it.
As we look at the first 5 minutes that have passed, Chan's also added up a nice 10 CS on his board, so combining a 29 amount of CS in the top lane for both of these CDUB offlaners. With the Razor, actually, that's 37. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the Lycan there for a second. They're actually pulling ahead here in the Sand Gomez top lane, their bottom lane. And something that was notable when I was still looking at some of the replays from the yesterday's matchup versus Nouns, Nouns was actually struggling in the laning stage, in the early game. It would look like they're somewhat 50-50, but you'd expect them to do a little bit better than that. So Sand Gomez really strong in the early 7 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I don't know if there's ever time for me to talk about Razor, but this is a new hero. Not a new hero, but newly changed hero. And some of the big changes I did make after we see the 6-minute rune here.
You got somebody excited in the chat already. New hero, Pog.
A new hero, yeah. Sometimes it feels that way. Mark coming bottom lane. He has duel available with invisibility.
Spicy. Oh, Duster's going to be there to help out as well. The Dawnbreaker gets the connection fully through into the duel victory for LC. So that's a successful rotation. Dutcho, we like to call that in Finnish Dota, we talk about power fantasies. You know, like when you're feeling you're so strong that nobody can stop you. And that was a prime example of that. You're flexing your muscles and end up getting dead.
Good power fantasy there.
Yeah.
Come to an end.
It's a viable term a lot in Dota. Like when somebody is like, yeah, he's got like 10 kills or something, he can do whatever he wants, and then he does a stupid mistake because he's over aggressive and he dies. So
Yeah, it's called the Timbersaw syndrome.
Timbersaw syndrome. Okay, yeah, that also works. But Mark getting his first duel victory, topping CS right now, feeling pretty good for him. Lund, not too much seen from his puck yet. So that first rotation the puck's going to be making, Sanking GÓMEZ, they don't really need to relieve pressure off of either lane, but they don't want CDUB to kind of corral and get together.
Yeah. And we'll have to see. I'm keeping an eye on a lot of different things here. Still want to talk about the Razor, but I don't know when a good time will be. This game is definitely very action-packed. A lot happening.
Welcome
I'll go
to
ahead and try again.
Fear's Razor theory.
Yeah, I mean, the Razor theory. Okay, so like the thing about this hero is I think you only put 2 points in Static Link right now, just for the laning stage. You can max your Plasma Field, it helps you farm, and then you max your Storm Surge, because this ability quite literally is a farming tool now. It hits 3 heroes, it can do 150 damage per hero, 18% chance, so you're going to be able to just run around and farm a lot faster than you used to. And he no longer has the shard. They basically put the shard into his Storm Surge. And now his shard, what it does is increase the cast range of Static Link, and it pulls targets towards each other, which, as you can see, is quite useful. So he pretty much has everything that he had before and a new ability. And plus they changed his scaling, so 25 Static Link steals attack speed as well as damage. And all his talents are quite good, as well as on top of that, so.
Bit of an attempt here in the top lane. That's going to be a DDLC getting the duel off just before the blinding light connects, but that's going to prevent the duel victory from going through. But still going to be getting the kill, and there's the snowball, but it's going to be too late. Coil, Lund's going to be joining in the fight as well. LC going to be half HP. Big nukes coming here from Lund, and they're going to evaporate that LC. Isla is going to have to make a run for it as well. Willow going for the teleport. He's got 15 HP, but the blood grenade, and of course the follow-up from Lund just gets that illusory orb in time, making it a 2-for-1 and denying that duel victory from going through.
All right, very, very good. I think that rotation, the counter initiation was really good there. If Tusk could have been there a little bit sooner, that may have been better, and that's why you normally see Tusk rush these blink daggers. But he got clipped by a bramble maze, so he just couldn't get there in time. But I think either way, saw he was going to die on his Razor. Opting for the Mask of Madness here, you're going to see him play a lot more like a carry than you will see the traditional Razor, like, oh, I have to make space, I'm playing Razor, right? You can just go and hit creeps, farm it up. Especially the Coddle stacking for you, replenishing your mana so you can have this Plasma filled over and over again. This Razor's going to be farmed, moral of the story. He can keep up with most carries nowadays, unless we're talking about Nagas and a few other examples like Sven. No one can keep up with those heroes.
Dawnbreaker actually getting a pretty good neutral item there. It's Spark of Courage. Extra damage while farming, and if you're in real big trouble, getting extra armor. Dawn already has a decent amount of armor on top, so that gets amplified by an extra +7 in the early game. That's a hefty amount. But in the top lane, like a dropping low. Oh, the duel from range by Mark actually gets it, and Double King there to help out with the Solar Guardian. And Mark getting his second duel victory. Very, very active with this LC, and that's just what CDUB needs.
And with that, he should be finishing his Blade Mill as well, which is going to increase his farming speed, and most likely going into that Blink Dagger next, I would imagine. And Ela on his Lycan, he has chosen his path. He went for the Helm of the Dominator, most likely in the Helm of the Overlord next. And you're just going to stick that on heroes like Razor and DP, and they're not a huge fan of that.
One
Slaw is trying to defend top a little bit.
What question I have in mind is, because of this Coddle, is this maybe an NKB game? But
fight.
we'll see about that. Dutcho already going for the deep dive here at the same time under the tower. The Lycan in trouble, trying to shapeshift away, but he's going to be falling. At the same time, Duster, low on HP, does get the cookie stun onto the DP. The coil also connected by Lund, trying to catch this Double King Dawnbreaker, but it does look like it's only going to be Snapfire to lose his life, with Sanking GÓMEZ hunting them down one by one. Not losing a hero here, keeping the tier 1 tower up as they finish the bottom T1, getting a successful trade, maybe even a second tower, as this top T1 is now defenseless.
That was a really good defense there. That tower will die eventually, but not for now. And as far as this tower, do you want to defend it? There is a possibility if you're CDUB to defend, but It looks like they're
No
not in
Mortimers,
position.
please.
Mark wants to go, but where's his team at?
Yeah, no
Shapeshift is
no
available.
Mortimers, no Solar Guardian. Gonna have to be in a bit of a short-handed situation at least. Isla already initiated on Mark with the blade mail, already down to half HP by the time he gets to the fight. Lund very low on HP as well, trying to go for the disengage. And CDUB can't find an opening. They just don't have the required ults, the way to approach that fight. Mark was trying to get closer to him, and then suddenly LC goes from 100 HP to like 50%. Like, okay, this is not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you have a lot of long-range damage coming out. Mark is gonna die to neutrals if he keeps that one up. Backs out just in time here. A little ambitious here. I guess he might be able to get this big one, or if he wants to spend a lot of time on this with some procs.
Yeah, one by one.
Is this the best use of his time? That is going to be the question. And he decided yes it is, so...
Dire's top tower
Either way, he'll end up farming the jungle for a little bit. Double King moving on, gets his Echo Saber. What other big items? We have the Helm of the Dominator is online, so those are all your pretty much your core items you're looking for. Maybe the Blink Dagger on Legion is going to be the next big one. Helm of the Overlord on the Lycan, and whatever Double King does get probably looks like the Desolator. Something you don't have to wait for, but maybe they do have to wait for this Legion Blink. As far as Sand King GÓMEZ, like, Puck, he's got a Witchblade. He's pretty happy. Probably going Blink next, but doesn't necessarily need it the way he's going. Tusk Blink Dagger is coming very soon for Sand King GÓMEZ. And that's going to be, like, one of the biggest items in the game right now. That will save you from so much damage that is coming out through CDUB.
And that is basically just going to counter Mark's Blink Dagger. Mark goes in,
essentially,
quick duel win. If the Tusk is nearby, he's just going to counteract that initiation completely. You've got the time of 2-3 seconds to get back together and fight them away. Worst case scenario, even use Mortimer's Kisses and stuff like that, and you're wasting a lot on a basic ability. So this Blink Dagger on Tusk, the timing and the importance of it, going to be huge.
And Mark just now finished that Ancient stack. Really working on it for some time there, but the man has achieved his dream. Which also kind of shows you how much importance he's putting on the Blink right now and the mentality of CDUB. CDUB are like, hey, let's not really do anything until I get my Blink. But that might be greeted by a Blink of Tusk, and that could be a very bad thing, as Sand King GÓMEZ is 5k gold ahead. Razor completely free farming. You don't really have a traditional carry on CDUB, so if you're a Sand King GÓMEZ fan or believer, they're doing it as they're currently speaking.
Holding on
will
to the
tell.
5k lead as well pretty early on into this game, so comfortably entering soon to be called mid-game with this Razor Puck. Both of them who are enjoying their games so far. Slawi having a much better start as well, topping net worth with almost 8,500. Far ahead from the next core, which is Double King's carry, Dawnbreaker, closing up on 7k. Going for Desolator first. We've got the shards, the blinks, the BKBs lined up. Kind of needs that shard early on as well, but you need Deso for the damage. Need shard for the, you could technically say, extra damage, because then you can move around. Get that third stun.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm the only one that does this, but I categorize early, mid, and late game in very simple terms. Like, the early game begins at 7 minutes for me, like when the first set of neutral items out. Before then, it's laning stage. The mid game for me starts at 17 minutes when the second set of neutral items come out. And then at 27 minutes, I think that's about the time when late game approaches. And then ultra late game is the anything past that.
I go by something similar as well, yeah. Well, let's see, Isla. Okay, he's not going to make out of this one. He shouldn't.
No, he's
But
fine,
he does.
but he did have to use shapeshift to get out of that one. Which isn't the worst thing. And Mark is behind him smoked with a Blink Dagger. If there's a straggler, he'd love to get this Tusk, actually. And he's under vision, just didn't have the confidence to go for it.
Yeah, with the
But they do know,
running out.
yeah, but they do know that Tusk has a Blink now. So if he doesn't go on the Tusk, he has to run the risk of that Tusk saving heroes.
Got to start from somewhere. Lund. Moving in pretty deep here. Has the vision, sees the snapfire. Oh, he doesn't see the Legion Commander right next to him, though, but has to throw in the moment of carnage. Press the attack, even. Get the snapfire out of harm's way. No proper fight starting off here. So, yeah, talking about timers, usually I've had, like, laning stage is kind of over it by, like, somewhere around 8-9 minutes. Usually the time when I've been observing games and changed from last hits to net worth.
Well, it's 7 for me. It's
7-8
players
minutes, somewhere
like,
around there. Yeah.
As soon as the neutral items come out, I go jungle because I want that neutral item.
Yeah, the neutral items for sure. Usually 20 minutes for around mid game, 19-20, somewhere around that. Easy markers. Nope, Snapfire easily soloed there by Lund. Having the invulnerability rune as well, no challenge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
AKA shield rune, mid tower to fall.
Up to 7k gold advantage here. Sand King GÓMEZ are just completely outplaying CDUB on the map, and I think a lot of this has to do with it. CDUB doesn't have the confidence to do anything right now. But what is your confidence? What is your timer going to be? Speaking of the confidence, it's like Mark has to go in and make a duel, but he doesn't know how to make that happen with this Tusk Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, this Razor and Coddler are stacking and farming everything across the map here, which is a big issue. And your carry is a Dawnbreaker. This is a hero that wants Mark to go in, start the duel, and think about what they have to offer with that. They have the Solar Guardian that can go on top of the duel. They have the Mortimer's Kisses that go on the duel. They have the Bedlam that go on the duel. But everything is centered around this duel. And it's been hard countered by the Snowball. So Sand King GÓMEZ has found the weakness in CDUB's draft, and they're playing it beautifully. They're realizing they don't have to do anything, because I think Razor is going to outscale every single hero in this game.
At least getting this Roshan and an Aegis, if they are forced into a fight, could be helpful for them. But are they in full fighting strength? Sand King GÓMEZ really strong right now. Pretty heavy lead as well, economically. But is that going to be everything? They've got the Deso and the Echo Saber up on the Dawnbreaker, so she does hit hard. You don't have the shard yet to get those guaranteed Starbreaker stuns. Will at least be the carrier for the Aegis. And CDUB, smoke up, portal bottom. Sand King GÓMEZ pushing a tier 2 tower. Are they staying too long? That's the big question. They gotta start moving out.
Yeah, they should probably get back soon.
Can come back with that Solar Guardian. Dutcho still staying very risky.
He has no Exo very soon here. He's gonna have to back out. Let's see if they play it patiently, or if they're going to caught.
They're missing the puck. They're missing the puck as well. This could be the time for CDUB to go in, but still, they talked about the confidence. It's not there. They're going to get to stack up together. Now the puck's joining in the fight. Mark actually finds the puck, duels the puck right away, and that's the target they want to go for. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Duster with the kill, with the Mortimer's Kisses. CDUB finding the first one. Slawi forced away. The Razor dropping very low on HP. Does get saved with the Glimmer Cape. Now the Snowball hitting the Sanctified Dark below the backline as well with Dutcho. No Exorcism. Chan also forcing the people. Let's get the hell out of here. CDUB still in the chase. Isla. Mark coming in as well. Gets the blink. Gets a lot of damage. And Slawi does have the static link, but he's afraid to go in. And that also means Sand King GÓMEZ in big trouble. Dutcho still holding his ground. The Siphon's doing a lot of work here. Still keeping himself alive. Sanctified is down. 9 is doing a lot of work at the back line. Now Mark is forced away. Sand King GÓMEZ coming up the reinitiation. Duster's going to be falling as well. Now Double King standing in the middle still has the Aegis. Isla, he's got 9 right next to him. The Silence landing onto 2. Slawi getting the confidence to go in. Maybe the Dawnbreaker. That's the Aegis gone. Maybe even onto the LC. 9 going for the chase. Gets the Snowball connection as well. No, he doesn't. The blink away. And Double King, he's left all by himself, but there's no TP cancel. Yes, there is. Lund with the coil. And the Dawnbreaker to fall. Sand King GÓMEZ somehow still find the options to turn the fight around and win it in the end. It was looking bad, Veer.
That was absolutely beautiful. Ducho surviving for so long with this Vanguard and Guardian Greaves type of strategy. And then in the backline, what was really good is Chan on his Coddle. Not only did he channel Max Illuminate, you saw Slawi use 1 Plasma Field, gave him mana, so he had a double Plasma Field in that fight with the blast from Coddle with so much damage. We'll probably see it through this replay here too. You're going to watch, like, look, 1 Siphon off here. There's a 2nd Siphon. If he's healing so much, there's a 3rd Siphon. This guy isn't dying. You get 1 Q off from Slawi here. He gets mana from Chan, I believe, in a second. And he's going to end up casting another Q into this fight here. And they managed to get just, like, so much damage off. I think that was his 3rd Q in the fight, actually. We missed a little fight before that. But they just had so much damage coming out from the back end there. And I want to say CDUB, they had a good initiation if you go back to the beginning of that fight. on the puck, where you just the Tusk wasn't there.
Talk about another fight, dual connection onto the Tusk this time. The snowball save taken away, but Mark will pay for it with his life. The Fear does connect onto 2, Sanctify, blocking their exit. Isla also going to be charging in with that shapeshift. Meanwhile, the fight spreading onto the left side. Double King down a half HP, still being hunted down. Lund and Chan doing as much work as they can. Can they get this Dawnbreaker? So close to getting the kill. Godel giving more. Give me mana, Kotu, and gets that. Lund still finding Double King in the trees. The phase shift there to dodge this Dawnbreaker. Starbreaker, but still taken down. And they're running them over in the high ground of the base. But they got to start turning around. There's a buyback from the Snapfire. The Golem is doing work, but the Golem's about to drop as Dutcho keeps his ground with that Exorcism, and it's about to expire just now. So perfectly timed again from Sankin Gomez. Another 5k net worth going their way.
You've pretty much ran out of gas there for CDUB. You went for this Dawnbreaker, who is a tempo-based carry. You went for this Lycan, who's not even going for a scaling build, going for straight into the Helm of the Overlord. And of course, you got the Legion mid. 48 damage at this point in the game isn't bad, but this is your mid laner. This is something you wanted a lot more. You wanted to see this hero top of net worth. Every duel equals a kill, but against this Tusk, seems like that is not necessarily going to happen. Or even if they do win a duel, they've committed so much that they can't win the fight, especially when you're down 14,000 gold.
Yeah, like we're 22 minutes in that 40-minute game yesterday. Dutcho, he had 332 duel damage at the end of that game. So Mark only has a quarter of that, and already half the game played.
Well, if you want to win this game if you're CDUB, you're gonna have to play off mistakes of Sankin Gomez, and really off vision, because you're gonna have to see exactly where this Tusk is. Maybe get a couple of these cheeky duel kills when Tusk is somewhere else on the map, or you have to target the Tusk like you are in the fights. But even if you manage to kill a Tusk with a duel, that's great and all, but you're targeting a POS 4 with your Blade Mill duel, which typically you want to target the carry with that, right? And kill the enemy carry with that. So I don't even know if that's enough, so they might have to just find ways to kill the Tusk first with maybe the Dark Willow and the Lycan, finding him in the backlines. Easier said than done, though, and really... You talked about you like to use terms. There's like a tennis term I like to use for Dota as well. It's called unforced errors.
Unforced errors.
Yeah, so it's basically you make a mistake. So Tusk would have to make an unforced error there to kind of get caught out and out of position there.
Talk about free will in Dota. 6 to 16 is looking pretty brutal. CDUB, not a lot of kills racked up this game. Have been playing on the back foot quite a bit. A couple good initiations, but the follow-ups, the extensions haven't been going their way. Lund still bullying Duster. Dutcho also joining in, so Duster's going to be dropping 5, 1, and 7 now on this puck. Also looking at Dutcho, who has racked up the most assists. He's been 2, 1, and 12, so 14 out of the 17 kills Sankin Gomez has racked up as he has lived. Oh, nice attempt there from Mark, but is it worth it? Oh,
they
doubles
got him
there, and now you're surrounded by enemies. So many hostiles.
And you don't even kill him.
And they don't even kill him. Sanctified, maybe snipes Chan. Okay, just goes for the TP out. Needs to get out of there.
Yeah, you're seeing plays like these because you're starting to see desperation from CDUB. They realize the state of the game is very bad, and sometimes the only way to win a game that is unwinnable is by doing crazy things that your opponents don't expect. But it also expedites your loss too, technically, if it doesn't work out. But if you feel like you have no chance to win the game unless you do it, and it has more chance of working, or it has more chance of you winning the game than if you just play passive. Playing to win instead of playing not to lose, as a lot of people like to call it.
And you got to keep that kind of clarity and mentality in check as well. Usually the team that tilts first is the one to lose first.
It's a best of 3 too, right?
It's a best of 3 as well. Yeah, you can't let that kind of rub on you too much.
As this game does look a little bit bleak, CDUB's lineup is completely out of gas. They're running on fumes right now. But there is always a possibility. Those fumes can take you a little more distance sometimes to where you need to be. But they need to do something quick before they're on empty.
Luntz found the Dawnbreaker. Calling in for some backup. Actually, it's Mark that's coming in, and Dutcho's now moved in, spots the Dawnbreaker. 2v1 by the looks of it, but here comes Lund as well, shows up out of nowhere. Dawnbreaker, very low in HP, but Death Prophet's going to be taking a brunt of damage. Duster there to help him out. 2 versus 4, and somehow, they're keeping them all at bay. Dutcho still living, and here comes 9. Walrus punch to the face. Even Dawnbreaker can't stand that kind of a hit. And Sankin Gomez, 2v4, with the help of 9 showing up, get the kill, and they survive.
I'm pretty sure at this point, Mark wants out. This is definitely a situation where the game is not going the way you want it to go. Every single duel you attempt is not working out. Not your ideal Legion Commander game. I talked a lot about before as watching Mark as a player throughout the year. It's very feast or famine, and this is definitely one of those games where things are not working out for them. Net worth isn't going well. The rotations aren't happening, and insult to injury here as he's going to get some aggressive tipping here too.
Another exorcism.
I also know Mark is the type of player. I don't know about competitive games, but I played a lot of pubs with this man. He can tilt. He can tilt for sure. And I think 9 knows that as well. So emotional warfare happening.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it is a kind of a battle of the minds in North America, at least. The banterous region, always known to be one. Try to get under the skin of your opponents whenever you can. Try not to tilt yourself. Very different type of mental warfare compared to like some of the other regions. Mr. Pinecone here battling against the creeps. Trying to rat the top lane.
And, alright. I'll hold to that thought as there might be some battling here. See if Puck wants to chase or not.
Well, the
got
shift
stunned.
already used. Yule's up into the air. Chan being chased. Pushes Mark away. Blink on cooldown for 6 seconds. And again, just... Is it another bait? Is it another bait? Chan, he's even turning around a couple times. And Lund shows up to catch off Mark. Isla's on the run. And Mark, he submits to his fate. Even with the Mortimer's Kisses flying in. Dives in and finds 2 more targets to jump on. Puck, however, very low in HP, but surviving. Sanctified wants to get the finishing blow, but no. Taken away. Sankin Gomez toying with their prey, but Lund... I talked to you yesterday about this guy. This is the type of confidence. When Lund has a good game, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, he's having a great game on this Puck. Everyone's having a great game. Sawi, Chan. Chan's been really impressive.
Chan's been great,
Grimstroke performances, this Coddle performance. 9's been great. Who hasn't been great this game?
CDUB, by the looks of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Really struggled to get on the board this first game's not up to par what we are used to seeing from CDUB, a real battling team. Now just on the receiving end for the majority.
I would
of this
argue
game.
mainly Mark and Double King have not looked like they've found their place in this game. Like, yes, there's a Dawnbreaker in this game. It's hard for me to... I forgot for a second there was a Dawn in this game. Double King has been that quiet. We've barely seen any ultis coming out from him. Kind of just been farming away. And I don't really blame him either, because, yeah, we're going to see another death here on Lycan, but oh well. Double King going to be in trouble here too. Probably not going to die tanky enough. But his only real play as a Dawnbreaker is to just use his ulti on Mark after he duels. I talked about it before. He can't really make stuff happen by himself. That's not how the hero functions. And so maybe not now is the right time to talk about it, but potentially after this game, we figure out, like, is this Dawnbreaker carry exactly what we want? Or maybe the Tusk needs to go, but there's still a little bit more game to play. We'll see what happens. Looking bleak, though. 26,000 gold for Sankin Gomez, as CDUB doesn't really seem to have much now.
A dual attempt, but how does this one work out? 4
it works.
Versus, or
Very
3
good.
versus 1. Okay, that's a win. Even using
And that's the first time we saw Sankin Gomez, like, fall out of formation. Talked about 9 having to be around, taking a duel when your Tusk is not there. They finally found it. And that would be going back to the unforced air. That was an unforced air there by Ducho.
Something we saw kind of similar from yesterday when everybody else was taking Roshan Mu would show himself in the lane. Hey guys, I found the enemy, I died, but you can take Roche. Sankin Gomez doing something similar. Maybe not the best target to give away, potentially maybe even better to give a support in that fashion. But LC does scale with these dual victories, even though Mark doesn't have quite a lot of dual victories. It's still...
He didn't get the victory.
Yeah, that one too. Okay.
So it's hard to say, but yeah, that's the worst part of that one, is he didn't get the duel victory. Still at 48. But he, however, does have my favorite neutral item of the B patch. Was it the B patch that came out? No, 34 patch. The Vindicator's Axe. It is a really good item if there's any silences in the game, and just in general any slows. It has 20% slow resistance added to it, which is quite nice. And if you are silenced as well, you get 30 damage and 20 armor if you're stunned. You just get 20 armor if you're stunned. You can't move anyway. It's just like free 20 armor.
There's the Hex from Slawi. Duster tries to roll around, but it's not going to be enough. However, the turnaround, did they go too deep in? 9 low on HP. Another duel has been interrupted. No victory for Mark, and even Mark losing his life. Comes in with the buyback. They've got to root some couple heroes here. Slawi, 9, Dutcho still able to get out. Nice silence. 3 heroes silenced there, and then turn around with the coil.
Okay.
They want to work on those buildings, keep them at bay. Just
get Arcane Rune, I guess. I mean, I said okay. Slawi said okay. It's like, what the hell is that coil? Just for fun with an Arcane Rune.
Yeah, 25
and
seconds.
Slawi is a monster at this point. He is Butterfly, Hex on top of his other items. How do you deal with him on top of an Aegis?
Yep. That electricity slowly grasping the structures of these tier 4 towers. Electrifying at the least. Sankin Gomez came in with a storm. I don't know how many puns I'm going to make up with Slawi, but in the end, one more fight left in CDUB. We saw some crazy Dota yesterday with GRIN and TiltedBoys. Can they pull off something similar here? Mark finding the backline, gets the Tusk into the duel with that BKB. Maybe it works out. Solar Guardia coming in as well. No duel victory, but a kill at least. And Lund silencing the backline, interrupting the Mortimer's Kisses. Sanctified and Isla both going to be dropping a double king, trying to go on Chan. Chan, he's got the Yules. He's hovering himself into the air, preventing him from dying right away, and Double King surrounded. He does do a lot of damage, but it does not matter. They have all fallen, and the GG's given. CDUB have to give up this first map. Sankin Gomez, though, on a roll.
They definitely are, and kind of proving that them going to 3 games against Nouns, the favorite of the region, was no fluke. They've come to play. Seems they have a good idea of how to grasp strategies as well. I really enjoyed like their overall strategy. Of course, I'm a big Razor fan right now. I have a lot of ideas of how this hero can be good, but like watching it play it out kind of like reinforces that this hero looks good. Especially, he did run it with the Coddle, which made a lot of sense. You can refresh the static link, which did come in handy that last fight, but it's mainly just to stack over and over with the Plasma Field. Razor can kill stacks quite easily. So really impressive performance from every single player on Sankin Gomez. However, this game was very one-sided because strategically, their idea of how to play the game for CDUB was countered by one small idea, and that one idea was saving from a duel. That could have came from a Venge, could have came from a Tusk, it could come from an Oracle, whatever it might be. You can't have one idea of like, I'm going to dual target, we're going to pick a bunch of heroes like Snapfire, Willow, Dawnbreaker to kill that one target. If you do that, you're going to find yourself in a situation if any team picks a save that you can't kill that target, and now you can no longer play the game.
Also, if like some kind of what's it called, justification maybe for CDUB and the drafting idea they had. I'm not saying this in a bad way that it's a pub strat, but because it can sometimes pub strats work just as fine in competitive games. I can understand the idea of Lycan, if he can pull off a pretty sizable lead early on in the game, can look towards an Ags. Dawnbreaker gets a massive buff from that. You got this spinning wolf, does just absolutely tons of damage, but they never got to that part where Double King would have been amplified even more by his team. It was really just about Mark and the duel. How much stuff can we throw into the duel? Can we keep him alive for long enough? And then try to get some dish out damage, maybe a couple pickoffs into the mix. But really, Sankin Gomez, they had like 4 or 5 different answers to where CDUB only had one.
Pretty much. It was a rough game. And I think going into this next game, they realized this problem. Mark also, I mean, he's a very vocal guy. He's a talkative guy. I mentioned, sure, maybe he's a little bit of a tilty guy. Hopefully, his understanding of the game is higher than what his tilt levels are after the game. And they make the correct, reasonable, and rational adjustments going into the next game here. But overall, just a wonderful game from Sankin Gomez.
Yeah, and obviously, when we look at the whole team, John going 1-1-15 with the Caudle, great plays, great Glimmer Cape saves, like the positioning from the team to really get the biggest benefit out of items like these, moving, juking around in the trees. We saw Ducho, heavy frontlining Death Prophet, doing the job you exactly had to do. Lund can, freestyle a bit with the puck. Like, that's when your mid player is like, all right, I've got a lot of stuff happening from my team. I can do maybe my own thing. Maybe I can help out the team by making my own plays happen. But there was one guy who just basically goes above the rest, mainly because the hero was the perfect hero for this game, and he played it well. I say we give it the 9 here.
Yeah, definitely. I think 9 for sure was the MVP because he just countered the core idea of how CDUB was going to work, and his idea to go brown boots into the blink dagger rush, realizing how important the snowball save is.
Yeah.
Super important. As you mentioned, 7-3-12, good score line as well. Doing the damage in the fights, finding the pickoffs, being the save. I think playing Tusk is a bit of an art, like knowing when to be the save and when to be the initiator, and he did that flawlessly in this particular game.
Well, as we see the first game wrapped up, it's a best of 3, and it's time to see, can CDUB pull themselves back together? Otherwise, elimination is upon them. But that is for the players and the teams to decide. We're going to take a tiny break and a breather, get your refreshments, whatever you need, and we'll be back for game number 2. As the first game has now been unraveled, Sankin GÓMEZ take the lead versus CDUB Esports. They did not see the dub on this one, but will they see it in the second one? A lot of things need to change because they weren't exactly the most active team. They had a very hard lineup to execute. I could see the plan they were going to at some stage of the game if they got there, but playing from behind, this never really came into fruition and never saw the sunlight. But will Sankin GÓMEZ just roll on ahead here? Because game one, very convincing. Probably still living on the high of getting a map off of nouns. Very competitive. Looking like a pretty hot team. Not a lot of players, or not even probably a lot of them, people in the audience would have thought Sankin GÓMEZ to potentially be even like a top 6 team. But looking at the performances from yesterday and today, I feel like that could even be an easy probability.
I mean, it definitely is. I still stand pretty strong with where I think the top 3 teams are. Outside of that, I have no idea. And out of the top 3 teams, do I think any of them are going to win the qualifier? I have no idea. And the top 3 teams for me are Nouns, Wildcard, and Bait. So maybe DogChamp is an equation of a close 4. But things never go according to plan in the qualifiers, especially if not for TI. And things never go according to plan at TI as well. It's just that type of year. So we'll have to see. But Sankin GÓMEZ are definitely looking well. And if they can gain the momentum, let's say they win this series, or whatever team that is in the lower bracket that makes it to the lower bracket final, the longer the run you have, the scarier you're going to be, especially if you can make it to the grand final. So one of these teams like CDUB, Sankin GÓMEZ, Bait, whatever it might be, American Goons, if they can make a run from the lower bracket round 2 all the way to the grand final, that'll be a scary team. But that's a long road from now. Sankin GÓMEZ are up 1 game now against CDUB. CDUB, their draft had a lot of holes in it for sure that they need to patch. And I'm not seeing a lot of like big flaws in the drafts of Sankin GÓMEZ. Even the games that they did lose later on in the third game against Nouns, their draft was fine. It was just an execution problem. So I'm definitely favoring Sankin GÓMEZ right now just because their drafting looks good. Their play, now that they're not playing a powerhouse like Nouns, should be good enough to beat CDUB right now, especially a CDUB that isn't in top form. So CDUB, they got to do a bit of time to take a breather, realize what the problem was, and they got to come back even stronger in this next game before it's too late. Because, mind you, this is an elimination game. Whoever does lose does no longer get to play in the TI qualifiers.
Also, what I've been looking at, don't necessarily have like a lot of statistics early on into the tournament, but one thing is for sure, Sankin GÓMEZ 5th game in a row on Dire, and also getting that second pick at least 2 games in a row. Not entirely sure how many they had versus Nouns, but maybe in all of them. We saw the Monkey King being picked after the Ember Spirit that Gunnar had, and of course we saw the Leshrac from Gunnar before the Dawnbreaker finisher from GÓMEZ. But they've really liked this Dire side a lot, and you can definitely see that a lot of things they're doing right in the early game, they get to repeat from game to game because they're familiar with the side, they know what's going on. Obviously, everybody knows how to play Radiant and Dire, but you have these specialist teams that prefer either, we always want second pick, we always want Radiant, we always want Dire. And maybe that shows something here as well. But CDUB, first pick, still a lot of questions in the air. What type of approach do you take to the draft? Are you just going for the early support pick, leaving the table open, which is a smart, basic idea? But do you go for something different now? Like we saw the Dawnbreaker, first pick, it was the carry after all.
Yeah, and I think that didn't really work out very well. Double King didn't have the best game, wasn't able to find much of an impact as well. But I don't think the idea when they picked it was it's going to be the carry no matter what. However, I feel like the pivot they made was not correct. I was kind of hoping for like the Drow type of route where you can get, you're playing versus Razor, a hero that hates playing versus Drow. They're playing against a hero like Death Prophet. You get the Hypothermia as a way of dealing with them. Their Lycan was supposed to be their answer to both of that, and we saw the Lycan didn't really threaten the DP at all, didn't really threaten the Razor, so they just had a bit of a misread on the game, and of course the Dawnbreaker not doing well in the laning stage didn't help. But we're on to a new game here, and it looks like Sankin GÓMEZ will now be the second pick again, it looks like. Okay.
Yeah. They are Dire again and second pick again, like I was saying a couple moments ago. Yeah. So they keep repeating it. But one big question is, Sankin GÓMEZ with their ban, if it's not Invoker, CDUB could be left to pick it for themselves in the first phase. Not sure if that's an idea, but that will be a first time we get to potentially even see the hero in the game.
That might be the only core right now that's first pickable. That has like no flex potential. Well, at least I say it has no flex potential. Maybe it does. But when you think Invoker, you mainly think mid. And that's where most of its games are played.
They left it open for CDUB. If they don't ban it, they can pick it. And Senkin Gomez, they also have the idea of, do they want to pick Lund's hero right away in the first phase? If it was something like an Ember, he could probably do it. Senkin Gomez, at least in the previous patch, did like to pick their mids in the first phase if they had the opportunity, and CDUB says no. So, no Invoker.
Goodbye.
All the theory crafting. Let's go Razor, so Fear can talk more about Razor for us.
I've said most everything I need to say. The only thing I would have said about the only thing I would have changed in the last game was maybe it's kind of like a variation. He went Mask of Madness, I'd go Midas, but it's kind of like Faceless Void, right? You can either go Midas or Mask of Madness. It's kind of similar.
Yeah. Senkin Gomez.
What you want to do?
They've seen this Dawnbreaker in action, but we still have to remind ourselves the Sanctified and Duster do both play the Dawnbreaker. I remember Isla probably also has played it in the offlane in the previous patch. So a good flex pick. They can keep their eyes open for the carry again if they want to. But this is a hero that did a lot of damage well, I could say damage mentality-wise, because the Soul Binds led into two-man duels. LC is still in the pool if CDUB doesn't decide to ban it or Senkin wants to ban it. But this Grimstroke was it was a good pick. It was a really good pick yesterday.
100%. And I think you do kind of want to look at the success it did have in the other day and ban out some of those successes, because that's exactly what Nouns did after they lost the strategy going into game number 3. They banned out some of those heroes, and they will ban the Wraith King. That was the hero that they paired with it, so it makes sense. It will leave, however, the Legion Commander in the pool, but they couldn't ban everything out. They banned the Ember and the Wraith King, and of course, with only 2 bans, the Legion will sneak through, but they don't have to pick it right now. I think picking another support here would be the safe route, because you don't know where this Dawn's going. Not yet. Do you want to pick the Tusk again, is the question.
Could. I mean, if they pick LC on Gomez, maybe Tusk goes for CDUB.
For sure. Maybe Avenge too. Something like that. You can see both those heroes being good, but 9 has shown that he does like his Tusk. We've seen him play a lot of Tusk. He's good at it. Maybe just go for that again. However, they're going to take their time. I don't know 9 as well as 9 knows himself, so he decides Rubik is going to be the right hero for him this game.
Well, let's see what they want to finalize this draft with, but at least the Rubik and the Grimstroke supports have both been revealed. We kind of talked about Rubik yesterday, that the hero seems to always get better when everybody else gets better around Rubik, so he's always gaining benefit from all the patch changes. Still a good dueler in the lane. We kind of talked about Venge being a good matchup against it. And CDUB will go for the Legion Commander, seeing there's no Tusk on the field. Maybe they'll have to find a different type of save or answer. But it cannot be a support anymore from Gomez, Senkin Gomez. It would have to be something else. How do they approach the duels? They just overpower it with damage? Who knows? It won't be the first time we see something like an OD show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, you could go the save route, which did work pretty well, especially against this combo. And if they're going to go the same route of like Legion, Dawn, plus like Willow or Snapfire here, not a bad choice. And if they can't get that choice, I think you maybe should look more towards the carries that if you're fast on your fingers, won't die to a dual combination or can turn it easily. Troll comes to mind, obviously Lifestealer, Ursa, those type of heroes. But then now you have a Shadow Demon, which this is an anti-carry in a lot of ways. Very annoying to play against as a carry, getting purged all the time, and the illusions being put on you. Don't think you want Ursa anymore, because you get kited super hard. Definitely annoying to deal with. Troll, similar situation, but not as bad. We'll see what Senkin Gomez wants to do here. They could also do the Razor again if they want to. Also a fine option.
I like the
But I think
Shadow.
you want more of a melee, right?
Yeah, I like the Shadow Demon idea, because when you're looking for a melee answer towards this potentially, Demonic Purge really hurts a lot of them, like mobility-wise. You've even got the bubble saves. You have capability of creating illusions from illusion-based heroes. So those are always kind of a bit of a weird one. Do they sit in the picture? But we saw, I think Sammy Boy yesterday was playing the gyrocopter as a carry, so maybe that's a thing of today as well, even with or without the IO in the draft, just picking up a plain gyrocopter just by itself.
Oh no, the hero's good now. I know I used to be a hater of this hero on like previous patches.
I remember
how weak it is.
I remember.
But this hero has gotten a lot of love in the patch, and one of the biggest things that happened is when you turn on flat cannon with Aghanim's, instead of getting one hit from your side gunner, it hits 2 targets. And that's a big deal. That increases your damage tremendously, especially if you get your flak off, you get dueled, and you have a satanic. All of a sudden, you have so much lifesteal that you can kind of like power through a lot of the issues you're going to have in this game of getting dueled. So I talked about potentially like a lifestealer or a troll. We've seen this gyro being picked a lot against like black holes and I guess axe as well. These type of heroes that can go on you right away, and you just press satanic and you just kind of heal up really quickly even if you're stunned. So this does make a lot of sense. It is a strong hero of the patch. The only thing it doesn't have going for it is it's not the best target for Grimstroke to go in there, but they're going to make up for that with the mid laner most likely, and of course the Mars can do that too.
Out of some of the playmaking mids that Mark has liked to play, he's been very proficient with the Void Spirit. But where does that hero stand? I didn't really look at the notes. Was he nerfed a lot? Because he was a big issue in the past few patches. Ever since turned into Universal, the hero just became deadly.
Oh, so he was nerfed super hard, not last patch or the patch before, but the patch before that. So we haven't seen him for a long time because of that. But I believe in the most recent patch, he's been given a little bit of love. He's been increased. I don't know if he is at a state where he's super pickable right now. Not too familiar with a lot of the mid hero pool because I don't play a lot of mid, and we'll see as these players are playing more games what's going to be more predominant in the mid lane. But for now, we're going to see a TB. This is a age-old counter to the gyrocopter. TB really likes playing against heroes that don't have mobility, because he likes to press Metamorphosis, right-click you, and that's what Gyro likes doing too. He likes just running up and right-clicking you without moving, and TB just wins that man fight almost every single time, especially because if you think about how Gyrocopter enjoys to play the game, is generally going to be with a Satanic healing up, and you buy Ice Scotty every single game on Terrorblade without a question. So that kind of like reduces that output, and plus your damage output is just higher single target. So you have a way of killing that Gyrocopter. However, you are playing versus Grimstroke, and we've seen that Aghanim Scepter come online, and we know Chon, even when he's playing against heroes like Chaos Knight, still wants to go for it. That item is definitely incredibly deadly against the Terrorblade.
It definitely is. And Chan is the player, like you mentioned there. I was highlighting it yesterday. I was like, Grimstroke wants to rush Ags with brown boots. It's like, you're a basic support player from your pubs. Like, sure. But it was a game where he could definitely go for it. And even with or without the Aghanims, they still won the game. But it wasn't definitely because of it. But now it looks a whole lot better. Against Terrorblade, getting Illusion out of that, very good damage output.
And so far, I think like the Arena plus the Gyrocopter in the early game with his ultimate and call down, that's a lot of damage with Rubik. They have a lot of boxes checked right now. This is kind of why I enjoy watching them draft as well, because they give themselves an option at most all stages of the game.
They banned the silencer, and I'm starting to look at Snapfire here. Snap Core for GÓMEZ.
I don't think they need that. I think they need something that can just be melee and get in there and play with Grimstroke and Mars. Because right now, Rubik and Grim are going to sit in the back. And Gyro at some point will go to the front. But I think they really just need a hero that can get in there. And I think we're going to be seeing ourselves... Who's mid? Is it Dawn or Legion? I don't know, one of those two is mid, I suppose, because they had a big TB.
Yeah, I mean, they went for Sky. So Dawn and Sky in the offlane can do a lot of damage. You've got the dual follow-up with the Mystic Flare, which is your classic go-to dual +1 kill ability. So if A Legion gets his early
What do you play
fix-
versus Dawn mid? What is
play
that
versus
hero?
Dawn. I still feel like this is a snap coming out from Sank and Gomez. But they are going to go for a Tiny instead.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Because that's where my brain was going as well. But still not a fan of this Tiny mid. But it does exactly what it needs to do. I said this yesterday about Gunner's Tiny.
Yeah.
You know, it's a Tiny. It's what I'm not a fan of it, but it does what it needs to do. But sometimes it gets to a point where it doesn't do what it needs to do. And that's actually kill heroes in a burst. So we'll see if Lund can actually make that happen. It's going into Legion again. All right, so mid Legion yet again. Seems like Mark really believes in the mid Legion. He's going to run it back. This time, Double King is playing on a hero that if he does go AFK, like he did on the Dawnbreaker, and he will eventually come out and be a threat. Or Dawn, you can let him AFK farm all he wants, but he's not going to be a threat if he can't participate in that early game. So they definitely made some adjustments here. Not a lot. Of course, they have a lot of the similar heroes, type of heroes that they had in game number 1. But it is an improvement nonetheless, and I think having that hard carry is going to help him out. And is Lund's Tiny what they need? Is he going to be able to find these supports and snipe them down?
On paper, they'll throw you another question. Do you see this as a Sank and Gomez 2-0? Do you see CDUB having a chance now that the carries have changed? The draft has been changed a lot, and it feels a lot more viable now. But is it a 2-0? You feel like this is the game to tie it up?
I'm not confident in saying it's a 2-0, no. I think they can get a 2-0.
All right.
If I had to choose, yeah, I would say it's a 2-0, but it's a completely different game. You don't have a save anymore on Sank and Gomez. They're going to have to play a lot for this Gyro's farm. Gyro will get farmed, but can he deal with a Terrorblade? These games are impossible to judge off draft because there's so much execution that's required in a game like this. And it's going to come down to just that. Who can execute this better? Who's going to find the openings? And who's going to be able to shut down the carries and win the team fights?
And of course, if there's something that has been repeating throughout the year, we've done a lot of best of threes going into 3 games. You've done them even more than I have. So if anything is to follow in the past history, we might be looking at a 3-game series, but we have to get through the second one first to see what goes down. Can Sank and Gomez knock out CDUB out of the qualifier? Or do we still see some fighting spirit with some of the same heroes, some of the newer heroes on the side of CDUB, to bring it into a tie, keep their lives up? Because this is the lower bracket. There's no second chances anymore. This is your second chance.
This is CDUB's last chance, but Sank and Gomez, they can lose a game here and they go to game 3. We'll have to see if that's the case. But yeah, if you're CDUB, that's a lot of pressure, right? This game, do or die for them.
This could be the last game of the year for you, basically.
The battle
Got to treat it as such. Sanctified and Isla, both are going to be heading towards the top boundary room, but there's a lot of activity there. So
okay, level 1 flag.
Yeah, I saw the same level 1 flag. Maybe the audio cue was enough to threaten them.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a very scary level 1 spell, I'm not going to lie to you. Especially when you're only 2 heroes. Like,
the sound is intimidating.
Yeah, very intimidating, of course. But what this spell does at level 1 is kind of crazy, though. It has 4 attacks. So you hit all the creeps, both heroes, 4 times, which is nice. But you don't get the range creep. But I guess that's why Chan will probably... Oh, look at that damage on Slawi, though. Elo really coming out there.
Sanctified helping out there with that concussive shot level 1 too.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of damage they can apply right away, straight to 50%.
And that's exactly the problem I have with Flak level 1. You always get that range creep denied most of the time if you don't play it perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened.
Duster and 9 also battling it out in the bottom half of the map. Supports brawling against each other's. Duster has to do a lot of work here. Like the TB, of course, he does hit like this reasonable damage output at level 3. Oh, Slawi in the top lane. Oh, that's first blood. CDUB, they've got it this time. Slawi to fall. Gyrocopter punished by this aggressive off-lane duo. Isla Sanctified. They make it work. They could get a second, maybe. Well,
perhaps
not. Isla probably doesn't want to charge in with the Starbreaker onto the Grimstroke, but Grimstroke now turning around should get the stun to connect onto the Skywrath Mage. It's a long duration, a couple of hits, he's got it. Isla now battling against Chan. Slawi turns around, he leaves his Grimstroke. He's like, these creeps matter more than your life, but maybe you can fight it out. Oh, the Starbreaker misses! Oh!
I mean,
pain!
He got the double there. He got to get the creeps and also get the kill. But yet again, I mean, I've been a fan of Slawi so far, but like I couldn't disagree more with how he's laning this right now. And it's just his choice of going flak level 1. Like, you don't want to shove your lane in against a Skywrath and a Skywrath, or wait, Skywrath and Dawnbreaker. Those are the heroes.
Yeah.
Because like, look, the lane's here now, and now he has flak and level 1 missile. He has no impressive potential. And he's getting every range creep denied here. I mean, I get the idea. I've been there before. I've wanted to do this, but it's just, it doesn't work against good teams that know what their timings are. Maybe if you're in a pub or something and like the POS 4 is kind of just AFK, this might work.
Uh-oh, I missed the almost entire wave. Just gets the range creep, missing the flag bearer.
Yeah.
Bit of extra gold down the drain.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to harp on it too much anymore, but it is what it is. The lanes...
Don't worry, I will.
Lane is a little tough.
Oh, but it is what it is. But it's true. Gyrocopter, like, he needs to get every small bit that he can early on, especially when you're up against the Terrorblade. You know this hero is going to be huge at some point of the game.
It definitely is going to be large. All right, so let's take a check up on some of the other lanes here. We put a lot of focus. I think the big one for me is going to be the mid lane. What's going to happen here? Mark sitting at 17-3 to Lund's 19-3. Very even lane in this mid lane here. Tiny versus Legion Commander. And then, of course, on the bot lane, we have Double King and Duster on Shadow Demon. And Terrorblade here. Terrorblade sitting at 17 CS. Mars sitting at 17. So the other two lanes are incredibly even. The only lane that... Okay, we got a meta.
Oh, maybe even a chance to kill in the top lane. Slawi does get hit by the Startbreaker once again, but they don't have the damage to finish them off. And the Isla, he's going to be standing in the middle. The Skywrath going to be falling. Slawi, he's got some creeps, tanking up that rocket barrage. Isla, 17 stick charges, wants to play to his full strength and gets the connection there. Gyrocopter burning his machines, burning right now. Dodging around, dancing around, and gets the kill. They get both of them out of the way. And this lane, it's just going from worse to worse. It's really bad for CDUB now in this top lane. Gyrocopter still, even though that CS is kind of lacking, those kills are paying it off.
I mean, I'm just super impressed with Sean right now and what he's bringing to the table here. Just like we saw the first two kills that happened, they were all Sean, right? Just going in, baiting him, getting him a couple kills. Going into that one, of course, Slawi really just like juking a bit here from Ela. Ela thinking he healed that little extra distance, but Gyro with that magic wand reverse debating him. It's not, they're getting outplayed. Let's just put it that way. They went from such a free lane on the top lane to a couple mistakes here and there to it's getting rough.
Yeah, a team consisting of Peruvians and Mexicans and Slawi from Slovakia playing in the North American qualifiers.
What a silence,
dancing
actually.
around.
Sean silenced the Dawn so he couldn't return the Celestial Hammer and get that extra distance and extra damage on Slawi, which also allows him to do even more damage because Ela
John's been playing so
kill,
well. Like all these small things that even you're picking up here, like here and there, like usually Chan is the one in charge of most of these small individual efforts. Timings, like saving with items and spells just at the right nick of time, saving an ally's life, turning situations around. Like these last 2 days, like I can see like probably one of the best support players out of the tournament so far, but let's see if he can keep it up.
Will indeed, as he's going to try and secure the 6-minute rune here for Lund, who gets the... Oh, he want to continue on this.
Yep, pops the haste, goes for the full-on fight. They realize Skywrath is a target that they can definitely kill. 10 stick charges, Duel going out onto the Grimstroke. There's the bubble, but it's not on time from Duster. Duel is not going to be successful. Lund trying to get to Mark, trying to build some distance. Avalanche, maybe even a kill onto the LC. Blood Grenade coming out as well. A couple more hits should do. One more with the haste rune, and he's got it. Slapped to the back. He breaks the spine of the Legion Commander. John dancing around. Duster, he's going to turn around. Okay, he tries his best, but he knows his life is already forfeit. And to Lund. A triple kill for the Tiny with that first power root fight. Now Slawi gonna get jumped on as Isla is sanctified, trying to chase him down, and this time they make it happen. But there's evil on the way. Lund already on a triple kill. Can he get himself more? Isla's TPing out. Sanctified being chased by the Tiny. Maybe he's not fast enough anymore to catch him. Slowed up by the concussive shot. Has to let this one go.
You know, if I was a double king the situation, whenever this happens, I just hear a triple kill at 6 minutes from the enemy mid laner. I'm playing carry. I'm like, what's going on, guys? What's happening?
You okay there?
Because you often don't see that, and that is such an injection of gold. You're going to see Tiny people just finish up phase boots, infused raindrops, almost just off of that triple kill alone, I want to say.
There's that one hero from last game that I hope would have been here because he has the perfect voice line for the situation. Are you okay? It's the Tusk.
Yep, the Tusky Tusk. I know you love your Tusk.
Yeah. John
W.
smoked up the bottom. He finds the Terror Blade, but where are his buddies? Just a one-man solo rotation. And, well, he finds the sentry down there, so if they get vision on the cliff, they'll find out. Some wards have been placed down. So he will not de-ward it. Doesn't want to give away the position that... Oh, there's a ward on this cliff, so Double King doesn't know about it. And
I mean, Dire's a little
Yeah.
OP right now, too. If you're talking about, like, why you like Dire so much, or not you, but Tank and GÓMEZ. I'll bring that up in a second as we see a mass rotation through the gate here.
Yeah, Isla wants to play aggressive under the tower. A lot of movement speed with those face boots. Spots the gyro, goes straight for him, but he will realize that there's a lot more people here than he signed up for. Duster does get a poison connection, and he is so damn deep. He's trying to get the ogres to work for him, but no. And there goes your Sky. There goes your Shadow Demon. And that was... You know, they did try to go for an attempt there, but an attempt it will remain.
So one of the reasons why Dire is kind of good, especially if you're a carry, and the carries that don't really use a lot of mana to farm. All right, Ducho, the duel's off.
Ooh, maybe they can get this one. Yes, they can. Just in time for Mark to get the duel win.
Duster TP'd into that too, so there's 4 heroes stuck down there. But moral of the story is, what's it called? Is it the Graveyard or the Mighty Mines? I don't even know what they're called. But moral of the story is the Radiant side gives 1.5 mana regen, but Dire was buffed. It used to give 4 HP regen. Now it gives 7. You get 7 HP regen for farming these camps, and if you're a hero like Gyro who isn't buying, you don't really need the mana to farm, you need the HP regen, or if you're like Sven, you can just sit there, even if your lane goes bad, and you can just farm with a free 7 HP regen. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Oh. It's a good detail. Chan fighting against Dawnbreaker. Slawi had to come to the assistance. John is very low on HP, but this Dawnbreaker, oh, he tried to go for the Starbreaker, hoping he'd catch the Grimstroke with it, but no. And Grimstroke living with 25 HP out of all things.
You can't kill Chan. And if you do, at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. 2 heroes again gone. This Gyrocopter up to 5 kills now. So you got Gyro with 5. You've got Tiny with 4 kills. Air of Mars, who's just, you know, is just vibing. Like, my mid's doing well. My carry's doing fine. I can just, you know, hit creeps and just... Even if I'm behind a little bit, doesn't matter too much. TP's already gone from the lane. I can take over the lane for myself now. And the only one who's racking up kills, and one who actually has kills, is Isla on the Dawnbreaker, who's also died 3 times.
And he's like dying for these kills. And you're like 4-3-0, that's not bad, but if you look at his laning partner, who's 0-5, kind of does not make it worth it.
And Maelstrom now ready.
Maelstrom? What is this build?
Sanjin, Yasha, Maelstrom.
This is not the Gyro build that I typically see. But it's okay. Normally you see
the Gyro
like...
I signed up for.
Well, a lot of the normal Gyro build. I mean, he was playing versus Terrorblade, which maybe it's an adaptation, potentially. Because Flat Cannon does not proc things like Maelstrom.
Yeah.
And when you look at Maelstrom, you normally buy it on here. So Duster.
Oh yeah. He's got it out. The enemy mark is coming. Oh, his Invis ran out. He tries to tumbler toe. He got the duel off anyway. And the Gyrocopter will fall. Duster giving his life away. The Mark can get this one. And now 9, just a little bit late for the party. But Mars is taking the portal. He's going to be entering the fray. Mark, Sanctified, trying to make a run for it. But here comes Ducho. Sanctified. He's going to maybe. Okay, Lund's
Oh,
going to get
Mark,
this one.
he's in
Sean is
trouble.
credited the kill. The duel comes out. The Solar Guardian finally flying in from 9 to help him out with the extra damage. And Mark will drop as well. So Slawi, they might have lost the gyrocopter. They lost pretty much everybody else in the making.
Is under attack.
All right. I mean, it's hard to believe that this is only a 1k advantage for Sank and GÓMEZ, but I guess getting that kill on the gyro is really big, and I think most of that net worth advantage we are looking at is coming from the fact that Double King, yet again, he's in the game, he's farming, he's getting big. Much better hero to kind of just like be chilling.
Oh, they might find
This
more.
particular game.
Mark's still ready. Nice bonk there from the God's Rebuke.
Duel is ready.
Still going to be chasing him. That's a lot of HP to burst through, but with this amount of numbers, yeah, they're going to make short work of that Mars.
Most definitely, as we see another smoke rotation
Look at
coming out
Sean.
from the Tiny and Sean. They want to catch someone in the mid lane here, but there is nobody to be found.
I mean, like CDUB, they just amped up the tempo with their rotation, so they hope someone's going to TP mid, maybe look at that tower that's so low on HP, but they've located the Dawnbreaker in the top lane. The smoke's still running, and that's going to be your blink reveal. Jumping straight on top of the Dawnbreaker, toss her into the air, and all those stuns preventing that Starbreaker from going off. Celestial Hammer trying to get some distance, but will she be able to escape? Dutcho Lund close on the heels, tosses the Mars in. You take this one, and he will take it.
Alley-oop. All right, good kill. Very hard kill to get because this Dawn is incredibly tanky. Very fast as well with the phase boots, so
Tiny could
much
blink in.
needed.
He's got no mana, though, but...
He has no blink right now either.
Oh, just gets the bubble.
Tiny still doesn't have mana. 7 more. There you go. He got it.
Arena Spear finishing off another kill. Kill number 5 for Lund. And in the mid lane, we got a duel connected onto the gyrocopter, and that's a big one for CDUB.
It is.
And that's 40 duel damage total now for the LC. A lot better for Mark.
Has fallen.
And this game, you see he
Radiant's top tower is
made an adjustment in his item build. Blink Dagger first. No Blade Mail. Deciding he's going to get aggressive very early on. Already at 40 damage. This is about as much damage as he had last game for the entirety of the game. So having a much, much better game. And the toss, I think this is just going to be harassment. No way they can end up killing here.
Okay, he's got a region.
Yeah, he's chilling. He'll probably just moment of courage proc it up in the jungle and farm.
He is going, yeah, the big change, or the big difference is now he went for that Blink Dagger first. They've got the playmaking capability with Sky, and now into the Blade Mail. That's something that the Gyrocopter is going to hate a lot, especially if he gets the duel on him. Gyrocopter, sorry, the Grimstroke and the Rubik going to be good targets as well to try to jump on. But look at this, they're going narrowly past the rest of them. A bit of a Kale, but they walk straight into the Grimstroke and get
They
the
might be
duel
able to turn
when
this,
that
though,
Mark
Bjorn
won it.
on
And
SK.
let's see what they can do. Coming in, connecting from the river. 9, he's here. Tiny also
Oh, he
jumps
blinked
up.
out.
Miss the avalanche. He blinks out. Toss coming in. 9 is here. Stolen disruption. Has the telekinesis as well. Could keep lifting Mark, but he's silenced and he goes too far away. Elsie walks out. That's a good one for CDUB. Another duel win.
I mean, it's a little unfortunate. Like, Double King has had the luxury of this game, right? To just sit back and farm everything, doing whatever he wants, but Slawi's been dying, and Slawi's been using his ultimate to farm. So a call down in that fight could have made the difference here, but he's just trying to maximize his farm, realizing his item timings are really important, and kind of looking at his item progression here. Not super impressive. Not entirely sure this is going to scale super hard either. And I'm looking at Double King, and uh-ohs indeed, as we're going to rack up another kill for Ela, as Ducho does go down. So CDUB, firm control of this game so far, as we move closer and closer to that mid game.
Oh, we got ourselves the Solar Guardian towards the bottom lane. We've got Mark, we've got Duster, we've got a lot of people here, but again, the save
Stolen
from 9
disruption.
with that disruption. Tiny still down, and Double King's gonna pummel him away, and that is a big streak, and it's for the Terrorblade out of all things. He takes first place in net worth. 9 being chased by Ala, goes for the chase, got the Celestial Hammer, followed up with the Echo Saber slap, And Slawi might have got the stun connection onto the Dawnbreaker, but the fight still continues. Duster coming in for the save. Meanwhile, on the right side, Sean is dropping. He's going low. He's going to fall. And that Dawnbreaker still surviving, low on HP, but Dutcho finishes him off. Duster to drop as well. But now onto the Gyro they go. Double King to finish him off. Mark gets the kill. And onto the Mars. It's going to be a full-on team wipe. CDUB going to be cleaning
1 second
house.
for Duel.
And Duel is ready. So all of that, the cherry on top of the cake. A Duel victory, a team wipe, an objective taken, and morale potentially harmed.
I mean, I've never been a part of a game as a caster that wouldn't 2-0, so we all know this one's going the distance here.
It is feeling like it now. Double King, perfect game so far. 303, over 10k net worth, getting to participate in the fight, staying alive, getting kills. It's all been built towards this TV. And
they've been convenient too, right? It's kind of like, oh, there's some fight happening, and I happen to be nearby with meta. I'll just walk over and take this mega kill streak from Tiny. Don't mind if I do, 2 times in a row. And now that it is getting close to that 20-minute mark, we have those tier 2 neutrals popping out here. Double King is going to feel like he's wanting to join more and more fights, and that's going to be an issue. And if you look at the Gyrocopter right now, yeah, he's got SNY.
Tiny being very, very optimistic here. Gonna get ulted by the SD. Mark is ready for the duel, but it's a tanky target to fight, and Mark's actually in trouble as there's more heroes that he signed up for.
Yeah, he was expecting maybe his team to come in. Solar Guardian was like 1 second from cooldown.
Team.
Where you at? They had no meta. Bit of a misread there from Mark on the situation. He didn't get the memo, but either way, bit of a freebie there for Sand King GÓMEZ. It's like, if we can get him a little bit lower, I can do the duel. But luckily he didn't use the duel, because that would have just gave Tiny free damage, and that's not a hero you want to get free damage to.
Talking about Gyrocopter, Grimstroke, and the Soulbind. What kind of Soulbind combos do we actually have? We've got
lifts,
lifts, stolen abilities on Rubik doubles. We've got the
Rockets.
Rocket, actually, yeah. Like there's a plenty of stuff that slowly build up.
Bye-bye.
Double King. Oh, bye-bye Gyro. And apparently bye-bye TB as well, as Dutcho can't kill him. And the tip.
Yeah, I feel really bad for this Gyro right now. But it's kind of his fault at the same time. He's 6, 6, and 5. That is way more deaths than you really want to have on this hero. And I look at his itemization. Now he's going into Ags. Makes you wonder. Maelstrom, Sage, and Yasha. Very interesting. You're gonna miss your window of when to be active. Like, as a carry player, there's a lot of items you can build, and a lot of them do make sense, but sometimes you miss the big picture. And the big picture is going to be, when are you going to be useful, right?
Yeah.
And with this build, it's going to be Ags, then BKB. But then he's already spent so much money on this Maelstrom, so much money on this Sage and Yasha. You need a BKB this game. There's no question about it. You're playing versus a dual Blade Mail. Potentially, you could have rushed a Satanic instead, but the timing would have been better than this. I just fear for when will this Gyro carry the game against a Terrorblade. It's already a bad matchup. He's behind. His itemization's awkward.
Gyro, when win the game, is going to be Chan and the Aghanim's that he's lined up again.
There you go. So that the win condition's Chan now.
Chan is the win condition. Yep, his TB will carry the game if Sand King GÓMEZ has something to rely on. But the game is actually in a very interesting phase now because CDUB showing not more than just signs of life. If it were looking a bit rough in the early laning stage, but this TB is still kind of a force to be reckoned with, still unanswered for. Isla's going to be spotted.
That might be the BKB TP, my friend.
So, okay, he's out.
Oh, they didn't even
Just
bother to check.
Oh, but here comes the turnaround. Mark goes in, goes
Not
for the duel
again.
onto the Gyrocopter. What a target to find. And CDUB, they're going to go full on, but they will have to answer Dutcho and Lund, who are fighting back inside the arena. Isla down to half HP. Mark's also pretty low on HP right now, stunned on the spot. Does have some heals coming in from press the attack, but Sanctified finishing off 9. Lund has to go into the Roche pit, hoping to get an escape for himself, but he's got so much shadow poison on him. Actually, they are popped. He might be able to blink away while Sanctified finds a triple, finishes off Chan.
Oh, they
And
got
they
him
also
there
find
too.
him.
Tiny goes
Also
down.
find the Tiny.
with the tip.
It's gonna be hard to stop CDUB now.
We're still waiting on the Chaw Nags, but that one, compared to previous games, is kind of a dream. I mean, what did you call it before? The Timbersaw syndrome, what I called it?
Oh, Timbersaw, yeah, power fantasies.
Yeah, I think that Ags is a power fantasy of the Grimstroke here.
Could be, could be. Game just got a whole lot harder. 22 minutes Aegis for the Terrorblade. And the first one for CDUB in this series as well. Get Roshan killed.
And we're seeing, like, I can see why. I just can't stop talking about it, even though I probably should. It's just like, he has an SNY on Gyrocopter.
Dire's bottom tower
It
is under
slows the duration of the duel, right? But he still dies in a duel, regardless. That 20% status just isn't enough. I mean, at this point, his net worth is just too far behind. Maybe there's not much you can do. You got to play around the gyro, and I think the gyro has to, like, he can't get dueled. Like, it's very clear if he gets dueled, he dies.
Yeah, yeah. And this is where it really hurts when you don't have a save in your team. Like, as soon as that Legion Commander was shown, and they picked both of their supports early on, they got the Grimstroke first, they followed instantly with a Rubik. We're like, well, we don't have conventional means of actually blocking that duel.
And you also don't have, like, the itemization either, where it's like,
Yeah,
oh, if I get a fast Satanic off with Aghanims,
Yeah.
maybe I'll survive it, right? It's like, you got a Maelstrom, you got a St. Ignatius, you get dueled, you're dead. So this is why Mark's game is so good as well. Like, he has 122 duel damage right now. He is unstoppable. Whatever he clicks duel on right now, it dies. And I think another adaptation they made that was very nice is, great, the Dark Willow in theory seemed great with the damage, but this Skywrath, tried and true, the combo with LC is working out a lot better for providing that guaranteed damage. Because I don't know if you saw the Bedlam doing much damage on last game, but I have
No, really,
been,
yeah.
I've been underwhelmed by that ability so far, even though the idea is cool.
under attack.
Well, we just haven't seen the optimal use of it at least. But you are right about that. We didn't really get to see too much of it. Don't really have much to say about it either. Sanctified. All right, well, get some extra heal so that Tormentor doesn't kill him off. And he's awarded a shard for it as well. Thank you for your perseverance.
Not
And
really
that
the
is-
best shard in the game.
And it's also the longest out of all that wall of text that you get in there. They all pretty much give the same. same
Oh, that's
thing. You
the,
just
that's
get
the
extra
Agnum
spells.
Scepter. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got the Agnum Shard, which is, it gives him, every time he deals magic damage, he gets intelligence and armor.
Yeah, I saw a game where a Skywrath had 127 armor or something like that.
I mean,
And
you
he's
have
just
to get
1v5.
really farmed, right? And then you can do that.
Yeah, yeah, but it was like 1v5ing against physical damage dealers, and they were basically like, remember back in like Dota 1, I'm not sure if it was actually in Dota 1, but Divine Armor, when we had Chaos damage and Divine Armor.
Yeah. Chaos
That
damage.
felt, that
Those are
felt like
great.
Divine Armor, where you're reducing 99% of the damage dealt.
Who had Divine Armor? I don't even remember. I remember Chaos.
Probably a hero did it because it was so messed up, but it was built in the game itself. It wasn't
I see.
necessarily in Dota. As a Warcraft 3 thing.
Yeah, chaos damage. Yeah, I'm not, no point getting into that, but it brings back some memories for sure.
But that's also another thing going for CDUB. If Sanctified really wants to be a big raid boss, sure. Can do it at some stage. Of the
Yeah,
game.
man, just get your Aghanims, get level 25,
Dire's top tower is under
get a Bloodstone while you're at it. You're unkillable.
CDUB
Dire's top tower
systematically one tower after the other. Age is still up for 1.5 minutes. This could be the time to poke for high ground, or at least force Sand King GÓMEZ to come back, defend the base. Devil King leading the troops. Nine gets to create Rubiks of his own. They're not as strong though.
They're just not much anything at all, to be honest with you. And they're just going to tickle. Pretty methodical game now for CDUB here, if they want it to be. But it is a TI qualifier. I was missing a little bit of that chaos and flair from the last game. It was too methodical from Sand King GÓMEZ. Hopefully we can get it from this one, where the team that is winning, in theory should be winning, does something crazy, and then the game gets crazy. Always a possibility.
Reminds me of the BO1.
Yeah.
back to back. It's like all over the place. I remember saying like it was my first cast in a while. I was like, yeah, let's have a chill day, watch some good dotes happen, get those vocal cords open, and then suddenly you're in a back to back, like coast to coast attacking, dying in the enemy base with 700 HP on the throne. It's like, well, okay, this is TI.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot of those, and we're also going to see a lot of Slawi running away this game because his hero can't fight. He canceled his TP. They're coming in. They want to fight.
Oh, and he walks into Mark.
Yeah, he's debating.
Maybe
damage
made, maybe not. Not a dual victory for him, but it's a kill. A kill is a kill. 9 with the stolen Solar Guardian, and suddenly Senkin GÓMEZ have a bit of a fighting chance. They do have to be careful of that.
Get away from Double King,
though. Blink up in 1 second.
He did
both of them. And able to move out, but the Gyrocopter also gets out before the Dawnbreaker walks in. So Mark, well, it looked super scary, but Senkin GÓMEZ, they were ready.
That's what needs to happen there. I mean, he knew he wouldn't die to a duel, because you just don't have enough damage right now, because he does have the Sage and Yasha. He had a little bit of help, and he may have potentially died there or been a lot more threatened, but we ended up stealing the Solar Guardian away from him on the Rubik, which helped him survive even further. So very well done there. And I think Gyrocopter, I mentioned it before, that eventually when he gets this BKB Satanic, he's gonna be really strong. But he made a lot of pit stops to that destination here, but he will get there eventually. And if you make a couple mistakes here and there, all of a sudden Gyro's going to be farmed. All of a sudden this Grimstroke's going to have his Aghanims, and now you're in a situation where the game's a little bit hard. Gotta be careful if you're CDUB.
Don't want to let this game slide away. It does. It's going to be the end of the road. It's also kind of a stress factor for the players as well. Like, you're in the lead. You know you can just, don't go too passive, don't go too chill, but avoid that unnecessary, aggression, basically. Sometimes it can be worth it, but the real question is when to do it. And that's where the experienced players and the less experienced players are divided.
And I also think, on that note of, when to do things is very important. Is, knowing when you need to end the game. Does CDUB feel like they're on a timer this game, where this Grimstroke is going to be an issue? Or do they feel like no matter how late it goes, their heroes are going to be fine? I'm slightly worried if this game goes too late. I feel like SKG has a few more options available to them into the late game. And sure, the Terrorblade's good one-on-one matchup, but add in the Grimstroke on one side, the Mars, who's going to continuously have that arena, which is annoying for Terrorblade to deal with. And then you look at their supports.
Oh, Mark goes in.
You got the BKB off.
BKB does go off just in time. Mark's going to be dropping fairly low, but the Solar Guardian coming over to some follow-up as well. DogChamp keeping the rest of them at the low ground, keeping them away. Mark doesn't get anything done here and actually loses his life. And this is troublesome for CDUB. They do use the Sunder as well pretty early. Lunge is going to have to re-engage or actually disengage for the moment. But Isla's going to be dropping and Double King has to be forced away. They've lost 3. Senkin GÓMEZ, nobody dies on their side, and it's a successful hold. Talk about decision-making fear.
I don't want to, but I will. the decision to go in there from Mark. I mean, he basically took a gamble, and it was, am I going to be able to get this duel off before he presses BKB? If the answer is yes, he gets the kill. If the answer is no, he doesn't get the kill. However, if he just waits for Terrorblade to do damage, they can kill him. Terrorblade has to hit this Gyrocopter during the duel, and he will die every time. But if Terrorblade's too far away and you do that same type of play, same result's going to happen, which means you can't dive into the enemy base like that unless your Terrorblade can also dive with you. And I don't see a blink on this Terrorblade, so that's not happening right now. We talked about it before. You can't do too many throws like this, because guess what? 800 gold, 750 gold. Grimstroke has his Aghanims Blink Dagger completed.
And before that fight, he was 1,100 gold in, so he just got an extra 1,500 from that last fight. Mainly because he survived, didn't get killed. But these illusions are doing work inside the base. That Rage Rax is about to fall, while in the bottom lane, Isla chasing around Lund. Tiny getting to hide in the tree lines, but Isla finds him.
Oh,
And Mark
beat me
is
too.
just a little bit too late.
Mark had such a great early game, such a good mid game, but we've entered what I would consider now pretty much like the early late game. Is that a saying? Yeah, we're in the early late game.
We have to wait 5 more minutes, Fear, like you said.
Yeah, we're in the early late game, and then 5 more minutes we'll be into the late.
We're going to be in the late mid game.
No, the mid game's done.
All right, Roshan is there, and they're going to start it, but at the same time, evil lurks behind the corner. San King Gumbo, are they that evil? Are they the good guys? Are they the real evil here? There might just get a surprise jump. Sanctified. Oh, gyro front. It's the bait again. Slawi. He's been the target multiple times before, but here goes Lund and here goes Dutcho. They got the jump on 2. Sanctified going to be bubble safe for the time being. Soulbind inside. But Terrorblade, he's going to need some help. Mark's going to be low on HP. Mark's going to be falling. The TV is going to be in trouble as well. And CDUB, they're not looking too healthy anymore. Double King down. Island are going to be dropping as well. And they run them all down. Sen King GÓMEZ. Sen King definitely cometh again into this game. Lund's still not done with the hunt, but he won't be able to find Duster in time. But they will find Roshan.
Guess what? Was just
Look at that
up.
damage.
Sean.
That fight wasn't long.
I mean, Sean apparently did 0 damage here, but I don't think it counts your illusion. But he did Dark Portrait of the Terrorblade, that fight, and you're going to see here. Watch this little guy come in. This very dark, inky little creature coming out right there of
Right
the
there.
Terrorblade. That's what they were waiting for. Instantly kills Mark out of the fight. Goes straight in, kills Ela, goes into Double King. This is the damage they needed. And Gyrocopter even opted into going for this Mjolnir before the Satanic. He's just trusting the fact that he's going to get his BKB off in time. And this is the item they were waiting for. If I was harping on it, like I want to see his BKB for the SNY, because then they could have done this the entire game. Because he was off the 5-0 start, he was owning, everything was great. All he needed to do is get to this BKB. He needs to press it before duel, which is pretty much a reaction test at that point, and he's been passing it, showing that he does have good reactions, even though he is on a bit of ping. What I do here, which is impressive nonetheless. But now the game is honestly a little bit hard, because you look at heroes like Shadow Demon and Skywrath, their scaling potential is not going to be particularly good in a game like this. Shadow Demon, he's the anti-carry, but Gyro, the type of hero that doesn't really care about the illusions. He'll just kill them. Most of his damage is done through his spells, which is the Flak Cannon, which the illusions do not get. So he can just stand his ground. Skywrath, he has to be killing heroes right away. And of course,
And he was the one jump first.
Yeah, of course. That doesn't help either. That's Tiny's job. He's going to go on him.
They're pushing the
They
tier
have to
at the
kill
same
Sean.
time, but they have to defend the base.
Dyer's,
There are illusions charging in all around. That Ranger Axe is gonna fall this time.
Dyer's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, it's something. A little bit of range momentum.
It's unhealable damage.
Yeah, Dota's been in a spot for a while now where, like, if you feel like you can't fight and you take a couple barracks, it doesn't really matter because the throne. Oh, they got him.
Oh, we're
but
gonna
he has
duel
the
onto the
Aegis.
gyrocopter. No safe this time. Age is gone. We'll have the BKB low. Lund missing completely with his abilities. And it's a bit of a chase for Sen King. Oh, even more missed abilities. No arena being catching anyone. Oh boy.
They still might
No
get
save
Shadow
for the
Demon,
gyro. Nobody to be caught in the arena. Lund missing his abilities, and now Lund might have gone too deep. Oh,
Okay.
pummeled and hit away, but here comes John Chan looking. Oh, he got silenced, and he's going to get annoyed as well. All the way to the graveyard, but the turnaround is even better. They've got themselves the LC, maybe the TB as well. He takes one with him before he falls as well. And Lund against Sanctified, who is deleting them one by one. That Aghanims is doing work, recovering the gem. 3 for 2, plus the Aegis lost. So at least something out of that. But that was a long chase for San King GÓMEZ.
Right, and I mean, CDUB technically win that fight because they took the Aegis, they took the cheese, they got 3 heroes. However, that was a lot of misspells from San King GÓMEZ.
A lot.
Like, a lot. They missed a lot. Tiny goes in, misses his avalanche. Best case scenario, I mean, they missed arena. Best case scenario happens too. They killed the Grimstroke at the start of the fight before he uses Dark Portrait.
He tried.
And then Tiny goes in for the second round. Illusion cancels his blink right when he wants to go in again. then he has to go back. So that fight was almost as best as it could have gone for CDUB, and it still wasn't really that clean. However,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be clean. It just has to be better than what your opponent's putting up here. So we'll have to see what these next couple fights have in store here.
There's been two
But we
fights
are-
in a row, and
Yeah.
in both of those, the TV has died. The only two deaths that he has.
And he's dying quick, too, right? It's like this gyrocopter getting into his face right now. And Gyro has Satanic now, too, to add on top of it. He has currently queued up a Lincoln Sphere. And now we have officially entered the late game.
Hey.
37 minutes. So it's probably more
Time
like
is upon
38
us.
minutes. It's more like 38 minutes, right? Because you have time to farm these items. But now these big neutral items start coming out on top of like your next round of items. So like, well, the way I look at it is this way: it's like a huge power spike. Because like he just got a 37-minute Satanic, right? And now on top of that, he's getting a new neutral item too. So like that's a big power spike. And now is the point where you don't want to farm anymore as your objective. You want to win fights. And that's how I kind of classified the late game is how you
Mark
play. as a
going in
team.
again. He's so close to catching. Oh, he got caught by himself, but the bubble save from Duster isn't enough, though. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to walk out. BKB still to his death. And now Senkin GÓMEZ hunting for more. Duster going to get hit by the rocket. That's a guaranteed one pick-off that they can get.
Top barracks are under attack.
Get him out of the way. There was a bit of rat action, but that melee racks, that's going to be healthy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It will be for now.
Sean in that, not this fight, but the fight before, it was actually quite funny watching he gives his life away just to get the Dark Portrait off, and he gets silenced, and he turns around, tries to Ogre Seal Totem away, like, guys, I failed.
Radiant's
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
At this point, they don't even need the Dark Portrait. That's like the situation. Like, they needed Dark Portrait in that bot fight on Roshan area. However, they no longer need it. The Gyrocopter is just too farmed. They have the ability to just do a lot of damage. You have like a stolen overwhelming odds from the Rubik, which hurts a lot against Terrorblade. And we've seen it time and time again that this TB just can't man fight into these fights. And I think it's mainly just supporting cast. There's a big difference at this stage of the game between duel and arena, especially when there's a refresher arena onto the Mars here.
I think TB, you need something like Swift Blink and an Aghanim's Blessing to get that Terror Wave off. That could help, but it's still not making him like the
has been killed.
stand your ground, fight, and kill everybody.
Radiant's middle tower
Lund actually
Right.
lost the courier with a Daedalus recipe.
And Double King is going in to buy the Trickster's Cloak, but he needs to get out. Will Ducho see
Finding
this?
first extra movement speed with that Ink Swell. Looking for the Blink Stun. Isla close,
They
but
found
too far away.
something.
But they found something. It's the sky.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Everybody else gets away.
This is kind of what I'm noticing about the Dawnbreaker, is when you get to this stage of the game, this hero seems to fall off a little bit. Like, she's very farmed, but I am not seeing a lot of fights where, oh wow, they have to deal with the Dawn, or the Solar Garden isn't very threatening without the Aghanim's. And I'm comparing it to what
It does
Ducho's
fall
doing
into
now
a
as
weird
the off
place,
laner.
right?
Yeah, Ducho, he has like this refresher orb available with a Blink BKB. He can be your initiator. He can be your team fight.
Now Slawi bringing the creep wave to that tier 2 tower. The rest of them following up. Sky still gone for 10 seconds. Maybe they can find an opening. Isla's already in a good position at the backline. Rubik is low, and he finds the snipe, and he takes him
Okay.
down. Double King's Illusion is credited the kill, even though Dawnbreaker did all the heavy lifting for this one. And Dawn goes with the Solar Guardian away, but Lund's going to be initiating onto Duster. Duster, bubble save, 80 HP. He won't be able to live for long. Tries to blink out, still goes down. Dutch with his BKB, charging in front, has a refresher, but it's a bit too far for the rest of the team to follow. If this was someone like, I'm just going to say it, Amar on Mars, he would have gone. And then maybe the rest would have followed. But
Perhaps, but we are here.
The counter smoke. Is SKG, are they ready for this one? Doesn't look like it. BKB goes off from Gyro. Dutcher coming in for the help. He still has that restoration for the second of the Satanic. Mark can't kill him. Mark can't kill him. Mark's gonna have to run away. Double King in the middle, but he is 1v2. Hugging the wall. Sunder goes off. Derek after low on HP, and he was looking for him. Yes, he can. He's gonna take him down, and Dutcho in the process. That 4-man smoke gank. The counter smoke works out.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he used the Satanic on the Char, right, to stop the dual damage, which was great. But he decided he's going to man up against the TB. But without that extra spear to lock him down, press Sunder, turn it around quite easily. And that's 70 seconds without the gyrocopter. And this is where these late game decisions are going to be really important, because you can play as well as you want up until this point. But around this point where it gets like 37, 40 minutes into the game, your respawn timers are long. Buybacks start to cost a lot of money, and windows become larger to do things on the map. And right now the window is wide open here, as you got 50 seconds, no gyrocopter.
Lund trying to go for the deep play onto the Dawnbreaker, getting some poke out, but that's your BKB gone. Does get a tree volley out for a bit of extra poke. At the same time, Chan gonna fall on a dual victory for Mark. Might have to look at some big buybacks in a matter of moments, because the melee racks are gone. The TB is doing work inside the base.
They cancel Ilo's TP here.
There's no creeps. Creeps are coming back in a matter of moments. That backdoor protection will fall. Isla down though. Lund and 9 will be able to get themselves a kill. 9 with that Celestial Hammer slowing them down a little bit. Duster, gotta be careful. The front line Shadow Demon low on HP. But that's a costly defense. That's 2 lanes of racks. The Illusions finish off the melee racks in the top lane. And that makes CDUB's game, well, considerably easier. It helps getting some bonus on top, but, you know, things are getting
pretty
worse.
big, honestly, but this game has been blown wide open.
It has.
It really is anyone's game. You have 2 sides for CDUB, which is more than anything that you have for the side of Sand King GÓMEZ. They haven't taken a single tier 3 yet. But this game can easily, with the type of heroes that are in the game, just end in an instant by a throne race.
Yeah,
and it really just comes down to just like decision making at this point, and when they take the fights. And of course, a lot of those decision making, a lot of those fights will be at the Roche Pit, which are about to happen any moment now, as the big boy is alive.
And if you look at Duster and the Shadow Demon, he's just finished an Aghanim, so that's 2 demonic purges this time, 2 demonic cleanses.
I don't know if they want to go right now. You got buyback on Dawn here. Your team isn't here. Look, London, Chon are sitting in base.
They are so far away. What are they?
You don't know that if you're CDUB.
Slawi, gotta be careful. The gyrocopter is already a target for Mark to go in again, but Mark doesn't jump him this time. They might have just missed their prime moment here. Grimstroke coming in. So is the Tiny coming in from the back. Slawi is around, but Mark trying to look for another target to focus on. Not going on the gyrocopter just quite yet. That could have been a 5v3 fight, but they didn't know about it. Now they're full up. Oh, they're going for the wraparound, going through the Lotus Pool. And they're taking the portal away. Roche is gonna go back up. They're all there. They're all stacked up. Every single one. Mark goes in between all of them. The suicidal move, but it works out. They're gonna clean them all out. Oh, the surprise. There's everyone here, guys. The party's here. And they have just been dismantled on the side of Sand King GÓMEZ. Oh, Mark's face. Mark's face should have been worth seeing the moment. He's like, they're all here.
Yeah, he got the duel off, the 5-man overwhelming odds on top of it. Duels the Mars before you can get a single spell off. Holy shit, man. Like, these twin gate plays, I love watching an ADOT. I feel like I always see some crazy twin gate action with 5 heroes just brawling.
And it's buyback time. Oh, the first hit stun onto the Tiny as well from Isla's Basher. Gets a follow-up with the Starbreaker. Sanctify low on HP. The bubble as the first arena's placed down. They have the BKBs there. Slawi, he needs to make this one work out. They need to get the kills. Rubik's only going to be falling. 2 heroes down from CDUB. LC coming up with the buyback. Lund's going to be low on HP. Isla's going to be fighting him with the high ground. Who's going to be falling first? They keep the Tiny alive. And Dutcho gets to walk out as well with 40 HP. Slawi's still going to be chasing. He's got the rocket onto the SD. That should be another kill going their way. They already killed 4 with the buyback coming out from the LC. And maybe even this one as well. Does he have a blink available? No, he doesn't. Oh, he does. Oh. Okay. No team.
I mean, if you're SKG, you go Roche right now. The choice by CDUB to go high ground there without getting Roshan, without having their spells available. A little bit questionable there, as they do get punished for it. And the reason why it's questionable is because you're just giving Roshan. Like, sure, they bought back, but they're going to get an Aegis for their efforts. Not exactly what you are looking for if you are CDUB. I wanted to see a roller coaster. I wanted to see a high tension decision making, and that's exactly what we're getting here.
You're getting it. You're getting it, Fear. All the money's worth. That's a refresher on top of the cheese and the Aegis now awarded.
Oh, a third
Thank you,
arena.
GÓMEZ.
Nice. And TB, 3 arenas or 1 TB with 1 BKB? I'll take the 3 arenas, especially as that BKB is now only a 6-second duration. Or we get 3 arenas here. That's 21 seconds of arena.
Maybe you get 0 if Mark duels him again.
Yeah, that's not part of the theory craft.
Nope, it's not. It's a what-if situation. I love throwing these curveballs from time to
There you
time.
go.
But hey, 47 minutes into this game, number 2. It's their life on the line for CDUB, and Sanking GÓMEZ with a win would just march onward. They can still afford to drop this this one map, but can't really say who's going to win this one. We've said it multiple times. The windows are open. The doors are
the
wide
doors
open, even though Door is playing in the next series for TiltedBoys. But yes, the door is also open for one team or for the other. Walk out, shut the door behind them, leave them inside that small 4 squares. You're missing out on TI.
Well, now's the point of the game where we kind of just want to keep an eye on sec. An eye on buybacks and timings. So we got 5-minute cooldown on most of Dire squad. In fact, all of Dire squad. And there's
Every
a
single one.
buyback of 5 minutes on the Legion commander. So Mark's decision making in the next 5 minutes is going to be very important. It could be game winning or game losing. Hate to put a lot of pressure on the man, but I think that's just what it is. As he's going for an Aeon disc on a Legion commander.
Yep.
Not something you see every day. And the smoke's coming out here, but Slawi is not nearby with no TP. What is
With
their plan here?
buyback cooldowns. This is kind of
Dire's middle tower is under
questionable, you could put it. But now he's joining in with the team before the fight breaks. Lose.
Oh, yeah,
Mark missed his
BKB.
opportunity here. He does have an Aeon disc in his inventory that he could just combine.
I mean, most people keep the vitality booster in your inventory, but he's keeping the recipe. An unconventional approach.
Waving a piece of paper, you know. I got this, guys. What you gonna do?
I mean, I don't know if that extra 250 health is gonna matter, but
Maybe it's
pretty
a contract. Maybe it's a contract for TI he's waving.
There you go. Oh man, this game is too funny. I mean, it's not really that funny, just that couple moments here and there are funny.
The thing is, it's funny for us, but man, is it stressful for the players.
I mean, he's probably not
right now.
thinking about this, right? He's probably thinking, oh, I need to be able to combine this. I need to think about who to duel. I can't die. 5 minutes left. I'm thinking about the Roshan timer. There's a million things he's thinking about. I need to continue farming. The last thing he's thinking about is like having...
Oh, they found themselves a Dawnbreaker. 9 stole the
no.
Starbreaker, but Solar Guardian away. That's a 90-second cooldown forced out, plus a BKB.
That's actually a pretty good window if you do. Like, of course, you don't have buybacks. How do you want to play this here, Sanking GÓMEZ? Do you want to just chill and wait for buybacks? It's only 3 minutes. It's not bad. But
Did you
there is
see
a
who-
problem.
Did you see who got the refresher shard for Sanking GÓMEZ? It's not the Mars.
It's Grimstroke.
It's the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Double
could be
Soulbind is the
big.
play.
Double Soulbind into double Dark Portrait. Yeah.
It doesn't overwrite the old one,
I am not entirely sure on that one.
but at least the
might
double
not.
Soulbind can be super good because it still pierces debuff immunity. Oh, 9 found the lift. They've got Duster. Oh, missing the spear, though. Standing on
Shouldn't
null
matter.
position. Still going to get him before he blinks out.
And that pretty much solidifies that SKG has made their choice. They're going to wait for buybacks. So I was wondering, do they want to use this Aegis to just wait for buybacks, or do they want to use this Aegis to try and win the game? I think the safe play, and most likely the correct play, is to just wait for their buybacks. It's only 2 more minutes for all their players to get buyback available. Aegis has 50 seconds remaining, so clearly there's an overlap of either they want to use Aegis or wait buybacks, and wait buybacks it is. And Mark is on the hunt with his piece of paper and his inventory.
He wants to... You're not only taking duels, but also taking names on that piece of paper.
Yeah, very important parchment there.
Maybe it's not a contract. Maybe it's something else.
Maybe Lund. Oh, he went first.
Oh, okay. He wants a signature. Lund versus Isla. Again, the Solar Guardian out. But that's a stolen Solar Guardian for the Rubik.
That's a very big spell.
Stuns and heals. Mostly the stun in this case. Any stun.
I mean, if Rubik ever gets an Aghanims this game and he steals that spell, could actually break the game. As Terrorblade has no MKB, because why would he think about Rubik stealing that spell with an Ags? Not something that really crosses your mind too much. As Aegis does expire here, Roshan may respawn 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm not sure why they're here. Like, why are they checking Roche? It just expired. I'm not entirely sure about that one, but crazy things
familiar with
crazy
the scenes.
games.
Getting familiar with the scenes.
There's a butterfly on Gyro, so actually, what did he replace for that butterfly? He ate his Aghanims. Okay. Aghanims has been devoured.
And he has no boots.
Yeah. Well, he...
John spotted. Mark wants him. But the vision there. Mark spot. They don't see him, actually. It's a smoke instead of a... for a moment, I thought it was a ninja gear. That's a nope.
Keeping back now.
With the gyrocopter pinged out, located. CDUB won't go for it. Outside of the base, Dutcho leading the troops. Shadow Demon in the front. Duster. It's got that double demonic purge. There goes your TB illusion. On the positive side for the Grimstroke, it's much easier for him to get that Dark Portrait because of these constant illusion pushes.
But the one you really want is... Yeah, that's the one you want. The other ones are kind of just like D-push farming tools, and he is getting farmed. Yep. As Ducho's going in, Purge is forced.
Already an ult used onto Dutcho. And there we got the Avalanche connecting onto the SD. Has to be saved with the bubble. Slawi there. Skyrock already low and down. And there's the Shadow Demon. Both supports out. And Double King is in trouble. He's got no friends left. They're all gone. Destroyed one after the other. That piece of paper turned into an Aeon Disc, but that TV gone. 4 heroes dead. Senkin GÓMEZ cleaning house. And they have their buybacks off cooldown now. Do they force some out of CDUB?
Oh, Mark has no buyback for 110 seconds, and he doesn't have the money for it.
He doesn't have the money
if you
for
press
it, yeah.
I, he's the only person without buyback, and it's just based off of money, and that's it.
And Lund has a DD to push tiny hits for 1,000 damage.
Can he get that bounty rune? Oh,
tiny right clicks for 1,000 damage with that DD right now. That's going to be very fast towers falling.
Dude, Ela needs to get this bounty rune really fast. This might be the difference maker of him getting buyback or not. Could be close. Not exactly sure how much gold that bounty is going to give, but...
Look at Tiny.
I mean, he has no... luckily, he has no Aghanim Shard, or this building...
Good old Prism Attack used to give attack speed, but luckily no more. Dawnbreaker being chased around by the Mars at the same time as Lund is finishing off these buildings in the mid lane. You've got Gyrocopter pushing in bottom. 2 lanes of Raxar sure to fall. They can't get 3 because of the tier 2 in the top lane. And there's the chase. Mars and Dawnbreaker fighting against each other, hexing about, keeping that Dawn at bay. There we go. The TPs are coming back. They've done the work inside the enemy base. And the Solar Guardian is enough.
All right. That was pretty huge because Mark had no buyback. They could have thrown him and ignored him there, but they didn't know. For all they know, Mark has buyback and he's waiting at a very opportune time. So they thought they're going to go for the safe play there, but Ela, he buys time.
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
Pretty big, pretty big. This game has gotten very tense as we have now nearly evened up the barracks situation. Look at that bottom barracks site we're going to see here. What are we
What
looking
we're
at?
looking at here is Sean. Oh,
That's what we're looking at. I was wondering why they're all
Hey.
laughing there, but now we see. Now we see.
yep, there it is. 17 HP still remaining.
This barracks pretty much means nothing. What
Oh, but look
is
at
going to
this
mean
smoke.
everything is Roshan in the team fights.
Slawi he's in a position that he might just get jumped on here. Mark ready in the trees on the side. Dutcho going in first. Frozen in the arena. Gets hexed up. He's going to be in trouble. He gets deleted. Namars has got instant buyback coming out from him.
Double
He's going to be
king,
rejoining the fight as well.
illusion's been made.
Gyrocopter throwing out some big damage in the middle.
dead.
TB gone. No Manowar for you anymore as they will look for more. You've got the Dawnbreaker fighting in the backline, keeping Slawi busy, but he will drop. So will Duster. Lund focusing on Mark, and they will drop one after the other. They all fall.
And Mark, yet again, has no buyback via gold. 339 gold. So yet again, another situation where you can buy back 2 heroes, but you're missing a hero.
Trying to snipe the
Sean?
back, but Sean, he's trying to build distance so Sanctified doesn't kill him without Arcane Bolt still following him around, and he survives with 200 HP. They won't be able to cancel out his teleport, but that's at least one buyback they don't need to force out. However, you're going to need some backup. This base is falling fast.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, it's for sure Megas.
Radiant's
fact,
top barracks are
Potentially game. What do we have on TB? Does he have a refresher? No, he doesn't. He has no,
No
way
mark
of
for
getting into
60.
Metamorphosis.
No mark for 60. That's the big one here. Sanctified pushed
They got
away.
gyro.
Slawi down. They got the gyro. Just like that, they weren't ready for it. They've got Lund already forced
All right,
away.
gyro buyback.
Gets back to safety, but Slawi going to be reunited with the front line. 9, he's going to be there. He still has that Solar Guardian Terror Wave thrown in. They're going to buy some time, push them around. But that Metamorph, it's going to last only for a couple of seconds. And Sanctified is down. Senkin GÓMEZ, they look to end CDUB's run of the TI qualifier. Can they do it? We've seen one team at
Throne
this
race
exact
again with no
spot.
buyback.
At this
I don't know
exact
about this
same
one.
spot. It was 700 HP on the throne, and they all died, and they called GG. Senkin GÓMEZ, they will not do the same mistake.
But they did buy back the gyrocopter there. So, in games like these, anything can happen. We are now 1 minute away from the 60-minute neutral items, which is the ultra late game.
And Roche is up.
And this is exactly what Slawi needs to feel confident in this game. Another Aegis, because no buyback.
Another refresher shard as well. But here comes CDUB, slowly but surely approaching the Roche pit. But Roche, 1/3 gone. Down a half. Double king in the front. Dutcho's right there. Can he spot him in time? The Hex goes out. Instant duel. Mark's going to be there. Sanctified to help out. Mars going to be dropping. That's a dieback for the Mars. One hero gone. CDUB still fighting for their lives. They've got the Metamorph this time. But can they drop them all? Can they win them all? Gyrocopter are going to be initiated by Isla. He's going to be fighting against them on the side. They keep the Terrorblade safe for the time being. He's still
Gyro's
full HP.
hexed.
Isla's going to be following. Slawi, that's a dieback. If he dies, he needs to keep on running. He needs to keep on running. Double King going to be chasing him up. The snows are there. The gyro's down. The gyro's down. And on to the next they go. Mark's going to be also dropping low, but he's not going to fall. He will live. And on to the same Rubik. 9 to die as well. Dieback
Lund
from
is
him.
TP to the throne.
And Lund's
this gonna
trying to
work?
finish the game, but he's forcing them back. But the Hex comes out from Sanctified, chasing the Tiny. Solar Guardian coming into play. Isla's going to be here. And the Tiny, he will fall
They lost.
as well.
It's
And
over.
4 heroes dead. And that just could be game.
Oh my god, what is happening right now? Why is this always happening in every game? I mean, CDUB, they went for an opportunity to win the game, and they got just exactly that as they found the Mars, who probably was not in a position he should have been in. Aeon Disc on cooldown in the front lines. Dies immediately without buyback as Gyro's doing Roshan. They had mega creeps. They could have just waited to see them on the map before hitting Roche. But this costly mistake is going to cost them into a game number 3 here.
And the series lives on. Sean, not much he can do. Frozen the Dark Portraits, but they are just insufficient. CDUB, they keep the series alive. They keep their TI hopes alive. This series is tied up.
Radiant
Yep.
North American
Sure is.
Dota.
Definitely crazy. We've definitely seen a couple games now where they put it all on the line. They go for the risky play when the game is easily winnable otherwise. And there's a reason why these teams are going to qualify. They're not at TI.
Yeah.
They need to learn these mistakes. And there's no more painful mistake. These are the games that you learn on, where if you goes to a game 3, you lose that game 3, you're like, we could have continued our TI run. We were waiting all year to play these qualifiers. This one silly mistake will haunt you for at least 6 months, for sure. But luckily, it wasn't an elimination game for Sanking GÓMEZ.
Oh, sure,
It
yeah.
was just a game number 2 where they won game number 1. So game number 3 is just around the corner.
It is, but breaking down this game, it wasn't just down to the last final mistake. It was CDUB pulling off some pretty good moves. They got the draft to work. They repeated the Dawnbreaker. They got the Legion Commander again, but they swapped around the supports, got themselves a different carry this time in terms of the Terrorblade. Double King, he had a flawless game. He had a flawless game up till the first 20-25 minutes, and then the 2 fights, he died in both of them in a row. Wait a minute, Sanking GÓMEZ actually stronger than CDUB? What can they do with this Terrorblade? And after that, just mayhem. 30 minutes of pure mayhem.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot to unpack in this game for sure. I think this last fight was a big one where Ela had a refresher orb, ends up getting a double Starbreaker off onto the gyro, perma-stunning him with that Abyssal Blade, really just like solidifying that they're going to win this fight overall here. And you see Lund, he buys back and say, hey guys, I'm going to kill the throne, buy some space. But they managed to kill 0 heroes. Mark barely gets out alive in that one, and they just TP back and they just deal with the Tiny, and Tiny ends up getting a die back here. So a lot of the game you could be winning, but what really matters is what happens in the ultra late game here, as this game did go to 60 minutes of lots of back and forth here, and I'd have to be here for an hour to truly break this one down. But at the end of the day, CDUB, they made it count when it counted, and that was right at the very end there. And I think Ela had some great performances. Sanctified, of course, Duster, everyone had great games here, but we've got an MVP to give out, don't we?
Oh, we do. Looking at those numbers of deaths. So many heroes who were like, wait, this team won? But it surely is. I mean, if I'd have to pick an MVP, day and night performance for Double King.
Absolutely. But it looks like the Grimstroke. Wrong one.
Grimstroke?
Yeah, I was like, he could have been an MVP if they won. But unfortunately, they did not win the game. Double King on his Terrorblade, especially going back to that early game, he chose all the right fights to go to. He had the correct farming patterns. He was the rock for the team. He applied all the damage when they needed it. And I think he was the driving force of why they're able to win this game. It was a close one. There's a lot of options for MVPs, but I think CDUB in general, whoever made the call to go to that Roche and just risk it all, backs against the wall, we're against mega creeps, let's just go into the Roche pit, see what happens, F it. That guy's MVP in my mind, because that won them the game.
That pretty much won them the game. But hey, CDUB Esports, they have their staunch defenders now. The series is tied, and it is now time for a death match. The last game to decide who gets eliminated and who gets to stay in the North American qualifiers of TI on the second day. Still a lot of Dota to come for the one who wins, but there will be none for the loser. We'll be back for game 3.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Once again, onto the fray we head as CDUB and San King GÓMEZ. They pull it through the full distance of 3 games in the best of 3. Nothing new for Fear. Probably not too much new to me as well. But for these two teams, it's now a best of 1. 1 game to decide it all. Do we follow the series meta? Do we follow some other meta? Do we come up with something wild and crazy? I don't know. Let the players decide for themselves. We have a draft ready. Let's dive straight into the action itself and see what happens between these two teams. But one is riding on a pretty high, you could say, and that has to be CDUB, because this game was, in a way, they kind of slipped, let go, and were able to corral themselves back together for a couple good teams fights. But Sankin Gomez, damn. Oh, where do we even start?
I mean, where do you want to start, the good or the bad? Because this team has a mixture of both. It's mainly been good. So the way I look at it is, I'm gonna scrap that thought. I'm gonna talk about it this way. There's one game left, right, between the two. You mentioned it. It's a best of one. It's a TI lower bracket best of one now. And this is where, if you thought last game was crazy, this is where it can get really crazy. We got 60 minutes of gameplay in that last game. It was very close. We thought Sankin Gomez was going to win. Well, first we thought CDUB was going to win, right? Then we thought Sankin Gomez was going to win. Then CDUB took it in the end, of course. But, however, these are the nerves, the tension coming into these TI games, and they're very noticeable. Most of these players don't make these type of mistakes when they're playing just like the TPCs, or especially not in their pubs. But we're going to get a completely new game. The Dawnbreaker is removed by Sankin Gomez. The Legion is removed. Some of the critical heroes of the series. And CDUB's going to go with the new hero, a hero that we have not seen a ton of until this new patch, and that is a Chen.
The Chen, has been banned a couple times in the first phase, but hasn't really been picked, or at least gone through into the picking phase. So we're starting again off with supports. Begin the draft. The Grimstroke, again, a classic for Sankin Gomez. But talk to me about this Chen. Do you feel like this hero is now rising in popularity?
Oh, it definitely is. It was pretty much almost unpickable in the last patch. So he got a couple buffs. You get a bonus attack range when you use Penitence, which helps you with your trading. So that's definitely nice for him. And Holy Persuasion, Aghanim's Scepter has been changeable. The cast range decreased from global to 1200, and it can now be cast on enemies to damage them for the current values of Hand of God, which I don't think many people really use Chen for that regard, but I think it's more of just trading in the early game. You get bonus attack range, you get more right clicks off, and Chen has always been most powerful when looked at as a hero that can win its lane, and that's something it's kind of been lacking at as of recent patches. And if you kind of look at what his E does, for example, it's one of the worst spells in the game. It used to be the best, now it's the worst. Like at level 1, it goes 1 armor, 1 HP regen per second. How terrible is that? And at level 2, it goes 2 armor, 2 regen per second. And it goes on, 3, 4. So this spell is not very good, especially not to level early on. And people play around Penitence mainly and Holy Persuasion. And both of them got buffed a little bit, so we're seeing a bit more Chen play because of that.
It used to be a lot of fun with the with the early iteration of Chen, where you had this kind of inbuilt Dagon. You did like a random amount of damage with one of your abilities, and that's something I love to play in Overthrow. Just build up spell amp and get these crazy numbers out of it, because you also had a talent that buffed the damage that it dealt. So you could do like an instant burst of like 800, 900, even almost 1,000 damage, which is kind of crazy for a basic ability. So it's like, yep, that's your one-trick pony, but it could be fun. Now you got something, well, not something similar, but Chen being able to dish out a bit more damage, which definitely always helps. Like, you want to build up those damage numbers, which Chen has always kind of lacked in a little bit. He's more like a crowd controller, team aura, sister, helper, always all these nice and positive things. But you got to get some kind of danger out of the hero, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we're seeing now a hero that has only been nerfed in the Batrider, but banned a lot. And I'm very curious about this, because this hero, it's always been good. It's mainly been a support for a while now, just because it is universal and he has high HP regen, which makes him a good trader. But they nerfed the cast point on Lasso, so you have more time to react to it if you want to get your BKB off or whatever it might be, right? But just given how the meta is and how the teams are scrimming in North America, they still put a lot of value onto the Batrider here. Mm-hmm. But you are playing with a Grimstroke now, so you have that combo too. You got the double lasso available at your disposal, and now they're going to pick another flex pick. Is Monkey going to be support? Is Monkey
or is this the mid Monkey again? Yeah.
I mean, you know how I feel about that. I know how you feel. High level games, it's not good, but in low level games, it's very good. And why that works is it mainly has to do support. No, it's definitely not a low-level game, but it's where mistakes can happen more. And it comes a lot down to how you deal with this Monkey King. And you're not going to deal with the Ember on itself. Like, the Ember has to know what to do in this matchup. We saw Gunner play it the other day, right? And he knows this matchup. He's like cutting waves at the right time. He's calling his supports over at all the right moments and doing all these small little things. Of course, you're not going to win the lane. But if you get to that 6-8 minute mark, you get your level 6, you play the lane correctly, you have your abilities, you can definitely punish this Monkey King. And that's where it becomes a team activity of, like, the game becomes about this Monkey King. It's so important that if you are CDUB in this game, if it is Monkey versus Ember mid, that you deal with the Monkey King. And it's not very hard either. But if you ignore him completely and be like, you're on your own, Ember, see you later, then this Monkey will become a problem. Because Monkey King is the type of hero. It's not like a Timbersaw where he just wins his lane and then guess what? He's untouchable for 20 minutes. No, this hero is very squishy, very easy to gank, very easy to kill. And you have to really take advantage of that if you are CDUB. And you have to draft for it too, because it becomes all about making sure this Monkey King doesn't get out of control.
We also get to see the Lion that has been getting a bit of love lately. So Bait was also playing Stamon and would like to play this Lion hero from time to time. And CDUB wanting to give it a try. I think CDUB has also been playing this. Like, it's a Duster classic. I'm not sure if Sanctified wants to bring out the Lion for himself. He feel like maybe he's the guy to run the Chen. Isla also likes to play the Chen. Is Duster a Chen player?
Yeah, he is.
He is. Okay, so that probably answers my question. Maybe Sanctified plays the Lion after all.
I mean, if you played 7.33, you played Lion. That hero was really rising in stocks during that patch for sure. And let me check, did he get changed at all? A little bit. You can use mana drain on allies even without the level 15 talent, which is it's kind of whatever. It doesn't really change the fact of what this hero does.
Wannabe Coddle.
Yeah, this hero in general is going to be your lockdown. He's going to be the hero that shuts down the Monkey King from getting those Jingo stacks, maybe get the burst damage with the finger, and make sure Monkey is not an issue. And when you ever play Chen, you think about Chen's weaknesses, right? It doesn't have the best stun. You have some options through creeps, but it's not really reliable. It's very nice to have a hero that can walk across the map, buy Blink Dagger, make things happen. Chen buys auras. They complement each other very well.
But going into the last phase of bans, we already see the Gyrocopter for CDUB this time, and Sven, a hero that has been rising as well in the pick rates, at least competitively for Sand King GÓMEZ. So that does tell us Monkey King looks like to be either a support or a mid, depending where this Batrider wants to go, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5. But the Grimstroke has been a Chan classic, so most likely he's going to be playing the 5 Grimstroke. But this last phase of bans, probably a bit more focused on... It looks like a support is missing in the eyes of CDUB, or that they don't want to let this Skywrath go through. That is something that does hurt the Ember. It does hurt the Lion. The silence, mainly.
Yeah. And I think if you look at their draft, you're kind of wondering what's going on as well. And I don't think you want to support if you're Sand King GÓMEZ, do you? Like, I think you need an offlaner.
Yeah, if
Monkey
the bat
mid.
doesn't go offlane, then an offlane is what you're most likely missing, yeah.
But they think the bat's going offlane, apparently. So, I mean, bat can be played in offlane. It's fine. So I guess they're just scared of bat offlane here. And that's going to leave a lot of offlane options available to Sand King GÓMEZ here to be able to pick. And looking at the drafting order, the first pick will have to pick first, which means I guess they have to blind pick anyway.
Yeah, your blind pick, it's a technical offlane.
Well, they see Gyro, I guess. No, they see their matchup. So what do they want to play against Gyro? That's just going to be the question of the day. A lot of people like to build Vanguard carriers against Gyro. Because eventually if you get that early Vanguard, like some Centaur or something, you can't really harass. But nobody really picks Centaur anymore. Axe is always an option too, but with the new way he is being built... Or maybe they just go that more aggressive route and pick some melee hero and just lane the bat offlane and try to pressure him. That could be an option too, but what is left in that regard? The Tusk and the Earth Spirit are the big ones you think about, and some Clockwork maybe. Could be an option. Pretty good Clockwork game, actually.
Isla's Tidehunter at least was banned, which he hasn't really had a high win rate on, but something that we've seen from time to time. Looking at the Darkseer Magnus Doom Axel as well, if one of those is something that he wants to pick into this game. He's got a fair amount of games on all of those three. His most successful ones are the OD and the Brood Mother, but Brood, well, kind of ignored now in the current meta. And OD offlane, well, I think maybe we've seen the best of that hero the past days. Now we're going to get the Queen of Pain.
What is this?
Good question. Mid or support? Are we completely off track of this one? Are we seeing a support Sven? And are we seeing Quap carry or something like that?
Remaining.
No.
5 seconds.
What are we seeing? No, this Quap came out of left field here for sure for me. Like this does not
Quap
seem
out
like
of
the
nowhere.
hero that they really needed. Okay, I figured it out. It's Quap mid. Monkey King 4, bad offlane. Okay, cool.
A Quap mid's so easy, man. Like it,
Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna be mid.
I was really thinking this Monkey King mid too much, but it's
maybe,
not. It's
maybe they magically brought Necronomicon back and they're like, yep, that's an offlane Quap right there. Oh, we're going to get
look.
the Underlords.
now it's Monkey Carry because they picked Under. I'm just kidding. It's Sven
It is
support.
a mid Quap. Blah. Boring. Okay, it's the classic. It works. Monkey King for 9, and everything else seems to be in order. But CDUB, no specialties there either. Duster with the Chen, probably a hero, and also the player on the hero that we're going to be keeping our eyes open for.
Yeah, for sure here. And what is interesting about this draft? As usual, it's going to be Quap for Simber. It's a very high skill matchup. There's small little things that can happen. Can you dodge the Shadow Strikes with the Sleight of Fist? Can you not? Really depends on the matchup for the most part. We're going to see Bat Rider offlane with the Monkey support. Could be devastating as well. And yeah, nothing special about Sven as well. So there's a lot of like cool things that can happen here, but we both have 2 carries that farm incredibly fast and are high tempo. You got one offlaner that's a bit more defensive in the Underlord and more aggressive in the Bat Rider. And then the mid laners, they're going to throw what's into the mix of getting the runes, making things happen. They're both pretty active. So this should be a pretty active game with 2 carries just farming. Whoever can manage to get the map control is going to most likely be able to shut down the other carries' farm. And that's going to come a lot down to the mid laners. And I think this Bat Rider specifically, because Underlord doesn't mind a slow game. He's totally fine with just chilling, defending towers, building the auras, and stuff like that.
And mentality and experience-wise, we've kind of seen the best of Sand King GÓMEZ. But have we seen the best of CDUB so far? I feel like this third game is really going to tell us if the team is ready and up for the challenge to continue in TI. But what do you think? What do you feel like? Do you still think Sand King GÓMEZ as a team feels a bit more stable, a bit more stronger? Or has CDUB, have they influenced you enough to be proven that they could take this series?
Oh, when I went into the series, right, I mentioned they're both evenly matched. I still do believe that way. And I think Mark is now playing a hero that isn't Legion Commander with an Ember Spirit. This is a much more traditional mid. And I think the only questions I had about the last couple of games from CDUB was, it's usually going to be Mark, but it's going to be their drafting. It improved in game number 2, and game number 3 here, I think we have a mirror match almost in like what these drafts are supposed to accomplish. You got one hard carry that's going to farm a lot. You got 2 mid laners who want to pick up runes and gank that are quite conventional. And then the offlaners, there's a slight difference here, but that's a difference in play style. Won't change too much. It's more about what happens on the map. This Bat Rider is going to run around and push lanes out, go for kills, whereas Underlord just wants to build auras and group up with a Chen. It's just 2 different play styles where SKG is on the more aggressive route, where CDUB is more on the methodical route of like wanting to get objectives with massive amount of auras, stuff like that. So can Sand King GÓMEZ be that type of team that's going to be able to just dismantle CDUB before they can get their timing? Because I think their 5-man ball on CDUB will be much stronger if they can get to it comfortably.
Well, hopefully CDUB can get their support player back on the server at least, because they mentioned Duster, internet is gone. So let's hope that internet does decide to, return back home. I was like, here I am. Can you please let me in? Because right now it's not a great situation to be in, especially in a tournament in a game like this. Worst case scenario. But he is back, so no doomsday scenarios. Nay, say you doomsayers. We'll be heading back into this deciding game between the 2 teams. Well, let's see if this smoke rotation leads into something, because what I like about aggressive moves here is definitely on the dire side, coming out from this top half of the map and getting a bit of a brawl somewhere around here, say, for example, like this little circle. Like we usually get like an X marks the spot. That's a good place to catch somebody off guard. They come out of the tree line. Oh, I see a smiley face being drawn there. Hey.
That's me.
Yeah. Beautiful artwork. Sean's going to be the bait, but does this lead into a kill? Isla's a tough target. Full magic wand. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. Hello! Blood grenade thrown in. They got the stun as well. Sanctified trying to help him out, but a first blood, it looks like a certainty. Lund, for the mid co-op out of all things, picks up the first kill.
I mean, Mark has been one of those players where you just want to see him catch a break, you know? And he's not getting one this game as a mid laner gets first blood in a matchup that is Qualp favored, so very sad. As he also misses Elastic with Slight.
It's a bit rough.
When I think of rough, I think of Mark a lot.
I think of Mark a lot. That is saying
really
something.
do. And he's a great player, but he's just like, sometimes things get hard for him.
I like to consider all of the years of Dota you've been around the game and all the stuff that you've been
Ela
doing,
died
and
again with no TP, by the way.
Yeah, not sure if
That's
Mark
also
or
rough.
Ela's going to be the one who's going to be in a much more rough state. But that's already 2 kills, both of the offlane Underlord level 1. They did decide to surprise him with that 3-man tri lane in the top lane, and it leads into results.
I think that was a really good read because they killed the Underlord, right? And then he TP'd back, and the Monkey King was like, hey, guys, he has no TP. Let's just kill him again. Will you be okay in the offlane? And Dude Cho says, I'll survive. And so they kind of like, didn't ruin Bat's laning stage, but they kind of made sure that they're not going to really win bottom now with that play. But they destroyed Underlord of having any chance of winning this top lane. And that's just the choice they made. And I would agree that Sven versus Underlord matchup's pretty hard, so maybe that was the right choice.
Yeah. And also, like, when you look at game 2, how did this top lane start off of? It was Gyrocopter dancing around that Dawnbreaker. Dodging abilities, making them look a bit silly. They got 5 kills early on. Terrorblade was unkilled, but he was 303 at some stage of the game when he was able to join in with his team. But the Gyrocopter got a lot of kills, and only after that did he start to fall. I think he died like 4 or 5 times after that, racked up a lot of deaths.
For sure.
But the laning stage was different. Sean trying to interrupt this pull.
In this game, both carry players are going to just have a free farm, for sure. I don't think there's anything that could happen other than potentially a support rotation. Like if Sean went bottom and they somehow kill the Gyro, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
Look at mid, actually, and how the CS is being divided. It's actually Mark in the lead with 16 and Lund with 9.
I mentioned it is a skill-based matchup, and it looks like Mark, he's got the skill, even though First Blood was given directly to this Queen of Pain. It still doesn't matter. Mark is just outplaying him here.
He is, and actually doing a lot of damage to the Quap 2 in the process, so...
This is really bad for the Queen of Pain, actually.
Yeah. Interesting number there, with the last hits there. Probably Mark has a bit more. Maybe he can...
And Lund could die here if he's not. Chains did miss this,
but hey!
Nice.
Gyro dying in the bottom lane, Double King quite far away from the tower. Duster was already in the safety of the tower, but he dies actually in the jungle side. That's going to be a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, I didn't catch that one. He must have just been trying to stop a creep pool or something like that. Sometimes as a carry player, you just overextend a little bit. Maybe do that one extra creep instead of forfeiting it. A little bit of greed. And this is definitely not a lane where you can overextend a little bit. This Monkey King with the Orb of Venom, it's a little bit
Stun
scary.
number 1.
They do go on top lane.
Number 2. Going to be enough to kill the Underlord. He's standing his ground. A little damage from Sawi. The tower also already got the stun connect sanctified. Take that stone up your... Never mind. It lands.
Never mind.
It's a kill.
Definitely is. And that's a big kill because, like, they wanted to go for the kill there. They thought they'd have the kill, but Ela, with that magic wand, maybe miscalculated a little bit of sanctified. That couldn't have been closer. That was about as close as it could possibly be for the range of that Earth Spike there. But nonetheless, Ela really needed that. So both carry players going down now.
Are fortified.
Quite
Also-
big as Ducho going on bot lane again onto the Chen. And
Yeah, it's a sizable fight going on. Duster will drop. At the same time, Lund had been forced to do the walk of shame all the way back home. So Mark took the lane for himself. So the co-op's going to regenerate. Ember getting free farm in the lane. Already 12 CS ahead. The kills may
Mark
be
is
going for
having one hell
Sankin
of a
Gomez in the bottom lane. But that mid lane, it's looking one-sided now.
and that death from Duster, you're like, all right, maybe that was a good kill, but that's a free refill for Mark, who had a low bottle. So all of a sudden, Mark can continue his dominance, or maybe he couldn't have without that bottle refill. So
Close to
even the
getting level
negatives
6.
being turned into positives here.
Guess Mark has lived through enough hardships to turn them into his advantage. Can never know.
It's true.
He's definitely living and thriving off of it right now.
Yes, indeed. As we are now going to be getting 6-minute runes. 6 heroes in the mid lane.
Yep, 9 and Duster already starting the brawl early here. Penitence versus Blood Grenade slow. Orb of Corrosion already picked up on the support. He's level 3 with an OOC. Trying to turn a Golem to fight against him. Another Penitence there, slowing him down. But he's in the trees, and Duster, he's gonna drop. 9 will get the kill.
And then
Very early
who
on.
else is in trouble? Double King committed his rocket here.
Oh, Grin Stroke in trouble there. Mark right in the middle. He's silenced up. Has to kill the bug first. Has a remnant to jump away with. While another hero teleports back home. It is Chan going back home. Mark survives. But it is a denied arcane by Sanctify. Still,
Batrider's a problem.
Battle is definitely a problem, and that 1k net worth difference is really building out from how these side lanes are going for Sankin Gomez.
Like if you're Gyro, you have to leave this lane very soon. When back it's level 6, you're just dead with any rotation, potentially even just solo. And Chen is not going to help in any regard. Even if it gets a purge creep, who cares? He doesn't have sticky.
Dyer's
And here it is.
under attack.
Now, he has call down now on Gyro, getting 6 just before him, but you don't have regen right now if you are Double King. You're incredibly low. Whereas Ducho, he doesn't mind making these trades because he's got a Vanguard. He's got mana boots.
Yep.
He is a walking fountain.
Soaks up the majority of that damage being dealt. Mark finding Chan and finding Slawi, but they're going to turn around and try to fight back. We've already got the bug for the slow, Ink slow with the stun, and very close to getting the kill, and Mark... Oh, the right click already got through from Chan, and it's going to be enough for the kill, but here comes Isla with the help of Sanctify, but the Sonic Wave from Ducho will push them away. They will lose their support Grim, but they can't afford to lose the Sven. The Sven needs to get kills, but he also needs to live through all of this, fighting against the Underlord.
He's gonna kill,
Sanctify
right.
the fall, and he's going to look for a kill in the Underlord. He will get it. Lund coming just in time to help out, and 9 also picking up a kill and an assist on top of that.
And if we talk about like these areas, I guess you probably can't see my drawing, but like if he wants to fall back to the jungle with this Morbid Mask, he can get 7 HP regen on Dire here, just to get all his health back and then just come back to the lane. If he wants to. He might not even need to. Sankin Gomez, again, off to an explosive start. And we're praising Mark. We are praising him from his early game, but somehow he is now the lowest farmed core in the game. After just that one rotation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm still looking at this bat, though. This hero is not being answered this game whatsoever. Up 2,000 gold now on Sankin Gomez.
Yeah. And we know what Ducho can do when he has a free game.
Quite a lot,
Capable.
indeed.
Very capable, even with that Legion Commander versus Nouns. It will be something I'll remember for a while because he did ramp up. His stonks were going high very, very fast.
Similar story here, right, too, right?
Yeah, it is.
All right, they're going to try and go on Ducho here.
Let's see what they can do. He does drop low, but the Boundless Strike misses. Actually, wait.
Mark
doesn't
has
actually
no
miss, but
remnant.
Mark hasn't got a way to go out anymore. Double King can't help him. So that's another death for Mark, and Lund's the one to pick up the kill. Underlord dying at the same time at the top lane, and maybe even Sanctified if Chan can find him. Lion going the other way around. Still spots him.
They
walks
found
back
him
in.
all right.
D-Ward comes out there. Slows are there. And here comes Slawi. He's ready with that God Strength. You don't want to line up for the stun.
D-Ward and everything.
Sanctified is caught one way or the other. Thinks well through the other direction. Actually, is enough damage to kill him. And Lund finds another. It's Duster to drop this time. Oh dear, things are really ramping up for Sankin Gomez, but CDUB, something is ramping up its problems.
Is under attack.
That is definitely true. A lot of problems right now for CDUB as the net worth, it was 4K, now it's 3. All 3 cores are free farming from Sankin Gomez. Mark and off to.
they found the
he had
ancient
such a
stat.
great laning stage, but like I mean, unfortunate things happen to Mark. We'll just put it that way. And he just like puts in too many remnants there. He went all the way in with no way out.
Okay.
Dies yet again.
Fear, look at Nine's quick buy. Is he serious with this? Are we seeing a no boots orb of corrosion into a nullifier build up on a pause for Monkey King?
I don't think it's good this game. Some games that might be good, but what is so good about it in this game? I'm not seeing what he's supposed to be accomplishing.
Very spicy if he does keep that on his quick buy, because things are going pretty well. I mean, he could build it
I mean, he could.
if things continue
Fine.
this way.
I mean, I'd be more a fan like an Orchid or something this game. 'cause
Yeah,
they're
that's
already
the
having a
stuff
rough
you're
game.
usually seeing, you know, like a 2 to 3.5k item, something like that you could build. But this
Double
item
King
costs
is about to see a lot of pain here.
gold.
If he's
There's the jump in, Boundless Strike is ready. Got the call down. Do a decent amount of damage. Maybe 9 will drop, but the kill goes first for 9, and he will fall over. He will be traded. Still a worth kill, but Grimstroke is going to have to take the brunt of this damage. Dutcho's already moving away. The silence onto the Lion forces him from using that stun.
honestly, this is worth. And Chon doesn't even die. Even if Chon dies there, you get 4 heroes to go down there. You kill the Gyro, and so much about this game is going to be Gyro versus Sven, right? And
Yeah.
Gyro can farm as much as Sven, but not if he's being pressured, and who is not being pressured is the Sven.
Yeah, Slavi has a
And
free
we've-
game.
Yeah, and we see a lot of the times the Sven,
Radiant's middle
and
tower is
specifically
under attack.
Hector, when he played it, if you leave this hero alone, and he knows his farming patterns, he will get so farmed to the point where it doesn't matter if your heroes are good versus him or not. He will be up 1 or 2 items on you, and he'll be knocking at your door.
And here we go with more aggression. Nice dodge from 9. was that Duster controlling
It
that
was Duster,
Wild
yeah.
Wing? Okay. I thought
It looked
AI
like he had
would-
really fast feet there, but bootless monkeys can't move that quick, unfortunately.
They can definitely be surprisingly quick, but not this time. 4K lead for Sankin Gomez. 12 minutes in, usually an indicator of one team having a very good start if that much gold is accumulated that early on. Double King finishing off the ancient stacks, a couple extra stacks on top of that. Still behind the Sven by 1,300. Currently working.
This is
on a-
the Gyro build that is considered normal, by the way. Just the straight Crystallis for the bonus damage right into the Aghanims, into the BKB, into the Satanic. So his power spike should be pretty quick in this game. But will it match Sven's power spike, who is just now going through his stack of Ancients? And with this Sven picking up the Blink Dagger as his next item, he will now be a threat on the map as Ela will be going down here. They even expend the Chen ultimate to try and deal with that.
Trying to help him out for sure, and even Ember deciding to fight, but the Soulbind is connected, and Lion is going to be there. 2-man silence, Sonic Wave. It does a little bit of damage, but it's going to be enough.
Poor Mark,
Finishing off
man.
Mark, and poor Lion. Mark, I don't even remember the proper sentence for this because of my non-native English, but it's been a sequence of unfortunate events, if that's correct.
That is correct.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Great English.
Thank you. But yeah, Mark is the embodiment of that right now. 3 deaths, 0 kills, no impact.
He had a great laning stage, though.
He did have a great laning stage.
Under attack.
And Ducho's going to use Smoke here to clear out an Ancient stack.
It's kind of like you were the last in the 100-meter hurdle, but you can say that you've got the largest lungs of your class.
That's something worth bragging about.
Well, he had a good laning stage.
All right. Well, there's always that.
He's gotta have to find a way and a means to recover, but it's no longer through him. It has to be somebody else to help him out. Isla's not really off to a good start in this game at all. 5 deaths, but Double King, you already talked about the correct way of building the gyrocopter, or the normal,
The meta
way of building this gyrocopter. Could be the savior for him, but Lund's gonna be surprised by a full-on gank, and that's a good kill. And we'll
Absolutely.
make sure they get it. And here comes
Slawi blinks into a pit.
Oh, it's a nice feeling. 9, though. 2-man stun. And the Soulbind connecting on both. The Suns are there, but it's a bit limited. Oh, the kill with the lasso just in time. Double kill for Slawi. And he is going to be hit by the cooldown. Already dropping low on HP. Isla bullying him with that Firestorm. And they got to try to distance themselves, but they're also low. 9
Double
tries his
King.
best. He tries his luck. They missed the stun from Sanctified. The Hex is still there. Double King low on HP. And they cannot kill Double King. Cannot kill the king. Will he die? Will he die to the burn? Yes, he will.
Dead.
And it's now down to the Underlord. He's the final man surviving, and Lund with a DD rune. He's going to make quick work of this. The slug has been slain.
Demon Slug is gone, indeed. So that was really good. We saw many times these teams do fear Chon and his Grimstroke for reasons of either the late game making the illusion of a carry, or just having that combination. The double lasso there with Sven blinking in to deal out the damage was the difference maker there, as Mark was caught with, I believe, the Chen in that one. So they both go down immediately in that fight. Almost killed the Sven in regard. I like how Slawi did stick around for a little bit, waiting to get that additional kill on the Lion there. And of course, on the Batrider, Ducho finishing off the gyrocopter there. Nothing but a huge win for Sand King GÓMEZ, as this game is now with 10,000 net worth advantage, and we do see the Monkey King. He indeed did not go for the Nullifier. He has now finished a Solar Crest, a much more sensible choice.
Yep.
And I think really good versus the gyrocopter too. Just pop it on him in the fights. He'll get less attack speed off, less damage, less movement speed. Slow him
Ports are
down.
looking for Slawi in the bot lane, but surprise! Just like that.
No, Duster just lost his Chen army and it's gone again.
That too.
Feels bad, man.
Dire's top
They
tower
thought they had
is
the
under
jump,
attack.
but instead you've got 2 heroes appearing out of nowhere. Blinking Batrider, Blinking Sven, 2-man stun, cleave them both down. A tier 2 to fall,
Radiant structures
and it's just a list of wins for Sand King GÓMEZ.
Dire's top tower has
It's
fallen.
like game 2 never happened.
No, we decided this is the best of one, so yeah, it's true. This is the only game that matters.
But when you think about it, it feels like a repeat of game 1.
Yeah,
Kind
I
of.
mean, it's definitely
Different
not
draft
a
and different
repeat of game
execution,
2.
but still.
But this could be a game 2 experience. Lasso will be used. Ember's dead again. Chen's dead again.
Oh, the Ember died too. Oh,
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't even know how Ember died, but he died by the tier 2 mid. Rest in peace over here.
Radiant's bottom tower
they've
has
spotted Double King of the top lane. 9 going in by himself. He's got the Inkswell. He will stun him up on the spot. That's
We had
only a level
replay
13
seeing it.
gyro.
Pop soloed him.
Yeah, Quap soloing him at the same time as Double King. There's a portal. That's Slawi's going to be there, and then there goes Double King.
They could take that portal if they want to. Free path.
Get pretty close.
Radiant's
look at
bottom
Dutcho.
tower is under attack.
Surrounded by hostiles. Sees Island the ball low ground. Oh, he goes in. Risky. Nope, lasso, no, nothing. He's got no abilities. What is he thinking here? Is it a bait? Oh, that bait doesn't quite work out. Lund's going to be fighting them all by himself. Isla's just TPing away. Sanctified sucking away his mana. 9. Looking for who do I stun this time. Throwing around his bat. Finally gets the connection onto Mark Chan. Getting that kill. Duster, it's going to be the next one to drop. As we saw 9, he did not go for the nullifier. Instead, he's got that solar crest, and that's buffing everybody up. Chan getting some regeneration for himself with that Inkswell on. Another set of kills for Sand King GÓMEZ. Dutcho was a
Must
bait.
be fun to be Slawi in this game.
Kill.
This man has a BKB, Blink, Echo, Mask of Madness, Crystallis. 19 minutes, by the
And
way.
it's not like a PvE, Sven. Like, he's got
it's
8
not.
kills. Grim? Yeah, in massive trouble. Mark finally gets redemption and gets a bit of extra gold through that kill, but Sanctified slowly burnt down by Dutcho. One more hit would have been needed for that kill, but he's going to bring in Chen a bit closer, so they can also get rid of the Lion in the process. Now Isla, no teleport for 10 seconds, no gate for 6. Goes down the route, but that's all he can do.
Ember TP top. We'll see if Slawi wants to end up going on him or not. I mean, he dies in 1 stun and God Strength for sure. This is not a farmed Ember. But he'll just cut the wave instead. Drag it back. This game is in complete domination by Sand King GÓMEZ at the current point in time. Still waiting for a comeback mechanic, which will probably be on the back of this line with a Blink Dagger. That's what we're really going to have to look out for if CDUB are going to really get back into this game. And Double King, he's still farming. He's got good net worth. They need to take fights away from the Sven. That is the big thing. And they will find the bat right here. No BKB.
That's a good start. That's a good start for things. Stun locked. Nothing he can do. And here comes Lund. He's got that shield rune. The Double King decides
might be a
to
little
stand
rough
his
for you.
ground. They've got Isla coming in from the back with the gyrocopter already getting stun locked on the spot. Doesn't get to do much here. And finally killed off. Meanwhile, at the same time, Quap causing issues, and also the Sven chasing around. The Underlord's right on top of him. The Inkswell stun will cancel the TP, and he's on a godlike spree now.
I mean, you take that kill, right? And then you back, I think. If you are CDUB, you have to take these small wins
Tower has fallen.
and just keep it as that. You don't want to take a small win and try and turn it into a big one, because that's too greedy.
High risk, high
That's
reward.
exactly
yeah.
what they did. There was no reward there. Like, you're running forward, you used everything to kill the hero. And
High
you're
risk,
down
no reward.
15,000.
Dire structures are fortified.
I like the first half of that play, but that greed was just...
Ooh, 4 tips
too
for
much.
Duster. 4 tips for Duster. He hasn't really gotten to play this Chen at all this game. No army, no hero to play.
Pretty much. I mean, he has a decent amount of farm, but the issue what they have with their lineup right now, I really emphasize the fact that I think this Chen Underlord, if they group up together, are going to be really strong. However, they don't get to group up. We talked about the tempo and how fast you can move on the map with the Bat Rider and the Monkey King and the Quap. They've had the whole tempo, and Mark in trouble. No way he dies, right? Oh, man. That was
No way he
no God
lives.
strength.
Oh man, yeah.
That was just one
I don't even
Stormhammer
know,
and
man.
one
This
Monkey
is,
Stun.
this is really rough for CDUB. Like, is this the way you get knocked out of the tournament or start building your comeback? Like, so far behind.
Radiant
I mean, you
So
always
far
have an avenue of winning, I think, with a lineup like this. I think that Gyro and Lion are going to be pivotal for this comeback. And at this point, this Ember, his job is going to be just lock heroes down, maybe kill the Grimstroke.
Radiant's top tower.
Discard gyrocopter. He's 4 levels behind the Sven.
Radiant's middle
Sven's
tower
almost
is under
20
attack.
at this point. Almost a level per minute pace, so that's a very high XP. XPM that he has. Also, his GPM is already at 850, just below. Or, sorry, yeah, 900 XPM as well. That is some crazy numbers.
I like his build
China.
this game, too.
There goes the Underlord. Lassoed up. Brought into the hostile territory, which is now Sand King GÓMEZ's area.
Mark's just trying to get out of the base and get this BKB.
Dire's bottom
Duster's also trying to push, but I think there's another set of tips coming in. Oh, there's no lasso. Okay, he's out.
He's out for now.
For now.
Octarine Core coming online.
Sanctified thinking about this. Goes for the Hex onto Lund. Stun comes out. They've only done a quarter of HP damage. Double King also there. They missed the stun, but Slawi now targeting the gyrocopter right away. Double King nowhere to go. Crit to death, 1400 crit to the face. And there goes your Ember Spirit. Sliced to death. Duster is going to get cut in half as well. No mount to ride on anymore.
Yeah, this might be a quick one with that kill. You're going straight to the enemy high ground now. Monkey King calling it already. I guess he called it before he even started, but in this particular game, your barracks going down, your chances of staying in the TI qualifier are dwindling before your eyes
And that's
here,
it.
and they're
That's
just going
it.
to call it.
CDUB is out. Sand King GÓMEZ go onward. After what we
So-
saw from game number 2, this game 3 completely different.
Absolutely, and I think Sand King GÓMEZ, of course, saying in hindsight they deserve to win this, but they just looked better. And not only game 1 was convincing, right? Game 2 was back and forth, and arguably they should have won game number 2. And game number 3, it was just a stomp. So they were just the better team here, and they kind of just proved it. They just had one slip up in game number 2. They went against Nouns. Sure, they lost the series, but they took Nouns to 3 games. I'm not going to say they almost won game 3 versus Nouns, but they won the early game against Nouns. This team, it's looking promising. They're looking pretty good here. Whereas CDUB, a lot to polish up here, for sure. Their drafts were okay. I didn't really dislike them, only except for the game 1 draft. But they just don't seem like they're on the same page of what they should be doing on the map here. And you'll just see that through a lot of the decision making here. Mark oftentimes gets caught out. He's I always mention he's a feast or famine type of player, but he kind of struggled except for in game number 2, early game of Legion, this series. So for the majority of this series, he kind of had a rough one. And that unfortunately was the difference maker for them in this one.
I could be wrong with this statement, but at least from what I've seen and heard from some of the more experienced coaches, coming from these tier 1 teams, they've been talking that when you're building a drafting idea, you've got to start with winning the lanes. If you start thinking of too much ahead of what you want to achieve with the draft, that's already a long reach, and that's an if scenario. So you've got to start with something that's really
unranked.
It's concrete, makes sense. So they had I could understand the draft in game number 1 that it's kind of pubby. You can look at a Lycan building Ags, and Dawnbreaker carry just becomes insanely strong through that. But you got to achieve those points first. And this game 3 as well. The laning stage, it already started rough. First blood for the Quap in the Ember matchup. Ember's still doing really damn good. In terms of CS, was actually beating the Quap by almost double the CS. But Underlord died 3 or 4 times in the lane. Big issue for him as well to kind of bounce back and corral into the game. And of course, where does your Gyrocopter stand when you've kind of lost 2 lanes already after that? So tough game for CDUB, but for Senkin GÓMEZ, a victory and a success for them for sure. And of course, polishing their numbers here, as you can see some of these KDAs on multiple heroes, multiple players here in this 3rd game. Everything clicked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think specifically, in this game, there was a lot of cool things that happened. I really liked Slawi and Sean. They played that top lane really well. 9 sticking around with that monkeying, really destroying Ela's game. And of course, Lun, he didn't have a great laning stage, but he came back into it, and Ducho on his Batrider, Grandmaster Bat player, I didn't realize he played this much Batrider, but it definitely makes sense. He showed it in his gameplay, and even though he got left alone in that offlane, he managed to find a way to get back into it and really just dominate that lane. Just really almost unheard of to just have your POS 4 not show up for the first 2 waves and still win your lane afterwards. So props to him on that one.
And of course, you have to think about maybe a series victory and then maybe an MVP or whatever you want to say. I'd say Senkin GÓMEZ, they clicked as a team. The whole team, I could almost in this case say that there was no player above the rest. This was a team effort that led them into the victory out of this series. And that also means our first best of 3. It was a long one, but it's all done and dusted. And we're going to be heading over to the next one because any Dendy enjoyers out there, any TiltedBoys around, because that's going to be up next. We've got the Ukrainian Brawl, 6 Ukrainian players on the server. Let's see who takes this one in the North American regional qualifiers and who goes to play against Senkin GÓMEZ in the next round. This up next after the break. out of the 13 teams that took part in this qualifier, only 2 have been eliminated so far, and it's time for the next one to get dropped out. But on the positive side, one of these teams is going to be going onwards. It's T-Panda and Fear again, continuing with Bait versus TiltedBoys. And like mentioned in the post-game, a lot of Ukrainians on the server in this one, a plenty, or even could say plethora of nationalities, of which 2 players are American. So something different, but not something that we're not completely unaccustomed to in the North American region for the last year. It's not filled with just NA players. There's a mix of a bit of everything.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot. I don't really have the stats to really say, but either way, I like the diversity coming into the region. I think if it was only North American teams, the region itself would grow slower. But right now, it might seem a little strange, or the region's still not super strong. However, if we continue to get an influx of players coming from Europe, you know, bringing their ideas and showing our players like what's a bit better, I think it'll only make the region stronger in the long run. As long as they are sticking around, they are playing the qualifiers, or ideally playing some pubs or scrimming at the very least, it's a net positive for the region.
Yeah, like North America, at least United States, still representing 45% of the region. Peru followed up by 17%. And then Ukraine, 7 players, of which one of them, Licht, is still in the upper bracket playing as the new carry player for Felt. Still staying there, going up against DogChamp. That's going to be tomorrow. What's going to happen down in that series? But we're going to be focusing with Bait and TiltedBoys. Bait, they lost to Wildcard in the upper bracket 2-1. They did take game number 2, and they had a little bit of hope in game number 3 with a couple interesting Lotus Orb stun plays, bounced back on Wildcard. Sven stunning 4 of his own teammates, and then Witch Doctor ulti. We talked about this new Death Ward doing a lot of work, and at the same time, TiltedBoys, well, not to even get started on that best of 1 they played with GRIN Esports, how that game ended, because it was all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, let's just put it this way. TiltedBoys and GRIN Esports, they're the only team in lower bracket round 1 that did not get a bye, which means they were the lowest seed. So going into this matchup, and especially how close that particular game is, you have to count them as the underdogs for the entirety of this tournament. And they're going against one of the big 3, I'm going to call them, in North America here, and that's Bait. And Bait, they lost to Wildcard, who was just slightly better than them, but they're still a good team. They have a lot of promise. They've got a lot of veteranship on that team. They brought in some even more veteran players this tour by bringing in Vtoon, who is a tier 1 carry player, no matter what team you slap him on, and Kadaro, another very impressive POS 5 player who is on the come up. And then, of course, you got Dindy still making Stomanen, who have tons of experience. This team actually, in theory, should be very comfortable in situations like that. Most of them have been here already, and this isn't their first rodeo.
Exactly. Like, this is when you're saying, is this team TI ready? When you already have a TI champion of history, the first one out there in the team, giving that experience. And then he's not the only one. Like you said, Stomanen, he's been around since forever. I remember him like casting some of the first times when I was even casting esports back in like 2017, 2018, already kind of making waves in the tier 3 scene at the time, but slowly rising up the ranks, been playing with a lot of talented players, of which most of them have been making it all the way to like the top teams in TI. Take, for example, Nico Baby from Bulgaria. He played with Mind Control, who played with Liquid. So he's definitely been around some very powerful players, even with Alliance last year, and then joining North America earlier on this year with 5 Red Force staff, and now into Bait. So let's see if Bait has actually made the right player choices. And I feel like out of the Bait rosters I've seen since Watson was playing in Bait, this is probably the second best in my eyes that could potentially do good, and probably also the reason for you why I also rank Bait so high in these qualifiers. Are they ready for TI? Still waits to be unseen. They're in the lower bracket, so it's a long run. But TiltedBoys, are they a challenge? Or are they just a mere competitor in their eyes? Because Ferte, Volotka, they do tend to go for these same type heroes, even in matchups where we talked like when they're in the best of 1 that Ferte went for the Morphling, for example. It didn't look like the best Morph game, but the game itself was completely different to what we thought on paper, right? So it was mayhem, it was chaos, but he could still pull out a victory out of that. He was very impactful on the hero. Valotka with the Pangolier, for example. And of course, Monkeys Forever, this guy. Like, he's also very experienced with the NA teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think more than anything, this game is going to be a test for Bait. And that test is going to be, can they win in a convincing fashion? And if the answer is no, then I'm worried for their chance of qualifying for TI. But if they can cruise through this and be like, all right, we lost the wild card, we'll get them a bit later, then I think Bait has a chance. But to me, they should win this series. There's no doubt about my mind. And they have to do it cleanly as well. And they really are going to test themselves. Like, how good are we? Are we going to struggle against some of these teams in the lower bracket? Or did we come here to win the TI qualifier? And we're going to have to find out today if they have that resolve.
And we've had a lot of talks here, like during the DPC, the first tour, maybe even the second tour mainly, about Bait's drafting style. They changed their pause 4 player. They had Moose before. Stomanen came into the team, brought in a bit of new ideas. Funnick was the man in charge mainly of drafting for the team. Dendy would throw his ideas or the hero he wants to play. But now, like, Stomanen together with now Stonebank in the 3 role. And of course, maybe VTune was to like, I want to play these heroes. These are the ones that I'm the best at. And how does Stomanen kind of sit into the picture? Because when you looked at the 3 different drafts that they had, it was Primal Beast picked up twice. Everything else was unique. They had PAs, they had TAs, they had Pudges, Night Stalkers, Witch Doctors, Lions, IOs, LCs, Nature's Prophets, all over the place. 3 very different types of drafts of where only the Primal Beast for Dendy showed up twice. So drafting-wise, Bait still feels like the same team before from earlier on this year, where they could pick up a draft that's completely out of the meta, like a minus armor draft, and they could make it work.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when I look at Stomanen, one of the big things that his hero pool that I made a lot of jokes about was he didn't like playing stunts. He just likes playing. His Skywrath was just like, okay, Stomanen Skywrath, go next. This guy is just so good on that hero. Luckily, with Legion being popular, that hero is also in the meta. But I haven't seen him play for a few months now. And I see he's been picking up more Rubik and more Lion. So it looks like he is changing his playstyle just a little bit. Or just maybe adding some more flair. I'm sure he still knows how to play a lot of these heroes. Like the Elder Titan, the Pugna, these type of heroes that he seems to do really well. But the one thing I do know about Stomanen is he likes to be the backline guy. He likes to sit in the back, do the damage, get his spells off. He's a wizard player for sure.
Yeah. At least in the times when he didn't play Earth Spirit, and he's the guy who charges in first. But you're right. He does like to play from a safety distance and keep that in mind. Also known for his was it the Midas Skywrath that we joked about?
The Midas Skywrath.
Yeah. One of his remember.
Few losses on Skywrath. What a shocker.
Very good on the hero, but yeah, that one Midas game, we'll always remember that. But still, TiltedBoys, they have a difficult opponent to draft against because of all the given reasons. Bait can go all over the place, but TiltedBoys, do they narrow down to like particular comforts, try to build around that? Because honestly, I don't really know about their drafting style. Who do they want to draft around? Is it around Ferte? Is it around Valotka pairing up with Wake Me Up? Or does Monkeys Forever? You know Monkeys Forever more than I do, so what kind of a player does he want to be in the game, and does he get the people to follow him, or does he help the others out?
Oh, Monkeys Forever has always been a very limited hero player. Not that he can't play a lot of heroes, but if you watch a stream or anything, he's just playing like Brewmaster or Batrider or Broodmother like 500 games in a row. He enjoys it. He'll just like pick the same hero over and over again. That kind of translates over into competitive as well for the most part. He'll not mind picking his hero early, as long as he's confident on it. So whatever Monkeys Forever does play, you already know he's not going to be that guy who's playing this hero for the first time and he's going to find a way to make it work. No, they're going to pick him the hero that he's played 500, 2,000 times, whatever, and then he's confident and he knows the builds because he doesn't like being out of his comfort zone. Doesn't mean he can't later pick, but normally when you have a player like that, you might as well pick him early. But I wouldn't compromise your entire draft just to make that happen. But I would, however, if you do need to pick a core early on and blind pick it, he's a good guy to go to.
Yeah. Also about, like, maybe Bates still has this new roster. They brought in a lot of new players, VTune and Kadaro, mainly, like, and then, of course, Stonebank changing his role into Pause 3. The hero pool that Stonebank had he would find himself pretty alone from time to time. Maybe the Weavers and the Monkey Kings that we used to see from him. But now that he plays as a pause 3, do you feel like it suits his strengths as well to be that aggressive, highly like aggressive positioning type of player that he can open up? Because Dendy's also kind of like that. He's not the guy to just sit back and wait for things to evolve and happen. Maybe V-Tune is the type of guy who can then with Stoman and wait for things to happen. But Dendy and Stonebank together, rushing in the front line, rallying up the troops. Do you feel like pause 3 really suits Stonebank in this case? We don't really know too much about his pause 3, to be honest.
I think it's worth a shot. It's never bad. I think the biggest issue I had when he was playing carry and what limited him was he would have too many unnecessary deaths. And when you want to play carry, you have to have good decision making. And if you don't have like great situational awareness of like when you need to join fights, when you should be farming, or like, can I push this extra wave, can I not, then you're probably going to lack as a carry player. Whereas an offlaner, you can follow a script much easier, being like, oh, I'm playing Mars, I farm these 2 items, and then I just run with the team. I need to go to these areas on the map, and it's less reactive thinking. And maybe that suits him a bit better. We'll have to see. I need to see a couple more games coming out from him.
Gaming's turn to ban.
And of course, the
But I
draft for
definitely
game
think-
number 1 is
sorry.
ready. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think V-Tune is an upgrade on a carry, so I'll at least put it that way.
That is for sure. Like I remember last year in TI and the LCQ, we talked a lot about V-Tune. I was highly impressed because everything you said happened what V-Tune was doing. So you had like a very similar way of
10 seconds
probably
remaining.
executing and thinking in the same way, the carry mentality. But what kind of heroes will he go for during this new meta? I think that's a question everybody's kind of interested and surprised about. And I saw Dendy's been growing a bit of a playoff mustache or something like that going on.
Yeah,
there.
you like it?
I like it, taking, traditional sports into esports kind of feel there. Not something
traditional-
we're used to that often.
I see the mustache from like the coach usually.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know why I think of that, but that's how
It's more of a beard, like a playoff beard when you think about NHL and ice hockey, but Ali's something going on there. It's something I'm just not used to seeing him with a mustache, so.
Me either.
Anyway.
Nice and thick.
Primal Beast banned out by TiltedBoys, and they want to try out the Witch Doctor. And actually, I think TiltedBoys was one of the teams. It was TiltedBoys. Now I remember. It was. I'm not sure was I casting with you or was I casting with Lizard, but there was this one game where TiltedBoys played
Definitely
offlane
Lizard.
IO Witch Doctor, and I was like, "The hell is this?" They're playing up against the Marcy carry. Marcy can't kill him because their HOT, their heal over time, is just ridiculous. Like, they're unkillable because of the healing that they pump out from each other's and onto their teammates. So they're trying to out-sustain the damage that they're taking. So that's also an idea Bait likes to do. Witch Doctor played a little bit differently, more aggressively, more damage dealy, and Dendy especially with the initiating type of Witch Doctor. But TiltedBoys, I wouldn't be too surprised if they played this as an offlane. Don't know if Monkeys Forever wants to do that, though.
There's no IO, so they won't be able to do that strategy, which is a classic. But we'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure of why they picked the Switch Doctor. I mean, it's very easy. Like, let me just go to
5
some
seconds remaining.
website real quick and type in Monkeys Forever, and you can. He doesn't really play on any alternate accounts as well. Oh, guess what? He's still spamming Brewmaster. He's spamming. Some things don't change.
Yeah.
He's spamming Dawnbreaker, which is more of like the flavor of the patch, and he is spamming Invoker offlane.
Oh,
Those are kind of like his big heroes.
Invoker's actually in the pool, so surprised if that goes through. But you know what, TiltedBoys? This is a taunt draft. You've picked Bates Witch Doctor. You've picked Bates Pudge.
Is it Bates Pudge though? Because we saw TiltedBoys, they got a Grandmaster Pudge player, I believe, on their team.
do.
So whose Pudge is it truly? I know Dendy is known for his Pudge, but move on over, son. We got some new Pudge players in town.
Oh, Ferte playing in absolute darkness there. You know,
The gamer eyesight.
gay
I've been there.
dark rooms.
When I was like in the, a teenager, early 20s, that's how I like to play as well.
Best focus, no interruptions anywhere. Just the game and you. Gyrocopter are going to be brought up as well. We did see the LC and the Skywrath classic bursty duo. This looks like Stomon and LC. Oh, sorry. Stomon and Sky with Stonebank LC. Sorry.
How dare you not see Skywrath and think instantly Stomonen.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is. The offlane duo, very likely. I don't think Dendi wants to play the LC in mid. But that's a V-Tune hero right there. We got the Faces Void, already something to throw into the Chrono, and a secondary initiator, maybe even a primary. But you have the LC to go around. It's something that I like in drafts. You have 2 ways of initiating. And now you have Duel, and now you have Chrono. You don't have to just rely on the Chrono. That puts a lot of pressure on your Faces Void player. Hey, get us a 3-man Chrono, will you?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we saw that in the last series where you only have 1 form initiation.
Team pick.
All it takes is 1 save to kind of deal with that. But even if you pick a save, now you got the anti-save, which is the silencer who can shut down those heroes. So pretty good so far draft, I want to say, from Bait. Skyrath has 2 sources of heroes he can play with to get kills. They have a hero that can shut down the team fights a little bit. They have a Faces Void that can enable their team fights. TiltedBoys, I mean, their draft is looking pretty okay too. Gyrocopter is one of the more sought out heroes after the Chronosphere, because you do buy that Aghanim Scepter, you do end up buying a Satanic, which may be enough to help you survive through a Chrono. It's not guaranteed by any means, but it is a tool that can potentially help you.
And you also get to do a lot of single target damage when Pudge hooks somebody, so that also helps. Witch Doctor keeping them stationary with your AoE stun if you get lucky. Willow even helping that cause even more. So Gyro gets to do a lot of damage this game.
All right, so if we're going to talk about the 4th most played hero by Monkeys Forever, it is actually offlane Dark Willow. So he has 16 matches on Brew, 12 matches on Dawn, 11 matches on Voker, all positive win rates. And then he has 7 matches on Dark Willow offlane, and unfortunately a negative win rate. And the rest of the heroes he played only has like 1, 2, or 3 matches on. So those are his 4 most played heroes. So I normally wouldn't be like, hey, Dark Willow might go offlane, but it might go offlane this game. Because we got the Grandmaster Pudge player, Dark Willow Pudge lane. Anyone? It sounds pretty cool to me.
Turn to ban.
You got the roots, you got the control. You probably build into an Atos. That sounds really annoying for Faces Void.
Yep, it definitely does. And also the Wake Me Up Pudge was really good in their series versus GRIN Esports.
10 seconds.
It was
remaining.
indeed, and we're probably getting a Witch Doctor, classic Witch Doctor 5 with the gyro.
5 seconds.
Could we be seeing a Pudge Willow offlane duo then with Witch Doctor and Gyro pairing up? That's 2 pretty strong lanes, if you ask me.
That's where I'm looking at most likely, yes. I think that's probably...
Okay.
But it's not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed.
Bait's thinking that way. Banning
Yeah, they
TA,
know.
banning Ember. They know. Oh, no,
Like I said, Monkeys Forever is not a hard person to read. He always plays a few heroes. And that's that. That's, you know what I mean? Unless there's a reason for him to pick something else, he'll always go for his comfort.
Also, fun fact, Bait, who've had Dendi pick in first and second phase, actually gets to pick last. It was always Funnick whose hero we were holding out into the final phase. Like, if he doesn't first phase a Doom or something, he'd wait to see his matchups and get the best out of the game. But now Dendi gets to pick whatever he sees fit, basically, in this game. Tiny most likely is going to be his matchup in the mid lane. No Quap, no Storm, no Ember, no TA, no Primal Beast, no Invoker.
10 seconds remaining.
Wonder what we're gonna see. Tiny's not a hero that's easy to win in lane against
5
by any means.
seconds remaining.
Remember, Dendi used to like playing Magnus. That's a hero that has been buffed. Gets a lot of extra bonus damage, which can kind of help CS. But he's gonna Earthshaker, something similar, right? Just a hero that has a lot of base damage that can kind of like CS. Because when I think Tiny, if he just has a tree grab and he's gonna out CS you hard. But if you have Enchant Totem, you can kind of like counteract that. I don't know who wins this matchup. I think it's probably should be fairly even up until like the 6-minute mark, and then kind of lane's broken off.
A very interesting mid matchup Shaker versus the Tiny as well. Both pretty good at CSing, good damage output. Nice burst and nuke on both of them. Very similar item builds as well, you want to think about. They both like to be blink initiators, want to open up situations by, you know, being the person getting in there first. Of course, Earthshaker has that shock value with the Echo Slam. If you get a good Echo Slam out, of course, that's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of damage.
Tiny's got the rock value, though.
And then Tiny's got the rock value, yeah. throwing around the trees, finishing people off. Shaker throwing fissures in long range. But they've got a lot of stuff to go with. They've got a lot of team fight, pick-off potential, scaling on the side of bait. TiltedBoys, you've got scaling, you've got a strong gyrocopter into the later parts of the game, but no real saves. It's Pudge saving people with hooks from a chronosphere if gyrocopter gets caught. That's the only way they can keep heroes safe from V2.
It's pretty good, though. I mean, Pudge is one of the better
good, yeah.
heroes against the Faceless Void for that reason, so I do like TiltedBoys' draft and what they're going here. It's not like I see an inherent flaw in their drafting that can just be exploited. Maybe the Dark Willow offlane, I'm not entirely sure how good it is. According to Monkey's Forever's pub win rates, has a 42% chance of winning this game, but we'll have to see if that is skewed at all by the matchups and a competitive environment. But yeah, should be an interesting game. Nonetheless, like you mentioned, there's a lot of similarities. Mid laners both are these stun, lockdown type of heroes that run around the map. Offlaners, vastly different though. The Skywrath plus Legion, we know this works, right? We've seen it time and time again. But this is probably my first time seeing a Pudge Dark Willow in the offlane. I'm not sure if this works, but maybe it does. And I think the advantage you do have, if you are TiltedBoys and you're running this matchup, is it is unexplored territory to the point that Bait has probably never played against us before. So if it does work and there is like a small condition of why it works, and TiltedBoys knows why it works and Bait doesn't know because they haven't seen it, that could give them a surprise value.
All right, I've got a question. If you look at the Radiant bottom tier 2 tower, why did Faceless Void bring his courier there with no items? What's the idea with this? Why is little Pudge just standing there? Look at him.
I think he wants to move it to the enemy camp and get a ring of health early, looking at his items.
True, yeah, actually, yeah. Secret shop. Yeah, not really.
But he doesn't want to do it right now because he doesn't want to feed it.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, there's a hook that's going to be connecting onto Stamanen into the rocket follow-up. 3 bounties already going for TiltedBoys, and they also get the first blood. It's going to go for Volotka, so the mid tiny getting a bit of extra. Already
And
almost
there
at the
goes the
bottom.
courier.
And there goes the courier. It's on its way.
Faceless Void's couriers run into the shop.
700 gold required, so he still needs 150. That's a couple CS that he needs to get, but they know that they're going to be occupied in the lane, so already there in time.
Yeah. I mean, you're not expecting this either, right? Most likely. This probably works a couple times, and then one day you lose your courier with a ring of health on it, and then that's pretty sad. But for now, I think it works.
It's always fun when, you know, like, casters point something out, we get the blame for it. You revealed our strats. Like, I don't know.
I don't give a shit. I'll all strats all day.
That's exactly the right way to put it.
What type of logic is that?
We're just talking about the game, you know.
In fact, I'm trying my best to reveal everyone's strats as I see them. That way they don't always win with them.
That's what we do. Some people are surprised that we're storytellers.
That's okay. Ring of Health is coming online here.
Yay.
He sees both heroes, so this is going to help him a lot, honestly, with this lane, because he's going to get harassed a lot by Dark Willow's right click, because Pook barely misses. Dark Willow is a universal hero, has good base attack time, good attack speed, so pumps out a lot of right click damage, and as you can see, probably going into that Atos, most likely, potentially a Vessel. Who knows for sure.
So Dandy off to a good start in CS in the mid lane. 9-4 versus the 3 on Tiny. So Volotka hasn't gotten too much luck. Dandy, though, taking a lot of damage, at least, from this Tiny. So where the other's getting CS, the other's losing HP. Top lane also fairly even. Stonebank, we're not too used to seeing him in the off-lane role, as he was the carry for Bait for all 3 tours. Stamanen doing a lot of damage here, combining onto both Door and Ferte. Of course, the level 1 Maledict, not really a threat.
I mean, if you look at some other offlaners, I mean, specifically, you can go to the CIS region as well. If you look at Pure.
Pure, yeah.
From BB team. He was very much a carry player that moved to offlane, and one of his best heroes that he plays is the Legion Commander. Kind of showing that playing Legion And as often you see this in pubs too, the carry player, they go offlane. What do they pick? They pick Legion Commander. This is a good hero as a carry player that's in the offlane to play. Because you do kind of play like a carry on this hero. So Stonebank should be pretty comfortable playing a Legion Commander.
And also, thinking about like ex-roster players as well. Nightfall from carry to offlane when he was back in EG when EG was American.
Also from Bet Boom team.
Also from Bet Boom team. They're just racking up all the offlaners and carries into the team. But
They are.
Wake Me Up getting a kill onto Kadaro, but V2...
Oh, the bash god.
Wow.
V2 getting a lot of bashes there. Going straight into this Ring of Health. What are we building a Ring of Health for, V2? I want to know. Is this for a potential Lincoln Sphere down the line? What?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Also Kadaro...
Can't even build a Lincolns with that. What is he
yeah.
making? This refresher later down the line?
Could be.
It's like, this is purely a laning phase Ring of Health. Because he does
I
not turn
think
this
so
into
too.
anything useful.
I don't think he needs anything extra from it. That could also be the fact that it's just the 4.5 HP region for the lane and maybe for the early jungling. You talked about the HP region and the mono region while going on the outer camps. Maybe playing on the Radiant side, it makes sense.
Yeah, Void on Dire is a lot better for that, for sure, because you don't really need mana on Void, but he is on Radiant, so having to buy a Ring of Health is definitely a big disadvantage, so if that is just... If I'm Radiant, I have to buy a Ring of Health. Kind of sad. Oh, that hook onto Silencer into the tower.
Very good catch. And Kadaro, he's going to be done for.
Dead again. He just got back.
2 hooks, 2 kills. Wake Me Up, racking up the numbers. B-Tunes wondering why he's left alone in the lane once again.
I don't think he's that sad because he has a Ring of Health. He's getting solo EXP, and it's not like he can't CS anymore. So this is definitely good, don't get me wrong, from TiltedBoys. However, definitely not slowing V-Tune down by any means by doing this.
Let's see what the first 5 minutes now played out. Dandy racking up some serious numbers CS.
All right, they got another hook on bot, by the way,
again.
but he time walked it off. They unfortunately couldn't get the Bramble Maze connection.
Yeah, one of the rare heroes you can say that you can walk off the pain.
Radiant structures are
yep.
fortified.
But Dandy
Literally.
CS is very...
Yeah, I don't know what's
convincing
going on
right
mid lane. This is just destruction.
He's got more
Just like-
denies than Volodka has CS.
Yeah, this like I feel like just shouldn't happen, but it is.
It is.
And this is kind of like what you like to see if you're bait, because you know they are playing a team that they should handily be beating them, so you want to see them do just that.
Bringing the domination. Wake Me Up, smoking up towards mid as that 6-minute rune is it on the top of the bottom half.
Okay, oh, that was
It's on
great
the
play by
bottom half, and
Dendy.
it's an illusion, but Dendy blocking out Volodka with that fissure. However, he's still going to get there, but the
Oh,
hook's
no,
going to be
the hook!
connecting. He's got Echo Slam, though. Is he going to do any damage with it? Actually takes punch down
Oh,
the
he's
half
gonna-
and almost gets the kill! Oh, he needed one more hit, but he would probably die earlier. Oh, Stomanen. He's the one to save him and gets the kill.
throws the
And now
tree.
Witch Doctor, no Casca, no nothing. He's going to take away the illusion. He will get himself some distance. Bullet Grenade, though, with the Maledict. Is it enough to kill him? Volodka slowed down. Kadaro poking the Tiny away. Sky will live. 15 HP. He still denies himself.
I mean, yeah, he's
Kind of
chose
spent
to
on
die there.
resources anyway, so...
Nah, it's totally fine. And I think, well, I don't. It kind of feels like Tiny's a little bit flustered right now. I feel like he could have easily killed Dindy there. He had 7 sticks and Avalanche available. All he had to do was just walk a couple inches forward, follow him off, and kill him. But he tried to go backwards for the tree throw, misses it. Having a rough one on this Tiny. That's definitely for sure. I'd be tilted too, I guess. I mean, he is on Team TiltedBoys, so it does make sense.
It does make sense, yeah. 1+1 added together. Silencer still no +2s, though. Have to wait for the Glaives of
Yeah.
Wisdom to come online later on this game. Both mids lining up the Blink Daggers.
And the duel, just a harassment duel, it looks like.
Okay.
Well, he did just that. Honestly, that duel looks funny. You don't always have to win every duel. Ideally, you want to, but that duel makes it so Witch Doctor has to salve him. He gets a bit lower. Why not?
Still beats the gyro in damage output if it doesn't have the rocket barrage on, so yeah. Harassing duel.
I mean, most gyros aren't putting points in rocket barrage anyway, so you want to get that flak cannon up as soon as possible, just so you can continuously farm those creeps. That's what it's all about with the gyro. Hitting that mid-game timing where you are very strong, then eventually hit Roche, get that Satanic, get the BKB, have an Aegis, and just go high ground.
Oh, Pudge, he's a lot faster than Kadaro is with those Tranquil Boots, but decides not to go for him right away. Sees him under vision. Not sure if the Pudge can actually beat him. 2 points in Rot. Maybe it's enough, but Silence is still quite far away. He'd like Monkeys Forever to tune in, who is level 6 now, by the way. So if you get the hook... If you get the hook, that's a missed one there. With the Bedlam followed up on top of Dismember. Later on, he's only level 4, though, so he doesn't have it yet, but... Maybe this game we get to see the Bedlam being used on an ally with a lot of benefit, because, like you said before, it's not to be seen, really. We can't really make up our minds if it's good or not, because we just don't see it.
I mean, it's definitely better than not being able to do it at all. However, just Dark Willow as a whole has not impressed us, as the hook does land.
Does connect this time.
Potentially, there's the Bedlam.
There's the Bedlam. It does give him that extra little punch for the kill. P-Tune can't do much about it. As the Midas readies, it just goes back to farming duties. 2 kills for Willow this game. Wake Me Up has 1. Door also rotated in, and they are going to get scouted out by these wards if they move in deeper. It's just for the bounty. And Stomana
Pretty
takes
scary
over it.
faces, Void, though, I must say. Having the Midas this early, always a cause for concern. He has Chrono available, but there are 3 heroes now. Let's see if they can make this connection.
See if they do. Stun connecting there, but V2 still a BT boy to target. But what I see here, Stomanen was sent into the mid lane to get a couple waves of XP and farm, as Dendi was farming the jungle, because they need to get this 6 online for the Sky, because Legion already has duel ready, but he doesn't have a dual partner.
Yeah, not yet.
Volotka
So
goes for the rune. He's got a region, he will bottle it up. Avalanche does
He
connect
needs to
on
be careful
Stomanen.
on this
Also
tiny.
by the toss. Fissure there.
Never mind, both supports are mid for TiltedBoys.
Making their presence known. Smoking up. But this smoke might have been spotted. This ward, I'm a bit peculiar about this one. Did it actually catch their smoke? But they're heading towards top. It looks like it was not spotted. Stonebank. 1 good hook from Wake Me Up. There are creeps in the way. Okay, now he's moving away. The scan's on point. They know. In Monkeys Forever, though.
No.
Now this is a kill for V-Tune, if any.
This is almost a guaranteed kill, actually. There it is.
Oh, nice. Cancels out the Terrorize with the Chrono. And there's your kill. V-Tune rocking the net worth right now. Only a couple hundred margin difference there, but looks like Shaker just went past them with that big Ancient stack being cleared out with the Echo Slam used for it. So,
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, he echoed the Ancients?
yeah, he did.
Actually, I'm totally fine
the
with
duel
that.
comes in, and the victory is there.
There you go.
Here's your first Mystic Flare combination. Stomanen was helping out with the cap. They got to level 6. Stonebank instantly duels, and Stomanen helps out with the ult. So
Yeah, so he got the EXP from the Ancient
Yes.
stack, I imagine. Yeah.
calculated.
It's your selfless mid player there sharing the EXP. Normally you don't see that. Mid laners, please leave my stack. I want solo EXP. I need level 12 as you're level 4 on support, right?
Dire's
I'm
top
sure
tower
a lot of players have been there.
And it's a triple net worth lead as well for Bait now. 3k lead. Shaker in top, V-Tune right behind with the Midas. Stonebank also following up. 1 duel victory racked up from that last kill. And TiltedBoys, well, we saw 1 or 2 good hooks there in the lane, but outside of the lane, we haven't really seen TiltedBoys ramp up any aggression. Not yet. They need 400 gold for the blink for this Tiny.
Coin for me.
Tiny just had a rough laning stage. Like,
Radiant's
Dendi
bottom
just
tower is under attack.
dominated him in a 1v1 type of situation here with this Earthshaker. V-Tune realized there's pressure being applied to bottom, and he's just gonna retreat back to the jungle here. This Ring of Health paying dividends for him so far, as he's able to just go brown boots into Maelstrom Midas here because of this Ring of Health. Pretty cool build, I must say. And these are the things I do like watching VTune sometimes. He has a lot of innovative ideas of how to play carry in a lot of these games. And eventually this Ring of Health will most likely be turned into a Refresher Orb, but nothing really goes to waste. Let's put it that way. It's like, I guess that kind of sounds like an animal. You never waste any part of the animal. But he is very similar in his item builds, like a lot of disassembling or building some item that might have some value in the early game, but not so much in the mid game, but it'll come back and save him some money in the late game. And I'd say it already paid off for himself.
Trying to set up in bottom. Here's Kadaro. He's got 3 hostiles around him.
Dire's top tower
Monkeys Forever hoping to land the Bramble Maze into the hook, but moving just far enough behind the safety of that tier 1 tower, out of reach. Dendi still vibing in the mid lane. Already one piece towards the Aghanims. They're in no rush by the looks of it. Door getting the kill with the help of Wake Me Up, getting the hook. And Monkeys Forever helping out. They finally caught Kadaro. I guess his patience ran out.
Yeah, Kadaro's been catching a lot of flack this game. He has 4 deaths, and TiltedBoys 5 kills are 4 out of him, so he's dying quite a lot on Silencer. I mean, you don't have to die, but if there is someone to die, that's probably the best hero to die, right? As Kadaro will get the 14-minute Wisdom rune, so they'll 1 apiece there, 560 EXP for the Pudge plus the Witch Doctor, and then also the Silencer and Skywrath. So Stamanen up to level 8 already. He was struggling a little bit in levels, but completely recovered now.
If only there was an Elder Titan in this game on the side of Fate, so they could just, you know, make a bit of grace for Pudge's in-game name, you know?
Smoke?
Dire's middle tower is under
Answer that in a
attack.
sec, but Stamanen just smokes up Dendi, who has a DD rune. Okay, 1 enchant totem. Very nice. Plus 632 damage.
Wait for the DD.
Wait for the DD, and he might actually one-shot a support.
He did not
Dude,
go
that
for
guy's
it.
dead.
He did not
If
go
he
for
wants
the Witch
to.
Doctor right away.
There it is. He's dead.
Oh,
Wait,
he
what?
ran out. It just expired. Oh, that just happened. Dendi, for the Maledict as well. There's Wildcard coming in from the other side. They want to build up that Maledict damage slowly but surely. Stamanen yoinks the bounty rune right in front of Dendi. He doesn't need it. He's got a full bottle. And just like that, feels like the whole situation runs stale. Oh, monkeys. 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 He's been found. That's a lot of slow coming in from that Arcane Curse. Nowhere to run, really. Surrounded. And Dendi, give him a slap.
Paused. I mean, he probably lost connection because I'm wondering, why is he not echoing? Is he taunting them? No, he's actually lagging.
Dendi's
When he comes
standing.
back, he actually has to just press echo here.
Yeah, 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to echo. Let me just spam more. Oh!
Yeah, there we go. And deleted.
But he didn't need that, technically, if he wasn't lagging.
Yeah. Well, that's just
Unlucky.
Well, he's still got another DD slap. Okay, the DD just ran out. Now he's just going to have to rely on the basic hits here. Coconut into the face of Dendi. Frozen the fissure. Mystic Flare on top of Tiny. Tiny goes down. And Pudge, well, he's trying to get himself out of here. Wake me up! I cannot wake up! As he gets taken down by Dendi. Triple kill for him. And Door.
There's an ultra kill come. Oh, maybe unless he...
Hey.
Yeah, he's... Give him the ultra. Come on.
Give the
Get him,
slap.
he's like, get him
Give the
lower,
slap.
guys. I want
There
this.
we go. Ultra kill for Dendi.
Dendi's back. Look at this.
Boys didn't...
He
Boys
is
didn't know what hit him.
dialing on this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know, I recently played this Earthshaker, and you literally do 2-shot supports.
Yep.
That are kind of like intelligence-based.
It's...
I mean, Pudge is a bit tankier, but I think this Pudge is gonna also potentially die in 2 hits or
Oh.
close to it. As he gets dueled mid lane, but it's not gonna be a win.
Solo duel here. Pudge wants to start dismembering this Legion commander, and there was a Witch Doctor ulti as well. That's
Maledict was missed,
Maledict was missed indeed.
and that would have killed the Legion for sure, but unfortunate.
Nope.
Gotta hit your spells if you want to get the kills, which is how Dota works.
Well, 6k lead for bait
Middle tower
and
is
building.
under attack.
V-Tune with Midas Maelstrom in hand. You also see that ward. Oh, never mind. We'll go.
means nothing.
Did you just
Sky
say
dead.
vodka?
No.
No.
I said Volodka. I don't even. I can't say his name. What's his name?
It's a Valotka.
Tiny. Going to the
Yes.
mid lane there.
That's also correct. Wake me up. Losing to Kadaro here. We wanted to farm a wave, but Kadaro's farming heroes. That's got to be the most enjoyable pause 5 silencer moment you can see in a while. It's like, oh, for me? You will take
And
it.
he has Ags on Dindy now. Oh man.
They could kill him here.
Into a duel.
And the Mystic Flare to help him out. The Fissure combo to give an extra burst. Stone Bank for another dual win. Add to a tier 1 tower.
Man, Dindy's having quite the game here. Just like straight from the laning stage right into the mid game here. Already with the mobility and damage.
Oh, there goes
you're
Stone
gonna
Bank.
go here?
And they did connect the Melodic this time, but he's got enough heals, or does he? Global Silence cancels out the Death Ward, and here's the Echo, and a slap
Hello,
and make
Dindy's
amends.
home.
Dindy is on his own run here. The Fear does connect, and we'll finish off Ferte, and then it is just left down to the Willow to fight all by himself. Monkeys forever with the offlane Witch Doctor, Dark Willow, smacked down by Dendy for another triple.
Oh, he's
7
not done
kills.
yet. This man's got an arcane rune.
Dire's middle
Yep,
tower
looking for Volotka, but nowhere to be seen.
And V-Tune just cruising through this game on the back of Dindy, just taking it over, honestly. I mean, Stonebank's been good too. He's been a little silent. However, he's still making things happen, but Dindy's just overshadowing everyone with this Earthshaker performance so far. From start to finish, haven't really seen a single mistake yet.
And there's
And
a
now the
four-man
5-man. Oh, 4, okay. I thought they might as
No
well
gyro.
bring 5.
No, oh, he TP'd bottom. They're fighting in mid as Verte wants to go farm. They've got Stonebank isolated, but Volodka's losing a lot of HP. The roots do connect onto the Earthshaker, and there goes one. Stonebank still alive. The Chrono for B-Tune will catch the back line as Wake Me Up will drop, and there goes the next one. It's Thor, and there goes your Dark Willow. And Verte, he will stay farming Ancients at the time as his team is dying. Probably
I
not
think-
much that he could do here.
No, probably not. And he is close to BKB anyway. He wants to finish it. But they're realizing if they don't do something as a team right now, that they're just going to get picked off over and over again. This Legion with the Blade Mail Blink is going to kill you everywhere. And Dendy, he's also going to kill you with the help of Stamon and of course Kadaro here. I think his main purpose in this game is just to stop things from happening that TiltedBoys want to do. Mainly the Death Ward, Dismember, save that Global Silence for that, and then all of a sudden some of your lockdown and damage that you desperately need are no longer available to you. And we'll have a replay to kind of show it here too. They have a ward here, get that duel off right immediately, but where's your damage output? Dendy instantly just like blocks off half the fight there with a great
V-Tune.
fissure, and then V-Tune comes in with the clutch Chronosphere, hitting 3 heroes, allowing Dendy to hit on the edge of it too. That was like a perfectly timed or placed Chronosphere rather.
Yep. Everything clicks. There's a hook from Wake Me Up, but Dendy jumps away from the hook as soon as he gets
And
caught.
you're stuck on
And
Hutch.
you are
He's
stuck,
stuck
sir.
in the trees.
Time to go home.
Radiant are scattered.
Dendy's back in. Oh, instantly brought down. That may have been a mistake from Dendy here, but Global's there to bail him out.
Just a bait.
Just kidding.
It's just a bait from bait. He is tanking a lot of damage.
He's
The
dead.
Maledict
He's
Plastic
dead.
will finish him off. Dor gets the kill. Big streak for Mr. Witch Doctor. So it was not just a bait. That was just Dendy.
It was just a feed.
Dire's
I think
tower has fallen.
that really is the embodiment of the term I keep forgetting. What do we call it again in Finland? Feeling invincible.
Maybe a bit of a power fantasy there. Fantasy there for sure. Yeah.
Power fantasy.
A little bit of that.
That
That was actually a prime example of it. It's like,
Yeah.
I'll kill anyone. And now they're on a roll, looking for another kill. Skywrath Mage being the target, so Wake Me Up gets another stack. Oh, V-Tune.
He's got BKB. He's pretty fearless. But he is trying to catch every bramble he
Yeah,
can, I
trying to
think.
catch him, yeah.
He didn't get the memo. You're supposed to avoid them. He thinks they're like power runes or something.
How
Get a power
ruined
up
would
it.
Dota be if you had achievements, or like catch 3 bramble mazes and win the game?
for like Dota Plus challenge.
Something like that. Oh man, pubs would be ruined after that.
Get stunned for 100 seconds.
And lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I'm
a
on
little
it.
toxic.
Yeah. 18-10 with the 10K lead. Still for bait. Not letting go of it. You know, a couple deaths here and there. It does help out TiltedBoys, but it's a mountain to climb. Especially with that BKB soon up on Stonebank. Faces Void looking like a real big force to be reckoned with. That Mjolnir and the Manta both lined up.
Gonna be difficult. That much is for sure.
Indeed. Really sums up what's going on right now, because it's
I mean, it just got really passive really quickly. However, the net worth has swung a little bit, and I think that a lot has to do with that Tormentor giving 1,400 gold. However, that 1,400 gold did go to Witch Doctor, which is not a waste of a shard. That shard is actually very good. So they're climbing back into this a little bit as TiltedBoys, and they got a blink on Pudge. This game is not unwinnable by any means. It's just hard, and hard games, we've seen it before, they are winnable. As we do see TiltedBoys doing nothing about this Roshan. So let's see what happens with this Roshan going the way of bait here. Are they going to put on Dendi? Are they going to put on V-Tune? Looks like V-Tune has cleared the space in his inventory and is going straight for that. And the Ring of Health has made it into the backpack as is no longer required and has done its purpose. And Faces Void, this hero is the best late game carry in the game. Without a doubt. Like, whenever we have the discussion, who's the best hero in the late game? Who cares? There's a fight going on top.
no, there's not. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I feel like I would say that's a very steep statement, but now that I think about it, yeah, Faces Void really does rank up super high in terms of late game carries and how
There's no
efficient-
item he can't buy to counter any hero. Like, there's some bad matchups, like Illusions, like Spectre and Naga aren't great, but if you ever chrono a hero and you are farmed on Void, you can kill any hero in the game. That's just how much damage this hero does.
Yeah. The only downside that hurts this hero really is like chronoing a BKB target. You don't get your time locks off, and that's a big portion of your damage, especially when you have like these 20 talents.
Well, it's better now, right?
It's
Before
better
you
now.
did it. At 50, you get 50% at least. Because debuff immunity no longer is magic immunity.
Exactly, yeah. Like, it used to be so much more worse. So with the BKB changes, Void also got a lot better.
Yeah.
There are these, like, when you go to high-ranked games, you can't get that split-second decision BKB off just before getting hit by Chrono because your instinct. But Void getting a lot of more benefit out of that with at least 50% of the damage going through.
I also think Valve made a mistake this patch. They...
Oh?
Yeah, so, like, they
I'd be
changed the
careful
talent.
now.
No, I'm fine talking about balance things that I believe in.
Go ahead.
They made... hold on, there's going to potentially be a tiny dying here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and anticipate.
But I do have to explain myself without I can't just say that without explaining myself. But so...
A man of his word.
Anyway, like, what they did here with Faces Void, they made a mistake in balancing Faces Void. This hero was really OP last patch, and they made him stronger. And what they did is they moved the time lock damage to 15 talents, and they thought why this hero is OP is because the time walk cooldown reduction used to be the 15 talents. They're like, oh, he's too survivable, that's too good. Now at level 15, he does 50 time lock damage. Now he just does too much damage. They buffed him in my eyes.
He's got a lot of it. Yeah, I feel like he got buffed a lot. That is true. Like,
I don't think
so
they
much more.
intentionally tried to buff him. If they did, I don't know why they buffed him. But Faces Void is one of the best carries in Dota 2 right now at high level MMRs. And he wasn't always this good. He got better with this patch when I think he was supposed to get worse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, that can happen. That can happen for sure. And people figure out, like, wait a minute, this works the other way around. Like, oh, this is actually beneficial. Kind of like how I see the Enigma buff as well from that last patch with the idol. I was like, oh, you can't deny in lane anymore. But I was like, hey, I've got more ways of farming and pushing lanes now. Anyway,
And now at your level 20, you have to decide, do I want 95 attack speed or 1 time lock cooldown over, do I want 90 attack speed or time lock damage? Now you get the time lock damage and the attack speed.
Yeah.
But you are slightly less survivable. But who cares? It's all about damage. Glass cannon life.
Sure is. Nice Matthew just there from VTune. Catches an illusion instead of the main hero on the hook. And just an unstoppable force right now. Aegis in hand, over 2,000 HP. A lot of burst damage you need to apply. And Void, if anything, loves burst damage. You can just walk it off.
Definitely can. If anything, VTune loves bramble mazes too.
He definitely does. And also catches a hook, but the global silence is there. So Dismember used for a global, and that's the time for the retreat. And they found somebody.
Top lane gyro.
They found themselves a gyrocopter. So Bait actually winning this trade-off here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dendi with another arcane rune. He did have to use Echo Slam for that, but no big deal. You kill the enemy carry. You're totally happy with that one. And Faceless Void is not a hero that is traditionally known for hitting high ground, but he's able to just sit there and siege a tier 3 tower. It looks like he's going back for more. 30 seconds on Aegis, newly acquired Titan Silver.
And he's ready to go. He's pretty much optimized right now. He feels like this is a fight we can take, boys. It's not starting off in the great way, but at least they continue to pummel the range racks. And a casual time dilation does catch the Tiny. Tiny cannot blink initiate while that is running, so that's a free range racks. No full commitment needed.
Yep, Aegis will expire in 8 seconds here, so they got a range racks out of the Aegis. Pretty good when you're running a Faceless Void lineup.
Huh.
There's no timer whatsoever that Bait is on, as we mentioned with this Faceless Void. And it's not only just the Faceless Void. All their heroes scale pretty well. Infinite scaling on Legion Commander. Of course, you're going to always have damage for the Chronosphere with the Skywrath Mage. And Dendi, no issue scaling this game as he's second to net worth on his Shaker. Building into a Daedalus next, it looks like, is his choice. He, instead of 2-shotting heroes, he's thinking about 1-shotting.
1.5-shotting them, yeah. And TiltedBoys trying to go for a bit of a wraparound, but this time Ferte, never mind. I was about to say he's with him, but gotta maximize the farm. They've got a good position on the side of Bait, though.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Now Ferte, oh, they see him. B-Tune, who does he catch? Oh man, the patience. Just walking around, waltzing around, no rush in the world. That's do Stonebank, give all the hard work. And now they see everybody. B-Tune sees 3 heroes on the river, but now they're stuck on the cliff, and they're stuck in the river, and they're stuck everywhere. Help! Where's my steps, and where's my bros? Pudge, gonna get taken out. They have lost Stonebank, and the Chrono, well, Witch Doctor, he's standing still inside. So is the Dark Willow. They have to reset for a bit. They do not have the Aegis, so VTune has to chill for a little bit. Pudge coming over the buyback. Kidaro poking from the low ground. 1 miss, 1 hit. Does he get connections? Yes, he does. That's a double for Kidaro. Teleporting away for step.
Oh, that force
step.
Tip that man.
That's worth a clap. That's worth a tip even.
A clap. All right.
Clutch force step to prevent the TP from going off. And as we can watch the rocket fly. Going to find its destination. Going for couriers and straight to the head of the silencer. Meanwhile, Dendi getting jumped on by Wake Me Up. But Wake Me Up will find a lot of hostiles around the area, at least them on. And Dendi slaps him down in 2 hits.
They didn't get a crit on the Enchant Totem, unfortunately. That's where he's gonna... I mean, he'll literally one-shot Witch Doctor with 1 crit.
Yep. Already hurts the Pudge a lot, who has 2,000 HP. Witch Doctor having 400 to 500 less than that. Maybe he has more armor than he does. Oh, Samanen try to go for a play with that Blade Mail blink in.
That's
LA Rax finished
off. I know you like to confuse him.
Cardi getting rid of the middle LA Rax. It's a rough place for TiltedBoys. And BKB's going in, they see Ferte, they're going to go for him, and they stack up around the gyrocopter, losing half of his HP for Dendi, but they're taking a hell of a lot of damage as well. Are they going to die, though? The switcheroo finally finishing off Dendi, and Stonebank to fall as well. But VTune able to disengage, Kidara walking out, so is Stamanen.
I mean, VTune didn't get his BKB off in that fight, so he ended up getting feared, avalanched, everything. And that was the difference maker of that gyro being able to get off more damage because VTune wasn't hitting him. So a bit of an unforced error there by VTune, but really well played there to just make sure that, or just try to make sure he doesn't get his BQ. Punish the fact he didn't want to use it. And that's 2 fights in a row where I think VTune did not play the fight well. That last fight down in, like, whatever you want to call that river area, he decided not to use his chrono, got dismembered during the full duration. BKB ran out. Now he's getting killed by a Bedlam, has to retreat. Same with that fight. Doesn't press the BKB to follow up on the initiation of that duel and doesn't really assist his team very much.
Feeling that they're strong enough. Another pause being called out by TiltedBoys. A bit of a disconnect and a momentary reset on their side at least. But maybe we could take a look at Courier. Oh, is that the one where he doesn't get to use the Courier, or? Oh, yeah, it happens from time to time. I don't know. But anyway, back in the game.
Fixed.
Sometimes you're not able to use your Courier at all. It's moving. But is it going back to base right away? I don't know. He already got his items. Nevertheless.
Next patch, there's just going to be no courier. Just got to walk back to base.
Reminds me of another video game.
No TPs allowed either. That's also removed.
The only things that make Dota unique, gone. Hopefully not.
Sorry, I don't where do we see? So I don't even know.
Where do we see this game going? Honestly, if we go back to business talk with TiltedBoys, Tiny picked up a lot of money.
Are we talking business with TiltedBoys? Like what type of business?
They killed Dendy, so good progress for Tiny's next item. Already has the Aghanims, Tree Volley, good snipe supports, and his Gyrocopter looking, I would say, healthy, but is he strong enough? That's going to be a big question. Still playing.
Well, I think Gyrocopter is going to be not really the biggest win condition. I think if you're looking at win conditions, you're kind of looking at Monkeys Forever. He's got his Midas online. He's got Ag Scepter. He's got a Manta style as a universal hero. He does a lot of damage in the backline. Gyro just has to survive. As we saw in that last fight, because VTune wasn't focusing him, he survived. Sure, he died, but he survived long enough so that his team could dish out enough damage to end up killing those heroes. So the more survivable Gyro is, and the more farm we get on Monkeys Forever, of course, the more damage they can end up doing.
And they're drawing a line towards the Roshan pit as well. Roche is home. Kidara will spot it out, but it's 30 seconds, and they're heading towards top already. They could maybe catch VTune off guard here. But they don't want to head to the triangle. They want to get in position for this Roshan. But there's an entire team of bait going to be making their way with a fresh smoke up as well.
I think they know.
They know
the way they're TPing here. We're going to grab the Tormentor real quick. That was fast. And now I would say make your way to the Roche pit, but they don't have a smoke, do they? Does the Courier have a smoke? I don't see one on any of their heroes. Will it be too late? They
don't have a single one in stock either. They can't. There is no smoke to buy, so let's do it the old-fashioned way. There's Roche.
Silencer is picking up the shard.
Roche is home, but who is the intruder? He's a bait for TiltedBoys. Store, he's in the front. Close to Stamanen, and spotted. Instant reactions, instant wards placed down there by Kidaro.
Who's going to kill whose ward as Witcher gets one shot?
Oh, Dendy might do it again. Dendy, he might do it again. He might just repeat it. Okay, he lets Door live for now. Okay. Does go for the jump, but the Avalanche cancels him out. BKB being popped. VTune going for the chase, but nobody to be found. I mean, that could have been just a buyback where Dendy slaps him down to death again.
He potentially could have. And you see another defensive ward being placed by the TiltedBoys here, but you don't need to go back there if you're bait. You can just hit Roche. You got the high ground vision. They're chilling. And I think this should be a fairly easy Roche. As this ward, we'll see Monkeys Forever. He is spotted.
And there he is. Wants to get information, but this Roche is already falling. And that goes for VTune and for Stonebank. They've got what they wanted. And TiltedBoys late for the party. Despite staying around for a very long time, they're still late. Snoozed by the clock.
VTune with the Aegis now. Mjolnir online. Same with the Manta to help with the Dark Will. Dark Willow does have the shard though, so even if you manta off the Cursed Crown, it still places the brambles down, which is quite annoying. As V-Tune is going to TP to the outpost bottom, maybe trying to kill Wake Me Up here. But he does have no blink dagger. He blinked into him. Should be a kill.
Okay. Wake
How do you
me
get out of
up
this one?
before you go? And there we go.
Is under attack.
I guess the one
says
way
go.
he could have lived there was the creeps blocking V-Tune. So Dendi does secure it. But he pushed the lane out a little bit. There's no mid-rip barracks. 22,000 gold, nothing to laugh at. Bait pretty far ahead here. Do you want to go high ground? Is the question. And that is a hard call to make.
And there goes Verte. Or does Stonebank go first? Okay, dual victory. 38 damage for the gyrocopter. But V-Tune on the spot. We've been waiting for this whole game long. When does he land these crazy chronos? And there's one to behold. Gyro has no buyback. Even with that extra damage given, V-Tune 3-man chrono slices down whatever is needed.
Great bait by Stonebank there, I guess.
Living
And
up to
V-Tune
the
finds the
name-
one bramble left on the map to run into.
living up to the name of the team. And this is where Basis Spotty gets super scary with that reverse
I mean,
time
V-Tune
walk.
doesn't get hit by hooks. He just likes brambles.
He just likes, yeah, no hooks, just brambles.
Just brambles. It's got a preference. But yeah, Stonebank, a little interesting there. That I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of these legions disrespecting these carry players, thinking they won't get their BKB off, but they are. They're getting the BKBs off.
Oh, and he goes in. Tiny has to be hooked by Wake Me Up. On Monkeys Forever, punishing Dendi with these hits, but he has a cheese. He's got some help from his teammates. Gonna go all the way back home with the teleport. And TiltedBoys still get to hold their base together. Gyro now also affording his buyback, respawning in 5 seconds. He'll be back to full strength.
Yeah, they have no chrono. They don't want to push the envelope too much here. I think we just wait for the chrono to come back up. You're going to have a nice minute window with chrono and with a minute left on Aegis. Play for that.
Meanwhile,
Outside
Dendi,
of that, yeah, Octarine Core.
Octarine Core rocking a 14-2-10 stat line on the Shaker. Game really been handed to him. That laning stage went fantastic. Ever since then. Oh, just, you know, 1 or 2 mistakes here and there. Pretty much well, his only actual death was his own doing. The other one, he died with his team on the high ground. That was where V2 didn't get the BKB off in time.
Tower has fallen.
Outside of that, good Shaker game for him. Also the high
Close
ground
that
again.
level 25.
Yep. 25, very close as well, with a -2 second enchant totem cooldown with the Octarine Core.
Radiant's top tower.
And
Probably
the
why
Spell
you got the
Prism.
Octarine.
We're probably looking like just a bit over a second of a cooldown. V-Tune taking a lot of hits here from his enemies, and there goes your Aegis. Didn't get the chance to time walk, was rooted up on the spot, but he will finish that tier 3 tower.
Has fallen.
This time
Is there
he will
anything
dodge
more
the ramp.
annoying than Dark Willow with a shard? Because, wow, that is annoying.
Yeah, it is kind of frustrating.
It's hard to siege against because there's a million brambles on the ground, and when you're playing Faceless Void, roots really hurt you. And this is probably why they picked the Dark Willow, of course, but I'm getting frustrated on his behalf. Even if he's not watching this. And he's, oh, look what he's doing. He's bringing in 2 he's making you think those are illusions.
Yeah. And it's actually the hero, and he's caught too. There's the Gyro tanking the Mystic Flare, and here comes the follow-up duel. There goes Ferte. No buyback for him. Dendi with the Echo
the
Slam.
Echo!
Lands it right on top of all of these heroes and takes down one. And slaps almost the second one, but the disengage is there. However, that's your bottom lane of Rax gone, and a buyback forced out from the Pudge. And
Look
again,
at Dendi.
another
Is that
step
Celebration
closer to
Echo or what? Look at this hero.
Yep. Swim. Oh, the animation is broken now.
It's
Finally,
fixed.
let go out of his curse. Reminds me of the, the Snapfire where the lizard goes nuts.
Yeah, I do
Something
know that
similar.
one.
It's going, ah.
Dire's top barracks
Range rack's gone. Melee racks to go next, and that's going to be Mega Creeps. But Bait, one more fight ahead of him. Those TiltedBoys provide it to them. Kitaro, the high ground. Oh, that's a very aggressive positioning. As Stonebank sees an opportunity, onto the Pudgy goes. But a tree is flying in, but he will still go down. Stonebank might drop, but they're going to take everybody with him. And there are the two magical letters and two magical words into the chat. It's TiltedBoys, they've had enough of this first game.
Yeah, it wasn't really close at all because Dendi just took this early game, took this mid game, and made it his own. Crushing this Tiny in the mid lane, making rotations across the map, getting kill after kill here. Stonebank, very aggressive player. Like, you're talking about his aggressiveness as a carry. He might be even more aggressive as an offlaner. Maybe he gets to fully unleash that urge to want to just always go in. And playing heroes like Legion Commander or Mars or Axe, whatever he might want to play, it might be what he needs for sure. And Vitoon, he had I wouldn't even say this is a very good game by him, but it was good enough. He had good enough plays. I really like the play at the end where he left one Manta illusion behind, brought in his hero plus one illusion, so it kind of looked like he was just bringing in two illusions for some minor damage, but ends up killing the barracks and then getting a pretty decent chrono opportunity as well directly after that. But yeah, wow. What a game from Dendi, for sure.
And there wasn't much of a win condition for TiltedBoys throughout this game. Like, seeing what happened in the mid lane, Vitoon wasn't too phased about Kadaro getting cooked a couple times, maybe getting killed on that silencer. Still free farming. There's just no cares in the world. Stonebank, they had a triple net worth lead on all of their cores. It's like, we got this game in the bag. Just slow process. A couple power fantasy moments there from Dendi. They don't really stop their tempo. Nothing really changed in the late picture. But what was the reason for it? Like, is Shaker just so damn strong against Tiny in the mid lane? How is that so one-sided?
It's a Dendi factor, I think. Dendi just won the matchup through outplaying his opponent, because I don't think it should be that one-sided. However, I'm not totally familiar with how this matchup works, but theoretically, one hero has high base damage, the other hero has high base damage. Maybe Shaker should win slightly, but not by that margin. I guarantee you that. It was a beatdown in the mid lane, and it was more than just winning the mid lane. He transitioned that into winning every single lane, honestly. Ganking the top lane, bottom lane, winning mid lane. Everything that did this game, except for potentially that one little feed, really made his game easy for his team. Of course, Vitoon, he had 0 deaths this game, but I consider this one of those games where you don't have to do much as a carry to get by. There is nothing super critical you have to do. Your mid laner really took the game, put it on his back. Supports, of course, played pretty well too. And Stonebank, honestly, I don't know how to explain his performance. It was unique, and that's not even a bad way. It's just like he was just kind of going randomly dueling heroes just to harass them, things I haven't really seen before. It wasn't bad by any means, but I don't think I have the brain power to process exactly, without putting out a microscope, what he was doing, whether it was good or bad. But I think overall it was pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the team like Bait, it's super difficult to draft against them. We brought this up in the pregame studio. And again, a difficult draft to read for TiltedBoys. And one of those factors, it has to be Dendi this time, with a Shaker MVP going his way. This Shaker worked out wonders from start to finish. Nothing bad to say about this performance. This was a good Dendi game.
It was a good Dendi game, and I think we all enjoy a nice Dendi game here and there where he just like pops off, takes over the game. Of course, we want to see this more frequently and higher level matches, right? Not just against the teams that we know and want him to be beating. But hey, here's the good news. Like, they're beating teams convincingly that they should be beating, right? It feels like this is a match they should be doing well. This should be an opponent that Dendi should be doing well against, kind of just proving that he is still there, and that area of where like he's beating who he needs to beat. But are we going to see the Dendi pop off against some of these international opponents potentially if they can get to TI? We'll have to wait and see for that one, but I'm glad he's like at least putting up numbers like this in games like this.
Well, they need to rack up this series first, because as this first game has now been racked up and done and dusted, that puts Bait in the driver's seat to go towards the next round. But of course, we still need to play out game number 2. Maybe TiltedBoys comes in fresh. Maybe they get something new. something that bait's going to have difficulties reading or difficulties dealing with. But at the moment, it looks like a bait show. Will it stay as a bait show? Find out after the break. Skrpra, welcome back to the TINA regional qualifiers here with T-Panda and Fear. And of course, you are watching Bait take on TiltedBoys. This series, the first game, a Dendy show, a Bait show, wherever you want to put it. But hopefully TiltedBoys, maybe they got a bit of spark left still in them. At least that's what I'm hoping for, Fear.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, that game was a little too one-sided, I would want to say. We would definitely want to see a game where it's a little more competitive. I definitely want to see it from the mid lane. Unfortunately, the Tiny did not work out the way we wanted it to against the Earthshaker. Sure, we wanted to see the Earthshaker last pick, of course, do well, but I don't think any matchup in Dota is supposed to be that difficult.
Yeah,
he got demolished super hard. The Dark Willow offlane, it looked like it had promise, but you know, you're building some Urn into Midas, into Ags, into Manta style. You're basically pretty much playing carry from the offlane, and I think you're putting a lot of stress on your mid lane if you're doing that as well. It kind of reminds me when we watch some more games where this mid laners just, they really fall off the face of the earth because your offlaner is so greedy, and that type of playstyle can make things very difficult, especially if you're putting a player that's new to this environment, playing TI qualifiers under that type of stress of being like, you have to do well in your lane and you have to make all the rotations or we lose, and it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, like that's a rough position that you're putting your mid in, especially when he's already got less CS than Dendy has denies in the laning stage. So a lot of things kind of revolved around, when can we group up? Verte has to spend a lot of extra time with the gyrocopter just farming the jungle. They were trying to make 4-man smoke plays. There was that one moment where you also pointed out that they feel like we need to make a play happen. Like they're getting too far ahead. If this one pulls off, we'll be able to get that distance a little bit closer to where we are right now. But they ended up losing up that gank, and you know where the game is leading on from that point. It's going to be the opponent's domination until they make a mistake. And Dendy made one, gave away 800 gold, sadly, to the Witch Doctor out of all the heroes. But things like that, it can be a snowball effect. It can be a butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. But an effect surely must be shown in the draft as TiltedBoys and Bait. Game number 2 is live. And Monkeys Forever will forever not get to play his Brewmaster.
Yep, that is very true. And they're even going to ban out Invoker. It's like, you know what? You're playing Willow. You can play it. We don't really care that much. It seems like we have an answer to it. And the other heroes he does like playing, it is like Invoker, Brewmaster, and Dawn was the last one that he likes to spam right now in the pubs. So we'll see if they end up removing that one, or maybe they just have good answers to it. Whereas TiltedBoys, they're going to go a slightly different route. They're going to make sure the Legion Commander's not in the game. I talked about before, as a transition from a carry to offlaner, Legion is like the first thing you go to. Very easy to play. You get to play like a carry, you dual targets, you buy a Blade Mill, you buy Blink. It's pretty easy, and Bait is actually just going to take away the Dawn. So, very interesting. This is kind of like a full Monkeys Forever counter right now. That you just make sure he doesn't get any of his comfort whatsoever. Not that he can only play those heroes, but I think it's a good strategy to kind of like shut down what he likes to do.
And of course, like if you can really hinder a player that has a somewhat smaller hero pool in competitive, you know you're technically making the game like a 5 versus 4.5 in that case. Like it's not like he can still have a great performance on the hero he plays. It could be a surprise element as well. But in most cases, it does feel like you're playing a bit behind because you don't have the full confidence in the team. It's not just the player. It's about the whole team kind of loses a bit of confidence. Well, you're going to play this hero now. Like, okay, I'll just play that. Or he says like, well, there's nothing good for me right now. I'll go for this one. And it already kind of, you know, that attitude, you know, these things, they stick. They stick to your teammates. You know you have to work as a unit, but you're already missing a big piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll have to see how that one works out as we get into the banning phase now. And Morphling and Death Prophet are taken out. As we saw Death Prophet do a number to Dawn in the previous series. Double King did not really enjoy that one. And Morphling, another hero that you can't really pressure as a Dawnbreaker. So this kind of signifies to me that they want this Dawn to go offlane. Maybe it's a Phonic hero. Yet again, we're talking about carry players going to the offlane. Dawnbreaker and Legion are similar heroes in that regard, where they're just kind of like these semi-carry offlaners. They don't really bring all the utility in the game, but they can scale, hit creeps. They like to do what carry players like to do, so it's kind of like a smooth transition there.
Yeah, yeah. And also, TiltedBoys taking away the silencer. I want to ask one question for Bait before they pick their supports. Kadaro, is Crystal Maiden Esports ready? The hero got a lot of
Crystal Maiden Esports? I mean, maybe. It is good versus Ember in a lot of ways, but I'd rather pick like a Lion, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm looking at the heroes that Kadaro has played in the past, like the CMs, the Banes, the Silencers, even an occasional Oracle. We remember Lodine, who liked to play the Grimstroke from time to time. He also plays Grimstroke. That can look pretty good in the current meta. But I'd like to see a Crystal Maiden at least once being picked in this qualifier.
I mean, out of all the heroes you mentioned, CM sounds the best for this particular game. Frostbite, very annoying for Ember to deal with.
Wildcard Gaming's turn.
But they're going to go with the tried and true Stamon and Skywrath. Skywrath Dawn lane. It's very, very powerful.
Surprised Sky didn't get banned out, even though it is a very powerful force for Bait, and Stamon one of his favorites right now. And there's the Vengeful Spirit, the hero, the support hero that's been picked quite a lot now with those recent buffs. We've talked we've talked a mouthful of this Vengeful Spirit and all the new things that she brings onto the board. More scaling, better in the laning stage, yada yada.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeful Spirit's super strong right now. Increased attack speed in the lane. You can't really trade with her anymore because now Wave of Terror just got an added ability to it. It reduces your total attack damage, so very hard to deal with. And heroes like Legion have been pretty popular, or these Void's popular too. And then you got this built-in save. Aghanim's still super popular as well. Definitely, as of now, a tier 1 support right now in this Vengeful Spirit. But how do you want to deal with that if you are TiltedBoys? You no longer have the option to get the Sky. Ember likes to play heroes with Sky, maybe some Mirana, Snapfire. But they're going to go with Pudge, so they're going to do... The idea behind the Mirana, the Sky, is you kind of use the chains to hook up some type of damage. This time they're literally going to hook up some damage with some Pudge here. Hopefully he can be in range. It's a little more difficult to use execution-wise, but it could work. And more than anything, he loves his Pudge. He had a pretty good Pudge performance in the laning stage, mid-game as well. Why not give him his comfort? Maybe he'll play Pudge every game it's left in the pool.
And this is a Naga Siren pick before I'm so used to saying the 18th at this point. I guess this still is the 18th. Am I completely wrong? I actually need to count. Me and my maths. Yeah.
It is, because there's the same amount of bans.
It is the 18th, yeah. So the 18th pick, which could still counter the Naga Siren. Dawnbreaker has some AoE clear. Sky doesn't really do that much. I mean, you can always get a bit of nukes out there, especially with the Aghanims later on. Bloodseeker not directly or AoE, but it's useful here. It's useful against the Ember Spirit. It's pretty difficult for the Pudge to kill in the lane, particularly. Bloodseeker is also very good in that matchup. So it's not just, let's counter the Naga, and, oh, we might just lose the lane. I feel like Bloodseeker is a good pickup, and now with this Vengeful Spirit as a pair, that's strong.
It's pretty good for Song. I'll explain it in a minute, but I'd like the ban there. He's like, after last game I hit 1.5 million brambles. I don't want to do that again. Bans out Monkeys Forever. Only other hero that he's played a lot of recent, so he's going to get to play something more and more specialized towards dealing with the Bloodseeker. But if there's something you would have noticed on the patch notes is these items like Mjolnir, they do bonus damage now to illusions, 150%.
Right. And Bloodseeker's a builder for it.
And he builds Mjolnir, but he also, it gets amplified by Blood Rage. So that percentage space is going to go up even further. So his ability to kill illusions with the Mjolnir is way better than it was before. And it was already pretty good. So he does a lot of magic AoE damage. And of course you get the Shard, which does a percentage base of damage when you're hitting illusions. we all know hitting illusions with percentage bait kills them quicker, so he lifesteals a lot off of those as well. So this hero is deceptively good against the Naga Siren.
Makes perfect sense. Like, if the changes have been that way, then the Bloodseeker definitely does enjoy that a lot. The question with this drafting, though, for TiltedBoys, do they really want to leave Monkeys Forever's hero to last? Well, they decided to take that route, and he would even lose his Batrider pick, so gonna have to
That's
come
not
up
the
with something.
question. It's gonna be will it work? Because the question has already been answered. Yes, they do want to do it, but will it be good enough? We will have to see through
I'm
their
just like,
game.
why? Yeah, will it be good enough to work out? They've got 50 seconds of reserve time to think about this. They're going to have this DK come out from bait. A Dendy DK or a Dendy Dawn?
DK. DK has been a hero that's been known as an Ember counter for a long time now. Ember
Shall it be?
really struggles in the laning stage. And after watching how the last laning stage went, and in a matchup that's also favored for Dendy, a little worrisome for TiltedBoys, at least in the mid lane department. And I also think Naga is not a hero that should crush Dawnbreaker in the laning stage by any means. So that's two lanes that are questionable. Now let's check out their third lane, which TiltedBoys have not selected yet, and it is now going to be the Lycan into the Bloodseeker, which is even more questionable. So, wow. Okay, Bait has, in my eyes, won all three lanes here.
Yeah, the
And
Lycan
that's-
versus Bloodseeker I can go behind. It's like, yeah, that's not a good lane for the Lycan.
It is most certainly not a good lane for the Lycan. Monkeys Forever is kind of looking at, oh, I can kill these supports, so Kadaro, Simonin, Lycan's good versus that, but oh boy, I'm a little afraid for TiltedBoys laning stage here because it looks pretty hard.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith as well. Sorry to say here, but Bait's draft, it looks solid. It has counters towards TiltedBoys lineup. Maybe if Wake Me Up gets 5 hook kills on V-Tune, probably not gonna happen, but I think kill the Bloodseeker, slow him down, get Lycan a lane. That's going to be the hardest thing to achieve. Get Lycan an actually good lane, because
I mean, it's a Pudge Lycan lane, yeah. That's very, even if you get a hook, what comes after that? You body block him with wolves or something? It's definitely not a straightforward lane. Maybe
a
Ferte on
lane
his
swap?
Naga?
Maybe a lane swap?
I'm thinking, would that be good enough? I mean, it won't solve the core issues, because I don't think Lycan really stops Dawn either in the laning stage, so we'll have to see. Maybe Ferte has something up his sleeve for this Naga Siren. This hero can potentially carry any game,
Yeah.
but there's a high probability that if the lanes don't go well for TiltedBoys, this is going to be a very much so ran over game. And I hate to say that, but we'll have to see how it goes. But up to TiltedBoys. They got to make this lanes work. And if you don't make the lanes work, then let's hope we get some big hooks here, or Forte is on some superpower mode right now and can cut waves like crazy while still finding some kills on the map. We'll see.
Like, teamwork makes the dreams work, or the dreams make the team work, whatever it is. But already coming
Not the
into
last
this
one.
series, Bait was definitely the favorite. They won game 1. They look to be on the path to continue their path in the TI regional qualifiers in North America. Push themselves one step forward and face up against Sand King GÓMEZ, who is currently waiting for their opponents out of this series. They are definitely also watching this game. See what comes out of that. We saw CDUB knocked out from the tournament earlier on today. The second out of the 13 participants. TiltedBoys already one series under their belts, a BO1 from the deathmatch yesterday to start things off for the regional qualifiers. 2 more best of 3s coming up right after this one, so still plenty of dotes for all of you people to enjoy. Long day, long night, wherever you are from, or if you're just waking up, welcome to the North American qualifiers here at PGL. But there's I'm excited for what's happening later on today.
He got the hook in mid lane.
Oh.
Hello.
Excitement
And
indeed,
he's stuck.
Can he TP out? No.
He
Okay.
TP'd. He has no TP.
He has to walk back home, or he has to walk back to the lane.
Oh, man.
Is the miracle that Volotka probably needed for this lane. It might just be enough, and there goes the full-on tips. Wake me up, you've earned it.
Yeah, I mean, if Dindy would have just accepted his fate and died there, it may have not have been so bad. But the fact that he committed the TP, really just the nail in the coffin there. Dindy, he's going to miss a lot of CS from this. In fact, he's probably going to be a level behind. And I think at that point, if you don't win your lane as Ember, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can't have a better start. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's been handed out to him now. Now let's see what he does with it.
And he even
Probably
Diddy
thought
using
that
Breath.
Volotka's going to start off with like Slate or even Flame Guard to kick off this laning stage, and he forced him to level the chains, but it doesn't really matter at this point because he's already level 2.
Yeah, exactly. He's almost level 3, actually, if we're going to talk numbers here. One more creep, he'll be level 3. It's not really patient with the Flame Guard to get 3, but well, it's okay. Well, either way, that was a really cute play. This guy's Pudge continues to impress me. That's what you see more than anything in like these regional qualifiers. It's just like these specialists come out with these ideas. I've seen that before, but you don't see it all the time, as Monkeys Forever, unsurprisingly, is already struggling in this off lane. It's not an easy lane.
Going as suspected, at least.
Maybe a little worse than expected, if we're going to be totally honest here. He's got 1 CS and a death already. He has just as many deaths as he does have CS now. A little bit of a grim number there.
Let's go. Oh, door. Slams the door shut. Front of Stamanen. Doesn't quite get the kill. What he was looking for. Could have gotten an easy pick off the silencer, but he's low. So V-Tune getting that extra buff for his thirst for blood. We've had some great nicknames in this last.
I was thinking the same thing just now. Yeah. It's like door,
napkin. The 2 names, of course.
NA players have the best names.
Sand King, GÓMEZ. We've got everything here. Pudge does land the hook on Kadaro, but look at how much damage he takes, and he loses his life to V-Tune. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they find Door.
Do indeed. And we talked about this Naga. I'm not sure. It's like when I think of Naga, I don't see myself winning a lane against a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's the Monin.
So I was very curious to see what he had in store to maybe teach me how you can win versus Dawn, but not really doing that right now.
Yeah, Pudge trying to help out his buddy Monkeys Forever there with the hook, but nobody caught, and V-Tune will finish him off. If the hook did connect, maybe he could have lived a little bit longer, but it's all just wishful thinking at this point. V-Tune, 4 minutes killing spree. And to go back to this mid lane, Dendy's caught up in CS with Volotka, and they're both level 4. Volotka's about to hit level 5 at least, so he still has the XP advantage, but he's no longer dominating the lane. He only has a lead. Top lane, again, another brawl. Holy damn, this just doesn't stop the constant harass from Kidari and V-Tune. Because they can. There's the wolf body blocks. Maybe Kadaro could actually die here. Uses the stick, gets the stun off in time.
Monkeys is dead.
Gets a bit of a heal, and Monkeys Forever. Here's the turnaround. There goes Monkeys, dominating V-Tune, and another one. Stamanen leads it for him, and a double into a mega kill. V-Tune out of this world in this game, and it's only 5 minutes in.
I mean, they did pick Lycan into Bloodseeker Venge, so I guess they kind of deserve it, but maybe that's being a little too harsh. Probably is, but either way, it's a very difficult matchup. I think this has been something that most Lycan players will actively want to ban in most games.
Stamanen trying to make a move into mid, but Wake Me Up also teleported at the same time, suspecting something's up. Didn't get to do the bottle refill for Volotka because they wanted to stay hidden. They have spotted out a ward. The ward will be dewarded. And now it's like everybody's in mid. It's not even 6 minutes yet, so see what this leads into. Wake Me Up. He's got the hook ready, walks away. And he catches
Got him.
Dendy. Got him. Tries to damage him out with the Rot. Dendy with the stun onto the Ember Spirit.
I think Dendy should die here.
Looks like it. He's got 10 stick charges. Oh, Wake Me Up is the one who's going to die first.
Oh,
Lock the
never
turnaround.
mind.
Oh, what a turnaround here. Ember, level 6 though, is silenced up, but Dendy, got to be careful here. Just enough HP to survive, but the Arcane Curse might... No, it's not going to kill him. It's not enough damage. Oh! Just in time getting the heal on door. Kadaro doesn't quite finish him off. Throws in the Wave of Terror. And and another attempt from the Ember Spirit. The stun's there, but he finally dies. The Ember with the Flame Guard out of all things finishes off the DK. Dendy trying with the quick reaction. Dragon Tail. Galotka getting something out of that. He's also on a 3-killing spree now.
We wanted to see the mid laner step it up, and he's got the game of his life here to do so on this Ember with that early start, with that double kill just now, sitting on a killing spree. And it's very rare you don't see a Dragonite level 6 at 6 minutes, or for even 5 minutes for that matter. He gets hooked again!
Uh-oh.
Into the tower!
Throws on the Dragon Tail again, but a lot of damage coming in. Blood Grenade, that should seal the deal. Dendy's got no movement speed to get out, and Pudge will drop. Kadaro will be given the kill. But that is your Dendy DK down, and Ember Spirit with another. Up to dominating now. So yeah, Volotka definitely has a win condition at his hands. He needs to help out Ferte, because Monkey's forever. Well, he's just gone straight jungling. He has 18 last hits in 7 minutes. The lane
Monkey's
is no longer
forever.
lane for him.
Quite literal last pick of the game here, just not really working out.
Plus, they just took double wisdom runes away from TiltedBoys.
Oh, that's big.
Kadaro diving under the tower. He wants this kill. He will take it. He will lose his life for it. At the same time, Wake Me Up killed by VTune with the Rupture.
This game's getting crazy. And a lot of this net worth is on this Ember for sure, but at the same time, a lot of net worth's on VTune. So if Vlodka's having as good of a game as VTune is, if you want to look at it that way, but the Dawn is having a much better game than Monkeys is in return. So a lot of that net worth is coming down from the difference in the offlaner's net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ferte taking a bit of harass there from Stonebank, but nothing decisive until Stomana decides to show Ferte instant TP. Oh, gets out before Stomana's right click connects. Teleported to a tower.
Yeah, that's not exactly where he wanted to go, but it's fine. That just kind of shows you he's not using double tap to TP. He just clicks somewhere in his base to get back home.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Venge is already level 6 now. Skyrath, kind of low on the levels for getting those Wisdom Runes. But we got a swap available here, and that'll just be the end of door.
Yeah. Crushed the door in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Most certainly did.
Daro's not done yet. He's got Stomanen, and here comes Mr. Stonebank. Wave the hammer right on the back of the Lycan. Back broken. And on the same time, Dendy's surrounded by 4 hostiles. This Dragon Knight will not have a very happy ending. Wake Me Up for the kill.
And he's gone just like that. I mean, Dendy
18, yeah.
is struggling.
Dendy is struggling for sure. Like, even with the 18 kills this game so far, DK is now sharing 4 of those. His laning stage went off to a very rocky start.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And with the Maelstrom online, close to Yasha.
The biggest issue for this DK has actually been Wake Me Up's Pudge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And
Yeah, definitely, since that level 1 hook. It's been pretty difficult for him. But luckily for Dendy, he's playing DK. All he needs is a Blink Dagger. His both side laners are doing well. His team should be like, chill, it's fine, I'm free farming, I'm the most farmed Bloodseeker you'll ever see in your life. This Lycan can't even lane, it's 10 minutes in the game, he's level 5. It's okay. Don't worry about it, and Dawn will be the same thing. Like, I am also incredibly farmed now, getting everything. All you really need to do in this game as this Dragon Knight is just stun some heroes. That's it. You're not going to get much glory this game like in game 1, but all you need is the win.
Well, can't always be the hero. Sometimes heroes also need assistance. Maybe if he was the one to shine in the last game, maybe this is, you know, Stonebank's time to shine. Already 3-0. Farm is looking pretty good. Same for V2. Bloodseeker 6-0. 102 CS. 7k net worth in 11 minutes. And maybe even higher here as Volodka's shown. Rupture.
Oh, this is a big
out.
kill if they can get him. All right, the TP.
It's too far away for them to catch, so he's teleported out. But Thor also gets out, so V2 not catching anybody. But he doesn't really lose too much time either. Like, positive perks of being a Bloodseeker. You drop them low as they TP it away. You're just as fast running back to the lane where you get farm from.
Especially when you got Yasha, Phase Boost, Windlace. You're extra quick on the map.
Oh,
Stonebank?
Yep, drop low. Stonebank trying to go for the hero moves here. Solar Guardian out. Bye-bye.
And you know why they can't stop that? Because Silencer is level 4. At 12 minutes into the game.
It is what it is. No XP
Support's
from those
struggling.
wisdom runes either. There's going to be another set in 2 minutes, but look at Bates' movements around the map. They're highly active, highly mobile right now. They're going all over the place. No longer locked into like everybody just farming a lane, one guy maybe farming the jungle. They're coordinating a lot of moves right now, and they want to keep this tempo up as well, especially with Dendi getting closer to that Blink Dagger, like 1,000 gold short. That's when they really want to be like, guys, we have 4 heroes that are capable and wanting to fight.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Dragon Tail, the Mystic Flare,
The Blink is going to be important. So once they get that Blink on Dendi, I think that's when Bait can really turn up the tempo.
Yeah.
I think Manta will be kind of nice as well, because you can get out of chains, you can get out of ensnare, get out of global. There's a lot of stuff you can get out with Manta this game. So V-Tune was probably waiting for that until he starts going deep looking for kills.
And even with Volodka kind of getting back into this game pretty well, well, not getting back into this game, keeping his lead in this game, like he's the top net worth hero for the team. Right now, he's being hunted, able to run away from Kadaro and from Stamanen. Ferte, I hope that Coca-Cola sponsor that he has on his name is gonna, you know, pull off some kind of miracle, because he's got to stay awake. He's got to stay focused this game.
Yeah, I mean, he has Manta. It's a pretty good timing for Manta as an Noggin side. Actually, quite good. 13 minutes.
They're still on the hunt for Volodka here. No Remnant. No Remnant for 3 seconds at least. And a lot of damage being dealt, and now he's finally got it. Door showing up from the other side, and here comes Wake Me Up. Blink Dagger freshly picked up for the Pudge. And another Flesh Heap stack. Here comes Monkeys Forever, though. He's shapeshifted, finds Stamanen. Stamanen's got to TP out. You got to do it now if you want to escape or live, but he looks like he's dead. Hellbear misses, and juking around in the trees, making Monkeys Forever work for his prize. And he is gone.
Yep. Supports get punished for overextending just a little bit there. And the net worth advantage is still only 2k. The Nog is farming well. The Ember has a good start. It's only really the DK and the Lycan is struggling. I'd rather be a struggling DK than a struggling Lycan, but giving that Lycan any extra kill definitely will help out the cause quite a bit. And Dendi Blink Dagger is up, so next time they make that move, DK will be there. And if DK was there, that would be a kill, right? On the Ember. The Ember barely made it out, so chill out, make those moves if you're Bait.
Exactly what they need. KNS lined up for the Ember Spirit. Venge going for a Midas. Kidar.
Of course, yeah.
What is he thinking of building out of that? However, Pudge is being initiated on at the same time. Try to TP away. Successfully in doing so. Flesh Heaps level 3, so that helps out soaking up some of the damage.
Pretty much most all of it, really. That helped a lot. It's like, thanks for the space, guys. Exactly what we needed, but bad news is V-Tune is online. He's very farmed. Manta's online. You don't have a lot of ways of stopping him now that he has Manta. You had a lot of snares and roots with Naga and Ember. No, you don't.
10k at 15.
Yep.
Like, this is...
And he's
This is higher than most farm carries that I say are like really big.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This 10k at 20 is pretty normal. So he's like 5 minutes ahead in his farming timing.
Yeah. Usually the indicator for a very farmed carry is 10k at 18 minutes. 18 and a half minutes. Somewhere around there. It was like seeing some of the Nagas, some of the Terror Blades. Like if they're off to a good start, that's a good indicator. But Bloodseeker at 15, like, oof. Level 14 as well. He's 3 levels ahead of the Naga, the Ember, 4 levels ahead of the Lycan. Lycan's actually caught up pretty nicely experience-wise, but here comes Ferte, shows up in the lane. He realizes that's the real one, and onto the chase. No, not really. Well, wake me up at Volotka. Wake me up. He's actually TPing in top. They're like, guys, we should try killing this V-Tune Bloodseeker, but there's a gank squad coming as well. It's Dendi and Stamanen. We're going to see a skirmish in a matter of seconds.
Oh, they want to go on V-Tune, though. The silent sleep has been used.
Sleep has been used, and the rest of the backup are showing up. They need to get this kill fast. Dendi already. Global silence coming up. Bloodseeker low on HP. V-Tune will be taken down. Doesn't get much of a fighting strength, and here comes Stonebank. He's a bit late with that Solar Guardian, but the global silence did hurt him that much. Ferte, still full HP. Dendi forced away. So was the Ember, and here comes Monkeys Forever. This is a pretty good fight for TiltedBoys, already getting their second kill. And Ferte still standing his ground. Dawnbreaker silenced up on the spot. Skyrat there with the Mystic Flare. Ferte finally blown up, and Door gonna be the next one maybe if Stoneback can find him. No, he can't.
It's a team wipe, by the way.
That's a team wipe. Said it's a pretty good fight for TiltedBoys. Well, it's a pretty damn good fight. They needed that.
They definitely did, and some of the heroes that needed to get that gold too got him, as Monkeys Forever did come in. He's going to have his Helm of the Overlord now completed, so he'll have a bigger creep to play with here to help kill these supports. But killing V-Tune was the big prize there, as he does go down, and that was all because he used his Manta a little bit early. Then they sleep, catch him, and that's why you kind of see why he's going into Satanic next. And I guess we do have a replay of this. No Manta style available here. So even though they get the stuns available, the Rot is still going off. He's still slowed. And I think the big thing there is Door. He popped that global silence so the Dawn couldn't protect him and also give him that extra region to survive. So
yeah,
honestly, a perfectly executed fight there by the TiltedBoys.
Also, their V-Tune decided to disengage and not fight back at all, realizing that his fate is sealed, probably because he's feeling that he's very strong. He's so much higher in XP. Maybe he can't kill me in the end. And still died escaping from that fight. That Manta was used before as he spotted that Naga who threw in the web. And they were like, hey guys, let's just go back in. He doesn't have a Manta. He's got no way to defend himself. But maybe if he did a bit of extra damage, that could have potentially helped out. But, you know, what if situation. However, in the bottom lane, they found him again. And there goes V-Tune for the second time inside a minute.
V-Tune's been a little bit sloppy, I'm not gonna lie. Like, his early games have been great, but the mid-game, last couple games, not really finding the openings. However, Stonebank, he's the carry of this game now. This man now has a Radiance completed on his offlane Dawnbreaker with the Echo Saber, building into the BKB. He is incredibly farmed, now taking over the net worth, #1 in the game. We talked about the 15-minute 10k net worth on the Bloodseeker, only 11k right now at 19 minutes. Really cursed him out of his mind there. Good job on
almost
that.
Getting surpassed by the Naga. The Ember Spirit's almost there. Lycan's could almost say fully recovered with that Overlord helmet. Still not the best timing, but considering how hard this game already was for him and what the laning stage was like he's basically bounced back into the game like it was nothing. So V-Tune, that 6-month break that he's had from competitive Dota, or at least being in a big team, definitely showed that there are a bit of cracks here and there.
Oh, for sure.
The last time he played in a team was with Na'Vi in February, if I remember correct. So it's been a while.
All right, makes sense. Sometimes you go on break and you gotta take the rust off. You get a higher level of gameplay, right? Like all of a sudden you're used to people that are targeting you and playing as a team. And maybe that's
Roshan already started. Smokes coming up. They actually popped 2 smokes so that they can also get Dawnbreaker into the mix. It's gonna be it's not even gonna be tight. They've already finished off this Aegis. They still decide to take the fight. V2 is very fast right now. Wake Me Up is low. They just need to find the low targets. Root coming out onto the Dawnbreaker. They've got the Shapeshift coming out as well. Kidara forming in the stun. They got the Lycan lockdown on the spot. Denti coming in to help
Monkey's
as well.
dead.
And the Rupture will run down the Lycan. And now the Ember. He's got the Aegis. The song played out by Ferte. Wants to get out of there. Wants to protect Volotka in the process. But he's out of remnants. He might just lose his Aegis. He might just lose his life as well because he's got nowhere to get out. And there's the stun from Kedaro. They will get the Aegis out of the way. 6 seconds for the remnant. He's not going to live that long.
And he's gone, so good fight. The big boss there, Stonebank, sitting in the front like, oh, you want to go on me? I got Radiance, I got Echo. Gets off a full duration Starbreaker, stuns up Monkey King and his minions, killing them out along with the Rupture on top of him. Makes it so that all of a sudden... Oh, wait, I don't know what I said, but either way...
It's completely fine, but yeah, that was... Pudge is actually getting jumped on in the mid lane.
Pudge is gone.
Wake Me Up going down. So Pudge is out of play. But yeah, it was Monkeys Forever, which you probably...
that's the one.
The Lycan just running his blood out of his system.
Yeah, pretty much. But it was really just a great Starbreaker by Stonebank there that set all of that up. And just putting his body on the line there too, being like, I'm at 2.4k HP, I've got this Radiance, so you have the miss chance on everything. Allowed everyone to get in perfect positioning. It is kind of ironic that Monkeys Forever doesn't play Monkey King at all.
True.
Probably should.
I'll take that.
But it is
Either way,
plural,
okay.
It's monkeys. So
I mean, is that why he plays Brewmaster? I don't understand. What's a plural monkey?
I mean, Monkey King with Ags. So yeah, I guess you're technically right here.
There you go. Love
I submit.
technicalities.
I submit.
All right, V-Tune
Stonebank
here.
with
All right. What about Stonebank? What do you get? BKB?
BKB Radiance and onto the Pudgy.
And
That's a very nice Starbreaker right there. You gotta have the hammer the
Misclick.
right way.
it won't really matter. It might actually cost them one Lotus, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I didn't actually expect him to build.
Oh
a
my
game.
god, it's
Because of
happening.
the Naga, it makes sense. What is happening?
Stomanen. He's got a Midas.
Oh, the Midas. Oh, he's got a Midas in the sky. He's doing it again.
They have a Midas on
What are you
Dindi, they have a
doing?
Midas on Sky, and they have a Midas on Kadaro. They got triple Midas.
Never gonna hear the end of it. He's never gonna hear the end of it again. Building a Midas, like, okay, maybe because Kidaro said I want to build one. Stomata's like, okay, maybe I can too. But they got 3 Midases in the team already.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes, they do. And that's kind of concerning because the game has slowed down, right?
Under attack.
And the two big boys, which is going to be Stonebank in this game, he's unkillable right now. And of course, V-Tune, he was killable. I'm not sure if he is anymore with Satanic on top as well. And he's going for Aghanims. So that's going to be another way to give him that barrier, that HP. And of course, more than anything, it's going to give him more AoE damage to deal with the Naga, which I didn't even cover when we talked about how good Bloodseeker can be versus Naga. Add the Blood Mist on top of it, doing that percentage-based damage to illusions. It's going to be very difficult to keep those alive.
Spicy. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good to have. Giving that extra scaling for the Bloodseeker. Still, Volotka, that one only death, picking up the Aegis and then dying with the Aegis, and right after, he still had a damn good Ember game. He's up to par with the net worth you're supposed to have as an Ember that could still continue making plays. If he had, say, 3k less net worth, if he was below 10k, you really start to notice the difference where an Ember is making plays and an Ember is too afraid to do anything or can't actually do anything. But that will definitely be a providing force for the team, that this Ember can still do things.
Yeah, it definitely can, especially when he gets his Lincolns. Already has like high-end Sange available.
Yeah.
The next is going to be Lincoln's, which will help him quite a bit.
Oh, we got a Solar Guardian being popped here, but they found an illusion, which definitely got destroyed. Now they're in trouble. Quick song into the Orchid. Dendi trying to give up some backup here, but the illusions from the Naga finish him off. A lot of damage rupture being used as well. Stonebank coming up to the help, going to help him out. Wake Me Up. He's going to be the one to drop soon, but not quite yet. However, Monkeys Forever, he's the one to drop the V-Tune, and Wake Me Up still Stonebank's like, I want this kill. Get over here. Ferte being targeted this time, swapping over, but the hook from Wake Me Up buys the time. Kidaro goes down, the illusions, and Volotka doing a lot of heavy work, and Wake Me Up finally taken down, hunted down, and Ferte, he is also around in the area there. Meanwhile, Dendi finally finished off by the Ember, by the Silencer. So V2 and the Stonebank, they have to retreat.
I mean,
Fight
the
going
Pudge
all the
bought
way
so
to
much
3
time.
different places.
Yeah, it was a lot of split targeting there. I'm not sure they knew who they wanted to go on. Not a huge fan currently of this Midas on Stomanen, because if he had, like, for example, a Ghost Scepter or Force Staff, he could definitely live there and maybe get a couple more spells off. So if they want to go this triple Midas route, I think they should probably just chill and farm a bit longer. Have them pay off into some real items, because right now your Sky doesn't have any useful items. He just has Midas into Arcane Boots, that's it. Probably wants to get to that Ghost Scepter territory, Force Staff, maybe a Glimmer Cape. But Naga is getting stronger with the Heart of Tross going into the Butterfly, pretty much matching the timings or item per item at this point with the Bloodseeker. With Bloodseeker just picking up the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see how much effect that'll have in the team fights.
V-Tune still has a mind-numbing stat of 11, 2, and 1. Same with Stonebank. You talked about him being the actual carry. Well, earlier on we mentioned maybe Dendi's not the hero this game. Maybe it's Stonebank's turn. He's also 5-5, 5-1-5 with the Dawnbreaker. Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
This Ag's being picked up. V-Tune has a 1600 HP shield as he might be able to get a Rupture off onto Monkeys Forever here. Gonna try and TP out, but the damage is just way too much.
Too
He's
late,
gone.
but is it enough for a reinitiation here? Kidaro, he's also in the lane. Wake Me Up, moving in. I
think Naga's gonna get deleted here.
Hooked in between all of the illusions. Beautiful hook there as he finishes him up. But Ferte, that Blood Mist is doing work. And Wake Me Up, here comes V2 and race car all the way to Ferte. And Door gets a big hammer, and that door is broken once again. Bait for the objective, and straight to the high ground maybe even, because it looks like Volotka, Wake Me Up, can't hold it, just the two of them. Hook connects onto Dendi. Dendi pops the BKB, stuns the Pudge right away, and maybe Pudge will be the next casualty. Yes, sir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's been some really cool plays by this Pudge. I think he's trying his absolute best here.
Radiant's
In that last fight, he almost saved a Naga by using the Psychic Headband to push back the Bloodseeker. Tried to dismember and save him, but unfortunately he already used that earlier on the fight. But all these hooks and small plays, you know, just a little small shout out to his Pudge play. It's been good from start to potentially finish here, as he did shut down Dendi at the beginning of the game, and to having multiple good saves. So credit where credit is due here.
Well, Ferte now has an empty slot in his inventory with that Heart Manta Orchid. As you talked about the Butterfly. He's gonna have to get to that reasonably soon. They need that extra damage output. That would also help out the Ember a lot. 5-man smoke towards the bottom lane. Maybe even into the triangle. Who do they find?
Radiant are scanning.
Black Dragon leading the forces. Ferte in front. V-Tune right there. They saw him. He walking straight into them. And this is the opportunity they got, but the stun from Venge does do a bit of work here, but the Solar Guardian from Stonebank. Volotka isolated on the other side. V2 dropping low, but there's the heal. The Satanic kicks in with the Blood Fist, and it's just utter humiliation. Coming out from Bait towards TiltedBoys. They will pay a heavy price. Even the buyback coming out from Wake Me Up can't help his teammates out.
And Venge has an Aghanim Scepter as well to help join this game. I must say, Skywrath with Midas is probably the worst item you can buy on this hero. I know they're winning the game and everything, but it's just like I don't think of a worse item this hero could buy. Well, the Venge makes a little sense because sometimes you actually do right click with the Wave of Terror. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Definitely
and
not
it deals
okay with
damage. Like it's an agi hero building it that actually uses your right clicks for something. Like the Sky doesn't. Like you don't get any benefit from the attack speed. But it's wants money. Just wants
I'm pretty
experience.
sure Stomonin just bought this with like the biggest troll face ever. You know, it's like, oh, you buy Midas on DK and Venge?
Doesn't
I buy
mention
Midas
his
too.
teammates anything. It's just going a bit of a grin on his face, like,
Yeah.
I'll do this.
That's what I imagine that purchase as being. Guys, Roshan will be up. Aegis and She's available. V-Tune will lay into it with his Bloodseeker here. And we're kind of seeing the effect of... Why is Roshan running away, actually? But we're seeing the effect of, like, this Blood Mist plus Maelstrom as well. Now Mjolnir on top of it. These Naga Illusions, they can't fight under the Blood Mist. It's way too much damage. And it doesn't help the case this matchup was always bad for the Naga, but now that Mjolnir does 150% damage to illusions with the 7.34 patch, makes this matchup even harder.
Well, let's see what comes out of this. They've got themselves a high ground push on their minds, but they would have to get through that mid-tier 2 tower at least if they want to secure Megas. Bottom's already gone. There's a range Rax in the top lane, and they're already here. They are trying to split as much as they can on the side of TiltedBoys, but that clock, that's ticking louder and louder and louder. The inevitable end is upon us soon.
Blade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower has
I mean, he attacks very fast, right?
That's not
He
the
can slow
reason.
his
I'll tell you in a
targets.
sec.
Slow his targets. We'll see. Manto.
But either way, there's a
Anyway. See what they can do. Volodka's right behind them, actually, here. Dawnbreaker very low. The Aegis might pop here, but he gets a lot of regeneration out with that Luminosity. Going out from the Starbreaker.
Mega Creep's coming
Wolves.
to a theater near you.
Surely do. That's a movie that at least Bait wants to see, but the TiltedBoys squad not feeling too happy. Pudge with the save. He eats his buddy, brings him to the fountain. Song being used. Dawn is low. V-Tune's also half HP. No Satanic right now. Monkeys Forever deleted. And now Kadaro has to tank the bullet, but he's got the Ags. He's got himself an illusion to bring back into the action. Still 5v4.
top barracks are under attack.
And it looks like they're back.
So talk to me about Diffusal. Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll let you talking about. Well, it looks like the final moments of TiltedBoys are upon them. Spate crushing them one by one, taking their rightful place as victors after that first game, continuing where they left off game number 2. Despite Dendy having a bit of a rocky start to the game, doesn't stop them from finishing this game in style and fashion. Dendy's Bait Boys. They continue their march. Just the tier 4s and the throne left to go, or to force TiltedBoys to tap out.
No Naga, no Pudge. It might be a reality here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still continuing with the same business. Almost done with the tier 4 Monkeys Forever. Looks like the last fight. Kadaro with a stun. Dendy also following it up. Monkeys Forever down to half HP already. Radiance burning around. Dendy also flying about here. Almost getting himself a secondary stun, but that cheese, he might have to pop it just to get more mana for himself.
They got 15 seconds to end this if they want to end it.
Yeah, well, 8 seconds ain't going to be enough.
They called it.
GG's called. Throne dies. Bait wins.
Yeah, I may as well talk about why he made Diffusal. The Diffusal itself has no value. That's not why people are buying it anymore. It's the upgrade, the Disperser. If you think of items like Manta, Satanic, they have one special ability on them that a lot of items don't have, and that's a basic Dispel. And Disperser, if you use it on yourself, is a basic Dispel. So you can take Chains off, you can take Root off, you can take Global Silence off. So he was going with like the triple self-dispel strategy, where he bought a Satanic, Manta, and Disperser. So he's able to just continuously dispel himself and make sure he can't be locked down by Orchids or Nets or Globals.
well, we didn't get to see too much about the disperser. He did get to finish it at the end of the game, but surely an indicator towards it. However, Bait, this is one of the rare 2-0s for you, Fear. How does it feel?
I mean, if you're a Bait fan, it feels good, right? Like, they won a series. They got to have fun while winning the series and went triple Midas. Of course, like the mid lane, probably Dindy didn't have fun this game, but I'm sure he's happy to have won the game. But I did enjoy some of the performances that were happening in this game, especially from the Pudge. He had some great plays, really showing that maybe his Pudge is worth a ban, but unfortunately for them, they are out of the tournament. So maybe in future tournaments, you think about banning Pudge against this guy. But good comeback from Bait. I think things were... I don't know if I want to call it a comeback. I mean, they threw a little bit. They were never really behind. Let's just say they played well this game. Dindy recovered well. V2 had a monstrous game. Stoneblink played amazing. And of course, the supports were there where they needed to be. Just kind of outclassed here by TiltedBoys. They tried their best, but there was a better team, clearly.
Yeah, there was like a moment where they decided, okay, guys, let's get things serious and make sure that we do end up winning this game. Starting to get that, you know, that small deficit back together and made sure that they win this game. They definitely did. And even if it wasn't a Dendy show this time, at least everybody else rose to the pedestal. And especially, most importantly, I like to see when Stonebank actually has a good game, because I know he's been criticized a lot throughout the year. Is his level ready for what's up at Division 1? And especially if they end up into Division 2, like what might be the fate of him? This was a good showing again that Stonebank, he's there, he's in this team for a reason, and this Dawnbreaker worked out really well. V2 as well, Bloodseeker, pretty good performance from him as well. Very good performance, even his net worth was off the charts, like 15 minutes, already 10k net worth, just pretty sick. But I could say the man of the hour, the man who made sure.
Yeah, I would have definitely gave the MVP to the Bloodseeker this game if he didn't make like 2 big mistakes in a row. Who really came up when needed after V2 made a couple mistakes. It was this man right here, Stonebank on the Dawnbreaker, 7-1 and 12, doing really well. His itemization was really good into the Radiance. Didn't really make any mistakes in this game, I want to say, except for that one missed Starbreaker, but kind of just was a misclick, right? Like, I'm not going to hold that against him. He played really well this particular game, and I think he definitely deserves to be the MVP here. Just always in the right place at the right time, had good farm, won his lane, transitioned that into buying the items he needed to buy, and just great game by Stonebank.
It definitely was. But as the TI regional qualifiers march onward, another team has been eliminated. TiltedBoys, we say goodbye to them, but there are 2 more series coming up right after this, and 2 more teams are dropped out, and that is either between Lucky Bird and American Goons, or Ravens and the Cut. Those following up after. We'll see what goes down in the last 2 series of the day, but these first 2 ones for sure. We saw GÓMEZ and CDUB put up a hell of a fight, and Bait marching forward, meaning the Sanking GÓMEZ and Bait will be playing up against each other in the lower bracket round 3. But it's time to move on to the next series. Thanks for listening to this one, and see you guys in the next series. Lucky Bird versus American Goons.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Howdy, all y'all folks out there. Welcome to the NA qualifiers to TI. Trentster, we're on our little gyrocopter right now. Yeehaw! It's time for some good old-fashioned Dota. We got the American Goons facing off against them Lucky Birds. How you doing?
Lucky birds. The team that is listed as 5 Peruvians. So I don't know if we... yeah! Not quite as American as we're trying to put out here, what we're attempting. But they're feeling lucky
llamas
today, punk. That's right.
Yeah. I like it. No, it's going to be an interesting one. Blessed Kid, Steel, a couple of names that people might recognize from that squad. And then I think for American Goons, a fairly well-known roster, Lil Nick, Boris, Empyreon, a couple other fine individuals over there. But it's going to be a good one. We're down the lower bracket. Does mean elimination on the line. Of course, it was already the American Goons that were down on the bottom half, as you can see in this bracket, but Lucky Bird just yesterday got brought down 2-0 by DogChamp. So things heating up in the upper side. Those are all the teams that I would have anticipated, with maybe some slight consideration to, like, you know, something like the Cut or Bait or Sand King GÓMEZ. Those still feel like the other top teams. We'll see how well these ones do here, though.
Yes, winner of this will face the winner of one of those other teams mentioned, will be the Cut and Ravens afterwards, to see who's going to make it. Because now that Bait is taking out TiltedBoys, they're going to be facing Sand King GÓMEZ next, who of course did take a game off of Nouns, with Bait taking a game off Wildcard. So it should be a pretty exciting lower bracket match. Definitely looking forward to that one when we get there. That'll be tomorrow at this time.
Right.
Actually, I think we'll be casting that, so that's pretty hype.
Hey.
Yeah. And we're going to make our way through the other 4 teams. It is maybe unfortunate a little bit that they're on the same side. And it kind of feels like Bait and Sand King GÓMEZ are the 2 best out of this bracket that are left. But I'm looking to see Goons, you know. They could prove me wrong here. You know?
No, absolutely. So. I think the Goons and the Cut, to me, are the ones that feel like they're the next best chance coming in, just because of sort of like the people that I see on it. Not necessarily that other people can't do it, but it feels like it's most likely going to be the results that we're anticipating. And of course, earlier today, we saw CDUB Esports going out to them and TiltedBoys dropping a bait. I'm also curious what's going to happen amongst those top 4 teams up there, because they haven't run into a couple of those other people that got those first round buys in the lower bracket. Both the American Goons and the Cut. If one of those teams drops down, there's a decent chance. I mean, that's the thing. There's so much on the line for these teams. And while it is pretty clear, like, okay, Nouns, Wildcard, they're coming in as like the teams to beat, they did not at all look unbeatable yesterday when we were watching those games come out. They were dropping games all over the place. So
yeah, they better hope they're all warmed up now, because it is time to get moving here. All right.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to be pulling any muscles in the TI qualifiers. All right. Get nice and limber right now. That's the plan. And we can get limber into a draft by the sounds of it, because we're already making our way through there. So thank you very much, Dota 2. And can I just say that I felt so stupid yesterday, guys. And I know what you're thinking.
Why?
Trent, isn't that how you always feel? Yes, that's true. But
10 seconds remaining.
you know, coming in this qualifiers, I mean, I don't think I'm the biggest idiot for thinking that Invoker looked like a pretty good hero.
Okay.
And I thought that Invoker was a core that was actually strong enough that you could even pick him pretty early on and still feel comfortable about it because of how strong he still is after the nerfs. And then for the first 2 series yesterday, there were no Invoker picks or bans, and I felt so dumb. I felt so incredibly stupid. I was actually wondering if all of my Dota knowledge was worthless at this point. But it turns out Invoker was banned. No one was allowed to pick Invoker for those 2 series. Didn't know that at the time. We found out later there was a hotfix. Some things were fixed. But that is why now suddenly Invoker is in most of the drafts. So whew, we're good.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an issue. You know, obviously big patches, things can come up, and you know, you just sort of make the decision on the spot about what is and is not allowed. So is in the pool now, so that's something else to consider here. We are seeing a lot of other interesting bans at the moment. I'm surprised to see the PL in the first phase. Maybe that's just a player comfort hero combination thing, but regardless, it's really interesting to see that one get taken. And then the other ones, a lot of the heroes that we've been seeing in the first phase. Man, I got to mention real quickly, I was watching some of the highlights from that last series, and we saw the Naga Siren run into a Bloodseeker with Mjolnir Maelstrom, and all of the illusions were just gone. And it made me think, holy moly, illusions get destroyed now by these Maelstrom Mjolnir combos.
Yeah, I personally think that TA and Bloodseeker look like the two best carries in terms of, like, if I had to pick a carry early, I feel like it's TA and Bloodseeker. And for TA, it's because she's got a little bit more flexibility. She's able to, like, farm the Ancients and stuff pretty easily. I think that's really powerful. You get Vision later with the traps. But for Bloodseeker, it is purely just because Maelstrom is still sick. And when this guy just gets Maelstrom, he just farms like a madman. Like, it is absurd. And now it's just even better. So his matches versus the Illusion Heroes are even better than they were before. Nice hero. I feel like the nerfs that he got didn't really matter. But thankfully, Invoker returns. To touch on that PL that you were mentioning as well, I think what's really interesting here is because Darkseer is pretty popular, Morphling's relatively popular, so you could get away with these two bans maybe, and other teams might not necessarily ban PL. But if they have a PL player and those two heroes get removed, suddenly PL looks a lot better.
Well, Nick, put your camera down, buddy. Unbelievable. We got to work on these
he's a professional.
players. It's fair.
Oh my God, he's so older. He's so much older.
He's just.
I remember when
Nick
he was
now.
just a young little pup and Purge was giving him a laptop.
Now he's just Nick. Good old Nick.
I can't wait till he goes like the old 11 route, you know? It will get old on there. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Well, we're going to be seeing the Invoker come out most likely for MTD, most recently of the Cut fame. That's one of the other things that's sort of interesting about this qualifiers too, is that some of these like players just bounce around a bit. And it is going to be that Undying Taken now in the first phase. I feel like we didn't see a ton of Undying yesterday. Was it those getting banned out or something? I'm not sure. Regardless, another one of those moments where like massive nerfs to the hero, but the spell is still just so good. Grab Ally, man. Is it stained?
grab Ally. Yeah, I mean, he's still just Undying. I think the nerfs to like Witch Doctor were enough to be like, okay, Undying, come on back, you know? Come back into the fold. You're still good. Yeah, they didn't leave that insane Witch Doctor thing going. Try as you might, Dendy. So, still going to be a solid hero, especially if you want any sort of a ranged carry. Then melee 5s, Undying's going to feel pretty good.
This is going to be an interesting one to watch here, how this all works out. For me, at least, amongst this team, I oftentimes just think of Steel as that guy to watch. We'll see how he ends up doing in this one. But going up against an Invoker is not going to be freaking easy. I really feel like, you know, you're talking about those carries that are really strong in Bloodseeker and TA, but the other one now is just the carry Invoker, whatever that ends up meaning. The hero just feels so insanely strong nowadays. It could really be an issue for them. Needs to get a good lane.
Oh my goodness. They're burning it all here.
Yeah.
To the eventual Gyrocopter ban. And that's with Legion banned. I know lots of, I mean, Gyro, I guess, is just really solid, but I feel like, I know Fear was talking about it a bit earlier, but it's just the idea of just like the Gyro into the Legion, very solid counter pick with like the duels and having the new Ags. If you get flat cannon off, you're like, you're life stealing so much. It's pretty cool. But yeah, he's just a good hero. We are stack farming quite a bit as well, as you and I have discussed before. But they're going to do the double support opener, and the Goons, complete opposite. We do not do mystery around here. You guys were using a lot of reserve time. We are making good use of that time. We've already planned our picks, and we're immediately putting some pressure right back onto you. Please start showing us a couple core heroes here.
Yeah, this is interesting. And I mean, in terms of that whole like draft strategy now, this phase becomes very important because so much of your draft is dictated by it. And so while it is going to be like a lot of reserve time likely used, those immediate picks, if Lucky Bird can come up with some interesting counters to this, it might be value, but they're just going to run with the Underlord to start. Paired together with Skyrat's Mage Undying, there's some control, some damage, not hard lockdown yet. Invoker still feels like he might be able to run wild a little bit.
Ember Spirit.
And then the Ember as well, so... Underlord and Ember are both like kind of good versus Naga, I would say. Like they're not incredible, but they're fairly solid, right? Because you have some good clear and a little bit of catch and stuff with both of their roots, but you don't really have any sort of like a hard counter, although a lot of them are being banned out. And then they go right back for that shaker. So very solid position 4 or possibly position 5, depending on how your lane setups are. Probably going to be a 4 in this case with the Phoenix rocking the 5 with the Naga Siren, I would guess. But 4 Earthshaker into an Undying lane means that this position 3 needs to be a really solid ranged hero. Could be the Phoenix. I'm not sure if that's something they've been running, but that might be something that's possible.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit funky how they want to try and run that. Don't anticipate we're going to be seeing the mid Earthshaker like Dendi played in the last game.
No.
Although against Ember, all right, I'm done. Okay, so we got the Alk band now and a couple more bands. It's going to be last pick going the way of Lucky Bird, still looking for that carry. And it's sort of a weird dynamic. Maybe like Faceless Void, that feels like it's a really solid pick here, because then you at least have like control answers setting up for the Invoker, because otherwise I really feel like he's just kind of going to be able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. I think, they're going for a tiny ban. Interesting. Wow, that is not what I was expecting. Oh, are they assuming it's 3 Shaker? I guess that is definitely possible too. I was envisioning more of the 4. But
yeah, I don't
maybe
know.
that kind of works. I was kind of picturing like a Venomancer ban and maybe a Visage. I don't know. I mean, they were playing it before, but Visage is kind of trash now. So probably not Visage. I don't know. I thought like Veno, some sort of like a ranged hero. It'd be nice to get some more solid lockdown though for the goons. That's definitely also what they are lacking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they'll have like Tornado and stuff, but yeah, it's not the most. And I guess the other thing is oftentimes like if they did want to run a core Phoenix, dude, Huskar band, they're thinking they're
just covering all the options.
Offlane?
It could also be like Naga Siren support, right? There's a lot of shenanigans. They just grab a Clockwork.
Okay.
So
I mean,
one of these 3 heroes is a core: the Phoenix, the Shaker, or the Clockwork.
I'm cool with any of them, honestly. I think the one thing that's weird about Phoenix core is that they already have a Spirit Vessel buyer for the Invoker.
True. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that just opens up the Midas.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Let's go. All right, Lucky Bird. Do they want to go for the Faceless Void? Is there something else that piques their fancy?
They just banned Lifestealer. That was definitely the one that was in my head. Looking at these heroes, that would be pretty solid. Other than the Naga Siren matchup, but it's not even that bad. It's just would have fit really nicely versus the classic anti-Phoenix. I mean, there's still the Ursa, but that puts you on a very specific window to play, and I don't really want to rely on the Roche Pit versus these 5 heroes on Goons. That is 5 heroes I do not want to fight at Roche. That looks awful. Shaker, Clockwork, Phoenix, Naga, Invoker, they all live for the Roche Pit.
Yeah. No, that feels really bad. You just sneak it every time. Surely it'll be okay.
Hey, Ursa, he can be pretty sneaky.
True.
I'm going to bring out the Jug. It's the
Okay.
ultimate jack of all trades, the Jug of all trades, if you will.
For Karwa is going to feel okay about that one. Obviously, there's a lot of good things about this pick. You've got the ability to take down that Phoenix egg. The danger that I see, oh my god, it is a Shaker mid, and it's Little Nick Invoker.
Yeah, I guess he will now because of the Ember, right? I don't know why I didn't even mention that, because that's literally the best counter pick is going core Shaker versus the Ember. But yeah, they are going to offlane it, because why not? You get your mid matchup of Shaker versus Ember. That's a really good matchup. I guess my brain was just so like, please don't support the Invoker, but offlane Invoker, like you said, that's actually pretty solid.
I guess Lucky Bird knew about this too, because they were banning out those mids. Interesting. Very interesting. And I do feel like there's some value to it. I think the thing I'm most worried about with this Juggernaut pick last is that like they already have 2 BKB piercing disables. One of them, the timing is like a little bit weird. You're not going to egg to break a TP cancel, but Giant very easily can, as a Clockwork, cancel those like spin TPs out. So could be kind of annoying. We'll see how it goes though. What do you think about the drafts?
I think that The Goons looks more likely to succeed overall. Just a lot of what I would consider extremely strong heroes right now. In fact, I think in my tier list, these are all S or A tier heroes.
Yeah.
I tiered every hero. All right, so it was
Like
this is a value draft right now.
Awesome.
Clockwork might have been B, but I'm a big Clockwork fan, so I think I put him A. But these are just all like super solid heroes. That being said, Juggernaut is a hero that can give you the win. It's kind of similar to the Ursa and this idea of just like Ursa is a very specific window. Juggernaut can do a lot of Ursa-y things, but doesn't lock you in the same window. But I think the percentage chance of winning in that window is much higher with Ursa. It just means that you got to hit some different timings with the Jug. I think it's slightly harder to do.
We'll see if he can get those specific things done. Make the high risk, high reward play. I guess not high risk, high reward. What's the better way of phrasing that? The high difficulty play. I'm just thinking about everything in terms of disc golf shots right now. I'm sorry. My brain is infected.
That how you
Dota.
lose.
Shut up. Get out of here.
I lost disc golf, come home, lose some pubs.
Dude, I won all 4 yesterday. I have 4 of the new chests. I'm pretty stoked. I was trying to figure out my key to inspect the items to see if any of these players have the upgraded version of the new chests. The freebies.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to do it in the scoreboard now.
Oh,
you have to click their icon in the scoreboard, and then you can do it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Got the science
Can't
for
tell.
you. Don't worry. Took me a
Dude,
while.
I'm so bad at inspecting the freaking sets. I don't even know how to look for it.
There's no Alpine Ursa, so who cares?
That's true.
Right. That's all we're looking for at this moment. I mean, I tried. I said it was a decent pick, but he couldn't even do that for us.
By the way, if any of you guys out there don't know, you can go play some games at Dota right now and get free sets. 13 free. Check it out. Pretty cool stuff, Mr. Trent. For all them folks out there. Do you think there's anybody that didn't know that's watching right now?
At least one person is just like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? Yeah, there's free sets. You could get Alpine Ursa right now. You,
What?
the viewer, could be just like Arteezy.
To be fair, it's difficult to win games in Dota. It's not an easy task.
You get half value in Turbo, so it's less painful that way. Just go play Turbo.
I like that.
Just roll the dice. Someone will pick something broken on your team.
True enough. Well, we talked already at the beginning of this game about the counter pick potential as we see down bottom. Pretty okay situation. It feels like so far for the Juggernaut. He's having a real good time. 6-2 versus 2-0 last hits. So they're kind of dominating bottom, but mid is definitely into the favor of this Earthshaker. Like you were talking about, MTD picking the counter pick in this Earthshaker is just denying everything in the Ember's face.
That's such a funny matchup. It was the only way that Shaker could be run mid for the longest time, and it does still kind of feel that way. It's you got to get this matchup. There's not a whole lot Ember can do about it. You don't really care as Shaker. You deny a ton of his creeps. I mean, to be at 8-6 right now is very frustrating on a hero that relies a lot on that early XP.
God, yeah, he is getting bodied. So you can see up top now as well. This Naga Siren having a pretty decent start. Does feel to be in an okay position in terms of at least securing the farms. That's the big difference. While Underlord is having a good time, Boris is at least still getting creeps here.
Yeah, but quick on the last hits to get their early ring of health right now before they could really get any harassment down onto Blessed Kid is great. That just means that, as a Phoenix, trading doesn't feel amazing when it costs you life versus this Underlord who's already at 11.2 HP regen with an Inspiration Aura right now thanks to the old flag creep.
Right. But again, mid is just where destruction is happening. Ember's getting a couple creeps here and there, but every range creep has been denied by MTD. Steel feels horrible right now. And
Yeah, it's
every
a half
time
level.
Yeah. That is super annoying to play against. Man. Frustrating stuff.
EMP at least able to steal away the Lotus here as his courier also makes his way to him. So push out of the lane there. See if they can try and get some control. They're going to go back and realize, oh, our small camp's blocked. So they're going to try the other pull, and it doesn't look like Brax's getting the way in time. So little bit of a reprieve here for our side.
Oh my god, dude. Does get hit by the root, but a creep's still alive. Make sure that MTE doesn't run into too many issues. I want to see what build he goes for here, because can kind of go for some more of the stats-oriented build if he wants. He's already doing that with the Magic Wand and the Ironwood branches, but might just drop right into Treads next. I want to see if he just tries to rush a Blink Dagger. Sometimes we've seen these, mid-shakers try and go for an early Aghanim Scepter or something like that also. A lot of different possibilities that he could run.
I know, most Earthshaker players, support or core, love seeing the Ember Spirit when you have the Blink, simply because he's a hero that's really easy to hunt when he's farming with Blink, because he's going to be in the creeps, right? It's such a fun time to have. When you see that Ember on a creep wave somewhere, you're like, oh, this is going to be a big one. Now, that being said, Flame Guard, I guess, is a little better. Well, I guess not anymore, because they just get nerfed again.
Right.
But if you have the level 10 talent, it is harder to bring them down than it used to be.
Right.
Back in my day.
The other nice thing is that I think in this matchup was that if you did fall behind on Earthshaker and there was that like attempt to try and go high ground with like an Ember and some other buddy, you could just throw out the remnants with the shard and then you're breaking Blink Daggers instantly. That's no longer as much of a concern. So you don't have that like immediate response to break Blinks with like a remnant onto somebody. But a little bit of a disconnect by Braxy. Let's see if you can get back into this one pretty quickly, or if there's going to be some more of an issue getting into the game. An Underlord, in the meantime, after finishing off that Ring of Health, is going into the Soul Ring. So another one of those items that's gotten some extra there. Spam end lines. It's gotten a couple buffs in the Soul Ring.
This is I don't plan on leaving the lane. That is for you to do here. So I'm going to try and push out Boris as fast as I can. Try and send him off to the jungle. Now, he is an August Iron, so he can still farm. But Underlord obviously needs that control of the lane, try and power up. And then what is Braxy going to do? I mean, right now with this pause, I assume when Braxy comes back, probably going to stack Ancients. Honestly, I was trying to figure out why he wasn't contesting that camp. I think he was lagging pretty hard. Because I really don't see a reason why he wasn't just like walking over and doing something about that. And they just got like a free pull.
That is annoying. Oh, maybe he does go over and stack the Ancients. That'd be nice. One other thing that I'll mention that I wanted to bring up about the Soul Ring is that we used to see this build a lot from people that would go for like the Ring of Health and then into a Soul Ring. And the old Ring of Health was enough to sustain you, but it has gotten nerfed so much now that the health regen is just 4.5. He might need to get like some value neutral item or something to sustain in the lane if he wants to spam all of his abilities, because otherwise it's actually not enough to keep you topped off on HP through the laning stage. It's a little funky.
He does have a lot of HP regen though. Like,
it's true.
He has 8.6 just with the Ring of Health.
Yeah.
So I think he's chilling.
Maxing and relaxing.
Yeah. No worries on that one. 6 strength from a Soul Ring too. Wow. Lil Nick likes earns so much he's gonna buy 2 of them.
Nice.
He's got queued up right now. So that's good. It's just a logical thing to do here. Maybe fill 4 or 5 slots with them.
It's like on the day the patch came out with Midas's.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like that.
Can I tell you my conspiracy theory?
Yes, please.
All right. The Dota devs, they love Dota, as we know. And so what they do is they make things intentionally broken and busted so they can try it on the day the patch releases. And they're like, oh, no, we just, have to release this little update afterwards. Oh, God.
Bro,
sorry.
That's advertising. It's like that time where Ench could control Roche when she got the talent for Ancient.
Yeah, exactly.
That was just advertising. Those clips went wild. It was like, oh, Ancient's a Roche. Oh, my God, look what happened to my game. Ha, ha, ha.
Dude, I love it.
Now, does that apply to that Sand King bug where he would just get the shard before ulti and he just went and it was just melting everyone? Did you see those games?
Listen, Gabe wants to come in and play a couple games of Sand King a year. Those were the days
they
he
heard
came
the
in to
boss
play it.
at the weekend at home to Gabe. He's like, I think I was gonna play Dota this weekend. You guys got any fun ideas planned?
This is the greatest conspiracy theory ever. I love it. To be honest,
Of course it was Sand King.
if it turned out to be true, I wouldn't even be mad. I'm like, do it
I
more.
wouldn't be mad at all.
Let's
No,
go.
please.
Make it happen.
I did my 5 Overwatch cases that day, and 3 of them, or maybe 4. It was either 3 or 4 of them were just Sand Kings being reported for hacking.
That's so awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
So here's the question: do you give it to him or not? Do you give him?
No, I'm not guilty. I just have to
right.
assume that this Sand King player just happened to buy Shard without skilling their ultimate first.
Interesting.
It does suck, but you can't give him guilty. You can say insufficient, I think, but they were just playing Dota. I mean,
Yeah.
they didn't hack. They didn't script. They did probably knowingly abuse a bug, but I can't prove that, guys. I can't do it.
Uh-oh. 5 minutes left. So here's the question. Do you think that that's something that should be punished, going into the game and taking advantage of a mess up or something that's all bugged? Do you think that that should be punished, like
When it's
Overwatch cases?
when it's that clear,
Yeah.
it probably should, but you can't, because in that case, I can't know for sure. It's not
That's true.
like
That's true.
you know, it's not like when people would buy a bunch of TP scrolls and professional matches on Meepo and then buy bots and then get refunded their gold in an actual
Right.
official Dota match. That was bad. Don't
Okay.
do that. But
I see.
you can get punished for that. So shout outs.
So here's another question then I've got
Yeah.
for you. Since we can just keep this one going for a little bit, for at least 5 minutes.
We got 5 more minutes of pause, guys.
All right. So here's the question. Do you remember Frostivus?
Yes.
You remember there was like a week or so where there was a bug where if you stacked the camp, it wasn't supposed to be stackable, but they would instead of stacking, they would just spawn every minute. All of the camps would. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's wrong? Is that unethical to bug abuse in a fun game mode?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a bit of a tough one. I mean,
Okay.
that's kind of like, is that as bad as matching up on purpose to do your battle pass things? Is that the same?
I don't think so. I think it's different. I think there's a difference there.
I think that when it's so obvious and they're not patching it, then it's just a knowledge check.
Okay. I like it.
You're just fountain hooking at that point.
I like it. I like this idea. Everything should be available to all people. That's a good idea. Well, now that we have
3 minutes.
Thank you. Wonderful admin. Letting us know what's going on. Stand right on top of it. We should be back underway shortly, one way or another.
Let's pretend we're in a pub and you're on the enemy team right now. So what do? We're gonna check his Steam profile here.
Okay, got it.
I'm gonna see. Let's see. He just earned silver tier on Drow Ranger, so well done. He unwrapped lots of gifts.
Wow.
This guy got a lot of gifts on his profile lately. Profile picture is currently a Jack Daniels No. 7 Tennessee whiskey image. So
Really?
Yeah. So make sure you're of legal age here before clicking his Steam profile on Braxy.
A little bit surprised. You're not allowed to look at it?
Yeah, no, I don't want you guys to be tempted.
Yeah,
he's listed as being in Ontario, Canada. So shout out
Really?
to Braxy. I don't know if that's true. Got a lot of anime on the
Braxy.
profile. Oh, that's dangerous.
A lot of anime.
Lot of anime. I don't know which ones, but their anime is all right. It says currently offline. So in my pubs, that's never good. You don't like seeing that one.
Well, I have 2 minutes left. So, Trent, here's another question. I think that it's wrong to sort of, make conclusions about a group based upon the actions of just certain people within that group. But
anime
profile
watchers.
users.
Yeah.
Well, not anime watchers necessarily, but anime profile picture havers do seem to kind of be a consistent menace amongst the pubs. Do you think that's a fair judgment to make, or should we sort of not make those generalizations?
Unfortunately, it's just a confirmation bias because you're looking for the anime profile after they anger you. You're never looking for anime profile pictures and then being like, oh, that was a really nice person. So they're all getting a bad rap.
I do think that there's a part of it, which is like, if I actually, you know what, you're right, because normally I don't look at everybody's profile picture.
Exactly. You don't look until they anger you.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. Trent, you're so smart. Look at this.
What can I say? I mean, I have only watched one anime, so my brain still works.
What anime was it?
I watched Vinland Saga. Thorfinn.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Big Thorfinn fan here.
I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z, so that was the main one. It was very popular.
I didn't
in
have
school.
that channel. Sometimes I'd
No?
see it on TV, but I didn't get it. There was just a lot of yelling, and I felt like nothing was ever happening.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when it did
it was just
happen,
that.
oh man, it was really cool. It was great.
And then nothing. I just remember nothing ever happening. Like I would watch it, and like they just yelled at each other, and then the show would end, and I'd be like, oh, and it's like next week. And it's like, oh.
Please unpause the game. All right, we're going.
Okay, well that was fast. We just went from lag to 4v5.
Yep. Well, we'll
All right.
see what ends up happening here. Our buddy Skywrath Mage, Mr. Braxy. Oh, I know where he's going.
Yeah, he's stacking.
Braxy is off to work. Oh, no, make it.
Don't miss it. Oh, he's last hitting.
Oh, no. Oh, that hurts. Okay, that's another question. More valuable, getting the last hit or stacking the camp?
Probably getting the last hit in this case because
Yeah.
at least you could depend on that and you're not dying.
Right.
But yeah, we need someone to be on this stacking. All right, who's playing Skywrath Mage? Definitely the Undying. I think that's your job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the scary part is that you're in a lane against a Clockwork. So, I mean, if he's not careful, he steps a bit
That's
too
true.
far. Battery assaults are coming his way. All right, and Juggernaut has queued up Midas, so we know what's happening here.
Yeah. If we wait long enough, he might make it back into the game.
True. Absolutely.
All right. Solid ideas.
So we're going to see some 4v5 Dota here, getting ready for it. Braxy in position, did miss another stack, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate timing.
Now, there's some good tactics here when you're in this situation, everybody. All right, so the rule is that you get your pauses do get refreshed the next game, I believe. I don't think it's per series. I think it's per game. I don't remember. But anyway, what I was going to say is that the tactic is you need this game to last as long as possible. He's back.
Hey! Let's go, Braxy!
Braxy, back in the game.
He's chilling. Oh, and look, he gets back in time to come and contest the rune. Look at that.
I'm back. That's just his internal clock, the biological clock. He didn't even look at it when he got back into the game. He just knew.
Ooh, they were running down in the meantime, and Boris able to take down the Blessed Kid. So, first blood going their way. Interesting. Do they contest for both sides? Echo dropped. Steal. Oh, is it enough damage? Not quite. They move in.
Snipe.
Oh, the dagger. Everything. The snipe. Little Steal takes the DOT and ends up dying. And Purion gets the finish. Dude, the blood grenade run by is insane.
This is how Braxy gets back into it. This haste rune. Unfortunately, not enough. Yeah, very good thing that Giant rotated in there, too. They really needed everything.
Wow. That's pretty awesome. Well, what could have been a disaster ends up being kind of okay at the moment, at least. We'll see how the Lucky Birds are able to deal with this. A little bit of lag coming onto their Skywrath Mage, but they have been able to at least somewhat deal with this. The big problem is, again, just going to be the strength and power of MTD playing on this Earthshaker at the moment.
Oh, that's so annoying.
That's awesome. I love that.
I hate that. I hate that so much. I mean, well played, obviously, but what a nuisance. Guys are trying to stack his Wisdom rune, stack and get Wisdom at the same time. The Naga Illusion messes him up. Well done. And, honestly, not that far behind.
Yeah.
Not even half a level underneath old Giant there. So, okay, well, a little more than half a level. But still, he's doing great.
We, I think in this mid matchup too, we're really seeing the value of that extra range on Aftershock. There's been a couple of times where I thought Steel was going to get away without getting hit by it, and it was definitely just in the right position.
That's a good point. Yeah, radius is always a little ridiculous. You see a little number on radius, and you're like, how much of a difference is that going to make? But then you start considering echo later, and whew.
Our guy just cannot catch a break, and that is also earn charges for the Invoker now. Wow.
That is definitely the main problem with that death there. Does have 3 points in the spin, so the cooldown is down to 26 seconds. Going to be something he's probably going to have to use fairly soon. It is a Naga Siren. You know, some carries you might be concerned about a twin gate maneuver right now. Boris probably a little bit too busy for a while to farm up, especially considering how strong this Underlord already is. He can keep forcing down this tower, so I think Jug is still going to be safe for a while yet. In fact, if the rotation through, they're after the Underlord instead. Might be another death here for Blessed Kid.
That is very nice. Giant right on top of him. They summon the illusions, get the net. The slowdown is there, and now the battery assault. They do actually not get the Naga Siren illusions in there with them, but doesn't matter. More than enough for another finish. I mean, they're also playing like incredibly greedy. They have this offlane Invoker that's going to be going Midas after Spirit Vessel. This game is looking very good for the American Goons.
Are they going to see... his courier is hiding behind his tower right now with the Blink Dagger. And Shaker still hasn't revealed it. So we have to watch this positioning here from Steel. It didn't go over the ward yet. He might make an insane big brain play here if he waits it out at the right timings. But speaking of the big brain, the biggest of brained heroes, Invoker.
They're delivering the Blink Dagger now. MT has it. Steel not recognizing it yet, but he walks
he's
on
on
top.
a ward now.
Okay, yeah, they see. But yeah, the kill onto Jug, very big down bottom. Exactly what they needed to get. This Tokaya is also dead. Yeah, dude, Empyrean is freaking killing it right now. He's level 6. Braxy's level 3. Oh man. This is getting out of control very rapidly. These goons are doing it.
Yeah, and he's still just sitting here with Echo Slam of course. So like Steel can't even like walk to the wave there to go for lasses. It's just not an option right now.
Man.
The worst part is the best way they could try and get back into this would probably be Sky hitting 6 and just going for combination plays with Steel. But how are you, this guy's so far behind right now in Skywrath Mage that they have to find some sort of a pick-off or a fight without that Mystic Flare. And he's probably dead.
Oh, man.
He's very dead. And so's Undying.
Yeah, they are just getting torn apart here. I mean, really, it's not even looking all that close. I mean, the only person that's really having a good game at this start is Blessed Kid. And even he is sort of, taking the brunt of this harassment. Steel goes down in the mid lane. The big jump coming from MT. Everywhere you look, they're just dying.
Yeah, he got echoed. What is there to say? That's literally all it was. He just got blown up.
Giant wrapping. Ready to go here onto Blessed Kid. This is the Spirit Vessel reveal. Has Tornado EMP back up again in a moment. If he wants to use it, slow down. EMP does not connect. It doesn't matter. They're still just making Blessed Kid feel terrible. Wow.
All right, well, it's 9-0. It is a 5K lead, and that does feel pretty bad. There's no doubt about that. But there is still some hope. The hope being getting some levels. Getting some levels on mainly your Sky. Again, pretty much the best hope you have for trying to get some kills. I mean, he's smoking at level 4 with his Ember. This is definitely desperation. What is Undying got? He's got 2 points Tombstone. Oh, man. They're going to try and kill Invoker here. Do they have detection? They do. They have dust. Okay.
Well, we'll see. They're on to Little Nick. Tornado down. In trouble. Stick charges. Lotus. Not going to be enough to keep him alive. So they managed to bring down that Invoker. Much needed.
Yeah, that's all you need. Just keep doing that. That is the plan. I mean, they have a Naga Siren who's not going to be doing anything for a while. She is very firm, though. Oh, don't give one over as well. More freebies.
Hook shots to his buddy. He gets out of there. Thought about chasing. MTD still nearby. They have the egg if they want to use it, but Empyrean not going to drop it yet.
Steel feeling a little funky here.
Interesting. So a good start to the game for sure for the American Goons, but a couple signs of life here and there. And I will say that the majority of the net worth difference is the difference in terms of these supports. And, you know, an Undying at this level and, you know, later levels is going to do about the same thing. It still hurts a lot, but there's some avenues of maybe this game being salvageable if they can pull together another couple of good fights around their strong heroes.
Yeah, currently Sky and Undying's net worth combined is basically the exact same as Phoenix.
Oh, going bottom.
And they have the
Bless.
dunk back.
Dunk. Allen to him. Echo, Spirit Vessel, gone. Empyrean found. Silence is
no
out.
egg?
Does he manage to get the egg off? He's going to get it. Oh. That hurts. Omni Slash onto Little Nick is enough for the kill, but the Supernova, it's going to pop. They jump through, find the hook shot. Braxy is going to go down. They'll also farm up this tombstone. So 3 for 1. They did get the Invoker kill at the very least, but now looking for Steel. He needs to get out of here. Does not have a great way to escape out of mana now. They don't have enough for the finish. Man.
They're not going to keep going with any sort of a chase. Doesn't hit by the flare, but it's just a tickle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And keep in mind, the Naga Siren grows. She's over 2,000 gold ahead of this Juggernaut already.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And flying out right now is the completed Orchid. So Boris looking to have a little bit of fun here. Wants to get involved, wants to help shore up their own Roshing.
Oh my god, mid? Oh, wow. That was enchant totem damage along with just some hits. Wow. That was huge.
And he still has an Arcane Rune.
Yeah. That's scary. They did get level 6 for Braxy. Picked up the Wisdom Rune. Level 6 now. They're ready to fight.
Moving through some wards as well. So maybe going to give a false sense of security here for Boris. See if they can triangulate the positioning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Boris have the old spidey senses tingling. Currently farming way back towards his own side of the map here to the Mighty Mines.
MTD. They find him. That's exactly what they're hoping to do. Can he get brought down? Moves forward. Enchant totem kills Steel. The heal, it's coming out. Oh, the Phoenix was almost enough to heal him up to full, but it wasn't quite meant to be. Braxy's still in trouble. Giant chasing him down. Little Nick is there. The spin onto Empyrean. 1 second until egg. He has it back up. Bless Kid now slowed, netted, and going to drop. As the Lucky Birds are again rebuffed. They get the kill onto MTD, but always they're paying for the lot of lives. Oh, Giant
does run back in there with the Omni. He was 1 hit away from getting that Phoenix, but he gave up on the play. I think he thought he had it with his last hit, and then he bailed on it, and then he was like, oh, like it was just too late once he doubled back, so he was trying to leave as quick as possible. But overall, that was kind of even. It's slightly more gold for the Dire, a little bit more XP, but at least it shows that, hey, we can fight. Problem is they didn't use Echo Slam, and he is just in like peak Echo form right now. Max Enchant, Max Aftershock at this point in the game, it's just, oh my god, oh, look at this. This Ember will be annihilated right now. Oh, there'd be nothing left of him. He'd actually have to respawn twice just so they could put them all back together.
I think that they pinged out the ward's placement as well there, potentially. I'm not sure if they did or not, but it seemed like he had an idea. Underneath this ward now, almost has BKB done too. This is a very scary MTD Earthshaker at the moment. Earthshaker mid, man, it's back.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, it is specific, but I tell you, man, Ember, he's got problems. I think that like Naga, Invoker, bad matchups for him. Have to deal with him every game. In terms of like the bans, or in this case, having them both picked versus you. And Shaker looks sick as well. Like, so it's tough out there for the Embers. Still a good hero, but hard counter picks.
Braxy, things got weird. That was not what he was hoping was going to happen. And a tornado to catch as he passes by. And then passes away. 5 Spirit Vessel charges for Lil Nick. They're hitting hard. Mid. They find him. Bless Kid, they're on him. Lil Nick shows up. Another Spirit Vessel used. Starting to die. Just wants to throw a Firestorm. There's just nothing there for him at all. Can't do a thing. Giant is dropping and ends up dying. Empyrean not able to keep him alive there.
Nick was trying so hard to kill the tombstone. He just could not get it. He just, yeah, I'm trying. But eventually found his way to enough hits to grab it. Up top, there's some damage on MTD, but that's not going to result in a kill. Was maybe just hoping to have him burn his BKB there.
Right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's been a rough go so far. 5-20, a 12K gold lead into the favor of American Goons.
And they just have this giant anchor in the back here.
Yeah.
Of the Naga Siren. Who's just like, no matter what happens, this game's going to be easy, guys. Like, I got this.
So the one thing I am curious about is to what extent Naga gets destroyed in the later stages by all the amplification that's come out. Oh, it's not going to matter. I think Jug is dead now. Hook shot. You get the stun there. Still managing to get away, though, actually. All right, so he lives. Boris shows up now. Oh, looks like they're going to be fine. But I was going to say that the bonus damage that you get on like Mjolnir and Maelstrom, I'm curious if it looks any better than it used to, because it feels like that net is flying all the way across.
It's going.
I think it's about to hit him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it netted him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's really interesting.
Still farming. Steel taking a lot of damage mid here.
That is
Okay,
going to
kinda
be
insane.
okay.
Radiant's
That
Yeah.
Ob Sentry combo did spot where Linek was moving. He's going to cut all the way around, though, and he might find Blessed Kid, especially with the illusions seeing him. But he's
Right.
going to know, hey, there's an Evoker in the area. You're being scouted. Please go back.
But have you seen many of the like Naga Siren games recently? Do you know like how effective they've been able to get? Because I know in the past, like I'm looking at this type of a game and I feel like it would be just so hard to think about them making a comeback on birds. But I'm wondering if there's any potential with like the double Maelstrom they're having, if they could make it work.
I mean, I think so far she's mostly just being banned. You know?
Okay. All right.
So we're not quite sure yet. I think the answer is like judging by how the pubs are going though, like pub data and everything. It's like, okay, well we have answers and you can itemize for the Maelstrom versus this hero, but overall, like it just doesn't matter as much. Like she's not that dependent on her illusions.
Oh my
Well,
God.
I mean that's not true. She is dependent on her illusions, but she doesn't utilize her illusions until they're so tanky that it feels like the Maelstrom doesn't matter.
Right. Oh, that's a double kill right there. I guess, yeah, just the controlling the map dynamic is still so scary. And the other thing is that, like, it's not just the Naga that's a problem this game. The
No.
Invoker and the Earthshaker are both out of control. Oh my God.
He's got the Orb of Destruction.
Dude, that is so sad. Oh my God.
That was 711 on the first slap and 742 on the second slap.
it's not fair.
Just the double tap. Get him out of here.
I think because like, wait, isn't there something where you get better attack? Wasn't there something that like changed the cast point of Enchant Totem or something? Am I crazy? Was that a thing ever?
I mean, the bonus rate, the attack range got increased.
Yeah,
It's pretty
I mean,
cool.
the fact that like you can hit and then get the Enchant Totem and it finds the stun with the aftershock range, it makes this like pick-off potential really scary.
It's pretty gnarly.
Radiant's bottom tower
dang.
is under attack.
No True Strike anymore, though. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, that part is sad. They are farming
Okay.
the entire map right now, Trent. They are.
They're also sun striking their ancients while Jug's trying to farm them.
Giant gets down to the low ground. They bring 4 heroes over near him, and Giant just walks away. They don't have any control. Yikes.
And they're playing it pretty chill. Not in a big rush. Gonna go and check out Roche.
Wow. Now cleaving enchant totems on top of everything else. Oh man, we're just waiting for the crits now, I feel like. Oh, is he gonna solo the jug? Yeah, I think that's happening. No! Oh, the proc! The proc hit him! I can't believe that happened.
He just laughs it off. Oh, silly scamp, Jug. I'll get you next time. But they got Roche this time. Easy ages. They're even going to leave it for Boris.
Oh,
Now, Naga Siren, she falls behind on the XP because her illusions are doing all the work in random places. She doesn't get to this like massive behemoth that you'd expect for a hero who's just hitting creeps the entire time.
Right.
You wouldn't really expect her to be like a full level behind Jug, but that's where she's at the moment.
True. Oh, it is a little bit weird the way that works. Bless Kid will be
he's faking.
found. They're looking. They're hunting. Hello, how are you? Oh my God, he's waiting for all of them.
Is he baiting?
He's baiting. He's trying to bait this out.
That was a gnarly bait, I gotta say. To try it that hard was gnarly.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
I'm pretty sure if he nets there, it's not a kill, so fair enough. Not gonna TP up top to wipe out this Juggernaut pressure here from the Manta illusions. And they know there is 0 point in risking this right now as the goons.
He's trying, like, they're looking to try and find a big pick off. They're just gonna have to content themselves with this poor little Undying here. Getting dunked on, MTD with the finish, and now Bless Kid in pretty far. The Sunray, the damage, the Echo Slam, and the Underlord, the tankiest hero on the Radiant, just dying.
Kind of you thought right there. Like, what are you doing? Get away from me.
Yeah, that was rough. Wow. Tough stuff, man. They're not having the game they thought they would have.
Is under attack.
No, I was down to delay things out when we were waiting for the teammate, make sure his internet's good. But if his internet's feeling fine now, it might be time to start thinking about game numero 2 here.
Yeah. It's a fair point.
Radiant's top tower.
Boris, I think, has another item coming out to him at the moment, too. Or no, the Shaker has the Chrysalis. So first of the crits is coming out.
Oh, good.
And that is a Bloodthorn. They gonna try and fight this? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh my God, Giant almost got him. No, they're holding on for all they're worth. To be fair, they do have really good high ground. It's hard to walk up here.
Yeah, until they drop Tombstone. Then it gets kind of rough.
Radiant's courier
Oh my God, they killed his courier. He just wanted his Mjolnir. This poor guy.
Oh, they are so strong right now. Like the Blink Echo into Sunstrike Aghanims is gonna be nasty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Cataclysm. That's
Okay.
a good point.
Big though, still got the BKB.
All right.
Maybe he gets that off early enough that he doesn't just get chained down by everything.
Looks like they're going.
Maybe
oh,
he still just dies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gone. Giant, they have the Song of the Siren now.
they're doubled up.
Nearby, ready to go, pulling it down. The Echo connects onto both. Steel, he does get that BKB off, but gets stunned by the Phoenix. After the fact, Omni Slash going out, doing some big damage onto both of them, but he doesn't get any kill. Giant is going to be the only one going down. Steel wants to find a kill. Double buybacks as Boris runs in. A Cataclysm is not good enough. Boris is dead. He's going in very far. That's at least one life. Can they do it again? MTD nearby. He's ready to jump at a moment's notice. They drop down the pit. The root is there, trying to bring it down and get some more kills out. Good fissure. Boris starting to fall. These illusions not lasting for very... Oh, did he miss his chains? Oh, no. He thought he was in range, but he wasn't. That hurts. Oh, wow. If he hits chains right there, I think that they get the second kill, maybe. But no
It definitely
chance.
looks possible at the very least. So they get the kill just on Clock, is that right? That was their only gold bonus?
Yeah. Man. 28 kills, 28,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. It is a clean game coming out from the American Goons. And when you pick up double, oh, Little Nick, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. No, Little Nick, why did you pick it up beforehand? You could have gotten the extra XP. Unbelievable.
That's actually insane.
Well, while I'm distracting the observer with that, they're getting kills on Braxy.
I mean, honestly, Little Nick's egregiousness was much more important to see.
That's true.
That's like just taking a block of cheese and throwing it away in my eyes.
Yeah.
And we're never going to see a block of cheese, so that means that he's done the worst thing you can do.
The absolute worst. As Undyne is going to go down. And Steel dodging the tornado. Can they find Blessed Kid? Does not look like it. Hook shot.
Okay.
Echo. Connection. Damage out. Trying to run away. And Steel gets away. Saving his BKB that whole time. And they have a DD too. I mean, they don't have the Undyne, but they're going to need everything they can get to hold this.
Well, waiting for his right moment. MTD's still pretty low, but has a BKB and a Daedalus, so
Right.
I don't know if you want the horns here.
Rooted. Oh my god, just dies. MTD way too strong.
Did you see that? It said 25-64 there.
Yeah. On the crit?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. That's disgusting. Oh my god. Cataclysm gone. No buybacks. Hook shot. They're just desecrating the remains of this game. There is not a whole lot left as buildings are falling. Leokaya is going to go down, and I believe that is going to be game number 1 in the books. As they find the net, find the kill. Devastation. And I believe GG going to be called.
In my eyes, they got absolutely destroyed in the draft. Obviously, it doesn't help that they missed one of their players early in crucial parts of the game, and his XP falls behind, and he was pretty important if you're going to have a chance of getting back from a lane deficit. You need those smoke rotations with the Sky ultis in combination with the Ember to enable your mid-hero. But overall, they just were not in a good spot in these lanes. I think that the second pick team, that 10th pick carry needs to be so good, and Juggernaut is not so good in this game. It's not just like this god tier pick. It has to be the perfect pick for the game. It has to look really strong, or it feels like second pick is kind of just trash.
Right.
And so to me, second pick was kind of just trash in this one. And also their Ember, who just got like annihilated in the picks this game.
No, it's true. I mean, I think that's the thing that's sort of weird about this too, right? Is that obviously there was the switch up of the Invoker moved over. But I think if you're planning on running this like Undyne with one core, if you're running it with Jug, it feels like you have to dominate that lane. And he did well in it, but I don't think it was like a domination. That's why I thought like the Undyne was going to set up for something like a Faceless Void. And then you have this like late game potentially strongest hero in the game if he can get there, but it just never really happened for him. And MTD started the game strong, dominating that Ember in CS and never looked back. A really impressive performance overall. I feel like MTD may be my MVP. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I can definitely say Shaker MVP. I think it's pretty on point for this one. I mean, you know, you pull it out. I will say honorable mention for sure to Lil Nick on the Invoker since he is being handed it in the off lane. But he essentially just played it like a mid. Like he was so active across the map as well. They had really solid supports. Mostly, I think, Clockwork. You know, I'm always praising Clockwork.
Right.
Clockwork, great hero to make any core who wants to do stuff, go do stuff. You know, you have Hookshot. It is no other position 5 can position like that in such a way and have such solid control and lockdown with limited resources. This hero just needs Force Staff, and he already feels ridiculous. Like when it was 17 minutes and he got the Van Brace, he had a Van Brace, he had just the cloak from his Glimmer Cape and the Force Staff, and I looked at him and I was like, this guy can't die. He had like 1600 HP and a Force Staff. At one point there were 4 heroes around him, he was just out of there.
That's so crazy. I'm looking at the damage done, and MTD had about the same damage done within like a couple hundred damage as the Underlord and the Ember Spirit combined. He just absolutely popped off in that game. And yeah, just an immaculate performance. Look at that. 31,000 hero damage done. 74 kill participation. He only died one time. I mean, what more could you want? And, you know, in the fourth pick there, not even the last overall pick to try and run it. Shaker's scary, man.
Yeah, it's just really well done. It's just nice and ambivalent. Not sure what they were doing. They still had to ban a Huskar after anyway to make sure Steel was going to have like some decent time. They thought maybe mid, but obviously they were wrong. Whoever went mid there was not going to be a great time for him. I understand the desire for Ember, just because I do still think Ember is one of the most flexible heroes in the game. He has like some slightly different itemizations he can go for, but more importantly, he can just get over all terrain, and he can enable off heroes with his slight and do his chains combo. So you get why you want to see it a lot, but he got rolled by this Earthshaker. So very well done, MTD.
True enough. Really impressed. Well, an immaculate game in a lot of ways from the American Goons, 35-6. And yeah, I think we can both agree a draft issue, but also play. I don't know. I guess that there's got to be some more emphasis upon like doing something with that lane that's won. And the other thing in general about this game is that like with Underlord Jug, you're kind of in this position where it has to be your mid having a good time. And so maybe just taking some other heroes that can be more flexible in terms of when they can be active and fighting. But we'll have to see, because we are going to be going to a quick break, Trent. You ready for this one?
I am. We'll be back in about 7 minutes. That's
all right.
That's when the game starts.
See you on the other side as we get ready for game number 2 coming together. Lucky Bird versus American Goons. Welcome back, you beautiful people. We're ready for game number 2. It's all coming together. NA regional qualifiers. Loving it. Lucky Bird facing off against American Goons. And Trent, what more could we want at this point in time in our lives? What
A more
could be
competitive
better?
game, too.
Oh, I was being like, it's already so great. We can't want more.
I do want more. I want a more competitive game, too. Is that all right?
Oh, we're going to
Can I ask
get
for
it.
that?
Yes, because we are we are going to see greatness unfold in front of us, and there's been a change up. So now it's American Goons that are going to have the last pick overall, as we're already getting into this draft for game number 2. And Lucky Bird maybe not going to have as much impetus and stress put on them for having that last pick in the carry position. I'm curious what the new meta is going to evolve to, if people are going to favor first pick or second pick more, how all this works, because I don't know what it's going to look like.
I'm a big first pick fan. I think first pick owns.
10 seconds remaining.
That's my gut so far.
That's what I
Ooh,
want
the
to
Night
see.
Stalker pin.
I want to see.
Hey,
that
he's
guy.
been looking pretty good, I gotta say.
Have any others?
You know, if the mid hero is a little vulnerable to the blink silence, and there's a couple of those backline supports that just crumble if you munch on them. Hey, we got one of those yesterday. That was pretty good.
That was a little rapier. It was
10
cool.
seconds
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, I'm done messing with the camera now. I'm sorry. Invoker banned this time. They're like, we don't want to see it. Get it out of here. Makes sense.
If Lucky Bird played Darkseer, I would like to see the Darkseer opening right here.
Ooh.
I think that hero is a pretty solid core to first pick. That's my reaction coming to the patch. Bless Kid's camera is not frozen right now. His eyes are blinking. If you guys notice, he's just look how his nerves are steeled. Like he is really steel.
Like steel?
Yeah. Oh my God, Braxy is at a LAN cafe. Wow, what a game.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That
Gotta
explains
love
the internet issue. Or maybe he wasn't before.
No, he was
Wait,
at that same place before. He
You're right, he was.
before.
So wait, did he just have to run up and pay?
That would be awesome.
Did he run out of time?
Oh my God. That's
Like,
pretty.
give me a few more hours, man.
Please.
Help him out.
Gotta play some TI quals. Meantime, the American Goons themselves, Lucky Bird, Empyreon, does appear to have a very clean kitchen and living room. You'll have to see that. And there it is. You called for it. You wanted to see it. It's come out.
It's a good hero. Solid.
Dire team banned.
What do we got next? The immediate gyrocopter. You are a Darkseer player. Do you have any thoughts on this gyro in lane? Is the missile that annoying, or is it more like, oh, gyro's just good now?
I think it depends on the support a lot more. That gyrocopter lane, you have a lot of potential if you have a good support combo to kill the gyro, but it also depends on what the team support is for them. So I think that the matchup can go either way, and it depends just a lot more upon what the supporting cast is.
What if it is a Marcy? What if they leave in that Marcy that we saw yesterday, the Marcy gyro? Do you think Darkseer just gets bodied?
Yeah, that might be a bit tough. There's going to be a window probably at level 2 and 3 Darkseer can kill, and maybe even kill both of them. But once you start getting into like more levels in the sidekick, that's when it starts to get really bad, because he's going to be able to life steal, and that difference is going to keep him alive and mess with you.
Wow. Not a surprise there. I mean, we saw this combo. I mean, they're all giggling. They're all excited. It looked pretty strong yesterday. Oof. All right. Well, probably best to take a 4. They have to do 2 picks in a row here. So I would guess you take your 4 and your 5. Actually, you should probably take your mid and your 5, maybe.
Yeah.
And then save your 4. Because there's not like any more bans, and then you get to see 2 more heroes. But then again, you also see the lane matchup, so you could at least, maybe if there's a 5 that you really like, you could wait for that. Or you just say, hey, let's take our 4 and our 5. We'll pick our mid later, even though we're probably not going to find what the matchup is.
Dude, they're using so much reserve time right now. This is really rough. I think if you want to contest the lane, you pick Clockwork. If you want to run away, you pick Nyx. And if you want to lose, you pick Grimstroke.
All right.
I don't know what
Now-
the hell that is.
Now I'm figuring this all out, honestly. Well, you get a
Okay.
good Ion Shell hero, and he gets Ink Swelled and Ion Shelled, right? That's what I see, at least. So if they have like a Spirit Breaker or something, now I have double combos. That's kind of cool.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
All right.
So the benefit of first pick is that you actually get to still counter pick your mid, even though you're like you don't get double counter picked in a sense on first pick anymore. Because like they can pick their 4 and their 5 here, and then American Goons are probably going to have to reveal. Oh, I guess they don't have to reveal their mix. They've already revealed the gyro. To be fair, but at least you see 2 really important cores early on. But yeah, they're just going for the
Ooh.
Grimstroke Darkseer combo instead.
Grimstroke Glitch, you mean?
Well, I mean, like lane, like Grimstroke
okay.
Darkseer probably, and then Lich, I assume, is going to be the 5. I guess they could do it either way, though.
I was thinking more about like the Grimstroke Lich combo of like Chain Frost with Soulbind.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's
yeah.
always a good one. Always cheeky.
I mean, this is tremendous amounts of team fight. There's no doubt about it.
Dire team
But they'll get the Lil Nick Visage now, and then pair that together with the Silencer. Wow.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Have the global silence to give Gyro a big window to get all that damage out before you get these big wombo combo ultis from Grimstroke and Lich. Plus, global silence versus Darkseer can be pretty frustrating because he's trying to set up with vacuum wall. Everyone fight
Yeah.
now, and then the global drops.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, it's true. I'm a little concerned about Lucky Bird at this point because the other thing is now Marcy can go with the Visage, and that is just going to be probably a really strong lane.
Phantom Lens.
Yeah, they got options here. But it wasn't banned out in the first phase this time. Visage comes out. They're coming back for the old PL. Must be a big PL fan on the side of Lucky Bird.
I think it's an interesting choice. I guess the other thing is you can doppelganger to dodge the rebound, which is kind of nifty. Still probably going to be going for like a Manta on the earlier side to deal with the global. But he'll become probably the strongest hero in the game if they can get him there. The question is, can they get him there?
Yeah, that will be the main issue, won't it?
Yeah.
And then 2 bans on the mid. Definitely, you just want a Spirit-esque hero with who uses Ion Shell. I mean, Ember is in. Ember still looks kind of okay, but you have to remember that you will get counterpicked.
I think Void Spirit sounds nice for Lucky Bird here.
Something a little bit more resilient to the counterpick.
Yeah.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
the purple motif feels good, but also I think that as far as like being able to immediately jump on somebody and like be in there with the damage, I feel like Void Spirit has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm down. They have a lot of time with this last ban here. What are they missing on Lucky Bird? Definitely initiation. That is for sure. Some sort of like in-your-face hero. That is definitely the problem. I mean, do they have to go as desperate as like DK? I don't think so. Could be kind of all right though.
Dire team back.
Yeah,
Having natural mobility would be good.
I don't know if I would have banned the puck. Again, I'm not super worried about that hero nowadays, but
It's a Luna hero. It's a trap. Don't ever pick puck. If it looks like a good puck game, you're just tricking yourself. Pick something else.
I also think the other dynamic here is like just in general, they need somebody that can start dealing a lot of damage because PL's not going to be doing it. Darkseer won't be doing it enough himself. Like in the mid game, Ion Shell is nice, but as soon as BKBs come online, you're kind of screwed. So they need somebody that's like a mixture of physical and magical damage.
They do. Oh, wow. They're going Ember, I guess, huh? I mean, they banned Puck for them. And then, because, like, honestly, banning the Puck was kind of bad. I as much as I hate Puck, had they picked Ember, you could have then had Puck versus both Ember and PL, which is kind of sick. But again, now, see, I'm falling into the trap. Don't fall into the trap, Trent. Puck sucks. Okay? It's hard to avoid. And then they got to hit it versus Pango and PL, but still never pick it.
Yeah.
As good as Leash is. But they'll get the Ember for themselves here. And I think that the Goons are going to feel great about that. That looks pretty solid. That being said, I also think the Pango is pretty good here. There was also Primal Beast in the pool, I just realized. but I think Pango's a little bit more what we were looking for right now.
Yeah, I think either Primal or Pango would have been pretty nice for them there. I like this draft way more for Lucky Bird. They have like a win condition. They have ways to be aggressive in the mid game. I think my big concern is just I don't know about this Grimstroke Darkseer lane. I think they might get bodied a bit. There is a whole lot of pressure that can get put on, and if that lane starts to like, there's no way for them to be aggressive, and they also don't have an easy way to pull the lane, right? So like the best thing that they can kind of try and do is push the lane in and then like pull on the hard camp, but that's like one of the easiest things to contest in Dota. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It will be probably a silencer though, so if they're really solid in terms of the centering of the camps, you know, and making sure that it is open and available for them, I could see Lucky Bird having that as an option to pull it out.
Okay. All right. We'll see if they make it happen as we get ready to go into this game number 2. Lucky Bird got absolutely stomped in game 1. This time around, looking for a change in pace in terms of what they're trying to do as we get into this, man. I'm ready. It's happening.
Yeah.
Woo!
Their level 6s look a lot better this game on the supports as well. They struggled for a while to get there, and then it wasn't like a huge power spike once they actually hit it. But having the 6 on Grim and the 6 on Lich, both pretty solid heroes. Also, the Shard. Lich getting Shard is pretty crazy. I mean, you've all seen it, I'm sure, where it feels like you kind of become Witch Doctor levels of solo kill potential, where maybe it's not a solo kill every time and you need that one additional hero, but you provide so much damage that it's a lot easier to get kills in a duo. And then even if the Tormentor doesn't give it to Lich and it happens to give it to the Grimstroke, assuming they're the 2 lowest, Grimstroke's also really nice.
Yeah. His is actually...
His Shard's like way better now, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of insane because it basically means that over a 5-second period, you can choose whenever you want to give yourself a hard dispel on any ally.
Yeah, his Shard got way better.
It won't be as good against Silencer in that regard because you need to be able to press the button to activate the Inkswell takeoff. And, you know, Global doesn't, like, at max level maybe it would affect it, but it's unlikely. But it'll be interesting to watch.
The early twin gating here from Braxy. Snag some watchers.
Yep. Bounties. 2 of them apiece. Yes? No? No. 3 for 1. I also think that there's one other issue, which is very similar to last game. If Steel doesn't have a good game, like, I don't know what Lucky Bird do in the mid game. Because Darkseer just wants to farm, PL just wants to farm, right? Like, what the hell are they going to do?
Yep. You are not wrong. They're going to try and go for a first blood play up top with the help of Braxy. I'm not sure how this is going to go.
Move it in. Inkswell onto Little Nick. Blood Grenade. They're on him. Oh, the dispose was sick. Really well played. Long duration stun, though. Should be more than enough for the finish.
Nice.
And it will. That is what they needed. Giant also taking a ton of harassment there. About as good as they could have hoped for.
Yeah, I was not expecting that to be so effective, but you get a lot of damage. I mean, he got all the stacks out from that Inkswell. So they did like 140 damage in combination with obviously like the nice stun and everybody just being on top of him there with the clicks. And Frost Blast, of course, pretty solid early. One of the higher damage spells you're going to get level 1. Great play. And then Darkseer was also pressuring the Silencer a little bit there as well. So
yeah,
wasn't too bad for Blessed Kid.
I think.
And
well,
what last hits?
So what happened there? Oh no, Blessed Kid. Uh-oh. He might. No, he's going to be okay. Braxy might be the one in some trouble instead. This lane is going to start to become real rough. They go on to Boris a bit. Braxy in trouble. Braxy, Fairy Fire survives. Blessed Kid, they do have an Iron Shell there on a creep getting some extra harassment on. And in the end, I mean, this is a problem. So
is it the one last hit that you would consider a problem?
Actually, no. Which is even worse. Even worse than that is that he just brought himself out a salve, and it's going to be a little bit before it gets here, and he might die before then. Burning down the blood grenade. Oh my god, dude. Holy shnikes. This is devastating. Oh my god, Trent.
It is paid. It is truly paid. Thankfully, Boris isn't level 3 yet, so it's man. I wonder
up top
if he had the mana. Oh, nice.
Well done.
Big kill. All right. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. So he found some assets under tower though. It's okay. Mid lane going fairly even. Not the worst situation here. Steel has a couple more creeps still coming in. He's only a few behind here. Definitely much more playable than his previous matchup.
Right. Yeah, that is the sort of shining ray of light going on, is that he's having a pretty good time on that Pango. And PL also, after that first blood, did manage to get himself a nice little start here. The bottom lane is rough, but likewise, you know, Little Nick is not having a great time. Not as dominant as Gyro is down bottom, obviously, for this PL, but there's still at least some good pressure being put onto Little Nick. Yeah, man.
Early flat cannons are so annoying. And like, you just don't have any aggressive potential until you hit level 3 on the Darkseer, but he does hit now. So we have 2 points Iron Shell. And that helps a lot in terms of just the push out that you're going to get if you want to try and shove this lane in. Like, they have the camp open and available right now. Let's say it was actually EMP who just stacked it.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, you're seeing the problem right here that actually exists in this lane is that they're trying to shove the lane in, but Gyrocopter just matches their tempo with Flat Cannon getting maxed, and then he's
just
denies
farming
the
the
creeps. Yeah. No, this is really rough for the old blessed kid here. Gyro's playing this lane perfectly. Boris is doing exactly what he needs to do. This is really clean performance. Pyrion didn't decide to pop the stun, and instead the turnaround is here. Another round of flak, and they are going to kill Braxy. Yeah, man, this is a clinic.
I mean, was that just a knowledge issue? Like, why? Couldn't he have at least double backed for half a second and then popped it right there and maybe lived?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility. That's what it looked like to me. Up top, Ukaya is just going to go down. Now Giant getting clicked, but the turnaround is there. And Lil Nick keeping that pressure on. This is a real problem down bottom. Blessed Kid, I think, is dead again, maybe? He gets the surge away, but it's as good as dead.
Yeah, when you're no longer getting creeps, it can be a bit of a rough time here. Expecting Boris to have a good start.
Blessed Kid's had enough.
And, all right, I got it, guys. I'm on it. I'll check his Steam profile here. Let's see. What's he been up to? Oh, got another anime picture here.
Okay.
Whoop, whoop. Alert, alert. Let's see here. Go right to the profile. Oh, he's got 443 hours in CSGO and 132 hours on Fall Guys. You know, he just likes to have fun.
I like Fall Guys. It's a good game.
I've actually never played it. I think I would like dice everybody at it though. Oh, he's reconnected already. That's good.
Take a breather. Get back into it. I'm telling you, man, this is a really rough setup for him. They need to start stacking camps on the dot as quick as they can, because his recovery options are rough.
The big stacks. That's a good call. I mean, he's going to start with the old time warpers.
Yeah. In the meantime, Steel chasing Empyrean, trying to bring him down. The roll, good damage. Braxy there gets a little bit of a hit off to the side and going to be able to get themselves on the board as MTD decides to turn and fight. Does not have any points at the moment in chains, but still good damage out there as Braxy backs away.
Is under attack.
MTD feeling pretty safe right now as he's holding on to the Fairy Fire as well. So, and by Fairy Fire, I meant to say the bottle with the illusion rune. I don't know why I said Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire also cool, but Giant not having as much fun though. Needs a little bit of help here from MTD, and oof, see ya.
Going in on the supports again, trying to find him. Does have Sinister Gaze ready on the Lich. Pulls him in to keep Steel from getting brought down. So they'll give up the life of the Lich in exchange for the Pango, I think. Can they bring him down? He's going to have another round of Frost Shield. Yes, they'll get him.
Another fails to see.
In the meantime, Blessed Kid takes the Wisdom Rune for himself while simultaneously farming up this Ancient stack.
It's a necessity at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is so sad to watch, though.
I mean, it's not a happy place. As somebody that's done this many times, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Still a higher level than the Visage, I guess.
True.
But that's not necessarily for the best reasons. Part of that is because, you know, Marcy was getting a little bit more in the lane, and now Visage has, in fact, caught up. Marcy's moving around. Giant, we talked about this yesterday with the Marcy. He didn't go for the 1-1 and then max out of the sidekick. He did take that second point in rebound, which I've been seeing a lot of the Marcys in pubs go. But the last time we had Marcy Gyro in the same lane, we definitely saw the sidekick max early. But with the Visage, it's not as insane. So I appreciate getting the rebound just to help with these earlier moves around the map, because it's a pretty big boost. 100 more cast range at level 1, double the damage. It's nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it helps a good amount. And also, if you can manage to find it, you know, that extra little bit of damage can make all the difference in the world in terms of getting a kill onto the PL.
I love that overlay that shows the neutral items. That's so sick.
Very nice. Roll. Steel. Does not have an Ion Shell on him. Gets given over along with the extra Ink Swell, and suddenly they've managed to find themselves a kill on the Silencer. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they'd love to get a Gyro, but they need anything they can get right now. Try and boost this Pango. He's going to be the most important hero in this game. And it's someone who Blessed Kid's going to have to rally around here in order to just boost himself up. It's probably just throwing those Ion Shells on top of this Pangolier. But with that helpful neutral overlay, I saw the Occult Bracelet on Gyrocopter. Haha. Take that.
Yeah.
Infinite mana.
Very good.
Very amazing. Truly wondrous.
Boris is going to be huge this game. He's getting everything that he needs. This is really looking good. And actually coming through the gate now. So they're going to try and push the PL out of this map and completely put the pressure on to take this tower. Nicely played.
Yeah. They don't have any way of stopping this either. Like, they know there's no Rolling Thunder right now, which is probably their best spell at the time to try and make something happen. And then on top of that, it'll probably be the Soulbind. It'll be the next great one that they could try and utilize.
Right.
And they're going to have to wait until Braxy's level 6 for that to happen.
Tough. Although, if you can get a couple more stacks, which he's going to do right now, you can see the movement. Boris and Kardra, as they're trying to secure themselves those levels to try and contest for the mid lane, most likely. MTD runs into a couple. No Diffusal Blade yet for Steel. Thinks about pressuring him out. Does manage to steal one of those creeps away. This is on the Swashbuckle and thought about a roll but doesn't go for it. It's the shield rune bottom.
So I was really looking forward to seeing what the build would be here for this Gyrocopter, because we have not seen many people going for the Maelstrom. I saw the Gyrocopter in our previous series today did, I think it was series number 1. He actually did buy one versus TB. He went Maelstrom S and Y, which was a pretty odd build. And if you check the most recent, like, everyone's spamming Gyro, of course, at like the highest tier of the games, and pretty much everyone's going the same build, a Falcon Blade Eggs with a Chrysalis, or some combination there of like a Yosh or something. Basically, no one's going Maelstrom, even if they're facing Illusion heroes. But versus PL, like, it's so tempting because of the value you get, and I think it's okay because of the new Flat Cannon with the ulti. I think that's kind of sick.
Yeah. No, I agree. As you just see the big run at Arjo, it's again easy pickoffs if they can get there. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, like, oh my god, actually they might be able to kill off the Lich here too. If he goes down, Steel wants to go in for the roll. It's enough to bring down the Lich. Seal tries to roll around. They have an Ion Shell on him now. The chase. They have the wall down too. Little Nick gets jumped upon. Good damage out. Global is there. Burning through him bit by bit, trying to kill off those birds, but they drop it. Gets to the buff. Keeping him alive with that barrier. It's enough to take down the Ember. Okay, huge plays for them now, although Gyrocopter moving into position. Barjo in trouble. The missile heading out. Giant, they're all on top of this. PL, he doesn't have anywhere left to go. Where's the rest of his teammates? The friends, nobody nearby. Chain Frost gets thrown. Good damage back and forth. Is it enough to kill off Boris? He needs to get a lucky bounce. It heads over to the side, but it's not enough. Finally, they get it with one last Frost Blast. In the end, it's going to be 4, maybe a 5th for 2. Triple kill for Little Nick. Suddenly, he's looking on top.
Oh my gosh, Visage still can do Visage things, even if he gets some big nerfs. That was a lot of damage. Did the most damage in that fight. Did about half as much damage as the entirety of the Dire side. That is a rough one to see. Lucky Bird getting knocked down here.
Wow.
6 soul assumptions thrown out there in this fight by Lil Nick.
See this replay. Yeah, I mean, there's ways that this feels like it should be good for the Radiant, or rather for the Dire, but they still end up losing the fight and then also losing their tower. Devastating.
Yeah. And they take down the birds on the earlier end too with the Pango, but he gets a resummon back up as well. And then back in the real game here, we got another fight breaking out.
Roll back around. Giant did good damage. Popped ulti and forced out the roll from Steel and still almost killed him. Wow.
Wow. Giant went 4 points rebound? That's a little crazy. I'm not sure if I'm in on that.
That is not what I was anticipating. Huh.
This guy's got 3 of the best sidekick heroes.
Yeah.
Visage, Ember, Gyro.
I mean, I guess it just speaks to what they're trying to do, which is like hunt the PL and shut him down beforehand. Because now if rebound hits, it's like you're probably killing PL with just one other hero in tow.
I think to me, it just says like, I'm snowballing hard and I want to keep snowballing hard. Like, we're so far ahead that the damage from rebound and the high mobility of it is going to be nasty.
Oh, Braxy. Dude, he's just killing him in front of his friends. It's so disappointing. Oh, like, my God.
The way I see it is it's just actually a really good recognition by him in this game, because it's very easy to just autopilot sidekick because of how good your allies are with it. But I think he's right in that they're just owning. And he's just going to keep owning harder the more that he's just hopping around right now. They don't really need that extra damage.
They're just trying to get to a couple of these items for the Darkseer. You can see, like, while his buddies are dying, he's farming up these Ancients. Probably worth trying to get Steel there, too. Yeah, I mean,
takes him.
That's what you got to do. He got his mech now, at least on Blessed Kit, but, I mean, they're just trying to buy as much time as possible. And the Aghanim Scepter for PL to pair together with the Grimstroke Soulbind, I guess, is the idea?
I mean, that is insane, actually. That's a lot of illusions.
They're hunting.
Unfortunately, this guy is going Maelstrom Eggs on Gyrocopter, which, again, we don't see very often, but specifically, it's really good. Because the problem with Maelstrom on Gyro is that... Oh, hold on. We'll wait for it.
I mean, he doesn't have Manta.
You're right. He doesn't deserve to be talked about while he dies.
MTD gets some mana burned. The roll through. Finds a both. Double Chain Frost.
The combo!
It's a lot of damage. It only ends up killing one, though. MTD, very low. The pullback, the Sinister Gaze, it's enough for the kill. And now the wall, the vacuum. Do they have any follow-up, though? Boris just lives through it. And the buyback from Lich, I don't think that's going to get what they hope it will. It does
You have to try something.
Immediately signal to get the heck out of Dodge.
I mean, it's probably one of the best chances you're going to get at maybe finding this extra kill. And you're right, though. They retreat too fast. So what's really cool, though, is that Flat Cannon does not work with Maelstrom. Those attacks will not proc a Maelstrom. But the Aghanims, the side gunner, that has always procced Maelstrom. But now the Eggs does 2 shots. So now you're going to, like, essentially you have 3 shots going out with Maelstrom. Versus the PL, and of course, this has now been buffed versus Illusions. So this is probably the only time you really want to go this build.
Also, the Darkseer Illusions, right? So, like, going more of the stats-based build is probably significantly worse for the Gyrocopter. So, yeah, that's a pretty cool decisions going on there. God, they really need this Ags for PL, though. They need a lot. The game is rough.
You can see the hope there, though, because when they hit those combos, like, they do have giant, crazy team fight. When you get this double. It's very reminiscent of Dendy's Witch Doctor yesterday. It's like,
right.
There's potential. Will they get it? Probably not. But you have to put a little bit of respect onto it.
Absolutely. Well, just like that, they're going to group together and start heading towards the direction of PL, who is 40 gold away right now from that Aghanim Scepter, and just going to need to clear out of camp. They want to try and take this tower if they can. Smoked up with everybody. Will they give them that opportunity? No. American Goons, they're heading into Roche. Oh, man.
All right. Upside, though, gonna have PL Ags now.
So, do you think that American Goons will run through here and try and take this fight with the Aegis done?
No. I don't think so. Gyro's still working on BKB. Seems a little unnecessary.
Okay. Yeah, it does look like they're not getting too big for their britches. Because I think if they ran through there and took that fight, there's actually a chance that maybe Lucky Birds get a nice combo together. Because they're getting close to a couple things. They also almost have pipe done for Darkseer, which again, these big aura items are huge.
That is true. When you're dealing with this mass amount of damage, you got slights coming out, you have flat cannons coming out. If you can survive that first burst, if you can survive the global silence.
Ooh, this is big. They're right on top of a ward. They see it now. Roll up, Steel's going. Imperion, silence. No global available. Can they bring him down and find another misses on the rollback? They do get him now, so no global available. Does not have buyback either. Boris, he's in trouble. They're caught the double chain frost. It's so much damage. He's gonna go down. Can they get him again? Now, they don't have global. 20 seconds until silencer is up, but they don't want to take this fight. It looks like after the chain frost and combo had been expended, Lucky not gonna go for any more.
Now, I'm not one to complain ever about my teammates. Of course not, not me. But if you report the silencer, oh, he's dead.
Oh, no. That can't happen like that. Slowed down. Good bird stun. My God. Blessed kid trying to run away and does get out of there.
If you're a position 5 silencer and you don't have buyback at 20 minutes, I think you deserve the report. I'm just going to be real with you. If I get your Overwatch case, I'm hitting guilty. I'll never hit guilty for bad except for this. Come on, guys. One job. It's global. It's global. You just need buyback. He was 70 gold away. He thought he was going to get it. It happens to the best of us.
Good old Imperion. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, it's one of those moments, too, where, you find the ward and you're taking it out right as they initiate on you. Super unlucky, but ends up not hurting them too bad, right? That is the Gyrocopter Aegis down. This is before that BKB is up, and they did manage to secure that tier 2 tower up top. Still a 9K lead at 20 minutes. Things are looking great for American Goons, but you saw that sort of, win probability. Again, you look at the graph of it, we're now at about 50-50. The late game scaling potential of Lucky Birds is insane.
All right, Dota Plus knows something about PL. It's still on something here. It's hold on, just you wait. This guy's way too strong. 9K lead, that's just nothing, apparently.
I mean, I'm a little inclined to agree because I think Darkseer, too, really sets them up for a large amount of success. Do have that pipe just about completed, and, I mean, again, this is a lot of magical damage. We'll see how it goes.
Surely there's no way.
In. A Lotus done for the Pango.
That's a tough call, man. To go Lotus there instead of Blink. I feel like their fights are so hard. They just have no good jump.
Right.
So trying to get or going for this before the Blink is rough, but he just can't get locked down by this this Ember or the Silencer. So I mean, obviously it's very understandable, but pretty painful at the same time.
Right. Braxy backing away, was able to off those last fight get himself an Aether Lens completed. So not rushing the Aghanim Scepter, but having a little bit more range can make all the difference on these soul binds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
MTD. Find the real one, burn some mana. They're all behind him. Or at least two are behind him. Thought about the roll, doesn't go for it. Yeah, a weird position to be in now, definitely for Radiant. I feel like American Goons, they felt comfortable with that Aegis get, but now not the easiest lineup to fight into, even with Global.
Yeah, where to go next for them? That'll be the question. I guess Gyro's next big item of Satanic gives them quite a bit more confidence, and they just try and control for the next Aegis. PL's going to be a totally different beast by then, though. He might have Diffusal and Manta by the time that fight actually starts. Like, we got 3 minutes, and he is just farming up this map like crazy right now.
The other thing is, like, if Blessed Kid gets to this Crimson Guard, you suddenly are in a really weird situation because they have so many different forms of damage block. I don't know. I'm starting to feel it for these lucky birds here.
They have to get Gyro up to 20, try and cancel that out.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
Yeah, that extra damage on the 20 talent. Mid. Steal. Burns through the mana of the Ember as he backs away. And TP back home. I think if you're Radiant, you would love a pick-off right now. Feel very nice for them, but not easy to get. This might be able to be the instrument to do it. Sound as the Grave now available on Visage.
Yeah, that's a nice one. 35 seconds of invis for hunting around here. There are some Ob Sentry combos up from the die right now, so just be a little bit cautious, but PL now up to the Manta, so feeling quite a bit safer about his current situation.
Wrapping around.
Getting
Braxy.
dangerously close here, yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Braxy back in. They're running at him, but Lil Nick not willing to go for it. Really good position.
Probably going to give them the wisdom.
Dire's bottom
Meanwhile.
tower is under attack.
Yo,
Naya?
Nick. Whoa, that almost worked.
Are fortified.
Steel is nearby. They will manage to grab that area. Take control.
Radiant
So they are bullying. They're building the gold lead. But the timings coming out will be really interesting to watch if Lucky Bird have what it takes to make these fights happen.
I just realized it was 24 minutes. I completely misread the clock.
Oh, there.
I was like, man, I thought they were rotating over a Wisdom Rune. I was like, oh, wait, we're past that, guys. How about a Tormentor, though? Do we have any sweet shards left to grab here on the Radiant side? I mean, they can do this really fast.
Yeah, they're going to get it. Empyrean, he only has 1 point in the glaives. Not great. Steel heading over. They see these guys. They would love to take a fight right now. This is a really good timing. Walking together. Global is out. Lotus already used. He's caught. He's in trouble. Braxy also going down. Does not have buyback. Can they find more? Running through with that Ember. Throws the Chain Frost out. Good damage. Bouncing between the two of them. Good damage onto Boris as well. But now the roll through. BKB reaction on both. Steel has to get out of there. They lose the Silencer in exchange for 2 supports. When all said and done, another win on the side of the American Goons, but not by a huge margin.
They need Roche to spawn right now and to move towards it. And then that could actually be okay for them because it would mean that there would be no BKBs for the Roche fight.
Yeah.
And it's going to spawn in 1 minute and 12 seconds.
See if it comes up for him. I mean, if it spawns before Global, Obvious Gray has a nice call. So
One digit
Global will be up about 15, 20 seconds after Roche is up. I don't know if we're going to see the Lucky Birds head over there right away. American Goons still very much in control of this game, though.
Oh, some warding attempting here for Takaya. Probably going to cost him his life. Tries to glamour it, but you are all alone.
And that leaves open the area for them now. American Goons trying to control this side of the map. And they'll have BKBs back up.
Dota Plus is losing faith.
Yeah.
It's looking at this building damage chart, and it's like, oh yeah. That's kind of important.
That is true. Not a whole lot done.
Oh, look at Giants timing here. 3, 2, 1.
Dun, dun, dun,
What's
dun.
up?
And they see it. Ping comes out. Yeah, this Aegis is going to be really nice. And now a third BKB online. This time for Marcy. Really good for Giant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, at the moment, at least, it looks like that should be a freebie for American Goons. Very strong position at this point in the game, having Aegis and Cheese.
Just waiting on Braxy, you know. He's been trying to get his eggs for a long time this game. Let's see if he can get there. Not too crazy this game, unfortunately, versus the Gyrocopter. I mean, compared to some of the other Agi carries, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit dependent on his spells.
True.
But important nonetheless.
Yeah. I think it's just a little bit of a weird hero now. You can see how, for as substantial of a lead as it is showing a lot of, like, potential there for the team fight of Lucky Birds. If nothing else.
But level 20 talent picked up, though. Boris got the big damage on this flat cannon.
Oh, yeah. He's very strong. There's no doubt about it. PL gets to level 18 with that Wisdom Rune pickup. Manta, Diffusal, done. Trying to queue up the Heart next. And he will become an issue. The other thing is that, like, Satanic is just so nice for these big, crazy team fights, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they really need to have him locked down with the Soulbind and just being exploded by Jane Frost. That it feels like that's kind of the only way.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And of course, an Aegis is like the ultimate answer because
Yeah.
it's just kind of chill. So 20-10, a more competitive game than we had last time around at this stage. I think the game was 28,000 gold lead at that point.
True.
But very easily could rocket that direction depending upon what American Goons want to do. Oh my god, he hits hard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But just farming up the whole map with everybody. Getting what they need, getting those levels. Meanwhile, for Lucky Birds, they're just sort of stuck pushing out these side lanes, not really comfortable going anywhere.
Yeah, and they're really struggling to keep farm up on the Phantom Lancer too, which is a real problem because the rest of the Goons, they are spreading the farm pretty well. And they're all getting a lot more damage, which means there's no heart still for the PL, which means the illusions, I mean, you can see it right there just from like one Ember Slight. You think if Gyro's anywhere in this fight, you know, he's just gone.
Yeah.
Illusion's just not going to be able to be a factor before this heart comes out.
Mm-hmm. Well, Will also, it looks like, have the shard queued up on PL. Might buy that. Curious if he actually does or if he wants to go some other route.
I think he buys it if a fight looks inevitable, maybe, before he's going to get heart. Just like try and hold this game out, but the heart is just so necessary. And, like after heart, the shard's kind of okay.
Yeah. True. Chains in there, burn through the illusions, and Lil Nick in the meantime hunting, seeing if he can find anybody, but there is nobody to find. I mean, this is the thing, right? They're really dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Lil Nick is running along the bottom side of the map, seeing if he can find any heroes, and then he realizes, okay, nobody's down here, so we can just keep farming.
I'm just still checking here, guys. This Alpha Wolf, not a disguised enemy hero. I'm going to kill it and make sure. I'm going to go back to the other camp. It's respawning. Lil Nick out. You guys go high ground.
Bless Kid. Is he found? Chains are there. Has the Greaves.
Skip that
runs
rope.
away.
Oh, he's so fast.
And he's out of there. Now no Greaves for 30. Means a pretty easy potential push high ground. Don't have answers for global. Lil Nick sends the birds in. They're ready to go. Starting to hit the Lich, burning him
he's just
down.
dying.
He does so much damage. And in fact, the missile is going to connect too. Still sitting comfortable, throwing the Crimson Guard out. And look at that. They're backing away off the timing of Greaves on Darkseer. Satanic up. Boris, he decides to go in again. Not concerned.
Windows running out on this Aegis, 35 seconds. If they can kite this fight here from Lucky, keep him in, maybe there's a chance. Still have the vacuum, still have the wall. You want to chase this Gyro. You want to catch him right around now. See if you can drag him out. But Ember holding them back a little bit here to give a bit of room for Gyro to make it out, and they're not going to be able to force this fight at the end of the Aegis.
Oh, Grimstroke just getting his Aghanim Scepter too. I mean, again, this
smoke
is...
out.
They've got to. They need to do something. You can't just be stuck in your base for that to happen again.
They have a sneaky ward on Gyro right now.
Smoke out instead by Radiant to back away. All right, people are laughing. Not sure what's going on there.
It's the last game, maybe.
I mean, yeah, if PL gets caught here... All right, the scan comes out, and now a Blink Dagger done on Pango. Surely now they have to go.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah.
Sure.
Heart coming here. It's getting there. 3,200 gold.
Plus Kid, Iron Shells the creep wave, and now they're going to head together. They have Blink on him, too. Surely now they're going to go. They're ready.
Give me that big Dark Portrait energy here. Let's go.
They have an Observer Ward. A little pause.
Unfortunate.
Just out of range.
This reward transcends.
And this is an interesting one because they are coming up right onto the area and they're actually not all together. PL is kind of running towards mid, with the rest of the team a little further in. Well, Nick not quite with the rest of the squad either on Radiant. But, I mean, again, you got to do something with your timings.
He's back already. Good. All right, come on. Come on, Lucky Bird. Give us a game here. Get back in here. Don't apologize. No, that's okay. Thank you. That's very polite. All right.
Nice.
Big Blink energy coming up here. Give me this Inkswell Pangolier. Let me see an Inkswell combo. I want to get a number 7 with milkshake instead of a drink and large fries and some onion rings on the side. That's kind of combo I want right now. Yeah.
Nice. A lot of bounty runes picked up there. They saw the Ember Haste rune and ran away. So decided not to go for that one. Lich almost at shard for himself, buys it.
Yeah. He's down here farming this small camp and gets it. That was pretty sick. Anything you can get, it's a nice tool for the high ground for sure. I'm not going to have buyback. Make sure you get that ulti off. We might see a real YOLO ulti, though, because when you don't have buyback on Lich, and it's so important, sometimes you just got to huck one out there.
Absolutely.
That's a Frisbee term.
It's true.
Yeah, the huck.
Amazing.
I got you, but don't worry, I'm in there.
I like it. It's
Hammer
called
throw.
Disc,
I know that one too.
not Frisbee.
Oh, you're right. That's a brand. Sorry, I just took off my Band-Aid. Yeah.
Oh. In the meantime, at 20,000 gold lead at 34 minutes in, they have items to fight, but as we have seen, American Goons doing a good job of not giving them the fight that they want. They've been able to shut them out and dodge away from the bad fights that would have gone the other direction. And Ember is freaking enormous right now. He's got a Shiva's Guard on top of Cloak of Flames and the Kai Assange.
And Lil Nick also picked up AC at the same time that he got Shivas. So they're just so strong when grouped now.
Yeah.
Dire's top
Oh, there's a Gyrocopter in your high ground with a shield rune here.
Oh my god. The Dark Portrait. Wow.
Whoa. Go.
go?
Be powerful.
Did pick up a butterfly, so that's going to make the gyrocopter a little bit
Nice.
more annoying to deal with.
Whoops.
Well,
Aha.
it's not that
He
annoying.
doesn't seem very phased.
No.
Yeah, it helps that it's magic immune, you know?
True.
The right click still hurts. Sorry, not immune. 95% magic resistance.
Well-
My apologies.
PL has gotten the heart, Trent.
Okay. All right. That's pretty
happened.
big.
Trying to take down this Tormentor right now. Will manage to get it, and it's given to Braxy. All right, that's a good shard. That's what they need. Man.
Does he have... He actually still has no way of dispelling himself, though, unfortunately.
No.
So,
that's
like
true.
you mentioned earlier in the cast, if it's during a global, he can't make the save with the well-timed Inkswell.
Right. Maybe he'll buy a Lotus or something soon.
Yeah, with all that gold. I mean, hey,
True.
it's, you know. What do we got for neutrals these days that I always forget? Have we lost them all?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
There's none left at tier 4, right? That dispel? Yeah,
Not
we're
a
just
single
gonna wait.
one.
Yeah, you got to all the way to tier 5. All right, just making sure.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Lotus backing away, gets the roll off. Giant in, MTD in, Taikak in trouble. Starts to bring him low, but the Chain Frost, it goes out, but they didn't get the Soulbind combo with it. Now the Soulbind onto 2, but it's all over. They kill Marcy. Can they go for more Blessed Kid? Back wall, back forward, the stun. Onto 2, it's not enough. Steel is going to find another. Boris is hitting incredibly hard. So too is Little Nick, but PL is living through this.
They're trying to ignore him. They're just going around the gyrocopter, picking off the backline supports as much as they can.
Do they have PL? They see the real one, but they are not going to be able to chase him down. So in the end, it's supports for supports. The big difference is this time, Lucky Birds are not losing cores, and they're getting both of the supports.
Look at the Pango XP there. He just got 2,700 XP, 930 gold. He just
Yeah.
got up to level 20 right now on Steel. So gets plus 20 on the Swashbuckle. Not the best level 20 talent, but you'll take it. They need all the damage they can get right now. And a lot of gold towards that Aghanims.
Under attack.
I mean, it's good, but at the same time, the problem is that now they're going to miss the Roche. They're not in position to come and contest it, and it was a relatively quick spawn. So seeing that and getting another Aegis, I don't know if Lucky Birds can last another Aegis.
And Boris has bought the Blessing as well.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's dire side for him. He's just going to infuse this right up, and then he still has space for the Aegis, so they want to use that to siege high ground, which obviously would be the main reason to buy the Blessing. So there you go.
Wow. Crazy. All right, Aegis, Cheese on Boris, and then Lil Nick is the one with the Refresher Shard. They've done a good job of holding. You know, Lucky Birds, bless their hearts, they're still making it work. It's not been easy at all for them to stay in this game, but I mean, this is going to be the toughest hold yet, I feel like, in a lot of ways.
The Ags Ember's about to cut through the back of your team too.
Oh, yeah.
And finally the potential nullifier coming out here
Oh
from
my God.
RFD. That'll be a while. Oh, that's a teammate there.
Stun, Global, Braxy, living, maybe a chance. Solar Bind connects now onto 2. He can't jump. Can they bring him down? The Chain Frost, it bounces between, and there is immediately BKB in the runaway. Roll through, doing what they can. Boris tanking it all up. Kaya's gonna fall. Steel tries to back away. They buy back now on the Lich. Boris still living, has Aegis, has Satanic, has BKB, hasn't used a thing. And the turn towards mid. You can lower the attack speed, but you can't stop him from hitting.
Oh, he's going to get the
Boris
flag speed
is
cooldown too.
punching. Onto 1, trying to kill him down. MTD, he keeps it. BKB out, he's going to be fine. Giant with the pullback onto Blessed Kids. Still living, don't have vacuum for 25. Boris still sitting pretty with this Aegis, not at all
Take
concerned.
the talent, Boris. Take the
They
talent.
do take down Little Nick. A lot of damage out from the PL, but he does manage to go into that stone form. So they are killing others. Maybe a chance here, Boris. All mana gone, getting burned down. Carla getting what he can onto this freaking gyrocopter. I mean, he's killing buildings, pops in the cheese, doesn't have boots anymore.
Dude, that's insane, though. He just hits flat cannon once, and they're just gone.
Yeah, they are all out of there. And now the pullback on to the Darkseer. Darkseer gone, trying to do what they can. Arwa hitting people, rooted, but they find the real one. He immediately drops. Like, all the illusions die so rapidly. A PL buyback, but they're focusing down these buildings.
The health bar went from yellow to red.
I mean, he still has Aegis. He still has BKB. Does not appear to care one bit. The illusions die instantly. As Boris runs forward, they don't have detection. Now they see him, though. Goes for the doppel to walk away. Chain Frost out. Hits a couple. It's not doing anything.
Dude, the micro from Lil Nick. Nice job, the birds.
Damage that they needed. And Lil Nick, though he might go down here, though he might be dead, so too will your Ancient, as GG is going to be called. The American Goons take him down 2-0. Boris.
Very clean.
In Boris we trust.
Yeah, true. Man, a couple good things about this game, honestly. I mean, all three cores played pretty spectacularly. No doubt about that. I really like to see Lil Nick on this Visage, though, I gotta say. This is a hero that questions about how viable it still is after the nerfs, because the talent was a really important power spike at 15. That's been moved away now. But just showed that with the right laning setup, this hero is still going to be ridiculously powerful. Because you're always going to, there's always going to be a need for these ranged offlaners that are strong. And some of them have gotten a little bit weaker over time. Visage is one of the ones that really stands. People are reaching down for Vipers and Venos right now. You know, that's not a good look. You'd rather try to have this guy.
No, absolutely. It's interesting seeing the way that this meta kind of develops, because I do think there's elements of the PL that looked like pretty strong this game. But in the end, it didn't really... I mean, I guess it just gets back to, again, that problem that we talked about, that, like, they had two heroes kind of that didn't want to do anything through the first part of the game. With the Darkseer and the...
Typically an issue.
And the PL, yeah.
Could I ask of you your thoughts on MVP for this game? Because I'm kind of struggling here. I don't know who we should give it to.
I think we give it to Little Nick. Little Nick,
the little Visage?
The Visage. I say so, because he weathered the storm of, like, a bad laning stage, was able to recover, bought those team items, and, like, you know, he was on the hunt. He was trying to make sure that people weren't finding the ways back into it. I like the way that he played.
All right, solid stuff right there. We'll hand it over to him. It was obviously a game that was all about map control, and Visage did a great job of it there. The rest of the team's able to just, like, stay relatively pumped up after they'd sort of taken over the game. He's farming out some of the parts of the map that no one else can access, getting that aura, like you said, and then still able to get to the fights very, very quickly, even without bots, because you can just fly there. Silent as the grave, but also fast as hell. Could be like the other name for that ability.
Nice.
Yeah. MTD, great game too. I haven't talked about him too much, but I mean, the end of the game literally buys the eggs and the game's just over. He's like, he recognizes. I love the Shiva's Guard purchase again versus the PL. Talk about, like, Crystal Maiden being really good versus PL all the time because of the Crystal Nova. Just, it's all about slowing down those illusions, and the Shiva's Guard, perfect item for it. Covers a lot of the other defensive things, obviously with the heals, and then just diving the backline with the Agnums for the full clutch.
Oh yeah. No, totally. And I think that, you know, on the side of Lucky Bird, there were moments and little individual things that felt good, but in the end, it did feel like a lot of the way their team fight revolved was around this, like, Grimstroke Soulbind combo with either the PL or the Lich. And like you talked about, if that Ember gets to an Aghanim Scepter and just runs at you, it's hard to make that work. And BKBs just, you know, destroy this lineup in general. So tough situation, and showing, you know, like you talked about, when Gyrocopter gets into these later game scenarios, the flak instances with Maelstrom, it's just, the illusions don't stand a chance. They get destroyed.
Yeah, again, keep in mind, people, you have to have the Ags, because, again, they don't proc off like the flak cannon. So the Ags is cool. And a lot of people don't go this build. So shout out to Boris for recognizing how strong it was going to be this game. Probably going to see it more versus PL. That's a fair shout. But again, like you said, the Darkseer was another great reason for it. And Blessed Kid, great game. Honestly, he had a terrible start.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he had an awful lane, but he made a ton of plays this game. I checked, like, I'd say 3 separate instances where I was like, wait, there's not a blink in his inventory with the spells he was hitting. So I was definitely impressed before eventually getting his blink later. But here's our MVP on the winning team. The counterpart to Blessed Kid, the other offlaner, perhaps maybe the most blessed kid of them all in the Dota scene. It's Lil Nick.
Amazing. I like that. That's good. Yeah, and ended up just sort of tanking through it all, dealing the damage out, just massive kill participation. That's what you want to see. Highest kill participation on his team, with the exception of Ember, who was higher. So just don't worry about that. But it was still really good. That's what I wanted to see there. Man, okay. Well, American Goons, I'll say this. That was one of the cleanest looking games that I feel like we've seen. And keep in mind that this was the Lucky Bird team that was coming from the upper bracket. American Goons gained that first round bye. This is a strong team. This might be one of those teams that if you're not careful, randomly a fell to Team DogChamp, they might lose a series to. It is not outside of the realm of possibility at all.
But surely with all this great Dota, we must be done for the night, right, Lyrical?
No, not at all, Trent. We've got more Dota coming up soon. That's right. We still have tonight one more match.
Ravens versus the Cut.
Exactly. One final best of 3. It's going to be going on, and they are going to try and move on. Of course, Ravens, the squad, RRL, Thana, a couple other folks on there that you all might have heard of. And then the Cut, how could we not know about it? We've got Scourge McDuck, B God, Hi Shaggy. There's a couple other wonderful gents on there. So it should be a wonderful matchup. Be sure to stay tuned for that. And Trent, tomorrow, there's some more great stuff. Do you want to give the people a little bit of a preview, what they should be expecting?
There's a lot of games. There's going to be Nouns versus Wildcard is probably the most anticipated one. Perhaps the guest grand final. We'll have to see who makes it there through the uppers, who keeps that going. And then DogChamp versus Felt, again, also the other uppers. So seeing which one of those teams can maybe sneak their way unexpectedly to the grand final in the upper bracket, depending on how they fare versus the winner of Nouns versus Wildcard. So tomorrow is going to be equally as awesome. And, well, we're not even done for today. So it's good Dota all around, guys.
Absolutely. Good Dota all around. Let's head to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have our final series of the night. We'll see you then.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another day of the NA qualifiers for TI12, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for the last series of the night between the cut and, of course, the side of Ravens. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing this afternoon, sir?
Feeling great, Mike. We've already had a few of our matches. Today, of course, is the last one of the night. We've seen a few teams eliminated already from the road to the international here in NA. But the journey continues for these two teams. Ravens versus Cut, this should be a rather interesting one. Both teams, of course, getting some roster changes coming in here. We saw Ravens start off in the upper bracket, drop 2-0 to Felt. And we haven't seen much of the Cut. I mean, they had a bye round in their first round where you're supposed to have best of ones. They had a bye round there. So I'm keen to see what the Cut looks like now with our roster changes. We've got High Shaggy in for their pause 5. That should lead to some interesting shenanigans, to say the least, there for the Cut. But Ravens, yesterday in their showing up against Felt, didn't look the sharpest either with a 2-0 loss. So this should be interesting. Last time around, we saw these two teams playing Div 2, 2, or 3. It was hard to say who was favored. I think the Cut did manage to take a 2-0 in the regular season run, but when it came to tiebreakers, Ravens did manage to get a 1-0 in the end to boost them to second place. So it should be interesting. I'm not sure who comes out on top of these changes. At the very least, Ravens, having played a best of 3 previously, maybe have a little bit of a warm-up lined up because of that from yesterday, but it could also maybe be one of those things where you're demoralized coming in, you're kind of lost. As a team, you should be able to rally, but who knows? Again, who knows what happens in NA, Mike?
Well, I'll tell you what, John, let's have a look at the bracket because we can see exactly what's been happening in NA for these qualifiers, see exactly who's going where. Of course, Nouns, Wildcard, DogChamp, Felt, they're all playing tomorrow, if I'm not incorrect in saying so, which I believe I'm not, Jonathan, and I am indeed correct. And then, of course, the series we're doing today, Ravens versus the Cut, that's the final one. And then tomorrow we're going to see SKG versus Bait and AG versus one of these two teams. So, of course, American Goons did just win out 2-0 against Lucky Bird, in case you weren't watching the lovely Lyrical and Trent. They were casting that fantastic game. And, well, there you go, Jonathan. That's the bracket currently. Very exciting action happening here. But for now, the Ravens versus the Cut is on for the final series. And this could be a pretty close one. Because I've got to be frank with you, John, and we said this yesterday. Ravens didn't look very clean from what we saw yesterday. I mean, they versed Felt. Felt ended up 2-0ing them in quite convincing fashion. Obviously, there's been a lot of roster changes between a lot of these teams that we've already talked about. New patch as well could kind of make things a little bit slippery for them. I don't know, though. Like, against the Cut, even though they've had their own changes in roster, I think this could be a rather dangerous game for Ravens.
Yeah, it's certainly not something that you can take lightly here for the Ravens coming into it. And it's just really hard to tell who's favored, right? Like, again, before these roster changes, you would say maybe the Cut, but their roster changes are pretty significant. They have someone called Aeon playing for them. They've lost MTD, of course, which you just saw playing for American Goons. And I think that's a big factor for the Cut. This mid lane matchup for RRL, I'm not sure. I mean, who knows who this Aeon fella is? It's not a name that I can say I recognize. He could just be one of those people, maybe a pub star in NA, maybe someone that they play with pubs and figure out he's good. So who knows? Maybe he surprises us here. RRL has had a shaky performance yesterday, so which is outside of the norm for RRL. So keen to see how he does today, maybe shake that off from yesterday.
We shall see. I mean, he can be a bit hit or miss from what I've seen. So it's obviously yesterday was a bit more of a miss kind of day than hit per se. But we'll see if it changes up today. You kind of brought up Aeon as well. I believe he's a young man from Pakistan. So it'll be interesting to see how he does perform because I'm kind of with you, John. I cannot remember seeing this name very often. Looking forward to seeing what he can provide for the side of the Cut. And obviously he does have big shoes to fill. Like we just saw MTD, Finnish prodigy as they like. T-Panda did my head in all of Tour 3, John. All I heard was, have you heard of MTD? Have you heard of MTD? You know? T-Panda would not stop talking about him. So, I must admit, he does look damn good. So I do feel as though Aeon does have some shoes to fill here for the side of the Cut.
Yeah, but do you remember the time we got a young Pakistani mid out of nowhere?
Well,
right? That's the thing.
That was the time Fear got carried to TI win, right? If I remember correctly.
Speaking of, Fear
he
has
hates
been
when
honored.
I say it too.
He has been honored with a CRT effect. So,
He has been.
10-year anniversary. There you go. Honor for Fear. As well,
Congratulations.
he hates it. You never fail to mention it, Mike. So, give and take there, as we do see our bands coming out the cut,
hold
taking
on.
care. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
2 or 3, he was saying to me, how many TIs have you won? And I told the guy, I said, look, you give me 15-year-old Samel, I'll win TI too. It's not that hard, It's I don't know why he's so impressed with himself, I tell you. Anyway, speaking of impressive, the cut, they've gone for a first pick Pudge here, Jonathan.
Yeah. Rather interesting. Keen to see where they lane this Pudge. Probably maybe off lane, maybe mid. Mid Pudge can be quite oppressive up against certain matchups, so you have a few options here. Maybe safe lane as well for Scourge. That is something we've seen him play a couple of times. Ravens into the NP feels like overall a stronger pick. You've got, again, that flexibility for an off lane support. You have a lot of presence as a support, just teleportation, the damage you do, Sprout having damage on top of that. Like, this hero just is a lot more oppressive with teleportation Sprout. And the emphasis has been taken away a little bit from the Treants. So it does play like a really good aggressive support, which is really the way we've seen a lot of these games go. There's a lot of aggression early on. You're looking to win early to mid game to have that momentum to close out the game. NP is a hero that enables that really well.
Oh, absolutely. This Nature's Prophet, John, usually I hate this hero, but this new patch, I'll tell you, he's been looking very, very strong. In fact, every game I've played so far in the new patch has had a support Prophet against me, practically every time. So it is a very annoying support to play against, to say the least. Anyway, final bans to come before we can see some more picks coming out. So we do get to have a look at the lovely face of Yambura and, of course, Aeon here. Ember Spirit banned out. The cut, they've got one more band to go, and we can continue with the drafts. Again, I do feel like, based on what we saw yesterday, I kind of want to favor the cut, even if you had an upper bracket start for Ravens. And, of course, Ravens showed us how great they were in 2 or 3 Div 1. But it's kind of that thing. They didn't look good yesterday. And with the roster changes, it's kind of hard to look back at 2 or 3 now, because everything's changed. And that's kind of something that caught me by surprise. Like, I know we're in TI season now, and I know if you're going to change rosters, you may as well do it in qualifiers, or before qualifiers rather. But it does feel kind of weird as well, because all these lineups that we knew from 2 or 3, they just don't look quite as good anymore.
Yeah, it changes in a flash.
I mean, some of them look better, to be fair, but most of them, I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like some of these recipes for successes, especially in Div 2 teams. I think that's where a lot of these shuffles are a little bit more surprising, like MTD out of the cut, stuff like that, is where, you're like, all right, and you just have to kind of wait and see. We do see the Naga Siren picked up by the cut. Ravens comes in with a counter and the Gyrocopter. Really, you mentioned this yesterday when we were having that discussion on draft. Illusion Heroes, you just build Maelstrom, you just build Mjolnir. Gyrocopter has the flak on top, so Illusion Clear isn't really an issue here. Keen to see how much Scourge McDuck can get from his Naga, how much space he can kind of carve out for himself with the Illusion and the farming anyway, because the Illusion farm is still pretty good. It's just you have to watch the durability. And Ravens doubled down on some Illusion Clear, just going for the Shaker. This hero has been popping back up. We saw it in the last series. MTD played it mid. I honestly feel like the hero's in a good spot. I mean, it is TI season, Mike. Earthshaker pops back in every single time we're on the road to the International. Yeah. And the hero is in a really decent spot. Like, laning-wise, it's still maybe a little bit awkward, but I feel like your talent spikes are really good. You have some pretty decent spikes with your, say, 15 and 20 talents are pretty nice. Your level 10's not too bad either. And obviously the Shard is pretty important for the Shaker. Blink timing is going to be the one thing that maybe holds you back a bit as a support, but you eventually find it and you can get a lot done. I think just having a support duo of NP plus Shaker can be really strong. And again, you have some flex with Shaker. If the matchup favors it on mid with something melee, then you could still run a mid Shaker as well, although that's a very specific set, to be fair.
It's that was the question I was going to ask you as well. Like, is it going to be support? Is it going to be a core shaker? Because I've seen a couple core shakers this patch, and it actually does seem kind of busted in the right hand. So I'm very curious to see if Ravens do go ahead and flex that pick a little bit. For now, the cut, at least, they do go for a Mirana pickup, which mean, you've got some nice arrows set up within Snare, I suppose, but Mirana is still a pretty damn good support to have. It does well in lane, obviously offers a lot of utility.
Dire team picked.
The cut, they're going to follow up with a Beastmaster as well, so that's a very annoying lane you have to deal with if you do go for the Mirana Pos 4. Obviously, the Beastmaster changes are something that I mean, this hero just has not disappeared from the meta for the last couple of years, it feels like. Oh. And now with the recent changes to the hero, it seems even better. So it's, you know, it's kind of like whatever, like this Hawk just spinning in a circle, rooting everyone.
Yeah.
It seems pretty damn annoying to deal with.
It is very annoying for sure. And that does land. That does net you pretty good setup for Arrow and Hook. So either lane has self-setup, right? Like Pudge, Beastmaster can be good. Mirana, Naga Siren is pretty good. Again, there's some flux into Pudge to the left. If you did feel like you wanted to run core. If that was a mid-Pudge up against Shaker, that lane can be pretty annoying for a Pudge, but your level tree should start to be a little bit more stable for a Pudge in that lane. So I'm keen to see how far these two sides kind of push these picks with a Pudge and Shaker. But yeah, like Beastmasters, it feels like we've had Beastmaster fluctuating in mid and, well, not really fluctuating because his mid patch was very short-lived, like 1 week before his initial Ags with 0 cooldown Wild Axis spam was nerfed. But we did have him mid with that build, and then now we have the Ags rush back, of course, with the Drums of Slom rework. So it's kind of funny how Beastmasters had like 2 viable builds, right? And now there's like 3 viable builds. You still have the Aura build, you still have the Dominator build, and the Ags build is still in the game.
Dire team banned.
I mean, if we brought Necrobook back, there'd be 4 builds, John.
No.
That's never going to happen, though, is it?
No. Never.
We can have Universal Invoker with all these crazy abilities, but we can't have Necrobook.
Mike, you're saying off this. Imagine if Necrobook was still there and Universal Invoker built that with the stats.
It probably
that
would
in your
be
game?
fair.
With Cold Snap? Would you like to play against that?
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, John. I'm not going to lie.
You just haven't played enough pubs with Invoker, Mike. You just have not. The last track comes out. That's another way to clear out these illusions here on Ravens, and that should be our mid-lesh. So this should solidify the position of our Shaker. I say that. I mean, you could run offlane Shaker, but chances are Ravens are just kind of saving that last pick if they want to. Offlane Shaker against Nagas, not the best, not the worst either. That's a manageable lane with something like the NP4, but again, it's open enough. You could still probably just go for your offlane pick for Ravens to close out. And the cut, expecting that, are banning out the Darkseer. And what else is left? There's stuff like, say, I suppose the Night Stalker is still really strong with a refresh on your ult, which is really funky. What else? Dawnbreaker's been banned out early. That hero's been resurging. I'm more wondering about what the cut will want mid. Ravens are still seeing that. It's likely just support Pudge with Mirana. So they're banging out Storm. There's something like a Pango that you don't really hold down here if you are worried about that on Raven's end. So that could be one way to go for the cut, kind of tie in their team fight. No real hard counters left for something like the Pango pick. But the cut are taking their time with the offlane bans here.
See what they want. One more ban to go. I'll have a bit of a think about it. 20 seconds just about reserve time left for this one. Keeping in mind as well, I mean, it kind of already, you know, it's pretty self-explanatory considering we are in the lower bracket, but one of these teams is going home today. So this is your last chance for one of the teams to try and make it through to round of 3 of the lower bracket. A lot on the line here, of course. You don't make it to TI, your year just kind of ends, and it's a pretty depressing way to end the year. It's Ravens. Final pickup. Still looking for that offlane pick, it seems. I mean, to be fair, like the cut and Ravens, like both teams may have already, they may already assume they're just not going to make it to TI considering the bigger names you have in the qualifiers, but I really do believe NA qualifiers is the one qualifier where you just can't pick who makes it, right? Like,
yeah.
But before the roster changes, I would have easily said nouns. I would have just been like, yeah, it's nouns. But then with the roster changes with Wildcard and nouns themselves and then everyone else, it's not very clear who's going to make it.
Yeah. It's a toss-up, I think, with who performs better that day, of course. And They do manage to pick up the Pangolier here for the cut, so Ravens don't have the best lockdown to deal without Rolling Thunder. Ravens do manage to pick up the Underlord, combined with the presence of the NP5. There's a lot of global presence coming out here. You are running a double melee lane for Ravens on the offlane now. Tana on the Shaker 4 with the offlane Underlord. It's not the worst thing in the world up against a Naga. It could be a little bit annoying into the Naga plus Mirana with the setup here for Shaggy to play with. Of course, Mr. Sadman is Mr. Shaggy, and him playing 5 is a rather interesting prospect as well. It's hard to say which draft I'd lean to. Maybe that's why he switched back to Sadman 0-1. Maybe he's not playing a core role, but
we love you, Shaggy. Don't be sad.
We do love Shaggy. He is a very fun guy. Still, in terms of draft, it's hard to say which one is favorable. I think you have some counterplay here for Naga. The illusion spam shouldn't be too annoying with Leshrac and Gyro. At the same time, the lanes of the cut are pretty dangerous. Yeah, again, we've talked about this. There is self-setup for the arrow and the hook. There's not too many high mobility heroes that you have to be worried about with this lack of like instant lockdown. I think you have enough just with the net arrow, with the dive bombing hawk and the hook and the rolling thunder. You should be pretty all right. And these lanes are where it kind of boils down to. If the cut manages to play to the strength of their lanes and get a kill threat, then it can go southbound for Ravens really fast. Like, they lose map space, they lose areas to farm. Your Shaker's not going to get blink. And you can get overwhelmed with this push, with this split push that Naga can bring out still.
So I take it then that you favor the cuts roster. Rather the draft.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier. Your lanes look really good. As long as they can execute. Like, that's always the caveat. But if you can execute off of a random hawk dive and hook and get a kill, if you can execute off some early net, although you might not even level that for Scourge McDuck if he's looking for a more passive game. But if you work these lanes well, with Ravens, it just feels like you need quite a fair bit of farm on your Gyrocopter and your Lesh, right? And that's a lot of map space both of these heroes eat up. Like, a connection between Gyrocopter, Shaker, and NP, it's not enough without one of these other cores joining in. So it's all down to that early timing, all down to the lanes.
I must agree. Like, the drafts, the draft from Ravens, it does feel kind of greedy, right? Like, if you fall behind in the laning stage, you kind of mentioned the Gyro Lesh, but you've got supports like Earthshaker who wants to farm a blink. He's not necessarily a space creator after the laning stage, you know, he just wants to hit blink timings. It can be pretty rough. Even Underlord's not necessarily an off lane that can roam and make space. We'll have to see how all this works out as we are going to start the game. And we're going to be hooked up, so they will be able to find a second here thanks to BGOT. In fact, it looks like we're going to have a 3-for-1 trade in terms of bounty runes. So the cut will be able to pick up a third one. So Argus is the only one that gets a bounty rune on the side of the Ravens. And should we start with the bottom lane while we're here, John? You've got Scourge McDuck, of course, setting up with BGOT as a pos 5 Pudge, I suppose, here in the safe lane with Thana and Kara against them on the Earthshaker and the Underlord. What do you think about this bottom lane? It's a bit of a weird one.
I think this is actually a little bit better than the Moran lane, because you're double melee into a Pudge. So once BGOT gets level 3, he can run around with Rot, he can always threaten with Meat Hook. It's a little bit easier to land a hook in this lane, because it's double melee. So it kind of sets itself up. Oh, you already have First Blood coming out now.
Yambura ends up finding Sadman already, so Shaggy not going to be feeling too good about himself there. Yambura with the First Blood on the Prophet. And I believe that was the setup of the homing missile from Argus that made it easy to secure that First Blood, but nevertheless, not the best start you could ask for the cut.
No, definitely not. You can't underestimate the damage coming out from Ravens up top. I mean, with Sprout damage, with Blightstone up, the NP can trade quite nicely here. And it is quite a fair bit of output. Like, you cannot actually underestimate that Sprout damage. It chips away quite a fair bit. Quite spammy if a spell as well. Very mana efficient, which is why you see a lot of that NP. I think this is where, this is why you kind of have to go for the Mirana. Like, it's double ranged up top, so the Pudge doesn't do as much in lane outside of just maybe hooking a range creep or hooking some large camps. The Mirana has a little bit more trade potential here, can buy some space out. So even though Sadman does die, at the very least, Adia has some room to work the lane, but you really have to watch yourself.
I think BGOT's about to go for a hook here, John. He just ate a mango. I know he wants Thana. He could also try for Kara underneath the tier 1 tower. He's got an angle there. But does he go for it? Oh, he thought about it. He thought of it. He's gone for the hook, but he misses. He misses. He hit the creep. It's kind of the classic thing with Pudge. Like, the moment you hesitate for a split second, the moment, like, you're just going to miss. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the setup anyway, and I think it would have been nice to hook under the tower, but they still have lane control coming out. It's not that hard of a lane for Scourge McDuck up against these double melees. He can use his illusions fairly well early on. So far, though, you're not really getting shut out either on Kara, so the Shaker and the Underlord are allowed to soak up and get some farm up top.
Yambura dropping low, but sad man. Oh, he leaped in trying to secure the kill, but does not get away with it. Yambura will just TP back to the fountain. He'll get a free reset. He's got the teleport available. And Argus takes himself a free kill.
Yeah, and then this Gyrocopter is getting a little bit too much out. It's going to be able to scale up quite fast. And that is a concerning sign. Again, we're seeing the power of the NP.
Oh, nice hook. Thana trapped. Body blocked by Bigot. He's dead. I was going to say, I felt like Bigot, he was sitting in the tree line a bit too much, you know? It gave me PTSD of my plus 4 punch shot. Just sitting in the tree line soaking XP, but he does get the hook in the end. He's able to punish Thana.
It works out. You have level 3 up, Rot level 2, lots of output now to even just look for a rundown, and you've got the value point in the end snare for Scourge McDuck. So it should be easier to land at Disable and start to really just hammer in this aggression that can come out down bot. There's not too much punishment from the Underlord and Shaker that can kind of stop that. It's been really aggressive in the side lanes. We haven't been able to take a look down mid. Aeon up against RRL on the Pango versus Lush. This is a matchup we've seen multiple times before. Aeon is working it quite nicely, slightly ahead in CS. Does have decent enough rune control as well, with Sadman taking 1 water rune away from RRL. And we've talked about this from yesterday, but...
Bot lane, Thana in big trouble. A lot of blocks coming out from Scourge. Thana trying to chase Bigot. Does hit the blood grenade. Oh boy, the Pudge slowly ticking out to the DPS damage. He dies in the last tick. Meanwhile, Scourge is trying to chase down Thana but can't secure the kill. Yambura's teleported over. And with that, Scourge will oh, nice block. The Fisher is there, Scourge. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, trying to go through the twin gates. I didn't even realize you can go through from the low ground. But apparently you can.
Yeah, you can. You just have to ensure you're in a pretty correct position, not blocked by a tree. But you can do that on both sides.
Top lane, sad man. It's a lot of damage he's taking. He'll be okay in the end. It's scaring me a little bit on this Mirana.
He has died twice. It's been a bit of a rough game for Sadman. The lane not working out as you'd expect. I was expecting maybe some more silly plays with the Hawk.
Nice hook mid lane. RRL gets caught with that one. Bigot really starting to pop off now, though he might die for this, but no, he gets away with it. You know, even if he died, like as long as the kill's there for Aeon, he would have been more than happy with that trade, but Bigot doing very well as Ade top lane. Looks like he will be set to fall. A very nice sprout from Yambura will secure the kill, and Sadman, I mean, he tries to rotate to help out, but there's not really much he could have done. He'll just stand there and soak some XP for himself as bot lane. Thana again being caught out. I'll tell you what, Bigot, he's having a very good game so far, John. That was another hook landed by the Pudge. A lot of flesh heap stacks already coming in. I think he might have 4 now. No, it should be 3.
Yeah, it should be 3. Bigot, again, after a little bit of a slower start in level 1 to 2, has managed to pop off. Double damage.
We're up. In mid lane, he could try to hope to go on to the high ground, but very nice rolling thunders here from Aeon. Of course, Sadman will allow Aeon to just take the kill on the Pangalee. Be his second as RRL. Very nice juke on the hook. But this mid lane, it is being focused quite heavily here by the cut. They are not giving RRL a game.
No. Even just a 1v1 for Aeon has worked in his favor, managing to work this Lush matchup quite nicely on the Pango. And they are starting to build up. 4-4, less than 1k lead still standing for the Ravens, but they are popping off on Aeon quite nicely. Scourge McDuck not too far off the mark here on the Naga, but certainly a little bit of a slower start. We'll have to catch up a little bit in that jungle. The only hurting point right now for the cut really is that top lane. Ade and Sadman has not been able to do too much.
Scourge is in trouble, but no, he gets the illusions off, so he actually gets past the Fisher, as now Kara's taking too much damage. just being chased by the Pudge. B-God should find this. Meanwhile, Scourge still trying to run, does get the ensnare off onto the Shaker, so he'll be okay. B-God is going to find the kill as Thaner is still having a look around for the Naga, but will miss out. Very unfortunate set of events here for Ravens. Oh, even the Prophet going down at the top lane.
Under attack.
Yeah, Yanbor was trying for the Wisdom Rune steal. Doesn't manage to get that done. Sadman still managed to secure and does sacrifice himself for it. The cut were ready, and that is one thing that you tend to do on the NP support. So they wait around that 7-minute timing, get the ambush off, and they start to get some punishment. Starting to pull a little bit more ahead for the cut in terms of the kills. And this is where the supports can really start to shine. The rotation potential with Amaran, with a Pudge. It is fairly hard to stop, although Sadman Smoke does pop mid. He hasn't had the best of times, but at least he has his turn. If they can somehow connect here.
Sadman, he'll think about throwing an arrow. Not quite yet, still thinking. Does throw it eventually, but does not land it. They even missed the Rolling Thunder initially. RRL, though, still getting hit eventually by Aeon, but he is looking still alive as RRL, he'll run. He makes it out. And now Aeon, trapped between a rock and a hard place. How does he get himself out of this? He'll swash out, and that's going to be enough. They don't actually have the lockdown to hold the Pangolier just down for a little bit as an arrow now going to land on Yambura. Yambura still being chased. Aeon, he'll find one, and he might have another, but RRL going to come back in, secure the kill on the Pango. They do eventually get him, so I suppose he gets greedy in the end.
Just a little bit too much to try to run down. Still, with all that space created mid, they managed to find that kill up top as well on Argus. So you lose your core Gyrocopter all if that action breaks out. That is a hero that they haven't really been able to stop. Again, that top lane's been the slower lane for the cut. And with a little bit of room, with a little bit of attention drag to mid, they do manage to get something done. So they're impacting just a bit on Argus's farm. He is still working onto the Chrysalis, and the timing for that isn't too bad. Already has the Power Treads Falcon Blade up. They are also getting some rune down bot though.
Yeah, Aeon, very nice rotation. Fisher, though, gonna block his Rolling Thunder, so Kara still has a chance. In fact, he's still juking, but eventually will go down. Yambura rotated to try and go after Scourge, but can't really lock him down very long. The Sprout's still easily countered by the Quelling Blade, so Scourge does not really care. And now Yambura, he might just be food. They land the arrow with the ensnare setup, and Yambura is gone. Scourge will take the kill on the Naga. These bottom rotations certainly not panning out the way they would have hoped.
No,
Even mid lane. RRL, he does not get the haste rune. It was taken by Sadman. Sadman should be fine to make his way out of this. At least RRL does not go down. That's a positive. Though I say that, B-God, he's got vision. RRL, he had vision on the high ground. He was fine. They'll get the D ward off eventually. Sadman knows immediately they have the ward on the high. So the chase is on. Sadman will not die. He's okay.
Does manage to get away with a sliver of HP. Have to admit, the vision game coming out from both sides is pretty strong. A lot of emphasis mid here for the cut, with some bounty rune vision coming out from Ravens, just to try to get that aggression going down bot. Still the aggressive vision certainly on the side of the cut, with 4 wards on the map. Starting to collapse onto that mid lane. I have to say, I've been impressed with Aeon's performance. Doesn't even have the diffusal, but it's doing work.
Oh, nice hook. B-God once again landing it. RRL gonna go down this time, it seems, as he will not be able to survive. And I'm quite shocked nobody's de-warded. That ward behind the tier 1 in the mid lane, it's still sitting there. And it feels after that hook earlier from the triangle, it feels pretty obvious as a ward there. But no one spotted it out yet from Ravens.
No. And they've used 2 sentries in their own triangle area. Maybe just out of stock as they make a move onto Scourge. At least find that Naga.
They do get the Naga Siren. That's a massive kill for the side of Ravens. That's one positive. Like, if you can keep the Naga down, you're not going to be too concerned later on in the game, I suppose, as your Gyrocopter's still having a very good time farming. Much better time than, say, the Naga Siren at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, they've managed to really give a lot of space out to Argus. And just ensure that the Gyrocopter will be winning out here. I mean, you don't have anything like the Maelstrom, just going for the straightforward Ags. It's still a decent way to clear out these Naga illusions. I think for the COT, there's a lot of pressure on Eon to keep up this performance. He's got the full defusal now.
Yambura might just be dropping. Do they dive the tier 2? Nice Fisher. Will block from Dana. Now RRL does come in for a lot of damage, but the Dismember into the arrow does connect. Still, they will find Ade, but it may cost them the Leshrac. At least they'll get a 2-for-1. The B-God Pudge does go down to boot. So it's not the worst trade for RRL, who does secure the double.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward for the COT. Like, they're starting to force this movement out onto mid. There was a good double sentry drop there from Ravens. Maybe a little bit too much with 2, but that does also clear out the ward. And Ade's not, Aeon's not able to do as much as he'd want with the defusal reveal. Like, you were aiming for a little bit more coming out. Ravens in this kind of game state, and they have managed to slow the game down in terms of at least, you know, buying space for Argus, starting to get some room for that blink to eventually come out for Tana. Only, what, 500 gold away from finding that. They are also clearing out these massive ancient stacks that have not been scattered out by the COT. Like, despite all this aggression, they've just not been able to dip into the jungle too far. They're smoking up top, but again, the triangle is the place where Argus is currently just clearing out anyway.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job of it as well. No vision around this area now for the COT to try and take advantage of. So Argus does get away with all this farm for free. They're still having a look around the northern side of the map, but they are finding absolutely nobody. I say that RRL is going to show up top lane now to maybe defend the tier 2 tower, but he may get caught in the middle of all this. As RRL, he's going to get hooked perfectly from B-God. Beautiful hook. He saw the courier and goes for a blind and still ends up landing it. In fact, I say blind. Was he under vision? No, I don't think he was. That ward doesn't reach.
No. Way too far out. And they've managed to do a great job suppressing this Lush in comparison. Like, you are trading Gyrocopter space for Leshrac farm. To be fair, RRL is still not too far behind. He's got decent farm on him, matching at least the farm of Scourge McDuck to an extent. But they are starting to lose map space. Like, mid's taken out, top's cleared out, so the top jungle area can be invaded quite nicely. And they have managed to just give Argus all the space down bot in the triangle. So again, this Gyrocopter investment is starting to line up. The Ag's not too far off. You do have the full blink up for Tana now as well. And he does have the Echo Slam ready to go. So a big team fight could break out. We haven't seen the full potential of the global presence of Ravens. You know, like something like the Fiend's Gate plus a teleportation from NP just to force a fight anywhere on the map. That hasn't popped out. But once you are rearing to go, maybe one more item up on RRL, you should be set. In fact, I feel like the Bloodstone alone should be enough. It's just been maybe a little bit slower than you'd like for RRL, and he does respect Aeon with the defusal. Like, without mana, the Lush is just kind of a sitting duck if forced to make a movement out.
It's still a very close game. And the COT in the lead in terms of win probability right now is 59%, but again, their carry is struggling as mid lane. B-God going to get caught. Sadman will jump in to try and help out, but gets caught now by Yambura. They have lost B-God, so they will not bother trying to keep the fight going as B-God is already gone. And you know what? I was saying that Scourge McDuck was struggling just a second ago, but he's caught up in net worth quite quickly. It's only about 600 gold behind now, the Gyrocopter, so this is that point where perhaps Scourge just starts to really overtake the map.
Yeah, it is a Naga. The illusion clear still works quite wonders on the jungle, and there's a lot of farm concentrated in these jungles now. I mean, the Gyrocopter can clear just as fast, but he can't be on multiple parts of the map in comparison. Song out, but
he's barely out of range. It's a bit upsetting. Close, but no real cigar, so Argus is going to be okay, but Sadman will cut him off. With the Moonlight Shadow, he is now under vision. Argus will reveal that. Sadman unable to land a stun. In comes Yambura, and it seems like Sadman will just drop. He is just dead.
Just a little bit unfortunate to chase that deep. The rest of his team was just a little bit too far behind. Nice skill to find a rotation up top.
Absolutely, who have they got? It's going to be Ade. The Beastmaster could not survive throughout all this. Kara will be able to secure a third kill for himself on the Underlord. His bottom lane, the Gyrocopter. Argus, oh, perfect hook. B-God, landing again. And to be fair, Argus probably should have known to leave that area earlier. Yeah, 3 heroes from the Dire show up top. you know, killing off Ade, he probably should have been well aware that he may get ganked like that.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, and that's a very worthwhile trade. Beastmaster for the gyro, much higher priority on that gyrocopter. You have activity coming out as well there for Scourge McDuck to soak up. So he gets to accelerate into this Orchid timing quite a fair bit. And again, a lot of back and forth, 14 to 12, less than 1k lead coming out from the cut. Not a massive lead by any means. You're still keeping up to an extent here on Ravens. And there's this scaling that you can't really count out on the Lesh and on the gyrocopter, but these kinds of trades for the cut just makes it feel a lot easier for them to start to take control. Right? Like map control is still in their favor for the most part. They still have their mid standing, so their jungle control is still reaching out a little bit further. And B-God's just a menace.
Arrow.
B-God has been doing so much work.
Oh, Argus barely avoiding the arrow. I probably should say where the arrow was. It's confusing our poor observer trying to find it. There you go. It missed anyway, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Just blind
Yeah,
arrows,
so-
blind hooks flying out from the cut, just trying to maybe get a bit of information for their team.
Yeah, you're not really in a bad position. You could maybe go for a smoke play right now on the cut and just keep that pressure up. You're just kind of stuck on their side of the river right now. Same goes for Ravens, but again, you're kind of happy for Ravens to have this space for Argus to clear out stacks. Full Ags up and running on Argus, so he's that added bonus with a flak, with a side gunner, with a little bit more damage coming out in the flak as well. And again, like, you are mildly concerned about your Naga up against Gyro Lesh matchup. Ravens, they're the ones to smoke out. Cantana still has Blink Slam ready.
Yeah, top lane. They might run into B-God first, though. They wanted to RD, but B-God, oh, he breaks the smoke. Nice blink away as well, B-God.
Dire's middle tower
I'll tell you what, this support Pudge, he's been having some pretty high impact. Very impressive stuff from B-God.
Yeah, he's been delivering the goods. You know, he's been landing those hooks. Maybe the first few levels weren't that hot. Afterwards, just been on point. Widow's rotations on mid in particular, just setting up for the team. On the side of Ravens, and this is going to be their concern going forward. Like, their wave initiating is either just Blink Slam on Tana or just running up and trying to hope for the best. Maybe a teleportation in from Yanbur if they're under vision. They get the scan under Roshan. They should be able to find that area, and this is a rather interesting fight to force out. You don't have your Naga around for the song, so something like the Slam or Lesh could be big, but they don't force the issue. They just back off.
Yeah, free Roshan's not going to feel too great for Ravens, but they do just allow the cut to have it. And Ravens, again, to be fair with their draft, they are playing a much slower game. It is much more about just securing farm and getting to the late stage of the game where the Gyrocopter, Lesh, and Underlord should all be pretty big issues, but you are still...
I don't think it's that slow. It's not supposed to be that slow. You hit your key timing already in your Gyrocopter with Ags, Crystallis, even just Yasha. You've had your Bloodstone for a while in RRL. Like, yeah, it takes a little bit more to ramp up into that mid game, but you're not supposed to just sit back and farm this long. This is giving the Naga quite a fair bit to work with. This is giving a lot out to Aeon for his own farm into his Ags. Again, they got the scan off on Roche. Maybe because they didn't see where Scourge McDuck was. They were worried about the song play in the Roche pit, but they didn't need to have to worry. They miss out on an opportunity to kind of really work their team fight, because that's a tight AoE that they also enjoy. With the Slam, with a call down, with the Lesh AoE damage. I feel like that kind of fight would have worked in their favor. Just a lack of information on the map to allow them that opening. And at the cut, they're not going to be asking any questions. They're the ones who just need to sit back and wait a little bit more for Aeon to have his full Ags. Same thing going for Ade here, working onto his own Ags. And they're just more than happy to build into those spikes. Whereas for Ravens, again, it's not too far behind. But once a couple of these Ags are up, it starts to get a little bit concerning. Especially, say, this Beastmaster Ags in the clump up. Like, you're probably not going to be able to kill Ade clumping up that hard now.
Not going to be that easy, that's for sure. Sad man top lane. Going to be homing missile by Argus, but this could be a bit of a bait. Argus is by himself. Sad man. Turns out it was not a bait. But he did have help around him. They could have actually gone for that gyro had they known he was alone, but they had no vision around the area, to be fair. So we are going to have a disconnection here from Thana. So hopefully he reconnects and there's not too many issues going on for the Shaker. But current state of the game, it's a 2k advantage. Still about 59% win probability for the cut. So nothing's really changed for quite a while. And as it stands, it feels like for the past 5 minutes, both teams have just been farming. Like really just no action happening at all.
Yeah, they've just kind of sat back, and I think that's fine for the cut. It's rather strange for Ravens. Again, like, we've had no real impact coming out from RRL recently. Felt like his initial Bloodstone reveal just hasn't done much for him. He has the full Kaya Sanj now. So you really start to expect something to come out. Like, you've got Kaya Sanj, you've got, again, Ags on Gyrocopter, you've got Blink Shaker.
Ayo just blinked in with very low HP, but doesn't get punished for it. He'll get away, just walks out. That was interesting. When you had a blink on the Shaker, I think he could have made a jump in.
Yeah, but there's no real backup. Maybe you just hope Janbur can teleport in, but there are 2 lives up on Aeon. I think he's just looking for an opportunity. Maybe he forces some spells out. He's more than happy to just cop it, and then they can smoke up, take that fight in their own terms, drag along Scourge McDuck for that play. Speaking of Scourge McDuck, he's almost got the full heart up. And that's where things can start to get pretty dicey. Like, the durability of this Naga just skyrockets. You don't really have the auras to protect the illusions, so the magical damage is still...
Nice hook. Ooh. They found Argus. B-God once again, but do they actually have the damage for Argus? Argus is still trying to run out of here. The song's going to come out locking everyone down. But where's the follow-up to it? It's such a mess. Arde, he's been left behind, but Argus is still being focused. He might finally drop, and he does. They have got the gyrocopter, but they've lost 3 in the process of doing so. Here comes Aeon once again with the Aegis surviving another day, but not for long it seems, as he'll try to swashbuckle out, and will make it. Can they keep the fight going? It doesn't seem like. The cut are going to back off. Arde has been somewhat left behind. He'll turn back onto Thana. In fact, Thana does end up going down while TPing. Kara now being chased as well. Kara, he's got the backup of RRL, but in comes Scourge McDuck from the side on the Naga. So they've taken down Arde. Now Scourge is the one in trouble. Dismember from B-God to get him out though. But here comes Yambura onto Aeon. Scourge McDuck now going to show up. Yambura the one being hunted. Yambura's gone. What kind of team fight is this? Kara now on the run. Scourge McDuck slithering his way towards the Underlord. Will be able to close the gap and has Ensnare in 1. And should be able to lock this guy down. There's your Orchid. There's your Ensnare. There's your hook out from B-God. And that's going to be another kill to come out, it seems, for the cut. In a very prolonged and a very strange team fight.
Yeah, it ends up as a 3 for 4. If you want to count the Aegis, a 4 for 4, but doesn't really matter here for Aeon. A little bit of a mess to start off. In the end, you kind of trade 3 heroes for the Gyrocopter plus 2 supports and the offlane, which is very worthwhile for the cut. I mean, it was really weird to start off, right? Like, the hook comes in, the Dismember, the backups there from Ravens. The song kind of messes up Aeon's usage of Rolling Thunder, but they managed to regroup anyway. They managed to drain the man away from the Shaker with a swash, so we never saw the slam come out from Tana. And that's really one thing that's kind of holding back Ravens. Like, this constant swash spam coming out, especially with the Yags, it's really easy for Aeon to burn down the mana pool of the Shaker that he can't slam. Without the slam, you kind of lack a little bit more utility in the AoE control, a little bit more of that damage when these big team fights break out. And they don't have an easy solution to just get mana in here as well. B-God as well, with a shard, getting that defensive Dismember off. He hooked Kara twice. I think while Janbur was being taken out, he got 1 hook in the Underlord, and that prevented him from running away because he had more space to kind of clear out, which allowed him to find that follow-up kill as well. And B-God's just been a menace. And with a save, with the Blink Dismember, with his Aetherlens coming out, it's going to be even more infuriating for Ravens to play into that save. Like, you have to somehow take care of the Pudge first, but chances are the Pudge is the way that the cut will start most of these fights. If not the song setup or the roar setup, it's going to be Pudge hook.
B-God's been very good on this Pudge as well. I really have been quite impressed, with the impact he's been having on this hero. And yeah, sure, sometimes you've got the setup anyway, but regardless, it just seems like he's in the right place at the right time every time. Argus leave the Dire jungle just in the nick of time because Aeon and Sadman were around the corner. Ravens still looking a little bit lost in terms of their game plan here in this game. Still sitting back, still farming, not showing any signs of grouping up and going for a big fight or a big smoke rotation. Mid lane, RRL going to show himself. We'll go for a bit of a chase onto Sadman, but Sadman, he does have backup around the corner. Thing is, the backup is going north because they're trying to go after Argus and the Gyro. In fact, never mind, they see Thana. They'll go for him first. Thana will drop. Argus is still going north. If he stuck around to farm, I think he may have been hunted down, but he will leave the area.
Dire's top tower is under
That overwhelming push is starting to kick in now from the cut, with his summons being ready on Ade and with some of the durability coming out as well, with his full ags up. A 19 to 15 3k lead coming out for the cut, 4k lead coming out for the cut. And aside of Ravens, you've been talking about the scaling, Mike. It's still there, but it just feels like you missed out on some earlier timing where you could have done a little bit more for your team. You could have done a little bit more to set this game up for yourself. Because now you have to deal with a Naga with full heart, the Bloodtorn eventually coming out. Like, there's a lot of output that you're going to have here on Scourge McDuck, a lot of durability coming out here. And the solutions aren't straightforward from Ravens just because you can't really sustain up front with RRL. We've seen Argus just get controlled down as well with no way of really dispelling off this control. He does have the Manta up now. Nothing hard like the BKB. There's always potential for chain stunning coming out from the cut as well. And with the tier 2 cleared up top, your jungle's just exposed. You've got the forward vision to back that up, and they'll just go for the smoke play now.
Jeez, they even went for a Maelstrom on the Underlord. But I suppose he is building into a Gleipnir to be fair, so makes enough sense. Just does very well against those Naga illusions. Here we go. See what the cut can find. This smoke, Sadman, he'll get some vision up onto the triangle straight away, and Thane has immediately been spotted, but a nice blink out. He'll be fine.
RRL.
Instead, though, RRL's the one to get caught. He's a much bigger target. That's the one you really wanted. The cut have 50 seconds where they don't have to worry about this Leshrac.
Yeah. It would have been nicer if they managed to take that fight near top for a high ground threat. They'll be able to clear out some tier 1s and some tier 2s here on bot and just set themselves up to start really shutting this map out. Ravens, their map space is getting limited. You know, we had some early aggression coming out. We had some good movements out from Yanbura early on. He does have the full ags on the NP, but it feels like we just haven't seen any of these global plays with a Fiendscape. We haven't seen the presence of Flesh really kick in. It's been a rough game for RRL.
Looks like he may be getting caught. Bigod is there again. Right place, right time. We'll find another kill for himself in the Pudge. Happy days for him, and Yambura trying his absolute best to find any kind of advantage for his team. Sadly, could not even pick up the Wisdom Rune either, so doesn't really get anything for that death.
Man, the cut have been on point with punishing the NP. They know the timings he's going to be looking for. Every 7 minutes, you have to expect the NP is going to try to steal, and they've punched him twice for making that play now. So just very heads up on the cut, understanding the map quite well. Clearing out the tier 2 now as well down bot. Only the mid left for the outer towers here for Ravens. The one thing Ravens has going for themselves is a pretty strong high ground. You know, you've got Lesh, you've got Gyro, you've got Underlord. It can be pretty oppressive to try to force your way into those ramps, into the high ground. So it is a little bit tough, although...
Lane, RRL, he got bashed.
Oh my god.
He got bashed. RRL gonna be saved by the Fisher for now, but the chase is on with the roar out, and
No.
Oh, Thana, no. He blinks right into the Rolling Thunder. No Echo Slam to come out. It's all falling apart. Like, there's just this game. There's been no coordination. Like, we can't tell what the game plan from Ravens is. It just feels like they're farming and waiting for the cut to come to them. It's a real mess here for the Dire. Oh, and another hook. Be God. Another blind hook. And what do you do?
I know what you can do. I mean, it's like you said. They had some openings a while ago here on Ravens with some early timing. They opt to just sit back and farm. Now the high ground's under siege. You don't have your Lesh for the defense. We haven't seen a good slam out from Tana. I don't think we've seen any slam at all from the Shaker. Although,
Blink away this
God,
time
such a
from
menace.
Tana, but they're really on edge though. That's the thing. Like, this support part is just haunting them. You know, it's just they're constantly worried about where this hook angle is coming from, and it's just again, it's been a bit too much for Ravens. Like, I'm not sure what the initial plan was with their draft, but they really have not been able to make anything work. Your gyrocopter's basically at the point where there's not really too much more you can farm. Like, you're going to build something in for the Chrysalis, maybe get rid of the Treads, and get rid of the Falcon Blade, but you've got to Satanic up now. You know, if there's a point to fight, it probably is around this point. It just seems a bit too late now, though.
Should be. I think you should have fought with Ags Chrysalis, Falcon Blade. At that point, when you just finished the Ags on Argus, you could have made some plays, try for teleportation, try for Fiend's Gate. That was also tied into RL's Bloodstone timing. Just never came out. They might be able to spot Scourge. Bit of a chase.
Song popped. Scourge does not look afraid. Scourge is waiting for B-God to make his way over, trying for a TP, but no, maybe now he's afraid. The TP was cancelled. Scourge, can he make a way out? Hook in from B-God, Dismember out, 4 staff away. They're going to root him up with the Gleipnir, but he allows the Naga out of this. B-God will die, but for the greater good, he will drop. There's another Fissure. It lands on Scourge. The Echo, they lock him down. Maybe they can do it with the Naga, or maybe not.
No.
Maybe Thana just gets destroyed. RRL, he's going to keep trying. The Rolling Thunder just going in circles, but they've lost RRL. They don't even need it. Scourge is still being chased, but I think he's just going to outreach in the damage.
Dire's middle barracks are under
They can't catch him. He's actually just out of there. The Great Escape.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Meanwhile, Yambura, he's going to be okay to TP out.
That was not the way you want that to go for Ravens. I appreciate the effort, but it was a one-man slam onto Scourge McDuck. He didn't have any of his illusions around him. They were very patient with the fissures, you know, managing to force the song out. They lose out in Aegis. You still come out on top for the cut. It was a bot side rush as well, so they just managed to connect really easily. B-God again with the saves, with a sacrifice for the team. And Ravens, I'm not sure what you do. I mean, I think it's down to just, you're probably just playing high ground now. You have the shard up in RRL. You can just hold on your 2 Raxes, look for an opening from there, but I mean, you see what happens when you try to commit onto the Naga with a heart up, with a Scotty up. Like, you just don't have the flash damage if you're not all connected. You know, if you're not working that Leshen Gyrocopter on top of the Naga, then there's just not enough. Scourge McDuck is free to do what he wants, and I have to say, B-God and Aeon have just been doing so much work. Aeon, he's just completely shut down RRL. He just ensures that they can't spell spam in the middle, that this magical solution for the Naga never kicks in. And again, there's no answer for the Pango. We talked about this in draft, with the bans coming out from Ravens. They banned out Storm first, which was nice, then they banned out Lina. It's like Pangolier was right there. There's no counterplay for this hero with Beastmaster on the cut's end. And, you know, like, Pango doesn't necessarily lose a lot of mid-matchups either. There's some circumstances where you can, but a good Pango player can kind of at least draw even in a lot of matchups. And Aeon's done more than that in this game.
Yeah, he absolutely has. The Ravens, I mean, they're not out of the game yet, but they're 17k behind. Only about a 12% chance of pulling off a comeback here in this game 1. The cut, grouping up again in that right triangle. Arrow narrowly avoids Argus, but the Rolling Thunder immediately coming out. But it will not land. Still a hook. B-God again. B-God, he just can't miss. Argus stunned up, locked up, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Argus is gone. And this team fight, I don't think it can continue. They might need to get out of here. The cut, they are retreating. In fact, never mind, they're moving back in. They have got the Underlord, they've got Yambura, they've got everything. This game might just be over. Look at this lockdown from Scourge, he's found both of them again. Ariel and Thana, 2 birds with 1 stone. Just call it. The game's over.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one, Mike. It's not been looking good for Ravens this one. They didn't manage to play around with some initial item spikes. They played a farming game. up against Naga, who, Scourge McDuck had a little bit of a slower lane. Not the worst lane in the world, not the best of times either in comparison to Argus, but with enough space, he just takes over and... Ancient's exposed, the buybacks are out, but I know what you can do here.
Yeah, this is called the Ana buyback, if I remember correctly, John. It's like, well, what are you actually intending to do? They'll make the jump in. Thana, he never even gets
The
to press R.
silence.
He just blinks in and dies immediately. So there we go. The gyrocopter also gone. So you're playing to the end as Ravens, to be fair, because they are in the lower bracket here of the qualifiers. So they, this is their last chance to make it through to round of 3, and so you are going to play as long as you possibly can. But sadly for Ravens, they are going to lose game number 1. Happy days for the cut, though, Jonathan. Game 1 going their way. That means they're 1 game away from proceeding through to round 3 of the lower bracket. And, well, Ravens, I hate to say it again, but it was a bit of a rough performance. It's like, what was the plan?
I'm not sure what the plan was. This is a bit of a bad statistic to bring out. I decided to check the breakdowns of Tana's damage. He had 0 damage in Echo outside of that 1 Echo Slam on Naga. That was literally the 1 Echo. I was so curious because I'm pretty sure he never used Echo outside of that 1 2-man Echo Slam, and he really did. It was a rough game start to finish for Ravens. I think there were a couple of factors coming in. The big one was definitely not identifying their early power spikes, not being able to play around with this early Ags timing in Gyro, the early Bloodstone on RRL. Just not capitalizing that. That was literally the 1 and only Echo we got in this highlight, by the way.
Jeez.
That was literally it. Like, I checked damage breakdown. That was the only Echo. It's a rough time for Ravens. I
felt so bad for Thana, John. Every time he blinked, something stunned him. Every single time. He would blink
either
and he
was
stunned.
Either he was stunned or he was out of mana from all the
Right.
swashes with the Ags build up on Aeon. And I think that's the other issue, right? It was in the draft. In the last bans, they banned the Lina over the Pango. And then you see just how much Aeon does, right? Like, he just shows up, he does work. RL is not an easy mid player to be up against. We've seen RL pop off in a lot of games. His 1v1 versus Aeon was not good. Aeon pulled ahead, even in the 1v1 lane. Like, he was ahead of level, he was ahead in CS, he had rune control from his supports. And the cut, we said Aeon had some big shoes to fill covering for MTD. He has filled those shoes quite nicely. But,
certainly has.
off the cut looks really revitalized. Maybe a slower start. Sad man, good old Shaggy had a bit of a rough time in the Naga in lane. But I think if I think we're on the same page here. MVP, if we had to give one, is definitely on B-God. Like, this Pudge did way too much work.
Yeah,
Maybe again,
fantastic.
level 1, level 2 was slower, but once the hooks came in, man, it felt like, B-God did miss a couple of hooks, but it felt like he never did when it mattered. It never missed when it mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who cares about missing hooks? If you miss hooks, it means you tried to land one, John. And like you said, whenever it mattered, he landed every single time. It was a fantastic performance here from B-God. And, even I was being a bit critical on the laning stage, John. He was soaking a bit of XP for those first few levels, but he made it worth it. So props to him. Again, congrats to the cut for game number 1's victory. Again, it just means game 2, if they can win that 1 game, they are going to make it through to round number 3. And of course, if you're Ravens right now, you're trying your absolute best to force us to a game 3. Maybe some changes in draft, maybe some talks to be had after that game, but something needs to change to give them a chance to have a game number 3 here against the cut, because the cut are looking pretty damn clean here today, Jonathan. We'll head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with game 2's draft between the cut and Ravens. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of 3 series between Ravens and, of course, the Cut. And it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, game 1 didn't quite go the way of Ravens. The Cut looking quite dominant there in game 1. And I'm going to be frank, I mean, I know I've already said it, but Ravens looked a little bit lost. And I know you mentioned it multiple times throughout game 1. There were certain timings they just didn't try to take advantage of, or maybe they just weren't feeling... I'm not sure what it was, Jonathan, but at least in terms of draft, is there something Ravens can change up to perhaps give them a better chance in game 2?
I think you might want a different support outside of the Shaker. It felt like that didn't really connect too well with what Jan Burrow was trying to do. Right, like he was trying to rotate in, the follow-up stun would be there, but it felt like there's a lack of damage overall. I think early on, especially since RL wasn't keen on joining. So maybe just a support shade cup in that sense would be of benefit to Ravens. I think they were going all in on countering out the Naga enter draft with stuff like Lesh, Gyrocopter, even a Shaker to an extent. And it didn't really pan out. So just draft to their own strengths. I feel that's one way to go. Do already have the draft on hand as well. Pudge was banned out by Ravens, so showing a lot of respect for B-God with what he did there. Nakat do manage to take out the Nature's Prophet now as well, with the Undying and Legion Commander and Invoker bans. Ravens, they take out the IO on top, and they also take out the Sky. So at the very least, B-God's not going to have his Pudge, but no, I mean, thinking about B-God, he played a mean Pudge. It's not like that's something we saw a lot in the DPZ from him. So no. I'm pretty sure he's feeling fine about the Pudge ban.
No, he probably literally just wanted to play Pudge. Maybe just knowing that there was a few broken areas that you could hook, like that little safe lane area that I didn't really talk about it during the last game, but the fact that you can land a hook and you can move as Pudge meant that he could basically trap you between the tree line and the bottom tier 1 tower. And we saw B-God abusing that against Thana during the laning stage. And yeah, just little things like that. Like when you've got that extra kind of information against the team in qualifiers, you can really abuse it. And we saw B-God doing a very good job of that. Though I don't necessarily think it's worth a ban, to be fair. But yeah, what can you do? B-God, he played a fantastic Pudge game. You just don't want to have a repeat of that. And so they will just ban it out of comfort. See what they choose out of comfort, though, here, because Ravens last time had the Prophet. This time they're going to start with this Dark Willow, which I have been hearing a lot about. But we haven't had the pleasure of seeing it in a pro game yet. So I'm looking very forward to seeing what this Dark Willow can get done.
Yeah, it's really strong right now. The changes to the Bedlam are pretty damn strong. So it allows you to play with a forward initiator nicely, throwing that additional damage out. Of course, there is some scaling, but that doesn't tend to be too relevant in pro games unless it drags on too long, which it doesn't feel like we tend to get that many long games in this patch. But you always have the Ags, unlike the Octarine, means that they'll basically never be targetable. Although, again, that's a long shot if ever you'll see that coming out or not. The Dawnbreaker is left unbanned, so the Cut will just pick it up. This year has also been high on the ban list. The slight changes to it does make it feel a lot easier to execute on now. The damage output is still pretty damn high, so I don't mind that at all for the Cut. You could still run its support if you wish. It's more than likely our offlane pick here. For Ravens, the Dark Bull is a safe opener. It adds a support. I think it just does quite a fair bit. I'm just wondering how they combine that now. Well, like what else are you bringing out in this draft? They respect ban the Ember once more, just removing that option for Aeon. They take out the Venge as well. The Cut, what's their one ban going to be here?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you spoke about Aeon there for a moment. I must admit, I probably didn't talk about him as much as I would have liked to in game 1, but so far, pretty impressive performances from this young man. Good to see. You know, it's you and I haven't seen him too much, so it's always nice to see new talent showing up, and it could be a big name next year. I mean, it could be a big name this year. Who the hell knows? The Cut could make it to TI. Be amazing for the guy.
You can't count any team out in NA, Mike. You know, it's who knows what happens in this region. Anything can happen in an NA. And Aeon, again, in his mid 1v1 up against RRL, he pretty much stopped that lane. He's ahead in CS, he was a level above, and once the rotations came in, he just kind of popped off from there as well. But even before the rotations, like he was managing his lane up against RRL quite nicely. They do ban out the Bloodseeker, so I'm wondering whether or not that signaled something like the Pangolier for Aeon to come out. He did perform spectacularly well in the last game, but I think an early Pango pick would still be counteracted by Ravens. Like, they've got the option for the Beastmaster themselves here if they wanted to. Kind of take that tool away from Ade. So we shall see. It should start to pick up some more supports though. Again, Dawnbreaker has been more on the offlane role nowadays. So I don't expect them to try to flex this for support, although I believe there are a couple of circumstances where support Dawn can still be nice. And they'll pick the Gyrocopter. So they'll just take that. It's been a really popular core in this patch. Just has really good timings. And the buff to Side Gunner with Flak is amazing. And Ravens had this last game. Again, they spent a little bit too much time farming up. I think for the cut, I'd like to see a little bit more activity out from the Gyro, at least once the Ags is up.
I'll see if that does happen. It's like this hero still for me is a little bit weird, this Gyrocopter. Like I do feel as though it's probably one of the stronger carries in the game right now, but certainly feels like every time we've seen it, it's a bit hit or miss. Maybe just based off the players and them getting comfortable with the hero again, because it has been quite a while since Gyrocopter's been in meta, but I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of this hero at TI. It's Ravens. How are they going to contest this hero, I wonder?
You know what I find really fun with Gyro? It's that before Gyro completely faded from the meta, like last year, December-ish, maybe before that, or the year before, I remember we were seeing like Palos when he was playing on Boom, rushing the Crystallis into the Yags. And that's still like the relevant build. A lot of people weren't doing that when Jar was there. So it's kind of just the build everyone goes for now. So it's always interesting to see that, you know, Palos was kind of being joked about for it, and now everyone's just doing it. Still completely out of topic. Different region, different players. Ravens, they do manage to pick up the Mars and the Warlock. So you have a lot of AoE damage coming out here, a lot of AoE control. I will say, with the changes to slows and the fact that there is now a separate slow res with slow resistance, Upheaval is even more annoying to deal with. Like, that spell is so frustrating for anyone. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with a Warlock, and there's a lot of AoE damage to kind of play with your Fatal Bonds here. So it ties into this team fight quite nicely for the side of Ravens.
Yeah, I actually like it a lot. Like, Arena plus Fatal Bonds Upheaval does actually seem kind of busted in the right hands. And you add a golem to the mix, it's a lot of damage. There's a hell of a lot of damage. Thing is, though, the cut, they go for a Naga Siren. Now, things are getting a little bit spicy. Naga Siren comes out, they already have a Gyrocopter. So who's going where? Who's the real POS 1 here?
I don't think you want to run something like a Naga 5 like Sammy does.
No.
I think you
Please don't do that.
maybe still run Naga. You could do something crazy like Gyro mid, maybe Gyro 4 or 5. It could be the route to go, but
I like it. I can dig it.
I don't think you take this Naga away from POS 1. As a support, it feels kind of griefing, which is kind of what we saw in some of the games of Sammy when he used to run this on 5. Sometimes it would be a little bit griefy, you know, just sometimes.
Sammy's catching strays, even though he's up in the upper bracket semifinals at the moment. He's just still coughing it, no matter what he does, the poor guy. Don't ask him about Invoker right now, by the way, John, as we do see the Luna coming out from Ravens. Guessing you haven't seen the tweet, by the way. It's a bit
whatever it is, if it's hatred about Invoker, I agree.
Don't even look it up, John.
I have unbridled rage for Invoker players.
Yeah.
Every time I play my damn turbo game, I see someone play Invoker, they come into my lane. I just don't want to play the game. I'm done.
Oh, my apologies.
And again, I'm also playing Witch Doctor, so who knows? Maybe I'm worse.
My apologies, by the way. I said Twitter. Forgot it's called X now, apparently. Very.
Gotta watch your trademark usage there, Mike.
Very creative changes here.
Is it not still Twitter.com though?
It is.
Like the domain.
Correct.
And it's still viable to call it Twitter.
For now. Anyway, the cut. Final bands to come between the cut and Ravens. I'm actually happy for once that we get to see a Warlock, by the way, John. I know you didn't act excited for some reason, but I'm actually excited to see a Warlock popping up.
I mean, I'm a Warlock player. It's probably my most played hero, I think, by the numbers, next to Lion and Venge, perhaps. It is it's decent here. I mean, there's a lot of AoE damage. I think the hero's been on the up and up for a while. I think his shard change was pretty interesting with the imps. Of course, those imps are in Fatal Bonds now as well, so there's some weird split pushing. I'm not sure if they fixed this, but you could break backdoor with Warlock imps before. So there were some really strange split push situations going on. Pretty sure that's been patched out, but that was something that came out there as well. I think just this potential for Eclipse and Fatal Bonds is pretty scary. Like you're likely not to go Magic Luna, but if you did, like Ags, Fatal Bonds, and Eclipse, well, everyone's pretty dead. Probably not happening, but it's always fun to think about.
It is. It's a lot of damage. Final ban outs. Here goes the puck. The cut focused in on any kind of RRL hero that we might see that can combo nicely with what they've already got. They also ban out the Quap and RRL. No hesitation. Right into the Pangolier. I wonder, like, what Aeon wants. Like, does he want to play something like the Mid Dawnbreaker? Does he want to play another mid? Are we going to see something really weird like Mid Gyrocopter coming back out, which I really hope we don't get to see?
10 seconds remaining.
I think another mid, surely. Something, you know, maybe a bit tempo setting here for his team. A bit more team fight, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you definitely want a way to just control this mid matchup. We've seen what a Pango can do when it hits its timings, and they will just go for the Void Spirit. Okay. That's a pretty decent lane matchup. Not the worst thing in the world for the Void Spirit. We'll see what Aeon can do and whether or not RRL can bounce back after that game one. Overall in draft, I think both sides kind of came out with rather even drafts. We are getting the B-God Gyrocopter, so we'll see where he decides to lane. Should be Sadman with Scourge McDuck, but I don't think a Gyrocopter Nog is that bad at all. Like, I feel like Disruptor and the Dawnbreaker is actually a pretty strong lane, so you can run the Gyrocopter and Naga to get more aggression in your own lane there as well down bot. When it comes down to these drafts, I would maybe lean towards the cut a little bit more. I think their early tempo is pretty strong. Ravens, I think considering how they played in game one, it's almost the same story with this draft. I don't want them to be stuck in this kind of mentality where they have to farm up, because RRL needs some early tempo. Like, you get your Arcane Boots, you get your early Orb of Corrosion, and then Diffusal, then you have to really just run around, make some plays. You know, connect with Kara, play with the Arena, look to apply pressure, prevent Scourge McDuck from farming as freely as he did in game one, and you're kind of set. But overall, I think with this draft, I would favor to cut a little bit. I think their early aggression in lanes is pretty strong. I think they can overwhelm this Luna and Warlock lane, and it gets concerning when Argus will have to sit back and farm once again. Like, Luna has some early tempo you can play with. You don't want to be set back too hard here.
No, I certainly agree with you, John. I mean, we'll see how it does go, because this is game number 2, and if they don't pull off this win, then we are not going to a game 3, and Ravens are just out of the TI qualifiers. So, last opportunity, perhaps, to give themselves a chance here as we can get into game number 2, because it has officially gotten underway. See if the side of Ravens can force us to a game 3, or whether the cut are going to be going to round of 3 of the lower bracket. Judging by the way they played last game, you know, they should be the favorites going into this one. I don't mind the draft of the cut as well. I think the draft could work very, very nicely here for the Radiant side. And they're going to run right into the Raven side, who had the high ground advantage, but they don't want the level 1 team fight. To be fair, against level 1 Gyrocopter, it is pretty dangerous. But he did go for homing missile anyway, to be fair.
That it is. I think overall, he still don't really have as much presence. So,
whoopsie. Feina. He's going to go for the fight. Sad man. Not bothering for the glimpse back yet. Homing missile is going to give the vision, though, so they could go for this. He'll level it up eventually, but they aren't going to bother trying. It's like they aren't able to really keep up with the Dark Willow's movement speed, so she'll be able to get out of there just fine. Meanwhile, the southern end, Scourge McDuck going to run into Kara and Yambura. Ravens can't really seemingly force a fight. Everybody from the cut just kind of leaving the area. And it's actually going to be a 2-for-2 anyway. So pretty even start, it seems, between these two teams. Unless one of the bounties just got denied. Perhaps. Seems like one of them's missing. Thana, he might be missing in a moment as well. Bye-bye, Mr. Thana. Surely goes down, and he does. B-God able to take the kill on the Gyrocopter.
Now that's how it's done, kids.
Yeah. And you trade away one bounty rune for first blood. You're still happy here on the side of the cut. And they're going to be able to break into their lanes. Just playing tag with Jan Burr right now with Sadman. Does look like B-God will lane down with the Naga. So we are getting that Naga gyro lane, which can be pretty aggressive once level 2, level 3 is up. Still taking a look at that mid. Aeon up against RRL on the Pango versus the Void Spirit. And this should be a little bit more manageable for RRL. It's not a lane where the Pango necessarily gets a big disadvantage. It's not one where the Void Spirit will find himself a huge advantage either. So you should just be able to kind of farm up. It's really down to how well you can constantly apply this Aether Remnant Harass from Aeon and how rune control goes.
B-God. Oh, he's looking for the Roshan deny. He even got bashed by Roshan. He was maybe 5 HP away from getting denied. Very unfortunate there for B-God, but a nice pickup from Thana.
Just punishing a little bit there. This lane for Scourge McDuck. Again, it can get aggressive, but you do need more levels. So homing missile alone from B-God's just not going to be enough. Level 3 feels like a really good timing for the gyro here. You can start to threaten. You can play with the end snare if the value point comes out from Scourge McDuck. Taking a look up top. Of course, you've got the straightforward Luna lane for Argus with Jan Burr and the Warlock. This lane is... it's pretty static. You just kind of farm up. You're not looking for too much aggression. The side of the cut, that's where they can get aggressive. They can start to work their way to having some additional control out from Sadman, like Kinetic Field, or even just a Thunderstrike up. Makes it a lot easier for Ade to
Argus
land all his spells.
Bit of a chase on Argus right now. They don't bother going for the Starbreaker. Argus able to get away. Pretty scary though with this this dual lane of the off lane for the cut. Like the glimpse back into the Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer play. It's a lot of damage, and I worry that Yambura isn't going to be able to continue sustaining Argus if they catch up. Rather, if they get a few more levels up here on the cuts end of things for this off lane, because just the damage output is so high. Like Argus right now really playing with fire, trying to go for that large creep because the Starbreaker is going to come in and Ade, he's going to man up and go for the kill. He may not have enough yet, but it's a lot of damage coming in on Argus. And had Sadman been closer with a Thunderstrike and Blood Grenade, that may have just been a kill.
Yeah. Like the healing is just... It's stuck at level 1 for Yanbura. You're going to have it level 2, I guess, by level 3, but it just means you're in for a real static lane comparison.
He's dead.
Get a glimpse again.
Yeah, Yambura, he's going to try and trade. He does at least set something up for Argus. Ade sadly had the Healing Lotus put in the backpack rather than his bag. Had he put it in his bag, I think he would have chased Argus with the Starbreaker and maybe actually got him the kill, but nevertheless, Argus still sitting very low, and I think Ade's very happy with the way this lane's gone already.
Just applying a lot of pressure onto Argus. Argus, for his part, is still finding farm. I think in the end, that's all you really want here from your Warlock lane. Even if your Warlock dies, as long as Argus farms up, and as long as there's some stacks set up, there's still a recovery plan for this Luna down the line. It is a little bit slower in comparison for Scourge McDuck. Again, his lane can be a bit more aggressive, but it is still Amelie here up against Mars, so Kara should still have a decent time here.
Oh, absolutely. Meanwhile, bottom, there was a bit of a chase on Scourge. Kara, maybe thinking about going again, but B-God has shown himself at the bottom lane on the gyro.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thanos trying his best to get Scourge as low as possible, maybe just set up for Kara to go for that Spirit attempt on the Mars, but I suppose the Healing Lotus is available on the Naga Siren, so maybe a bit risky to go for the kill, and it's like B-God is going to be able to salve up Scourge anyway. Meanwhile, mid lane, RRL's dropping extremely low on the Pango, but it's going to survive for now. Thing is, Aeon was thinking about continuing the chase. Doesn't have level 6 yet, but will have an Aether Remnant in 3 seconds. So he is trying. RRL playing with fire. Oh, there's the Aether Remnant. It's going to land. RRL still going for the swash back towards the tier 1 tower. In comes Sadman. Level 2 glimpse is up. He'll use it on the Warlock. Get Yambura out of there. But he does not really secure a kill onto RRL. He still heals up just fine.
Yep. It's just fine with being sent home. The Obs ward also immediately dewarded. Unfortunately, was within tower range. Aeon planting it in a little bit of an awkward spot, trying to hide it in trees.
Bottom lane, Kara was trying to get aggressive. B-God now might be in a bit of danger. Kara doesn't have the spear up, but it seems like one more hit. Thana trying so hard to get it too. He even places the ward for the vision. Meanwhile, mid lane again, RRL is being hunted down by Sadman and Aeon, but they are still unable to secure this kill.
I like this pressure coming out from the cut onto mid. They understand that once the Rolling Thunder's up for RRL, ganking this Pango is going to be a lot tougher. You don't have a way of stopping that roll. Your control isn't the most reliable either. So they're just trying to get what they can, but not really lining up too well. RRL has managed to catch up in levels and in CS now. There's a bit of a lead for Aeon early on, but equalized now for the Pangolier, so a little bit more play coming out. Has the Rolling Thunder ready. Orb Corrosion not quite done. And farm pace has been a little bit slower than you'd want. Still overall, a much stronger start for Ravens, I think, coming out of these lanes, despite the deaths. You are getting some farm, you are getting some pressure coming through. And Arcus is just kind of shoving in now with a siege creep up top.
Why not? Glimpse back though, maybe that's why not. Argus, have you gone too far? Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. And there you go, John, they answered my question straight away. Yambura also getting caught, will get punished. And you know what, that's kind of the thing as the Luna, I suppose. Like, you're farming very well as it is in a difficult lane. And they went for the tier 1 tower push, and well, now you just give 2 bodies away for nothing.
That is a bit of a forced push, really. I mean, they had siege creep up. They don't respect that rotation that Aeon can pull off. And now that sets them back quite a fair bit. That's a lot of gold going out to Ade, a lot of EXP coming out. You can threaten the Solar Guardian as well for any global rotation that you might want to do. And you find yourself in a strong spot here for the cut 4-2. You are forced to kind of be a little bit safer down bot for Scourge McDuck solo, but the Naga can already start to dig into that jungle anyway. So you don't really mind. Like, the farming pace can start to kick in for the Naga, which we've seen last game. A slower laning start for Scourge McDuck, no problem for the Naga Siren. Just sit back, farm jungle for 5 to 10 minutes, and you're going to be on top anyway.
Aeon and RRL still going at it mid lane. Yambura and Sadman hanging around as well for the 8-minute power rune timing. Meanwhile, B-God in the dire triangle, pretty awkward scenario for him. Go back after Thana. Thana still looking to be just fine, has help on the way. Though B-God is causing a lot of space to be had. Spear is going to land very nicely though into the upheaval. They'll have the Solar Guardian to protect B-God. Celestial Hammer out from Ade, not going to land as B-God finally does go down to Thana. Meanwhile, Akara coming in from the backside, trying to move in onto Ade as RRL's now shown up. They've got everyone down at the bot lane to ensure there's no shenanigans. Here from the cut, who lose 2 bodies. Great plays from Ravens.
Maybe a little bit disconnect there from the cut, the glimpse outside of the Solar Guardian, so they're not able to really set up onto Morris. Have room to play onto RRL though.
RRL, I mean, he had some great kills going on down to the bottom lane, but now could be in a bit of danger as the homing missile is going to land, and eventually he should just drop that. They are trying to heal him up, but it's not going to be enough. Aeon does secure. B-God, he may go down for this. Thana, though, doesn't have enough mana for the Shadow Realm, so can't really get the job done. And it seems like this time the cut will get away with murder. Argus. Now, if there was a +1, Argus would probably just be dead. Aeon is coming from the right side, so this could be very dangerous for Argus. Celestial Hammer maxed out, but they've got the vision over Aeon. They'll see him. The Luna will immediately go north and just farming the jungle instead.
Yeah, good vision to just defend that Luna's position while solo. And the farm can still flow out for Argus. Does have Massive Madness up, so the farming pace can kick into gear quite fast. This is still an insane amount of space for Scourge McDuck. Again, like, the Naga is just going to eclipse you just by virtue of being able to clear out a lot of jungle camps all at once and be really efficient on the map with time spent. I think the one thing for Ravens is you are still looking for a card to get a blink. I think once that's up, your initiation does smooth out. You're also wanting level 6 to be up in your supports. Like, Jan Burr with a threat of Chaotic Offering could change how these fights break out, but still a ways off here on the Warlock.
Glimpse back on RRL. 10-minute power rune, though, is going to be spawning down bottom. Aeon's going to go for the chase. The Bramble's not going to land, but he is in big trouble now as the Solar Guardian is going to save Aeon. He'll move back in onto Yambura, but does step right back out as he's just trying to avoid the stuns. In goes B-God, but he immediately dies. Kara even shows up. They are still focusing down RRL, but Ade can't do it by himself, it seems. Sad man, he is still being chased. He'll finally drop. They are just trying to kill off this Pangolier, but RRL making it so hard. Aeon, oh, he had the step. He didn't use it. Oh, RRL, he's still making it. RRL, somebody kill him. He's finally down. But how much does it cost?
Way too much. That's a lot being thrown out there from the cut. 2 cores, 1 support dying for that. Massive win. 2 supports as well, actually, for Ravens to find. And they get level 6 for Yanbura. He drops the Golem. They can start to siege mid a little bit with a siege creep. This tower is just set to fall. Even with the fortify, it's not going to be enough to wipe out that chaotic offering Golem either. You are starting to find those big wins that Ravens needs to force that game tree out. A strong start. Deny is out from Bigot at the very least. So he cuts off some of that farm. Again, what you are doing here for both sides is creating space for your pause ones.
Sad man.
It's down to where this investment will end up.
They've got a big target here, John. Argus has been caught. That's a pretty... I know he still has the top tier 1 tower, so theoretically he should be able to farm that area, but it feels a bit unnecessary when you've got the northern jungle you could have just farmed. Especially when they're kind of lacking vision. And that was a bit of a rough death for the Loon.
Yeah, I mean, the ward did disappear. The ward to protect was gone. And maybe he expected more, although mid.
Static Storm mid lane, that's a big one. Just last team fight, RRL was just proving to be so impossible to kill, and well, now the Static Storm up, it's not too challenging.
No, you've got the control already. Just got to be able to land at control every single time. You are kind of tied into that Static Storm. But they cleared out. I think a good comparison for Argus would be, again, it's just down to what Scourge McDuck is doing. He's not crossing away from this bot jungle area, the furthest bot jungle, in comparison to Argus getting a little bit greedy, trying to play into the main jungle, where there is control, coming out for the cut. And the Naga is starting to catch up quite fast now. Your net worth lead for Argus isn't that big. He is going for the Manta style. Scourge McDuck is as well. But it does feel like the Naga is just going to have the same stories it did in game 1 if you're not too careful here. And for Ravens, they've got to identify when they're strong. They've got to play around these arenas, these rolling thunders, these chaotic offerings, and get more done on the map. Because right now, it's not looking too different from game 1, apart from maybe more even kills being distributed. But overall, the tone of the game, in terms of the build-up, in terms of that tempo the cut is starting to build into, is the same.
Look at the TP rotations. Kara, yeah, he's going to try to get out of here, but he's just caught out by Sadman. You get Yambura out of there, but you lose the much bigger target in Kara. Now, they do protect the tier 1 tower just for a little bit longer, but more importantly, they do secure the Mars kill. And this gap, this net worth gap between the POS 1s, it is closing very quickly now. There's still about a 500 gold advantage for the Lunar of Argus, but I don't think that's going to last too long. This Naga Siren's certainly starting to take off quite quickly. And Argus, he hasn't had the greatest time this game. Like, he's still farming okay, but up until perhaps you have the BKB up, I don't think he's going to feel very safe.
No, I mean, there's a lot of ways of controlling him up. There's a lot of ways of bursting him down here as well. So you will need that protection. They do manage to catch Sadman. At least trying to snipe the Wisdom Rune.
Unfortunate. Speaking of sniping, Aeon actually able to snipe a double damage, as RRL was just stunned up by the Aether Remnant. Nice little pick up there from the Void Spirit. Bit of a group up here in the mid lane by Ravens, but they've already found the mid-tier 1 tower. So there's not really much to play for here apart from a bit of farm. They'll go for a smoke up behind RRL. So RRL going to be smoked up as well now. He does get close enough to Yambura. Will reveal himself again. Bigod will show himself, and I think Aeon would not mind a fight. Like, he's got a double damage rune active right now, so I'm sure he'd be more than happy to oblige. It's top lane. Oh, here we go again, Argus. It's the same spot. It's the same spot.
Yeah.
He gets glimpsed back, and he's dead. But your whole team smokes south.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for that.
It's just a little bit greedy coming out here for Argus.
Chase is there. Bedlam is out. Bigod surely dies, but no, a nice Solar Guardian, Ade. Gonna make it in time. Let's get it done. RRL. Oh, a perfect glimpse from Sadman. That is some value right there. This B-God will tip Thana immediately. Thana not having the greatest series himself. And that one's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's a big kill streak. The Dark Willow was finding a lot of these kills for them, so you bleed it out onto B-God. He's going to be able to get a little bit more going for himself. They are still clumped up down bot. I mean, Kyra does have the blink for the Blink Arena. They've got the Golem ready here as well.
We'll drop it. Scourge, though, he's not going to connect with the spear. Kyra's fine. Rather, Scourge is fine for now. He even pops a song before the fear comes in, and Scourge, he's standing his ground. He wants to set up for his team. Argus has moved in from the north, going after Sadman, but Sadman's just casually running away. He's not even going to drop. Sadman's all right. Everyone survives apart from maybe B-God, who does get surrounded by RRL. They will eventually get the Sadman as well. But Kara may drop. Arne, he's going very far to try and secure this mask kill. He's even popped his own BKB, just really wanting the kill for himself. Starbreaker not going to land. Celestial Hammer perhaps is going to make it in time. But it's a heavy price for the cut, who give up 3 for 1. Perhaps they should have just ran from the song.
Yeah, they get a little bit greedy. They expect that the Static Storm is a little bit better than it ends up being. I mean, I understand why they re-engaged. They're like, all right, the Golem Stun's gone, the Arena's fading, the Terrorize is gone as well, so it feels like it should be a good fight, but they didn't manage to pin down RRL, they didn't manage to take away the threat of the Rolling Thunder, and you already lost a lot of HP in Scourge McDuck, so a little bit optimistic. Good punishment coming out from Ravens there, but it doesn't really set the cut back by too much. It does give Argus some space. Overall, Scourge McDuck is still keeping even, is set to eclipse that Luna rather soon. You did waste a BKB charge on Ade. That's probably the biggest thing you got from that for Ravens outside of the kills. Even then, I don't think this Dawnbreaker minds too much. Gonna have the Echo Saber back up soon, and then probably just work onto that Harpoon. That's when the Dawnbreaker can really start to get pretty silly. But
Argus.
Ravens, they're still going again.
I'm so scared for Argus right now. Argus. It can't happen again.
Yes. It can.
Anyway, there's a smoke coming out. Ravens, they're going to try and punish. They're going to try and punish this time. Aeon, he jukes out the spear. Oh my goodness. Surely they can get something. Aeon, still running. He's okay. Thana trying to move forward. Thana is maybe going to drop, but does at least get the fear off in time. But now the Solar Guardian going to keep the Void Spirit alive. In fact, the Rolling Thunder, he's going to get stunned midway. They do finally pick off the Void Spirit though. And with the upheaval, they are very slowed up. Problem is RRL is still being chased down. He does have another swash, but that's about it as the glimpse back is there. The chase is continuing. RRL, another swash in one, but can't get it off in time. Hell, even Yambura. Yambura's caught. You tell me, John. What is happening?
I wish I could explain outside of just saying Ravens look a little bit lost. As we, yesterday kind of looked lost as well. Today looks a little bit lost. They're farming in pretty awkward areas for Argus. He makes his way bot now, which should be a little bit safer for him. So he can start getting that build up, but he's been punished way too severely up top. And on the side of the cut, their execution is just a lot cleaner. They've got the output, they've got the mobility to kind of jump these heroes. They've been pretty on point with their usage of the Static Storm. They've got Sadman with a blink ready to go now, so it should be even easier for him to kind of connect that silence onto big heroes he needs to pin down. For Ravens, I don't think this is a game where you win out the farm war as Luna. We always say this about Luna, but it does need an item advantage over other cores. You're not getting that in this game.
Yeah, apologies for interrupting here, John, but I couldn't help but notice he's going for a Daedalus. I mean, the BKB, I know there's still things that go through it this game, but it seems a bit risky to go for damage over, say, a BKB this game.
It's a bit surprising.
I mean, maybe it's just the desperation play. Like, maybe he just feels like his team needs the damage right now. I suppose you do have some things that will just go through BKB anyway. Like, I believe Starbreaker stuns through BKB now, if I'm not incorrect in saying so.
No, it's Solar Guardian.
The Solar Guy, excuse me. Kara? Does catch a nice kill for his team. Sadman will drop.
Dyer's
That'll be about it for Ravens, but it is something. Mind you, they do drop the golem for that.
It's a pretty big usage for Yanbura. Not really going to be able to get too much push or farm going with this. Maybe just try to rat out the top tier one, which he can find. And get some decent damage off, trying to open up the map. Not the biggest kill in the world. I think going back to this Daedalus pickup, he switches it back for the BKB. I think Argus just recognizes he can't just rush the damage here.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's just I think it literally was a matter of his team just needs damage right now. Top lane, B-God. He's just going to try for the TP out, force out the Terrorize from Dana. And they should have it. B-God will drop. Very nice. In fact, Ade even stuck around, and Ade...
Ooh.
He can't snipe the Dark Willow from that far, surely. He'll go for a run. He's going to be cut off here by Argus from the south. Ade's got a bit of a rough time trying to get back to the base unless he pops his BKB in time, and will do so. He has a Solar Guardian if he wants to commit, but instead he just kills Argus. He just kills him. Are you kidding?
Oh, no.
I mean, Aeon's just going to run. He's got another Astral Step charge.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Kara?
rough.
Kara can't get sniped from this far. He'll be okay, surely. Glimpse back is out. Arena dropped. It's already back up, and now the Solar Guardian going to come in to ensure everyone remains protected, and Kara is gone. Aeon, blind Aeon. Oh my goodness. And that Aether Remnant, he just stood next to it. How's it going, mate?
Just saying hi a little bit. That is just awkward. It clips out onto a solo Dawnbreaker, and she doesn't die. Pops BKB, runs away, gets the kill on the Luna. Ravens.
You know what, John?
Yeah, Mike.
New cosmetic idea. We should make Aether Remnant do a selfie or something. You know, the thing coming out, reaching out for another hero should be like an arm. So how great would that have been with the Warlock standing right next to him? That's just a selfie in the dire jungle.
Oh my god.
You see, John, I've got all these great ideas. Valve, if you need a new employee, I'm ready to go. I'll give up the casting crew. Well, let me in. I'll work for you guys.
You just killed it for that, Mike. You killed it. You killed it so bad. This is it. This is the end, Mike. Thank you. Wasn't planning to retire at 30, but I'll take it. Thank you, Michael Phoenix.
I've got some great ideas, John. Trust me. Got some great ideas.
If they're so great, keep them to yourself, Mike. Someone might steal them. Oh, Ravens 20-15, a 6K lead coming out from the cut, and nothing's connecting. There's no clean way of putting it. There's no way of dressing this up. Nothing is connecting. It feels like again that. Oh no, yeah.
It happens. It happens. Sad thing is he has to run back from the bot lane. Tier 2 tower's gone.
This time around, I can't say that they missed their timings in Ravens. I feel like they were trying to force fights early, but I don't know. It's like they're going into wrong spots. Argus is constantly exposed this time. He's exposing himself. And they just miss out on a lot of big smoke plays that the cut just kind of capitalize on. Because if they can connect all these spells, if they can execute with this arena, with these fatal bonds, with a chaotic offering, with a rolling thunder, then their team fight's actually really oppressive. It's just, where is that team fight? This could be their opportunity with the Roche being taken, but Roche goes pretty damn fast here.
It certainly does. Roshan. I mean, they are making their way down south, but it is too late. Roshan is gone. Desolator now completed on Ade. In the stash, though, does have to still bring it out on the courier. That's a big item. We've seen Ade, how powerful he's been on this offlane Dawnbreaker. So many times he just turns around with the BKB and kills this Luna. Now with the Deso up, he might not even need help. And they all just leave.
Everything lines up. That's the story of this game. The Ravens smoke, they come in, and it's just not there. They're elsewhere on the map. The cut just reads that move and plays elsewhere. So they miss out on the post-Roche fight. They want to use that golem. They want to use the arena, the bonds, everything all at once, but they're not finding it. And the cut, I mean, how do you deal with this Naga at this point? Full heart up, same build as last game, into the Bloodtorn here for Scourge McDuck. And you just don't have the clear, you don't have the burst damage for the Naga. You could maybe chain stun, capitalize on that, but again, we just haven't seen that. High ground is something that they can shine in once more for Ravens, but same thing went for game 1. And they had Lush, they had Shaker. High ground was where they're supposed to kind of put up a good fight that just never came out.
Certainly hasn't. At least you do have a BKB now available on Argus, so you've got a somewhat of a spike for the Luna. The problem is she's just way too far behind now for it to matter, I feel like, because Scourge McDuck is just huge on this Naga Siren. See if they can defend high ground. Obviously, Yambura kind of showing us that with the upheaval, he can make it a little bit annoying to think about high ground attempts. There's Imp's quite annoying as well with the upheaval. Very, very nice. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case we haven't already mentioned it, I believe TI tickets info has been released by Valve, so head over to Dota2.com to see those.
Yeah.
You can see your TI tickets and the pricing and everything like that.
Aha,
I won't spoil
Mike,
the pricing for you.
You say there's the international and the road to the international. Okay, Mike, get your facts straight.
Our obs just almost disconnected from the game, Jonathan. I appreciate that. You know. Oh no, bottom lane. Bottom lane. Mr. Observer, bottom lane.
Oh yes.
Bottom lane. Hard eight.
Oh yes.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen? You probably didn't want to see that anyway. I'm not gonna lie. It was a bit of a sad affair.
You really didn't want to see that. That was not good to see.
Yambura. Oh, he's gone in by himself. Poor old Yambura might just drop as they pop the song. Scourge really wants to set up on this Warlock. Look at him just controlling the illusions. He's not even microing himself. He's just trying to go after the Warlock. He knows they can't kill him. He literally just knows I'm not going to die. Let me just micro these illusions. Glimpse back. RRL, he will avoid it with a roll-up. But this tier 3 tower, they're going to leave it for now. They could go for it, but it feels like the card are just playing with their food at this point.
That they are. They didn't have a creep wave anyway, so I suppose a little bit optimistic to try to dig through the back door, but...
Ain't up. I'm telling you, it looks so good with a selfie stick, John. It would look so good. You're telling me it wouldn't? Like, if you missed...
what other great ideas do you have, Michael Phoenix? What other great ideas?
I mean, I was the guy that said Invoker should be universal, John. That worked out.
You're really messed up in the head.
I know how much you enjoyed that
really
change.
Messed up. Yeah, you should play more Dota to realize what you've done. Play more Dota. Instead of just talking crap to my face. Play some Dota, Mike. See how that's like.
Oh, mid lane. They're about to play some Dota here, John. Aeon, they have caught the Pangolier straight off the bat, and a Static Storm locking down a couple. RRL, he can do nothing. He does nothing. Just silenced up the whole time. Argus, in the meantime, with the BKB, could do nothing either. He's been caught. He's gone. Ravens, this might be the end of their qualifier run. The cut are looking too damn powerful. 11k advantage, but it's not the net worth making this game hard. This game just feels impossible since it started. At least for the dire end of things. It's the cut. I think we'll be on their way to round 3. Unless they royally screw up here. They should have this one. Flags are down, they're feeling confident.
Yeah, they are. Can't fault them for feeling that confident. Just doesn't feel like we've had impact from Argus at all. And RRL.
That's a TiltedBoys flag, by the way. From Ade.
That it is.
I see it, Ade. Shout out to TiltedBoys.
Yes, sir. Good old TiltedBoys. Are they still in?
No, John.
I actually forget.
I didn't want to say it.
No, they're not, sadly. Unfortunately.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to them, though.
Yeah.
Wish we could have seen more of them. Like, I wish we could have seen more of Ravens, but... Well, we're seeing more of their base being crushed, I suppose.
Yeah. If it means anything, they lost the bait. So, you know, Dendi won. That's good news. I'm sure people were very happy about the fact that Dendi's still in the running for the qualifier for TI, which is something I would love to see. Like a 10-year anniversary of Dota 2. How great would it be if Dendi was back at TI? as a player.
That'd be amazing.
It would be amazing.
That would be so amazing. I would love that entire Na'Vi squad there, actually. You know, somehow. If you could see them all. That's a dream. So who knows what these qualifiers might... Anything can happen. Like, just like Argus could die once more if he's not careful.
I mean, I don't think he needs to be safe to not die here, John. He looks about dead. BKB or not, he is gone. They dropped the arena. They are trying their best. Buyback is out from the Lunar as well. They're going to try one last time, I think, here. This could be the last team fight for Ravens, but they got to find something. Scourge cannot just TP out. Oh, and he does. Yeah, it's just... That's a tough one to watch. God's going to go for a run. He doesn't care if he dies. He's just going to stand there and die. Yeah. He's just like, here, guys. Just take my life. I know you bought back for this. Just take it.
Yeah, the champ's a little bit painful, but maybe not the biggest deal in the world at this point for this map control. Yeah, probably doesn't. This Gyrocopter, B-God's just been doing so much with so little. He has Force Staff, Veil of Discord. That's more than enough. That's when Gyrocopter is really annoying anyway, with a shard up, so understandable. They're still hanging around here.
Oh, Aeon on the hunt. Oh, don't put that hand up yet, sir, because you might just get handcuffed. Scourge, he's got him. Ensnare out, glimpse back. Sometimes the high five button is the real curse. And Kara will curse himself. Couldn't help but notice, John, no party hats here today in this
yeah,
this
I was wondering. No one's putting on the hat. Why is that?
City?
Give us the party hat. Come on.
Aeon hasn't got the new the Void Spirit cosmetic as well from the new treasure. Very upset.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
To
Aeon.
report. Play more games. It's just 13 wins. Yeah, that's one day at Dota, right? 13 games. It's one game. Just one day. No problem.
One very happy day of Dota. Absolutely.
I think, speaking of, I think I've seen a few streamers try to get it all in the day. I think Sophie went until like... When I woke up for work, Sophie was still streaming. So I'm like, oh, God. Oh, God, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to yourself, dude?
I made that mistake of doing a 24-hour stream once. That was not very well advised.
Oh, we ended up taking that one down, Mike. We do not... There are no records of such stream. It never happened.
18 losses that night, Jonathan. 18. I think like 10 or 11 of them were in a row as well. That was the worst day of my life.
It's an outstanding day. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun when we went to Jackbox games, which were definitely why we took that stream down. That was quite the day.
Bottom lane.
Never again.
Never again. Ravens, they might go for a smoke attempt here. Keep in mind, though, there's no Luna buyback. So if you lose another fight, you lose this Luna, you might just get rushed into tier 4 towers. And speaking of losing this Luna, Aeon, he's jumped in a little bit preemptively, but there's not really much to catch him. Like, they've forced the Eclipse now, so all your damage is gone. Glimpse out. Who have they got? Kara. He BKBs to avoid it, but now the jump is there. Scourge McDuck with the ensnare out, just destroying Yambora. Argus is gone again. And Kara, he will be third. Not to be left out. Yambora buys back. But who's going to play with him? You know, who's left to fight with? And RRL, he's still going to get glimpsed.
Oh.
Sadman was waving at him the whole time. And you see, they got the gem back anyway, didn't they, John?
That is true. B-God knew. He knew he'd eventually get it. Song out, just
celebration
chase.
song. Yambora, he's not making it either. They are just hunting one by one. Obviously, for Ravens, it's a pretty tough situation, Jonathan. They certainly have looked like they've lost this game, but they could commit these 3 buybacks and try one more time, but they're 50 seconds away from having their position 1 back. Scourge McDuck is literally just diving Fountain at the moment to show them that the game is officially over as Arne just deletes RRL, and that'll do it. That's a GG call if I've ever seen one. He puts a nail on that coffin. Props to the cut. Congrats to the boys. They've made it to round 3 of the lower bracket. Was it quarterfinal now? Semi-final? Of the qualifiers. I mean...
just lower bracket round 3.
I suppose you don't,
not yet.
You don't
not
call the
there.
finals yet, right? Yeah.
Not
anyway,
yet,
round
not
of 3
yet.
of the lower bracket. Big props for the cut. Obviously, happy faces from them. And what a day of Dota. Sadly for Ravens, again, you know, we're big fans of the boys, Jonathan. They weren't able to perform here in the qualifiers as we would have expected them to, but there's always next year, as sad as that may sound.
Yeah, there's always next year. These roster changes definitely felt maybe less favorable for Ravens. It felt like they couldn't adjust as well as the other teams with their adjustments have. They didn't have the upper bracket to play. They didn't have any sort of warming up onto this stage of qualifiers, but they still show up. Like, Ade is just... In this game, Ade definitely set up for them. Like, this Dawnbreaker did so much work. Definitely worthy of being called MVP for this match. And Ravens, again, the same issue still stood. As a team, they, as a whole, looked a little bit lost. They looked like they weren't working the map all too well. And I know, like, Argus just farming on the wrong side of the map. It just gets punished for it. They had some early timings. I believe this time it is fair to say Ravens were trying to play around those early timings a bit better. Yeah. Just fell flat. I think the map movement, the map control just wasn't on point, and the cut were just on top of them every single step.
No, absolutely. Of course, with the roster changes that have been happening from all these teams, it is hard to expect them to play at their top performance per se. I suppose with the big changes that have happened, and we don't really know why those roster changes were made, but naturally you're at TI qualifiers, so you want to give yourself the absolute best chance at qualifying to TI 12. And for Ravens, they looked pretty damn good throughout 2 or 3, but not so much throughout these qualifiers. The cut, on the other hand, proving that with their replacement of Aeon and bringing in, of course, Shaggy, they are looking pretty damn strong. So props to them. A 2-0 victory against Ravens. And we talked about Ade already. I think Ade deserves the MVP. 17, 4, and 13, constantly just soloing Argus. Oh, hey, let's not make jokes. Production have no chill.
I mean, to be fair, that was where Ade's kills were coming from. So if you had to tank someone, you'd tank Argus, I suppose. Ade definitely was a menace. He was a menace. You saw the stats for Argus. It was rough for him. Ade just was on top. As we're losing Michael Phoenix to a bout of coughing that he can't
I'm sorry.
get over.
I had to mute myself. I'm so sorry. That was perfect. Thank you for the laugh, production. That was beautiful. Anyway, Ade, props to him. MVP of game number 2 and a fantastic performance again from the cut. John, I believe that we can lead into the bracket, see exactly how the bracket is now going. Unless we already looked at that and I just forgot, but I'm pretty sure we haven't.
No, we haven't yet.
Okay, there we go. My mind's somewhere else completely now. Can we have a look at the bracket? Is the bracket available for us to look at? Maybe not. Maybe production's lost.
There you are, Mike.
There we go.
Don't rush them, Michael Phoenix. Who made you the boss?
Yeah,
okay?
That's true. That is true.
Calm
there you go.
down.
Upper bracket round of 2 is tomorrow. You've got Nouns versus Wildcard. You've got DogChamp versus Felt. And of course, we also have round 3 of the lower bracket, SKG versus Bait and AG versus The Cut. Plenty of action-packed Dota happening for the NA region tomorrow. It's going to be a great day of Dota, of course. Make sure you don't miss out on that. And of course, we can have a look at the schedule to show you exactly what time all these games are going to be starting for the NA qualifiers, if we may. Nouns versus Wildcard, of course, again, is first. DogChamp versus Felt right after that. SKG versus Bait and AG versus TC. And there's the times for you all. 9 a.m. in the morning, apparently PDT. So a little bit early in the morning, but worth the early wake up, I reckon.
For sure. I mean, no one wants to miss out on Nouns versus Wildcard. That is what a lot of people are expecting to be the grand finals for anyway. So this kind of determines who gets to have that free ride into the upper bracket finals, into the grand finals, and who has to get that long slog out from the lower bracket. I think the last series is pretty interesting for me. The American Goons up against the Cut, I feel like, is probably the closest matchup there as well. Everything is pretty close, but that one is pretty interesting because these are the Div 2 teams that held a lot of promise with their roster changes. So looking forward to that start and finish here. It's going to be an action-packed day of NA Dota, and it should be extra fun to watch. Some more heartbreaks with those lower bracket runs, and some more saving chances for those in the upper bracket here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure. Of course, we're going to have to head off for today, Jonathan, but show up again tomorrow for some more great NA Dota action. Till then, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.